Imagine playing an Otome game just to help your sister, then dying and waking up in that exact world. Not as the hero, not as the saint, not even as an important side character. Instead, you become a minor viscount whose territory has already been destroyed. Just when you think your luck can't get any worse, a royal decree arrives. You're ordered to marry the story's infamous villainess, a woman whose future ends with rebellion and execution. But that's not all. As compensation, you're given a brand new territory to rule. While everyone expects this marriage to end in disaster, our protagonist has a completely different plan. He's going to industrialize a medieval kingdom, rebuild a nation from scratch, and rewrite the fate of everyone around him. This is one of the most unique kingdom-building stories I've read, blending politics, economics, and an Otome setting in a way that actually works. I've read it myself, so quality guaranteed. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Landless Viscount. If Lind had known he would transmigrate, he definitely would not have helped his sister play that Otome game again. He would have picked a peaceful farming game like Rune Factory or Stardew Valley instead. Even a sci-fi game would have been better. At least he could have enjoyed some cool future tech instead of running for his life with a bunch of refugees like this. Because nothing says great life decision like dying right after grinding romance routes for your sister. Lind had transmigrated into the last game he played before he died. This was a single-player Otome game set in a fantasy medieval world, popular mostly because of its surprisingly deep combat system. Of course, Lind normally wouldn't have touched an Otome game no matter how popular it got. But his sister, who loved them, got completely stuck and called him home during the holidays to carry her through all the achievements. Then, as these things always go, something unexpected happened. After finishing the game, Lind stepped outside for some fresh air, sacrificed himself for a good cause, and woke up in the very world he had just cleared. Classic. The good news? He inherited all the protagonist's attributes from the cleared save and could use every one of the female lead skills. The bad news? All those skills were support-based. She couldn't do much without teammates. The only remotely useful one was creating holy water, but it needed piles of materials and had a cooldown measured in days. It could only be used once a month, which felt pretty useless right now for Lind. Monthly holy water? What a great way to stay hydrated. Once every 30 days. Not only that, but the female lead's level cap was 49, making her a 4th-tier professional. This rank was awkward. 5th or 6th tier experts could dominate if played right. Below 4th tier, 2nd and 3rd tier folks knew their place as basically normal people with no real power. But 4th tier left him stuck, unable to climb higher or drop lower easily. Another piece of good news was that Lind didn't transmigrate straight into the female lead's body. Instead, he ended up in a minor lord with the same name, so his younger brother was safe. The bad news? The original owner's territory had just been conquered by demons from the border. Now he was an honorable landless viscount, fleeing south with his people under the protection of the border army. Life really is unpredictable. Lind sat on a tree stump near the campsite, sighing at his fate. With his territory gone and no connections in this world, he could only lead his people southward. Want one? A grizzled, scoundrel-like middle-aged soldier approached and offered him a long loaf of bread. That was Lori, the border army officer escorting them. Though an officer, he was a total slacker who just wanted an easy life. His protection was mostly an excuse to freeload off the young lord. Thank you. Lind took the bread. One bite nearly broke his tooth. Lori burst out laughing and showed him the right way, slamming the baguette against a rock until it snapped in two, then eating the pieces. This could already be used as a weapon, couldn't it? Lind stared in surprise. Lori was a 2nd-tier professional. That bread hit probably could have caved in an unhelmeted skull. In his old life, Lind had heard Western bread was hard, but this was ridiculous. Or maybe bread got buffed in this fantasy world too. Still, Lind only grumbled a bit. He knew their situation was dire. Everything sellable had already been traded for food. Without a new territory soon, they wouldn't last. The kingdom's pioneering days were long over. All land was claimed. Even barren spots belonged to the Grand Dukes, like the northern territory they were in now. Unauthorized settlement was illegal without permission. I once saw someone in the royal capital use bread as a weapon. His Majesty the King knighted him as the breadstick knight. Lori gestured with his half-eaten bread, mimicking the scene. You've been to the royal capital? Lind looked skeptical. Laurie was reliable in action, but his stories were usually tall tales. Of course, haven't I told you? Before I took an arrow to the knee, I was a famous mercenary across the kingdom. I even rode a dragon once. No one believed him. Famous mercenaries were usually high tier. How could this second-tier slacker have done all that? This time Lind didn't laugh it off. He asked seriously about gossip from the capital, like news of a new saintess or a prince changing fiancés. These details mattered for figuring out the current timeline. My trip was 2 years ago. Laurie pretended to think hard. 2 years ago, 4th Prince Clint Augustine had a big fight with his fiancée Lena Lars, granddaughter of the Northern Grand Duke. It was big news even for a new arrival like me. Because it's an Otome game, Lind thought to himself. In those old games, male leads caused instant gossip explosions. The event matched the female lead attending a ball, sparking the fiancé's rage. So the timeline was after the female lead became saintess. Lena was exiled, but the punishment changed to a forced marriage to some unlucky noble. Sigh. Lind sighed. The female lead had already succeeded. No coattail clinging for him. Chapter 2, Son-in-Law. It's a nice thought. As the saying goes, heaven never seals off all exits. Just as Lind and Laurie were starting to consider whether they should become bandits, an envoy from the royal capital, who had traveled a long distance, found Lind. The envoy descended from a luxurious carriage inlaid with sapphires. The royal double-headed lion crest on the carriage forced Lind to kneel in accordance with etiquette. However, the blue-robed envoy hastily stepped forward to help Lind up, and at the same time, cordially took Lind's hand and began to converse. Viscount Linderall, I've had such a hard time finding you. Ever since I heard your territory was breached, I haven't dared to rest for a moment, and only now have I found you here. Thankfully, the goddess has blessed us, and you are unharmed. The envoy's enthusiastic attitude puzzled Lind. Could he be some illegitimate son of the royal family, abandoned outside? The original owner's memories didn't mention this. Why was this envoy from the royal capital so enthusiastic? Your Excellency, the envoy, please speak plainly. I still need to find a stable place for my people to settle down. The envoy from the royal capital clapped his hands and directly said, Oh, isn't this fortunate? Your Excellency, the Viscount, I've come here specifically to grant you territory. Lind's heart skipped a beat. Could he really be an illegitimate son of the royal family? Impossible. Then, Lind saw the royal envoy pull out a scroll from his embrace and say to Lind, Your Excellency, the Viscount, I have some good news. Can you guess what it is? Is it that I suddenly have a father I've never met? The envoy smiled and shook his head. Is it that I have a noble title to inherit in the royal capital? The envoy still maintained a professional smile and shook his head. Then what is it? Lind suddenly had an ominous premonition. Congratulations, Viscount Linderall. By the unanimous decision of the Saintess and Grand Duke Lars, you are to become the grandson-in-law of the Lars family. Then the envoy slowly unrolled the scroll in his hand, which turned out to be a marriage contract. And on it, Lind's fiancée was clearly written as Lena Lars. What? I'm marrying Lena? Is this real or fake? Lind almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. So, the unlucky border noble at the end of the game was actually him? Talk about winning the cosmic lottery nobody wanted. The envoy from the royal capital, standing beside him, was still comforting Lind, saying, Don't be nervous. Dizziness is normal. Take a deep breath. I'll breathe your old mother. Although Lind really wanted to say that, he still forced a smile uglier than crying and asked, Your Excellency, the envoy, do we absolutely have to go through with this marriage? It wasn't that Lena Lars was astonishingly ugly. She was chosen to be a prince's consort, so her beauty was certainly beyond question. It was just that in the post-game discussions, it was mentioned that Lena Lars, due to her dissatisfaction with the royal family, forcibly dragged her unlucky husband into rebellion, ultimately leading to their entire family being beheaded. For the current Lind, it was practically no different from being sentenced to a suspended death sentence. The envoy's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said to Lind in a threatening tone, Viscount Lind, that is Grand Duke Lars's granddaughter. Have you considered the consequences of refusing? In fact, the envoy was also a bit nervous. Lena's reputation in the royal capital was already completely ruined. Shrew and jealous woman were still the milder insults. The most common appellation was disgrace of the nobility. This title alone directly sealed Lena's reputation among the nobility. After the decree for her marriage to a lower rank was issued, the nobles in the royal capital generally tried to avoid her. And the nobles of the Northern Territory also tried to stay as far away as possible. Even those eligible young men in the Northern Territory suddenly had fiancés overnight. Because there weren't enough noble ladies, many men even eloped with other men. The current situation in the Northern Territory was very complex, and the Northern Territory nobles' attitude towards Lena was even more extreme than that of the royal capital nobles. Therefore, the envoy was also anxious to complete his mission. A willing scapegoat was hard to find. But Lin's attitude made the envoy from the royal capital suspect that this noble who had fled from the border had also heard some rumors, which made the envoy even more anxious. Looking at the commoners peeking and looking in their direction not far behind Lind, the envoy suddenly had an idea. He pointed at the terms in the marriage contract and shouted loudly, "Your Excellency, the Viscount, you must think carefully. If you refuse, all the new territory granted by Grand Duke Lars will be gone, and you and your people will have to continue wandering like this. Your Excellency, the Viscount, you wouldn't want your people to continue starving and wandering, would you?" Although he really wanted to advise this envoy, who might be from an island nation, to restrain himself a bit, Lin still carefully read the terms of the marriage contract. In the contract, Grand Duke Lars did indeed clearly state that he would grant a large piece of territory to his grandson-in-law. Although it was uncultivated wasteland, it was fertile land with lush water and grass. Were these truly all for Lind? No, because Grand Duke Lars specifically noted that although Lind would be the nominal lord, the granted territory would be jointly managed by Lind and Lena. Jointly managed, Lind scoffed inwardly. The contract said jointly managed. But wouldn't Lena Lars, the Grand Duke's own granddaughter, easily control an outsider son-in-law? This was just a roundabout way of giving land to his granddaughter through a contract. But all the commoners behind Lind were looking at him with eager eyes. As long as their lord nodded, everyone would immediately be able to settle down in the new territory. What's more, that was Grand Duke Lars. In the hearts of these Northern Territory commoners, he was a noble even greater than the emperor. The emperor couldn't easily manage affairs in the Northern Territory, but Grand Duke Lars could. What reason did their lord have to refuse? Lin knew he was being morally blackmailed, but after taking a deep breath, Lin still solemnly said, "All right, Your Excellency, the envoy, I will sign the marriage contract. But I have one more request. Our food is almost gone. I hope you can provide enough food so that my people can smoothly reach the new territory with me." "No problem. Of course, no problem." The envoy excitedly handed the marriage contract to Lind. "These knights will also escort you and your people until you reach the new territory granted by Grand Duke Lars." Lind's request was no big deal for the envoy. The money from just one meal received by any noble along the way would be enough for the commoners behind Lind to eat until they burst. The envoy also secretly congratulated himself for being right in his guess. A noble who could run away with his people must have a relatively high moral standard, and such nobles were the easiest to deal with. Hearing the commoners and border soldiers behind him begin to cheer, Lind suddenly felt that marrying Lena Lars wasn't such a big deal. He had at least resolved the current crisis, although this was almost equivalent to selling himself. Then Lind began to carefully read the marriage contract. "What? I'm not even a live-in son-in-law." Lind saw at the bottom of the marriage contract that after the marriage, Lena would actually change her surname, and from then on, she would have no further ties with the Lars family. No wonder in the later discussions, when Lena rebelled, the Lars family had no reaction. Grand Duke Lars had accidentally solved the classic novel trope of the son-in-law devouring the family by not even letting him move in properly. "Of course, Your Excellency, the Viscount, what are you thinking? This is a marriage to a lower rank, not a marriage where the groom moves into the bride's family." The envoy looked at Lind in confusion. Although live-in sons-in-law were very common in this world, since women also had inheritance rights, not many people actively wanted to be one. Lind helplessly closed the marriage contract. All right. It seemed he wouldn't be able to grin crookedly while shouting, "Oh no, the Lars family's live-in son-in-law is devouring his master," in the Lars family anymore. Although he wasn't a live-in son-in-law in name, according to the contract, Lin's actual status after marrying Lena was not much different from that of a live-in son-in-law. It had to be said that Grand Duke Lars had unintentionally solved the age-old novel problem of a live-in son-in-law devouring his master. Chapter 3. Gray Collar. Gray-white territory, backed by the giant God Mountains and traversed by the Tears River, is a fertile land despite its remote location. This was the territory Grand Duke Lars carefully selected for his granddaughter. It was neither too poor nor too conspicuous, making it a good place to live out one's days. If Rena didn't cause trouble, she could live peacefully in the territory until she died. Moreover, since crossing the giant God Mountains led directly to the elves' Gao-Gu Empire, even if the Northland were to fall and the demons truly invaded one day, she could hide in the mountains and rely on the elves. The only issue was its location at the westernmost edge of the Northland, resulting in a sparse population and a somewhat remote position. However, given the chaotic situation in the Northland currently, its remote location actually allowed it to avoid much of the warfare. After bringing Lind and his group to gray-white territory, the royal messenger and his guards fled without looking back, and Lind finally saw his fiancée for the first time, whom he had seen many times in his game. It must be said that Rena was even more beautiful in person than in the game. Even in armor, her figure was tall and well-proportioned. Her golden hair was dazzling like the morning light under the rising sun, and her emerald eyes held a clear, pure quality. Paired with her female knight's attire, she appeared even more heroic and striking. However, knowing Rena's future fate, Lind had little interest in her. Furthermore, with the various restrictive clauses in the marriage contract, although not officially a live-in son-in-law, Lind was already prepared to live off her wealth. Marrying a rich woman is not shameful, especially when she's such a beautiful young one. After Lind greeted her, he handed over the commoners he brought to Rena, who then arranged for a personal maid for Lind as a response. Before Rena could speak again, Lind very consciously left with his personal maid, appearing as if he had no intention of managing affairs. Although he had never lived off a woman in his previous life, Lind still knew how to do it. After all, Rena was backed by the strongest family in the Northland. Grand Duke Lars wouldn't possibly let him starve, would he? As long as he found a way to prevent Rena from rebelling, he could probably live the leisurely life he had always dreamed of in this world. Thus, Lind strolled around the territory with his personal maid, pondering how to stop Rena from rebelling in the future. Because gray-white territory was previously a wasteland, and Rena had only just arrived, overseers could be seen everywhere, waving whips and directing the commoners to work. Are you a pig? Just 2 hits with the tent stake and you're done? If the tent blows away tonight, I'll stuff your head into the Tears River over there. Watching an overseer violently urge a commoner, who seemed unskilled at pitching tents, to properly secure it, Lind frowned slightly and asked his maid with some displeasure, "Are all these commoners serfs?" "Not entirely." The maid began to explain in detail by Lind's side. Because it was said that the new territory needed to be reclaimed, wealthy farmers with land and freemen were unwilling to come. These commoners are either serfs from Lars's territory or freemen who owe Grand Duke Lars money and cannot repay their debts. Lind then asked some basic questions, to which the maid answered clearly and logically, allowing Lind to quickly understand the basic situation of the territory. "What is your name?" Lind was somewhat curious. Someone so knowledgeable about the territory's situation was truly overqualified to be a maid. "You may call me Rila." The maid curtsied. Clearly, this maid was not an ordinary person. She was likely sent by Grand Duke Lars to assist Rena, though it seemed she did not possess much authority. After a brief conversation, Lind learned that Rila became his personal maid simply because she was ostracized by Rena's small circle. It wasn't that Rena couldn't recognize talent, but rather that the knights Rena brought formed a natural interest group. Whether out of loyalty or self-interest, those knights disliked someone like Rila, who was placed there by Grand Duke Lars. Rena didn't like her either, so she simply handed Rila over to Lind. "I merely urged the young lady to work harder. After all, there are still many unresolved issues in the territory, and the young lady cannot rest yet." Looking at the chaotic territory before him, Lind deeply agreed with Rila's words. After all, even Lind had fled from the northern border to here, but Rena, who arrived in the territory earlier, had only set up a few tents for sleeping and nothing else. Lind was even surprised to discover, after inquiring with Rila, that the serfs without tents actually slept on boats by the dock at night, and this dock had been built in advance by Grand Duke Lars. However, seeing the cargo ships by the dock, Lind couldn't help but sigh. Although she had been rejected by the royal family, Grand Duke Lars truly doted on Rena immensely. The supplies were coming in ship after ship. A few more ships felt like they could directly clog the river channel. But because the territory's construction progress was too slow, large quantities of supplies on the ships hadn't even begun to be unloaded. The good news was that supplies were so abundant that even serfs could get tents to live in. The bad news was that the tents were still being vigorously produced. With this level of management, she still wants to rebel in the future? Lind truly didn't know who gave Rena the courage to rebel. It couldn't be Liang Jingru, could it? Or maybe it was the power of zero administrative skill and pure plot energy. Originally, when Lind saw the serfs being whipped by the overseers, he felt a bit pained, but he couldn't say much, as he was just someone living off another's wealth. However, when he saw his own commoners being whipped twice by the overseer, and even the border troops he brought were being flogged by the overseer, Lind finally couldn't hold back. He immediately stood up and kicked the overseer. "What the hell are you doing? Is that how you rush people to work? Are the people I brought for you to manage?" The overseer was about to get up and retort that if he didn't do it, others would, but upon seeing Rena's maid following behind Lind, his attitude immediately became respectful. "Sir, if I don't whip them, these people will find ways to slack off. I'm just trying to make the territory better faster." At this moment, many of Rena's knights nearby heard the commotion and looked over. Although these knights said nothing, only giving warning glances, Lind couldn't do much more. He could only pick out the old, weak, women, and children among his commoners and settle them separately. These old people and children had endured a long journey of escape. It was already very difficult for them to reach this point, and Lind didn't want his commoners, who had barely survived, to be whipped to death. At this moment, Lind finally deeply realized how backward Rena's management system was. Calling it feudalism was an overestimation. At most, it was slavery. With a territory like this, could she really rebel in the future? Chapter 4, Rena. How did Rena perform in the original story? If Lind, a person who never read female-oriented novels and never played other otome games, were to describe it, it would be quite difficult to articulate. She would go confront the female lead after being easily provoked by a few words. As the prince's consort, meticulously groomed by the Lars family, she lacked any political acumen, had zero palace intrigue intelligence, and spent all her time foolishly circling the four prince. Rather than a villainess, she was more like a naive and sweet girl, manipulated by the royal family behind the scenes, becoming a pawn in political struggles. The only thing worth mentioning was Rena's unreasonable combat power, serving as the final boss of the combat system. It's important to know that the highest level in the original game was only 49, but Rena was an SS. A fourth-tier professional was already considered a genius in this world, but genius was merely the threshold to meet Rena, and Rena was still very young. Envious? It came at the cost of intelligence. High combat stats, zero political awareness. Classic otome villainous trade-off. How could the legitimate consort of the kingdom's crown prince be replaced simply because the prince disliked her? Furthermore, Rena was the granddaughter of the largest noble family in the kingdom. From clues in the game, Rena was completely suppressed by the royal family's covert actions, leading to her eventual marriage below her status. Without the royal family manipulating things behind the scenes, even if the female lead's luck was extraordinary, it would have been impossible for her to connect with so many royal nobles. However, Rena in the story was completely unaware of this. She simply believed that the female lead had stolen her fiancé, and even after being sold out, she was still helping the royal family count their money, even wanting the royal family to uphold justice for her. Grand Duke Lars probably saw this, which is why he arranged for Rena to go to a remote, small place, only wishing that his granddaughter could live a peaceful life with an honest man, free from disaster and illness. The next morning, Lind woke up early with Rila's service, experiencing the decadence of the aristocratic class, and then went to find Rena. After all, the marriage contract stated joint management, And even if Lind was just observing, he had to sit in the Lord's tent. Moreover, the slave-like system from yesterday was fresh in Lind's mind, and if it continued, let alone rebellion, the territory might self-destruct. After a simple greeting, just like yesterday, Lind sat down next to Reyna. It must be said that although Reyna seemed very busy, most of the time she was handling trivial matters. The camp system, or rather, lack thereof, was such that some knights would directly manage the commoners for Reyna, some knights would manage the overseers, and some knights would do nothing but stay by Reyna's side to help with affairs. And these so-called affairs ranged from large to small. Large ones included how to arrange goods unloaded from ships. Small ones included how deep tent pegs should be driven and where tents should be set up. There were even requests for instructions on how to reclaim land. But Reyna's handling of these matters was chaotic. For example, a knight would just come to confirm which goods needed to be moved today, and after another person intervened, Reyna would forget, and when another knight came to ask which goods needed to be moved today, Reyna would answer with a completely different answer without thinking. Watching the flustered Reyna, Lind finally understood why the territory's management was so abstract. Finally, when Reyna made another basic mistake, assigning one serf to 2 knights for management, the exasperated Lind intervened and reminded Reyna. Thus, Lind sat in Reyna's tent, watching her handle those so-called official duties, and from time to time, like a spirit behind an old man playing chess in the park, he would point and gesture, constantly pointing out Reyna's mistakes. Lind swore he wasn't doing it on purpose. In his previous life, he was a true gentleman who observed chess silently, but Reyna wasn't just bad at chess. She was using cannons as rooks and knights as cannons, and if it continued like this, the chessboard would flip first. Finally, Reyna's face turned red, and looking at the pile of documents growing higher on the table, she said to Lind, "Why don't you do it?" "Miss Lars, I'm just offering some suggestions, I'm not trying to." Before Lind could finish speaking, he saw Reyna's resolute gaze and suddenly realized that Reyna was serious. "Are you really letting me do it?" Lind asked tentatively. "Otherwise, aren't you the Lord? If you weren't here, I'd have to do these things, and if you are here, I still have to do these things, so aren't you here for nothing?" Reyna spread her hands directly, looking at Lind with a puzzled expression. What Lind didn't know was that although Reyna had been trained as a prince's consort since childhood, her main focus was on etiquette. She had never even studied territory management, which was a mandatory subject for ordinary nobles. That's why Grand Duke Lars's marriage contract stated joint management instead of full authority given to Reyna. It's just that Reyna's talent in etiquette was about as good as her governance skills. She only passed the etiquette class because the board used to hit Reyna's but cracked when the teacher was hitting her, and the etiquette teacher, exasperated, gave Reyna a passing grade. What Reyna truly wanted to do was lead her knights to gallop on the battlefield. The knights Reyna brought were also her loyal followers, constantly thinking of coming to the frontier to kill demons and earn military merits, rather than handling these administrative tasks. However, because these knights would naturally uphold Reyna's authority, and coupled with the events that transpired in the royal capital, these knights were very xenophobic. Hearing Reyna's answer, Lind nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Did Reyna take everything written in the marriage contract seriously? She actually treated him as the Lord. So, all the thinking he did yesterday was just fighting against thin air. Lind couldn't be blamed for not thinking of it, because Grand Duke Lars designed it this way. It's just that Grand Duke Lars clearly underestimated his granddaughter's pureness. Reyna, who was like a blank sheet of paper, was completely unaware that she was the true owner of this territory. However, this also gave Lind some ideas. Then, can I also exempt the serfs and free people from their debts? It wasn't worth much money anyway. I had no intention of making those people repay it long ago. What about those overseers? Those overseers are so annoying. They come to report every tiny little thing to me. How about you just have them all come to you from now on? I haven't wanted to manage them for a long time. What about those knights? When asked about the knights, Reyna's face finally showed a reaction, and she said, "Don't worry about those knights. I still want to take them hunting." Hearing this answer, Lind's heart finally settled. Not only did Reyna give him all the power of the territory, but she also pulled away the knights who might not obey Lind's command. I could cry. Chapter 5, Bookmaking. Lind, who had just gained control of the territory, was not in a hurry to deal with the large pile of paperwork. Instead, he first called back Lori, the veteran who had followed him all the way. Because Lori was a second-tier professional, the knights treated him quite well. After arriving in the territory, this guy started slacking off, joking and laughing with Rena's knights, and had even become a well-known figure among the knights. When Lind called someone to fetch Lori, he was still reluctant, saying he wanted to go with those knights. But in the end, he still came. Is hanging out with those noble knights that interesting? Lind's face was full of helplessness. It was only a short time, so Lind could still get him back. Perhaps in another 2 days, these knights would consider Lori one of their own. At least I won't get whipped. Lori casually found a stool and sat down lazily. The two had become familiar with each other on the run, considering themselves old friends, and neither stood on ceremony. So Lind did not chat any further, but directly said, "First, have everyone in the territory stop what they are doing, and let your border guards take over management. Register everyone's name, age, and profession. If conditions permit, a household register should also be compiled." Simple registration was something Lind and Lori had done together when they were fleeing with the populace, but Lori grumbled. "Hey, Lord, simple registration is fine, but those old soldiers aren't very good at compiling household registers. Household registration isn't just a casual name registration like before, and most of those border guards are illiterate. Only a few can read and write." Lind looked at Rila beside him and replied, "This Miss Maid will bring the maids to assist you. You don't need to be as detailed as other nobles. Just clarify how many households there are in the territory now." Rina did not need so many maids, so Lind simply brought the entire maid team over and handed them to Rila for management, because most of these noble maids were somewhat literate and were natural service personnel. Whom do they serve if not the people? It's better to just send them to serve the people. Then, as if he had made plans long ago, Lind continued to instruct. "Also, have everyone except Miss Lars's knights gather by the riverside tomorrow morning. I have something to announce." After speaking, Lind prepared to get up and leave. "Then what are you going to do?" Lori looked at Lind, who was about to leave the Lord's tent, and asked curiously. "I want to see what resources Grand Duke Lars sent to his beloved granddaughter." Lind casually picked up a list of supplies on the desk, then muttered, "Also, I need to figure out how to set up tents." After everything was arranged, Lind sighed, looking at the list in his hand. Behind the Vermilion gates, wine and meat go to waste. Because Rina had already run off with her knights, the transfer of power was very smooth. After all, Lind was the nominal lord, and no one would refuse a request for a day of rest. Only the registration was troublesome. Apart from Rina's knights, most of the people in the territory were commoners, and there were really not many literate people. Because a household register also needed to be compiled, the people Lind brought also needed to be re-registered. Fortunately, the maids were quite diligent. As for these maids who sold themselves to noble families, being busy was not scary. Having no work was the most terrifying. Registering the household accounts for commoner refugees was not something difficult for these maids to accept, because at least it was a proper job. Any gossip in the maid circle was far more perverse than this. Nobles throwing maids to refugees after getting tired of them was not new in this circle. Midway, several serfs had no names, so Lori had to scratch the back of his head and casually picked a few funny names. Those serfs, upon receiving names, kissed Lori's boots in gratitude, and Lori, under Rila's disdainful gaze, accepted their kisses with a clear conscience. Lind was even busier than these two. Because of Rina's chaotic management, the numerous supplies had long been in disarray. He had to personally go to the ships to see which ship carried which supplies. Moreover, setting up tents was more tiring than Lind had imagined, and even the standards for tent setup varied slightly due to different terrain and topography. Lind, with the guidance and help of the foreman, managed to set up one large tent by himself. By the time all this was done, it was already close to evening, and Rina finally returned with her knights, carrying 2 pheasants. "How is the work progressing, Lord?" Rina, walking into the main tent, took off her helmet. Sparkling sweat dispersed with her beautiful golden hair. Although she was drenched in sweat, Rina's mood was clearly very excited. She hadn't galloped freely with her knights like this in a long time, and after returning, she even had the mood to tease Lind. "It's terrible. Lind, who was still writing something by an oil lamp, put down his quill and said to Rena with a stern face, "What you did before was an absolute mess. Everyone ate different things every day and did different tasks. The people who were setting up tents today, you assigned them to unload goods the next day, and then in the afternoon of the next day, they went to build fences. And your standards for reclamation and tent setup varied every day. Even the goods to be unloaded were different every day. There were even 3 foremen and 2 knights managing one serf at the same time. You might as well have done nothing." Perhaps truly angered by Rena's previous chaotic management, Lin changed his previous humble demeanor and became assertive. Facing Lin's criticism, Rena turned her face away and whistled awkwardly. In fact, Rena also knew that her management of the territory these past few days had been a complete mess. Hundreds of people had not been settled yet, and instructions given in the morning were often forgotten by the afternoon, then immediately changed the next day when reminded by the knights that it was inappropriate. Turning her face away was Rena's last bit of stubbornness. Looking at Rena, who had turned her face away, Lin calmed down. After all, the person in front of him was his supporter and financial backer, and scolding her further would not make the territory better. But most importantly, Lin saw that Rena actually listened to his complaints and even turned her head, which indicated she still had some sense of shame and knew that she had indeed not done well. Rena was indeed, as in the game, clear yet a little foolish. As long as it did not involve her former fiancé, for Prince Clan Augustine, Rena still knew the priorities of things. It was just that Lin had not expected Rena, the eldest daughter of the Lars family, to be completely incapable of managing a territory. "Miss Lars, since the Grand Duke Lars's treaty states that we are to jointly manage the territory, there's something I need to discuss with you. Regarding the supplies at the dock, I need to use a portion first. Is that all right?" Then, Lin handed the list of supplies he had prepared to Rena, who just symbolically glanced at it and said guiltily, "No problem, Lord. You can use whatever supplies you want." After returning the list to Lin, Rena also shook the pheasant in her hand and said, "Lord, calm down and eat my chicken." Chapter 6. 3 Things. The next morning, Lin Roll woke up early and came to the temporary platform by the river. At this time, everyone in the territory was crowded under the platform, waiting for the Lord they had never seen before to speak. Rena also did not, as before, take the knights and disappear, but stood aside, intending to see what Lin Roll planned to do. Standing on the platform, Linde Roll felt a bit emotional. The original Linde Roll had planned many things for the future, but never thought he would gain power so easily. So the next task was simple: develop the territory while preventing Rena from dragging him into a rebellion. However, Linde Roll was a bit confused about the future discussions of Rena rebelling. After spending 2 days with her, Rena did not seem like someone who would rebel. "Greetings, my people. Although many of you may not have seen me, I want to tell you that I am your Lord. From today onwards, everyone will follow my commands." Hearing Linde Roll's words, many knights around Rena stirred. To them, Rena was the true owner of this land. Although Linde Roll was nominally the Lord, he was actually just a working son-in-law. If Linde Roll's status on the marriage contract was truly that of a son-in-law, these knights would probably have already started shouting, "Oh no, the Lars family's son-in-law is usurping the master." Rena reached out and stopped the restless knights around her. Last night, Linde Roll and Rena talked for a long time. Although Rena fell asleep shortly after Linde Roll started speaking, she vaguely remembered Linde Roll mentioning something about unified governance. If authority was dispersed, there would be no prestige. If policies could not be formulated uniformly, they would easily contradict each other. Rena didn't really understand, but who cared? Rena was happy to have someone help govern the territory. "Today, I have come to gray-white territory for only 3 things. First, I, in the name of the Lord, declare that all debts within the territory involving the Lord, including Grand Duke Lars and Miss Lars, are hereby cancelled. Regardless of why you came to this place, whether you are serfs or freemen, from today onwards, you will no longer bear any debt to the Lord or the Lars family." The imagined cheers and shouts of "Long Live" did not appear, because for these indebted serfs and freemen, high debts were the same whether they existed or not. Grand Duke Lars already knew they couldn't repay them, and in fact, no one ever came to collect the debts. Ironically, these debts, which were impossible for serfs and freemen to repay, were just a fraction of Rena's pocket money in her eyes. Among the people Lind I Roll brought, many also owed money to the original owner of Lind I Roll's body. However, because both Lind Roll and the original owner were relatively benevolent lords, these original people of Lind I Roll were not very surprised by Lind I Roll's pardon of their debts. Second, all serfs in gray-white territory will have the opportunity to become freemen. In the future, I will issue a series of tasks and jobs. As long as you complete these tasks and jobs as required, you can earn corresponding work points. And when these work points reach a certain standard, you can apply to become a freeman. A commotion began to appear in the crowd, mainly among the people Lind Roll had brought from his original territory, because they were relatively convinced by Lind Roll, a lord who was willing to lead his people to escape. However, the serfs of the Lars family were somewhat disbelieving, most of them relatively indifferent. Converting serfs into freemen was not unheard of among lords, but most of the conditions were extremely harsh, basically a type of empty promise, with only a few serfs who became confidants of nobles able to become freemen. But at this time, the plant became apparent. Lori, a veteran embedded among the people, immediately asked Lind I Roll, "My lord, what are the specific tasks? How long will it take me to become a freeman?" Lind I Roll smiled and tried to appear approachable. Perhaps Lind I Roll inherited some charm attributes while inheriting the female lead skills. In everyone's eyes, Lind I Roll did indeed exude an approachable aura, which added a few more points of credibility to Lind I Roll's subsequent words. The main tasks and jobs include building bridges, paving roads, and constructing houses. Those who are strong can also choose to mine and join the future army, which will earn more work points. For women, children, and those in poor health, there are also easier tasks like fishing and weaving. I swear in the name of the goddess that any diligent serf, after working hard for about 1 to 3 years, can become a freeman. And for those who make significant contributions to the territory, I will personally burn their slave contracts and grant them the status of a freeman. Hearing the specific job content and the oath in the name of the goddess, the serfs of the Lars family finally began to whisper. These were things they could do, not the empty conditions of other nobles, such as killing a dragon. At least it seemed truly feasible. At this moment, the plant below the stage began to ask questions again. Can we freemen also do these tasks? Of course, anyone can do these tasks. After completion, there will be corresponding work points, which can be exchanged for food and goods within the territory or directly for money. And if a freeman's points reach the standard, there will be an additional monetary reward. Lind I Roll then added, I have already sent people to post notices in the center of the territory detailing the specific system and terms. Literate people will take turns on guard to explain them to you. If anyone doesn't understand, they can go to the center of the territory to learn more in their free time. And after Lind I Roll finished speaking, the first to go to the center of the territory to understand the system were not the serfs, but the knights around Rena. The female knight next to Rena ran back, panting, and said to Rena, Miss, this guy actually plans to turn serfs into freemen. I looked at it, and if it's knights like us, it only takes half a year to reach the standard to become a freeman. Rena was a bit puzzled and asked, Isn't that good? Is there anything wrong with turning serfs into freemen? Perhaps due to Rena's clear foolishness, she didn't realize what serfs meant to nobles. She only thought from the serf's perspective. If she were a serf, she would definitely try every means to become a freeman. Miss, the knight named Susan said anxiously, if all serfs become freemen, and neither serfs nor freemen owe money, who will work for the territory? In my opinion, this Lind I Roll knows nothing about governing a territory. To the noble class, serfs meant cheap labor, meaning they could be exploited at will until the last drop of blood was squeezed from them. And these nobles, who only knew how to constantly raise taxes and working hours to amass wealth, were completely unable to understand the benefits of freeing serfs. Rena also couldn't understand, but at this moment, Rena showed astonishing wisdom and the ability to put herself in others' shoes. Knight Susan, are you a serf? Of course not. Miss, I am a noble knight of the Lars family. The knight named Susan seemed not to understand why Rena suddenly started asking this. Then do you owe our family money? No, you and the family have always been very good to me. I have never had any debt. Then why do you work for me? Susan was stunned by Rena's thought-provoking question. After a long time, she spoke some obscure words such as a knight's faith and the family's honor. Then why can't serfs have faith and honor? I think what the Lord is doing is not wrong. Those who can persevere and complete those tasks already have the qualifications to become freemen or even knights. Hearing Rena's words, Susan finally couldn't hold back and retorted, "But miss, we are nobles, with noble blood flowing in our veins, while those serfs are just slaves." "So what?" Rena said indifferently. "Grandpa also said that our Lars family's ancestors were blacksmiths. Nothing says noble pride like reminding everyone your bloodline started at the forge." Chapter 7. Eating meat. As for the third point, Lynn said, looking at the emaciated serfs who were barely recognizable as human beings, "The tents and fences to be built today are the first task I've assigned. Although there are no overseers, I've already had people group you and arrange each group's work area. Only by meeting my requirements will the work be considered complete." Facing the confused people below the platform, Lind continued, "The first 5 groups to complete their work will get to eat meat tonight." The previously dazed serfs' eyes instantly gleamed. Meat, how long had it been since they last ate it? Even in peacetime, it was difficult for commoners to eat meat, let alone now in the chaotic Northern Territory. In the eyes of these serfs, only true noble lords could afford meat. The most crucial point was that what Lynn said wasn't some empty promise, but something they could eat tonight. Many people unconsciously licked their lips, and the crowd even stirred, wanting to ask which group they were in and what their work area was. Watching the hope gradually ignite in people's eyes, Lin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He needed something akin to Xiang Yang's establishing the pole to solidify his prestige, and it seemed he had largely succeeded. Amidst the increasingly restless crowd and growing chatter, Lind continued, "Starting today, those who participate in heavy labor daily will receive an extra meal in the morning. Soldiers from the border army will tell you your group and today's work area at the breakfast distribution point. Remember, do not snatch the daily rations. If anyone snatches, their entire group will be implicated and forbidden from working the next day. Those who repeatedly fail to comply will have their entire group's work qualification revoked. As a demonstration, everyone will receive an additional breakfast today. Soldiers will guide you to the breakfast distribution point shortly." After speaking, Lind walked casually down the platform with his hands behind his back. The serfs and commoners below, after a moment of silence, began shouting and followed the soldiers, rushing towards the breakfast distribution point. The border army led by Lori had already cooked wheat porridge and were maintaining order on site. At the same time, many border army soldiers who had been selected as group leaders were shouting their group members' names while holding small booklets. Because of Lin's final words, no one dared to rush forward and snatch. What they stood to lose was not just work, but also their future. Some timid serfs, even though they were so hungry their stomachs were growling, didn't even dare to speak loudly. They just followed closely behind their group leaders, waiting for the porridge, afraid of violating rules and having their work qualifications revoked. The orderly serfs made Rila, who was standing by, feel a bit uneasy. Although Rila had known about Lin's plans beforehand, and even arranged some of them herself, seeing the serfs, who previously only found ways to slack off under the whip, spontaneously begin to follow order, Rila still felt an incredible power. Would these people still slack off later? Rila didn't know, but at least no one would question Lin's authority anymore. Near dinner time tonight, take out the meat and stew a pot of meat soup. Lind emphasized, make sure to stew the meat soup where everyone can see it. The meat must be enough for 5 groups of people. Do we really need to prepare that much, Lord? Although she had a feeling Lind was serious, hearing him personally give the order to her, Rila still couldn't quite believe it. Of course, as I said, the commands in the territory are now to be based on mine. No, I'm not questioning your authority. Rila explained. What I mean is, even for 5 groups worth, you only need to prepare a small amount of meat, similar to wild fruits, and those serfs will still be grateful. Even if they don't buy it, you can just say it was my doing then. Rila, who was chosen by Grand Duke Lars to assist Rena, knew very well that nobles usually couldn't directly state such things and needed someone to take the blame. Noble lords could not be wrong. Those below them were always at fault. If these serfs truly caused trouble, Lind could feign ignorance and say, "It was the people below who had problems with implementation. I initially asked for meat for 5 groups." And Rilla was now actively taking the blame. "Chief Maid, please remember, from now on, do not second-guess my intentions, and do not interpret them on your own. Whatever amount of meat I say, that is the amount. Or are you saying that the supplies brought by Grand Duke Lars can't even provide enough meat for 5 groups?" At that moment, Rilla felt an unprecedented pressure. The Lind who used to treat her as an equal seemed to have disappeared. This was the pressure of absolute power, not even related to Lind himself, but the ruler emphasizing his absolute control over power. But this feeling quickly vanished. After Rilla's large beads of sweat dropped, and she nodded in affirmation, Lind seemed to revert to his gentle self. Watching Rilla go to arrange the meat, Lind shook his head helplessly. It seemed too difficult to change these people's mindsets in a short time. Many policies went wrong because of speculation about the superiors' intentions, and even the superiors themselves liked to be enigmatic. While this governing style was very suitable for controlling people, it was clearly very detrimental to the initial development of the territory. In short, Riddlers get out of gray-white territory. Lind flipped through the population list and the territory's topographical map in his hand. Road construction and land reclamation still needed to be planned, but the territory's population was clearly insufficient. The supplies brought by Grand Duke Lars were more than Lind had imagined, but most of them were for Rena to maintain a decent noble lifestyle. Lind planned to discuss with Rena later to have Grand Duke Lars transport more practical tools, and preferably find a few experienced craftsmen to come to the territory. The border army brought by Lori was also completely insufficient. There were still too few literate people in the territory, but Lind didn't want to use the noble knights around Rena, and constantly using the maids Rena brought wasn't a solution either. Sigh. He had originally thought that with the assistance of the Lars family and his experience from his previous life, managing the territory would be incredibly smooth. But even with abundant resources, and even though things were indeed progressing smoothly, Lind still felt exhausted. The work point system was only a reference from his previous life, hastily put together overnight, and it was a system where work points and wages ran in parallel, a kind of alternative work for relief. The territory currently had no output at all, relying entirely on Grand Duke Lars for its survival. Lind also had no practical experience in building roads or houses, and the problems he would encounter in the future would only increase. Just as Lind was contemplating, Rena approached him with excited steps and exclaimed, "This is truly amazing. I've never seen serfs obey orders so well, or actively work on their own." Lind looked in the direction Rena was pointing. It turned out to be several groups of serfs who were at the back of the porridge distribution line. They actually urged their small group leaders to go work first, and then come back for porridge after finishing the work, fully demonstrating their initiative. "How did you do it?" "You can command them without even using a whip." Looking at the chattering Rena, Lind pulled out a booklet and said, "This thing is much more useful than a whip." This booklet recorded the household registration, assigned group, and work points of everyone in the territory. Rena flipped through 2 pages without understanding anything, so she simply praised, "Even though I don't understand it at all, it feels really impressive. It's clear you should be the one managing the territory." After speaking, Rena even proudly puffed out her chest, as if she shared in the glory. But Lind directly poured cold water on her, holding the territory's planning map and saying to Rena, "You have the nerve to say that? When you were developing the territory before, you didn't even dig drainage ditches. Even though it's still just tents, you didn't even set up a drainage system for a place where hundreds of people live." Drainage system? What's a drainage system? Looking at the innocent Rena, Lind realized he was talking to a brick wall. "All right, never mind. You go play." Seemingly sensing a hint of disappointment in Lind's tone, Rena patted Lind's shoulder casually and said, "Oh, but you're here, brother. I trust you with everything. Just focus on developing the territory, and if you have any difficulties, remember to come find me." Perhaps this is why Lind's assessment of Rena was that she possessed a clear stupidity. Her insensitivity to the power in her hands was exactly like her in the game. If this were some historical drama, Rena probably wouldn't survive 2 episodes before helping others count their money. Classic, helpful, villainous energy. How could such a person ever rebel in the future? Lynn stared at Rena's heroic yet somewhat naive face and fell into deep thought. Chapter 8. Don't bully a poor girl. Regardless, gray-white territory finally got on the right track. Under the guidance of the new system, the serfs burst forth with unimaginable work enthusiasm. What could often be seen in the territory was no longer overseers waving whips to urge their subordinates to work, but rather the subordinates constantly urging the team leaders to inspect and accept their work. Most of the supplies sent by the Lars family were marked with work points by Lind and offered to the residents for exchange. However, because the territory was still in the early stages of development, not many people came to exchange, and most only came to exchange for some food. Currently, due to a lack of contact with the outside world, work points temporarily replaced some functions of currency. But once the territory began to develop, work points would become a simple contribution score. A territory that could not be self-sufficient would definitely rely on wages in the future to purchase goods from merchants, which was why Lind not only issued work points, but also wages. Lind woke up in his tent, stretching as usual, until his limbs felt a bit stiff. Only then did Lind realize that Rila and most of the literate maids had been assigned to their work positions, and the aristocratic life he had enjoyed for less than 2 days was thus destroyed by Lind himself. Just as Lind was lamenting that he too had been corrupted by luxurious living, he found that Lena, who usually went hunting in the mountains early every day, was now uncharacteristically standing at the entrance of his tent. Only after confirming that Lind had dressed did Lena enter the tent and perform a bow to Lind, using all the etiquette she had ever learned. This bow immediately gave Lind goosebumps, and he quickly helped Lena to a seat and observed her carefully, as if trying to see from Lena's expression if she had taken the wrong medicine today. Although nominally engaged, the relationship between Lind and Lena was very delicate at the moment. Both of them tacitly avoided bringing up the engagement, essentially living separate lives and not thinking of getting married. Anyway, the northern border was far from the king, and the engagement was already made, with no urging from the royal family, as if Lena had been forgotten. Watching Lind continuously circle around her, Lena finally couldn't help but say, "Brother, don't worry. I'm fine. It's just that I have something very important to discuss with you today." The more Lena said this, the more fearful Lind became. In the game's plot, Lena had quite a few bizarre and bad ideas. She even impersonated a man to write love letters to the female protagonist to divert her attention. "It's just that I'm a bit nervous, and I don't know how to tell you, nor do I know if you will support me." Lena's originally heroic and proud face was now filled with tension and unease, but Lind unceremoniously said directly, "If you don't know how to say it, then just don't." Lind was truly afraid that Lena would suddenly say, "Brother, I'm going to rebel. You wouldn't not support me, would you?" It should be known that although Lind currently had absolute authority in the territory, the main armed force in the territory was the 50-plus professional knights Lena had brought. These knights could probably overturn Lind's veteran army by themselves, and as long as Lena wished, she could cause a major upheaval for Lind at any time and reclaim power. How can that be? After saying that, Lena excitedly slapped the table and stood up, as if Lind's words had provoked her. "To be honest, brother, I was originally for Prince's fiancé, but I was framed by villains and forced to come to gray-white territory." After starting this, Lena seemed to relax a lot, and then, going all out, continued, "If you help me return to the royal capital, I will ask the royal family to uphold justice for me and become the princess consort again. When I become queen in the future, I will make you the prime minister of the kingdom." Lena's words had so many plot holes that Lind didn't know how to respond for a moment. First of all, "Big sister, are you sure you want to go back to the royal capital and contend with the female protagonist? You fight the female protagonist? Is that real or fake? And how do you get back to the royal capital? Big sister, are you going to fight your way back to the royal capital? Even if you really return to the royal capital, an old king suddenly goes mad and genuinely reinstates you as princess consort, and you truly become queen afterwards, how will you make me the prime minister of the kingdom? By meddling in politics from the harem or by relatives seizing power?" Well, although such messy affairs were not uncommon in the Middle Ages, At least that should wait until the king dies, right? What Lind found most absurd was that Lena's words always gave Lind the feeling of a scam text message, like, I am Qin Shi Huang. Give me 50, and I'll make you the Prime Minister of Great Qin. Indeed, there was no difference from a scam text message. But Lind still controlled his expression well. To prevent Lena from truly wanting to fight her way back to the royal capital, Lind carefully asked, Miss Lars, I really want to help you. But how will you return to the royal capital? Of course, by becoming the heir of the Lars family. Lena replied as if it were the most natural thing. It was then that Lind, who hadn't paid much attention to the plot, finally recalled a setting in the game. The heirs of the 4 border Grand Dukes were all required to study at the Royal Capital Academy. Although it was somewhat like being a hostage, it was actually much freer and of much higher status than being a hostage. This setting was mainly to allow the female protagonist to legitimately interact with those heirs, but now it was being used by Lena as a lifeline to return to the royal capital. Does the Lars family not have an heir yet? Lind looked at Lena in confusion. In the game, the heirs of the other 3 territories in the royal capital all had a crush on the female protagonist, but it seemed that the Lars family only had Lena, and Lena was not yet the heir of the Lars family. At the mention of this, Lena's expression suddenly darkened, and she said somewhat sadly, The original heir was my father, but my father disappeared 5 years ago. No wonder the game's plot never mentioned who the heir of the Northern Territory was. Just as Lind was about to comfort Lena immediately regained her usual spirited demeanor and continued excitedly. So now the position of heir to the Lars family is completely vacant. Grandpa has set a rule. Among the descendants of the family who have a sealed territory, whoever governs their territory best and earns the most military merits can become the next Grand Duke. Although Lena's words were vague, Lind roughly guessed what Grand Duke Lars was thinking. The heir he had painstakingly cultivated had disappeared, and the forces below were stirring. To prevent his descendants from using underhanded methods to compete for the heir's position, it was better to set a rule. Whoever wins, gets it. This method had pros and cons. If successful, it would cultivate a hero who would restore the glory of the Northern Territory. If it failed, it would directly lead to internal strife or even division. But Grand Duke Lars dared to play this game, probably confident that no descendant would dare to mess around while he was still alive. However, this also indicated that Grand Duke Lars was actually no longer able to fully control the entire family, or at least the Lars family was no longer Grand Duke Lars's absolute domain. So, brother, you see, you and I are not officially married yet, so aren't I still part of the Lars family? That's right. Lind nodded slightly. Only after formal marriage would Lena need to change her surname. Currently, Lena still belonged to the Lars family, and Grey-White territory is managed by both of us. So can it also be considered my territory? Of course. Lind felt a bit ashamed hearing this, but he still admitted it. After all, although Lena was easy to fool, the hands of the knights behind her were already on their sword hilts. Then, since I am a member of the Lars family and have an actual territory, haven't I also met the conditions to participate in the heirs competition? Seeing Lind looking bewildered, Lena continued. Originally, I thought it didn't matter who became the heir, since I might not belong to the Lars family anymore. But since you have the ability, brother, why don't we give it a try? You manage the territory, and I'll lead the troops in battle. With us brothers together, how can there be any opponent we can't defeat? Lind almost spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. So, this whole thing was actually because of him. Lena, thinking Lind was worried about competing with others in the Lars family, comforted him. Brother, don't worry. Although my uncles and siblings' territories are richer than Grey-White territory, they don't have Grandpa's support. Grandpa gave me so many supplies. He must want me to become the heir. Lind really wanted to say that if Grand Duke Lars truly thought that way, he wouldn't have arranged the territory in such a remote place. But Lena's next sentence directly made Lind swallow that retort. I want those who mocked me in the royal capital to know. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully a young girl in poverty. Lind finally couldn't hold back and tentatively asked, Palace Jade liquid wine? What? Brother, do you want a drink? No, it's nothing. Lind pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Could this saying also exist in this damn other world? Thinking carefully, although he wasn't a live-in son-in-law, wasn't Lena exactly the genius who had her engagement broken off? Could it be that Lena's ring also contained an old alchemist or a spirit artifact? This could also explain why Lena, at such a young age, had already reached the level of a powerful expert. However, speaking of which, Lynn felt that contending for the heir's position was definitely worth a try. What if Lena really became the heir? Wouldn't his engagement with Lena then be directly cancelled? Moreover, with Grand Duke Lars in charge, the heirs certainly wouldn't dare to go too far. It could be said to be a deal with 100 benefits and 1 harm, so there was no reason to refuse. After Lind expressed his support, their relationship instantly became much closer. Seizing this opportunity, Lena recounted the game's plot from her perspective. But when Lena was halfway through her story, Lind suddenly called a halt, looking at Lena with some uncertainty and asking seriously, "Wait, Miss Lars, what did you say the name of the newly appointed saintess in the royal capital, who stole for Prince, was? Lilith Dowling? She seems to be a minor noble from the Eastern Territory. Although she's small, she's certainly cute, but I don't like her much. I always feel like she has 2 faces, one in front of His Highness and one in front of others." Lena continued to talk to herself, completely oblivious to Lynn's abnormality. Something was wrong. Lind nervously tapped the table. Wasn't the official female protagonist's name in the game Isabella Nebbit? And she wasn't the black-haired lowly Lena described, but a silver-haired beauty. And more importantly, even if the female protagonist's name and appearance could be customized in the game, her birth was fixed. Wasn't the female protagonist a commoner born in the Northern Territory? How did she become a minor noble from the Eastern Territory? To verify the conjecture in his mind, Lind once again interrupted the incessantly talking Lena. "Miss Lars, do you know a commoner from the Northern Territory named Isabella Nebbit at the Academy?" Lena was initially a bit annoyed at being interrupted, but seeing Lind's serious expression, she also recalled carefully. In fact, the Lars family paid attention to all people from the Northern Territory at the Royal Capital Academy, let alone a commoner, which was a rare species in a noble academy. "Is she the one with silver hair, who is very beautiful? I do have an impression, but I was pulled here before I even graduated, so I don't know where she went after graduation. Is she your relative?" Lynn's expression turned to horror. There was another transmigrator, and that transmigrator had successfully replaced the female protagonist's identity. Chapter 9, New Theology. At this moment, Isabella Nebbit, the heroine of this game, was leading the refugee team in Levi territory, waiting for the Lord to distribute relief food. Having deviated from the original game's storyline, Isa did not become a saintess, but returned to the war-torn north, where she practiced medicine and saved lives at Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral using her abilities. As the northern front continued to collapse, large areas of farmland were destroyed, leading to a massive displacement of rural populations who became refugees. Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral in the north could no longer accommodate so many refugees who were forced to become displaced and flee south. It was against this backdrop that Isa left the cathedral, leading this group of displaced people south. However, as the number of displaced people grew, Isa began to feel overwhelmed. The savings she had accumulated while working in the capital were depleted, yet more and more displaced people followed her. "Old village chief, drink this bottle of holy water. You'll get better soon. May the goddess protect you." With that, Isa brought the medicine bottle to an old man's lips. "Sister, how can an old man like me use such precious holy water? Please save it for the younger ones." The old man's breath was faint, as if his days were numbered. "Don't worry, old village chief, I still have plenty. The Lars family's relief food was already transported into the castle yesterday. It will definitely be distributed very soon." Under Isa's persuasion, the old man finally drank some holy water, and the look on his face improved significantly. In reality, Isa's medicine had long been exhausted on the journey. The water in the bottle had a more accurate name in modern times, a placebo, which was actually just ordinary river water mixed with plant ash. For Isa, 3 years of study in the capital felt like a dream. Isa once wondered what would have happened if she had accepted the church's invitation to become a saintess's handmaiden in the capital back then. At least she wouldn't be wandering with a group of displaced people like this, right? Even her originally striking silver hair had turned a dull grayish-white on the journey of escape. But Isa did not regret it. Even if she had to choose again, Isa felt she would still return to the north to save the refugees. After tending to the old man, Isa returned to the group. They had been in Levi territory for several days, but the local lord, Earl Yage, showed no intention of distributing relief food. Because the number of refugees in the north was increasing, Grand Duke Lars issued a relief order, commanding all Lars family vassals in the north to distribute relief food to the refugees who came to their territories. The Lars family, in turn, would compensate these nobles with food or money for their distributions. The displaced people naturally heard these messages, but unfortunately, no displaced team had received any so-called relief food so far. Watching the holy light in her hand gradually dim, Isa fell into a state of confusion. The strength of a cleric's holy light does not necessarily represent the steadfastness of his or her faith, because holy light is influenced not only by faith, but also by magical talent. But if a cleric's holy light grows weaker and even tends to dim, then there is only one possibility. The cleric's own faith is wavering. To reflect on why her faith was wavering, Isa had been poring over the scriptures for the past few days, but the more she studied, the more she found reality to be at odds with the scriptures. The goddess's teachings clearly state that all people are God's children, and God's children are all equal in status. So why is there a distinction between rich and poor, noble and lowly? The goddess's teachings clearly state that sins are unforgivable and must be severely punished to atone for them. So why can the rich escape punishment with indulgences? Excommunication is clearly the power of the goddess and the Pope. So why are monks using excommunication to threaten ordinary believers and force them to donate? The goddess's divine oracle clearly demands that her children unite, but under the interpretation of the high-ranking bishops, the oracle has become, if someone strikes your left cheek, you should offer your right cheek to be struck. Originally, Isa did not find anything wrong with this church-annotated scripture in her hand, but when Isa truly returned to the north for an on-site investigation, she discovered that the beautiful world described in the scripture simply did not exist. Demons will not stop fighting if you offer your right cheek to them, and the church's so-called unity only applies to the nobles. The poorer the believer, the more money they needed to donate. Isa felt that her faith had indeed wavered, especially when the refugees following Isa began to die of starvation, yet not a single lord or noble was willing to distribute food, and even the churches in various places kept their doors tightly shut. If something wasn't done soon, it was feared that all the refugees brought from Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral would starve to death in Levi territory. Among the refugees at this time, a man was sharpening a shovel on a stone, a shovel that had been used to guard against bandits along the way. Although the somewhat rusted iron blade of the shovel could not become sharper from the man's grinding, the man continued to sharpen it with red eyes. And in the man's arms hung a somewhat shriveled, already decaying small corpse. 2 days prior, Earl Yage had opened his gates and distributed food, but a small bag of food required a woman in exchange, and she had to be young and beautiful. This was not relief food, because Earl Yage had said at the time. First, let's define what a refugee is. Those who can walk to Levi territory are people who have the strength to eat their fill, so they naturally cannot be considered refugees. Therefore, I cannot give you relief food. The man's wife was chosen to enter the castle that day, trading herself for a bag of food for her child. But that bag of food seemed to be expired rice that had gone bad. The man's child developed a persistent high fever after eating it and died the next day due to lack of medicine and prolonged malnutrition. Isa's holy water could not save the child, nor could her increasingly dim holy light. No one blamed Isa. This silver-haired nun had sold everything she could along the way, even selling her proof of nun status, just to exchange for more food so everyone could hold on until they reached a territory distributing relief food. Isa had long become their spiritual leader. But whenever Isa remembered that man holding his child's corpse, crying and saying to her, "It must be that the goddess loved this child, which is why she took this child to the divine kingdom," Isa's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by something. In fact, not only the man, but many of the refugees around the castle, waiting for relief food, were clutching their farm tools tightly. Some had even cut down wood and sharpened it into spears, and everyone was unconsciously moving closer to Isa. Because 2 days ago, early age not only exchanged expired rice for women among the refugees, but also, seeing that Isa could not produce church credentials, tried to forcibly drag Isa into the castle, only to be pushed away by Isa. Unexpectedly, early age not only wasn't angry but became even more excited, giving Isa 2 days to consider. If Isa refused again after 2 days, early age would dispatch his guards to kill all the beggars blocking his castle gate. Isa did not sit idly by these 2 days. Although her holy light grew increasingly dim, Isa still preached every day, but the content of her sermons was Isa's own insights from Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral to Levi territory. This was a theory originating from the scriptures but departing from traditional exegesis, focusing more on poverty, oppression, and injustice, and striving for social justice and equality, emphasizing the coexistence of divine power and human rights. And what was the means to achieve all this? It was violence. Isa had already realized that studying medicine could not save the North. Only struggle could bring liberation. Although these ideas were still in their nascent stage, if Lind in gray-white territory were to hear them, he would probably exclaim, "Holy crap, liberation theology?" Because of course the heroine would speedrun social reform while on the run. Chapter 10. The Story of Xing Guangwu. Isa didn't quite understand why she was so beloved by the refugees. In her view, the monks of Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral who held the front lines of the war were far more deserving of respect. Just 2 days ago, Isa hadn't been prepared for a fight. She had already intended to sacrifice herself, but the old village chief had asked her, "Do you really think everyone will survive if you sacrifice yourself?" The old village chief knew everything, but he still drank the holy water Isa gave him, reassuring her. Now, there was only one path before everyone: to fight. Refugees who couldn't get enough to eat faced fully armed noble guards, which was basically a dead end, especially since this was a world with magic. Just 1 or 2 mages could completely suppress these muggles. But it no longer mattered. Those unwilling to become starved corpses had only death besides drawing their blades. Since death was inevitable, why not make one last gamble? As if by agreement, the castle gates slowly opened, and Count Yage's overly pampered face reappeared before everyone. Over the past 2 days, Count Yage had been lamenting that the refugee women were too fragile to play with. 3 had died in just 2 days, and 1 was still muttering about her child before she died, which was truly disgusting. As for the refugees gathered at the castle gate, Count Yage didn't pay them any mind. In his view, no matter how many of these lowly bloodlines gathered, it was meaningless. Once he tricked that silver-haired nun into the castle, he would slaughter all these lowly bloodlines. Opening the castle gate and seeing Isa surrounded by the crowd, Yage maintained his noble etiquette, elegantly asking, "How have you considered it, fake sister?" Just as Yage was feeling superior about his graceful demeanor, he found the atmosphere on site seemed a bit awkward. The number of refugees at the castle gate far exceeded Yage's expectations. Yage didn't even know when so many refugees had gathered around his castle. Because he had only intended to bring a woman into the castle, Yage had only brought a few of his attendants with him this time. The hungry eyes at the castle gate made a hint of fear rise from the bottom of Yage's heart. "They're just lowly bloodlines, Yage. You are a noble, a noble." After comforting himself mentally, Yage became arrogant again, but before Count Yage could utter another word, a simple kill had already pierced the sky and filled Yage's mind. The refugees outside the castle, armed with sickles, hoes, and wooden sticks, charged towards the castle gate. Yage's first reaction was not to have people close the castle gate, nor to hide behind his guards, but to shout, "I am an earl personally bestowed by His Majesty. How dare you commoners? How dare you?" If he hadn't been pulled back by his attendants, Yage probably would have been killed by a shovel from the man charging at the very front. But precisely because Yage didn't give orders immediately, Isa led the refugees into the castle. At this moment, the holy light in Isa's hand was almost invisible, but Isa felt a sense of relief. Countless refugees surged into the castle, beginning to vent their emotions freely. If one person couldn't defeat the soldiers Yage sent for support, then 5 or 10 people would attack together. At this moment, Isa seemed to see the true divine oracle about unity in the scriptures. At this time, a second-tier mage rushed in. It was clear that this mage was disheveled, holding a staff, but with sauce still clinging to his mouth that he hadn't had time to wipe clean. The mage waved his staff, constructing a spell model, but Isa used her last remaining holy light to instantly cast a divine light spell, blinding the mage. And because no one had time to protect the hastily arriving mage, the noble mage, whom the refugees usually wouldn't even dare to look at, was instantly engulfed by the crowd. But that was the extent of it. The castle was not designed for comfort. It primarily served military functions. Just like Yage's castle, although the outermost layer was breached, the guards immediately pulled Yage into the inner layer. The gate to the inner layer was tightly shut, making it impossible for the refugees to break through with their own strength, yet soldiers continuously poured out from specific military gates within the inner layer. After the first wave of impact, the refugees lost their combat effectiveness. Some refugees, too hungry to stand, collapsed in place, while others ran off on their own to places with food, frantically eating the remaining scraps. But Yage soldiers seemed to be endless. However, because the number of refugees was truly too large, it now seemed somewhat evenly matched. Fortunately, the refugees surrounding Isa were not influenced by the others, but instead fiercely guarded Isa's side. Isa even personally knocked out several soldiers with an iron shovel, without relying on holy light. However, just then, some refugees stopped their weapons. Because Count Yage had hung many figures on the inner wall, and Count Yage himself was using a mage's magical amplification to shout at the refugees. "Listen, you lowly bloodlines. If you continue to defile my castle with your feet that have stepped in cow dung, I will kill one woman every 10 minutes. It was then that the refugees realized the figures hanging on the city wall were precisely the women Count Yage had brought into the castle 2 days ago. Some of the women were already corpses, even before Count Yage had to act, and their bodies were covered in wounds. In Count Yage's view, the biggest problem now was that these refugees, who didn't even have shoes, were stepping on his carefully arranged castle floor with their dung-covered feet. To prevent the castle floor from being contaminated by lowly blood, Yage did not deploy the professionals from the inner city, but instead shouted threats for the refugees to leave. At the same time, a third-tier mage also threw a large fireball into the sky, intimidating all the refugees. "My child's mother?" The man with the shovel looked at the corpse on the city wall with tear-filled eyes, but all the refugees remained silent, seemingly frightened by the mage's magic. This was a power they dared not oppose. But Isa could no longer hold back as she looked at the corpse on the city wall. All thoughts of faith and goddesses were cast aside by Isa. She now only wanted to capture Yage and personally interrogate him with the scriptures. As for whether she was qualified according to the scriptures, Isa no longer cared at all. Liberate the castle, capture Yage alive. With her blood surging, Isa raised the scriptures, symbolizing the goddess's oracle, and shouted loudly, Kill her for me." Yage no longer cared about sparing Isa's life. He frantically directed the professional mages. The mages also reacted quickly, beginning to construct spell models, preparing to catch the leader first. However, at this moment, a miracle occurred. As Isa continuously shouted, "Liberate the castle, capture Yage alive," a streak of fire suddenly flashed across the sky, and a meteor directly smashed towards the castle. Everyone present held their breath, watching the meteor explode in the air, turning into a fiery rain that flew directly into Yage's formation. The fiery rain didn't harm the refugees in the slightest, but instead accurately struck Yage's troops. Divine punishment. This was the only thought of everyone present. The fiery rain directly shattered the morale of Yage's army. Several mages who intended to erect a magic barrier for defense were directly killed by the precise hits of the fiery rain before they could even cast their spells. The common people below watched this scene dumbfounded. It was as if a god was specifically helping them. Although Isa felt incredibly unbelievable, wondering if the goddess was watching over her. When did the goddess's business expand to celestial phenomena? But she quickly reacted, leading the common people and shouting, "Liberate the castle, capture Yage alive. Liberate the castle, capture Yage alive." A miracle. Yage saw a miracle. The originally scattered refugees united under the sudden miracle and finally began to organize an effective attack, while Yage soldiers had long been scared witless by the fiery rain from the sky. The common people directly broke through and captured Yage's castle. When meteors do your siege work for you, that's protagonist luck on another level. Chapter 11. Failure to boil water. Lin's proposal to build public toilets in the territory was immediately approved and quickly passed by Rena. This task's priority was even elevated by Rena, who also personally funded it as an additional reward. There was no other way. Although the royal capital in the game was dazzling, the level of civilization in the borderlands was, to put it mildly, indescribable. It perfectly recreated the Middle Ages. Even by the Age of Discovery, most Western cities, especially port cities, were covered in feces, to the point where people needed to wear wide-brimmed hats to avoid the previous night's filth being poured from above, and high heels to avoid fresh feces from that morning. Forget about composting with feces. Some commoners didn't even have the concept of a toilet, simply relieving themselves wherever they stood. Rena, who had always lived a noble life, hadn't considered this issue at first, and Lind, who had been on the run, also hadn't noticed it, leading to the current territory reeking, especially after the commoners had eaten their fill. If toilets weren't built soon, Lind felt he would be marinated in the stench. "My lord, the water has boiled." Rila entered the tent, holding a stack of experimental reports, and reported to Lind. "It's still the same as before. Although the boiled water produced steam, it still didn't generate enough thrust, as you said." Listening to Rila's report, Lind took the experimental reports and scratched his hair in frustration. Boiling water actually wouldn't work in this world. Although the process of boiling water was exactly the same as in his previous life, the power generated by the steam was much smaller, only enough to make the boiled water churn a couple of times. Lind had also suspected that the water in this world might not be water at all, but aside from the steam not being able to generate power, all other physical reactions were almost identical to water in his previous life. Something was preventing or diluting the power generated by steam, and the most likely candidate was mana. The experimental reports also confirmed Lind's conjecture. More accurately, the water elements in this world diluted the power generated by steam, but under current conditions, they could only test this far. As for what the diluted power of the water elements transformed into, or whether water elements themselves could become a new source of power, all of that remained unknown. In short, relying on boiling water for an unfair advantage was definitely not going to work. To industrialize, he had to find other ways to generate stable power. What worried Lind most was, if the power of steam could be diluted, would the power generated by gunpowder also be diluted by fire elements? What was the microscopic system of this world like? Would even the actions of microorganisms be different from his previous life? In that case, even the compost currently being piled in the territory might not succeed. Although Lind had always believed that the greatest advantage of a transmigrator was not modern technologies like gunpowder or steam engines, but rather the ideas of standardization and industrialization and knowledge far beyond the era, he still felt a bit disheartened when he truly couldn't boil water effectively. However, Lind quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this was a world of magic. Insisting on boiling water to create a power source was rather roundabout. Wasn't there magic, such a convenient energy source? He had even inherited the female lead's skill attributes and could conjure holy light with his bare hands. Clinging to the physics of his previous life was rather idealistic. Moreover, the physics from his previous life wasn't entirely useless. At least it wasn't a state where physics didn't exist. Whether it was pulleys or levers, they could all be put to use. Gravity and such were also the same as in his previous life, so Lind didn't have to worry about becoming a hydrogen man. With his mindset adjusted, Lind put down the report and asked, "Has the sugar refining successfully replicated the previous results? Although the quality is relatively poor, the first batch has been successful, but..." Rila hesitated before saying, "It still cannot be mass-produced." "I understand. No need to rush. Take a batch of the finished product and help me arrange the itinerary to Fasten Town downstream." "Yes, my lord." Rila elegantly lifted her skirt, but did not directly withdraw. Instead, she stared intently at Lind with dark circles under her eyes. Helpless, Lind could only repeat what Rila had once said to Rina. Maid Chief Rila, there are still many problems in the territory that have not been resolved. You cannot rest yet. Although Rila looked exhausted, Lind had no choice. Rina's knights were unwilling to work under him. Currently, the standard for employing people could only be compared to the British Empire's policy of working people to death in his previous life. Although boiling water failed, sugar refining succeeded, thankfully. The territory had sweet beets that could be made into white sugar. After washing, slicing, seeping, heating, precipitating, boiling, and finally natural cooling, Lind was finally able to slightly improve his diet after countless experiments. However, without professional equipment, the entire process was very primitive. Even the centrifuge could only use the simplest crank and wooden barrel, and not much white sugar could be made in a day. Even though Lind adopted assembly line operations, it couldn't compensate for the lack of equipment, and the output was still very low. But it was enough. When the female workers in the territory saw the separated white sugar crystals, their hands trembled with excitement. Lind had learned from Rina that almost all white sugar in this era was made by alchemists, and the process was extremely complex, with very abstract ingredients. One could only say that due to the existence of magic, the tech tree in this world was abstractly absurd. Sweet beets were clearly sweet, but because nobles disdained such food as something only commoners ate, no one considered using them to refine sugar. Instead, they all pursued things refined by magic, which had completely unclear significance. As for the yellow mud water leaching method, for Lind now, it was no different from alchemy. Yellow mud water was not ordinary mud, and some speculated it was a type of alkaline clay, but how this alkaline clay was made, no one has been able to replicate it to this day. This was not a mistake in records, it was simply lost. In his previous life, Lind disliked those who denied the entire Tiangong Kaiwu, just because one place could not be replicated. At least the dragon bone water wheel recorded in it was still used in Lind's hometown in his previous life, and Lind even stepped on it when he was a child. And Lind had just finished drawing the blueprints for the dragon bone water wheel, preparing to promote its use in the territory. Currently, what troubled Lind most in the territory was not Rina's knights, who occasionally caused trouble for him, nor the occasional conflicts between Lind's original commoners and the commoners brought by the Lars family. The biggest problem in the territory was the lack of labor. In fact, with the current population of 700 or 800 people in the territory, subtracting Rina's knights and the veterans Lind arranged as clerks, there were still too few people who could work. Building toilets required people, building houses required people, reclaiming land required people, and the experiments Lind arranged also required people. Even though Rina would help Lind search for minerals in the mountains every day, which was actually going to play in the mountains, there was still a severe shortage of personnel arrangements. Experiments with cement and gunpowder, although currently unable to begin due to material problems, were visibly in need of a large number of people, and they couldn't be uneducated serfs. Rina's letter to Grand Duke Lars had already been sent. Lind could only pray that Grand Duke Lars would send more artisans to the territory and stop sending luxuries, especially those sugars made from bee excrement. As for someone replacing the female lead, Lind had already asked Rina to find that person, although it was a bit strange to have the villainess from the game find the original female lead from the game. Of course, due to the delay in information in this era, Lind did not know that Rina had not yet rebelled, but the original female lead had already rebelled first. Because nothing says, "I read the script wrong," like the heroine rebelling first. Chapter 12. Is it difficult for her? Why is the technology tree in this world considered abstract? Even in my previous life's Middle Ages, large water wheels already existed, and later, hydraulic hammers were developed, which helped reduce the price of plate armor for knights. But this world has none, let alone hydraulic hammers. There aren't even large water wheels. The reason is simple: magic. When second tier, third tier, and even some magic apprentices can easily summon rain or divert water for irrigation with the help of magic arrays and scrolls, who would invent irrigation tools? It's like, with freezing spells available, no one would think of inventing refrigerators and air conditioners. At least the nobles wouldn't consider such things at all, Because even if they really couldn't afford to hire professional mages or druids to irrigate their fields, the cost of having serfs carry water for irrigation would be lower than inventing a water wheel. Even if some clever farmers could think of similar devices, they would be unable to implement them due to poverty or, if implemented, would be lost to history because they couldn't be widely adopted. Especially in this world, feudal ignorance holds an overwhelming advantage, and the development of civilization will remain stagnant and slow for hundreds of years. And the abstract technology tree is a concrete manifestation of this state. Amidst the exclamations of the commoners, Lind personally stepped on the dragon bone water wheel, guiding the water from the irrigation canal into the farmland. No one exclaimed, "Magic! This must be magic," as they did with the sugar refining earlier. Because the principle of the dragon bone water wheel is not complicated. As long as one understands chain drive, it can be made roughly the same. Even many children, seeing the pedal chain wheel, looked eager to try it. However, before the little boy could even get on, Rena, who was standing nearby, had already taken off her boots and stepped onto the water wheel's rotating wheel. "Ow, ow, ow, brother. Look, this will turn so fast." Rena, like a child who had just received a new toy, quickly pedaled the wheel, but because this water wheel was still just a prototype and Rena's physical strength was too great, the water wheel quickly fell apart, and Rena also fell into the field. The knights immediately surrounded the giggle Rena, while most of the surrounding commoners wanted to laugh but dared not, only trying their best to suppress their smiles. Only Lin sighed, rubbing his forehead. In recent days, Rena has truly been letting herself go more and more, even to the point of being a bit lawless, but fortunately, she hasn't done anything truly harmful, at most just snatching toys from the little boys. And you know, when Rena snatched toys from the children in the territory, she really did look a bit like a villainous young lady. Brains optional when you can out-engineer everyone by accident. Patting the mud off her body, Rena said to Susan beside her, "This is good. Make me a sturdier one out of black iron so I can pedal it every day." "Yes." Looking at Susan's serious expression, Lind truly couldn't understand why Rena's knights could keep a straight face. Was it because they were used to it? "Brother, do you have any more toys like this?" Looking at the expectant Rena, Lind didn't correct Rena's mistake, but instead thought about whether he could make a bicycle earlier. Although mass production would certainly be impossible, and a bicycle would have no practical meaning without roads, making one for Rena to play with shouldn't be a big problem. After all, she is the patron, so she must be appeased. Then, after circling the dragonbone water wheel, Rena asked again, "Brother, don't you think we could add a stick that rotates with the chain wheel and put the other end of the stick in the Tears River, using the water flow to drive the chain wheel?" "Transmission rod?" Lind almost instinctively blurted out the device Rena was describing. "Exactly. That's what I mean. Brother, you're truly a worm in my stomach. That's a roundworm." Lind, who had just been a bit shocked that Rena wasn't an idiot, reverted to looking at her as if she were an idiot. "But if that's the case, this water wheel you mentioned also needs to be modified." Rena casually picked up a branch and began to scribble and draw on the ground. The more she drew, the more horrified Lind's expression became. Yes, horrified. With just a casual drawing, Rena had already figured out the general model of a water wheel driven by a water wheel. This was no less than an idiot casually deriving a formula or theorem on their own. Could this idiot really be a genius? You should know that Lind had asked in detail before, and there was no such thing as a water wheel in this world. But Lind only provided a theoretical basis and a model, and Rena had already designed a tool she had never seen before. If what I've drawn here is feasible, then couldn't it be modified further to use water power to forge iron and armor? Holy cow, Lind had only been distracted for a moment, and Rena's thoughts had already jumped to hydraulic hammers, and she had even started drawing design plans. "Miss Lars, how did you think of using water power to forge iron?" Lind's expression was quite serious, but Rena smiled shyly and said, "After all, our Lars family used to be blacksmiths. Grandfather always told me that the family craft must not be lost, so that if we ever fall on hard times, we can still make a living." For a moment, Lind suddenly suspected that Rena's lack of common sense was hereditary. The eldest daughter of the dignified Grand Duke of the Northern Territory would have to become a blacksmith to make a living if she fell on hard times. However, seeing Rena's silly smile, Lind suddenly understood Grand Duke Lars, who was far away in the capital. His old man might actually be serious. Watching Rena continuously refine her sketch, Lind also picked up a branch and joined in. With Lind's help, a theoretically functional hydraulic hammer device sketch was thus completed. Midway, Lind even supplemented Rena with some physics knowledge, which Rena understood instantly with astonishing speed, even extrapolating so much that Lind, who was not a physics major, was repeatedly defeated. Rena is truly a genius, in the physical sense. Although it should be able to run smoothly. To be honest, are there really materials now that can support variable speed and transmission? If not, then it's just a large toy. Lind began to lament to himself, looking at the sketch. However, Rena immediately interjected. Materials aren't simple. You can use those alchemist materials. As long as you state your requirements, those alchemists can make them for you. It's just a matter of price. Then Rena smiled confidently. But for the Lars family, money is not a problem. Lind then remembered that there really was magic in this world, and there really was alchemy. So he nodded and said, "Then let's go to Fasten Town downstream tomorrow. I also have some other ideas that require a large amount of alchemist materials." Fasten Town? Are we going to the champagne market? Rena's energy seemed endless. She was excitedly hopping around Lind, seemingly eager to go. Not entirely. I have something to discuss with Jefferson, Viscount of Fasten Town. And of course, we'll also go to the champagne market. Hearing this reply, Rena immediately said excitedly, "Go, of course go. I've never been to a commoner's market before. I'll go pack my bags right away." No sooner had she spoken than Rena ran off with a group of knights. Lind could only helplessly shout, "We'll be back the same day. No need to pack." The Champagne Market is a well-known market in the west of the Northern Territory, but the location where the Champagne Market is held is not fixed. Instead, it rotates among the territories of the lords known as Champagne nobles. This time, it happened to be the turn of Lind's downstream neighbor, Jefferson, Viscount of Fasten Town. Although he is a Viscount, Jefferson has made a fortune from the Champagne Market, and even some earls and marquises need to borrow money from Jefferson. Moreover, the Champagne Market is not just a simple wine market, nor is it just a simple market. Having developed to its current state, the Champagne Market has become a commercial event, not only featuring various shops and stalls, but also performance activities like circuses. Because she had strict family education from a young age, Rena's understanding of markets came entirely from night novels, so Rena was very much looking forward to this trip. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, she dragged Lind, who was still asleep, onto the boat. Even after disembarking, before Lind could even greet Jefferson, he was pulled by Rena to the market. In the market, various stalls were densely packed, and the clamor of the market and the crowd converged, forming a bustling and lively scene. Farmers set up stalls selling brightly colored fruits and vegetables, and vendors displayed various poultry and livestock. Artisans showcased their works at their stalls, such as wood carvings, pottery, and leather goods, attracting the attention of passers-by. One could even see some special stalls, such as healer stalls, mage stalls, and fortune-teller stalls. Those mages at the stalls, I can't even feel a trace of magic fluctuation from them. How amazing! Rena exclaimed in wonder at a mage's stall that sold amulets and offered fortune-telling as a bonus. That's a liar. Lind pulled Rena away, looking speechless. Rena's knights were already each carrying a large pile of oddly shaped handicrafts, but Rena was still buying here and looking there. In truth, these handicrafts were not nearly as exquisite as those in Rena's home. If she saw them in the capital, Rena wouldn't even glance at them. However, Rena still bought them, because the eyes of those selling the handicrafts were exactly the same as the eyes of the commoners when Rena governed the gray-white territory, which reminded Rena of herself when she couldn't do anything well. This made Rena want to do something for these people, but in the end, she could only spend money to buy their cheap handicrafts. The market was very lively, but it was not as Rena had imagined. Weapons and wine bottles flew together, curses and brawls were all of a kind, and there might have been more pickpockets than customers. Mercenaries and adventurers were also not as forthright as depicted in night novels. Instead, They formed groups to threaten those sellers with no background. The Champagne nobles managed the market to prevent $0 purchases, so they would make these merchants give a 50% discount. If they didn't give a 50% discount, they would break their bones. This was free trade. Originally, Rena thought it was outrageous that the old soldier next to Lind claimed he had ridden a dragon, but she never expected that the mercenaries in the tavern claimed they had killed dragons, bathed in dragon blood, and were now golden spears that never fall, capable of nightly. Rena didn't hear the rest of the content because Susan, who was beside her, covered her ears, but even Rena felt that the person was lying, because he, like the old soldier next to Lind, stammered and couldn't describe what a dragon looked like. Chapter 13, Rune Stigma, Alchemy. Trade at the Champagne market was even more developed than Lind had imagined. All he needed to do was negotiate with merchants selling materials and alchemist equipment, pay a deposit, and those merchants would deliver the goods directly to Lind's territory. Because the Champagne nobles acted as guarantors, there was generally no need to worry about these merchants absconding with the money, unless they no longer wished to operate in the Northern Territory. This was somewhat ironic, as these nobles, who controlled the Northern Territory's Champagne market, likely held more sway over the Northern Territory than the current Lars family. As for the procurement of materials for gunpowder and cement, it went much more smoothly than Lind had anticipated. In his previous life, Lind had seen African witchcraft markets, where the materials were bizarre and varied, but some were genuinely useful in chemical applications. The Champagne market in this world was no different. In fact, because magic truly existed, the material trade was even more developed. For example, the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal needed to make gunpowder were all very common alchemist materials, and purchasing them in large quantities was not unusual at all. One could even make specific requests for these materials, such as having all the charcoal dry distilled before delivery to the territory. This piqued Lind's curiosity about the alchemy of this world. To be honest, rather than alchemist materials, Lind was more interested in bringing those alchemists back with him. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 247 silver leaf coins. I'll round it down for you, so it's 240. The shop owner, a woman in her early 30s, wore a magic robe with loose sleeves but a tight-fitting middle. She held a gold-threaded pipe, looking quite charming and well-preserved. Her tone was somewhat languid, but her words were very polite. Although Lind bought a large quantity of materials, they were not very expensive, comparable to Lena's weekly allowance. Lind paid the deposit very readily. These materials included not only what was needed for gunpowder, but also a large quantity of chemical materials Lind recognized, as well as some alchemist equipment, almost as if for training the alchemists in his territory. Of course, the main reason it wasn't expensive was that Lind didn't buy abstract materials. If he had opted for those highly abstract magic materials, the price could have easily quadrupled or more. For example, slock powder ground from who knows what animal bones, possibly even human bones, blood-drained organs, shriveled venomous snake specimens, and highly suspicious, cow dung-like dragon dung, and so on. Sir, are you looking to hire an alchemist? After exhaling a cloud of smoke, the owner looked at Lind. Yes, I heard that a qualified noble cannot be without a dedicated alchemist. Do you have services related to that here? I only require them to be proficient in both runes and magic array systems. Lind had previously gained a rudimentary understanding of this world's magic system from Lena. Although Lena's explanation was filled with this and that pronouns, Lind still understood. The most profitable magic was alchemy, and the most promising for directly increasing productivity was rune magic arrays, which allowed for semi-automatic casting. Currently, there were magic artisans in the territory who could use runes, but Lind still needed to study systematically to understand how the runes of this world worked. The owner watched Lind wave away the smoke in front of him and, understanding the hint, gently tapped her pipe, extinguishing the dry tobacco. Of course, we at Shuajin Business Alliance sell everything, including people. With that, the owner pulled out a document from her chest and handed this still warm document to Lind. Ignoring the owner's four-dimensional chest, Lind took the document and carefully examined it. This world's academic system was chaotic. The alchemy lineage alone had dozens of large and small schools, not counting those hidden underground and unseen. These alchemists were also professionals. Anyone who could use and control magic power was called a professional, only their professions differed. Alchemists here were also different from the alchemists of the Renaissance in his previous life. They couldn't achieve results just by stirring materials in a pot. Instead, they had to use a transmutation magic to harmonize the materials. It's worth noting that knights, who primarily focused on close combat, were also professionals and could use and control magic power. Hundreds of years ago, knights called this magic power battle chi, but scholars later discovered that so-called battle chi was merely another form of magic power. This research thus ended the age-old question of who is stronger, knights or mages, from ancient times to the modern era. It turned out that knights were merely another form of close combat mage. Although this world had magic, it was surprisingly materialistic in some aspects. For example, the human body was composed of water, protein, fat, carbohydrates, minerals, and vitamins, so the limit of physical strength was just that. There was no way to cultivate your fat and carbohydrates to a fantastical level where you could withstand thousands of degrees of high temperature and break the sound barrier just by physical training. Mages externalized condensed magic power, constructing various spell models to cast different spells, while knights were essentially like equipping themselves with a permanent power armor made of magic power to achieve things that the human body could not. As for those knights who only cultivated their bodies and not their minds, they had long been eliminated by history. After much searching, Lind finally found the alchemist school that most closely matched his requirements, the Rune Sacred Mark Alchemy Society, or Symbol Saint Society for short. This was a group of alchemists who specialized in studying runes. Later, mages who studied scrolls and monks who studied sacred marks also joined. This group believed that different runes and diagrams could bring different powers, and they pursued perfect rune arrangements and exquisite spell model construction. Are you interested in the Rune Sacred Mark Alchemy Society? Although the owner was fiddling with her pipe, she noticed where Lind's gaze lingered on the document. Before Lind could answer, the owner continued, "Although the Symbol Saint Society seems to perfectly fit your requirements, I must still remind you that most alchemists also study runes, and some alchemists' rune proficiency is even higher than that of this Rune Sacred Mark Alchemy Society." Lind understood what the owner meant and looked at the document in his hand with confusion, asking, "Is there a problem with this Symbol Saint Society?" They recently had some internal issues. Their former president just passed away, and they went bankrupt due to their overly unconventional research topics, leading to the association's research expenses exceeding its income. Most members have left the association, leaving only some less skilled alchemists eyeing the association's legacy. Generally speaking, as the most profitable form of magic, alchemists usually had no worries about food and drink. Even though alchemy was very expensive, as long as they secured sponsorship from nobles, their income would immediately surpass that of other professionals of the same rank. What kind of research topic could cause an alchemist association to go bankrupt, even to the point where most people abandoned it? As if sensing the confusion in Lind's eyes, the owner explained, "They wanted to enable ordinary people who couldn't sense magic power to use magic, so no noble was willing to fund them." Lind almost spat out his tea. Wasn't this something a transmigration protagonist should be doing? Are the natives of this other world's ideas so advanced? Being one step ahead makes you a genius, but 2 steps ahead makes you a madman. Did they succeed? As far as I know, there has been no progress whatsoever. Seeing Lind's interest, the owner began to introduce this alchemist association. This association was reportedly founded by the old president to cure his daughter's illness, but after the old president's death, his family chose someone else to inherit the title, causing the association to lose its most important source of income. It was now in disarray. After all, what noble would be willing to let commoners with no magical talent use magic? Even nobles who themselves had no magical talent would not sponsor the Symbol Saint Society, because sponsoring them would be tantamount to admitting they were a useless person who couldn't use magic. It would be better to use that money to have more children, or to adopt 2 talented children from their vast network of noble connections. Therefore, the Rune Sacred Mark Alchemy Society not only received no sponsorship, but also encountered obstacles everywhere and was even targeted. Even an organization like the Shuajin Business Alliance, which only cared about money, was unwilling to recommend them to customers because they felt the rune's Sacred Mark Alchemy Society would be difficult to generate future profits. After hearing the introduction, Lind couldn't help but lament that being one step ahead of the times makes you a genius, but being 2 steps ahead makes you a madman. Although the Symbol Saint Society's original intention might not have been considered advanced, their research content was arguably too far ahead of its time, to the point where no one understood it, and those who did understand would instead become hostile towards them. However, it was precisely this that made Lind interested in this alchemist association. My territory just happens to need some people who can teach basic alchemy and rune knowledge. This association will do. With that, Lind directly pulled out 3 times the deposit, placing the exquisite and beautiful silver coins on top of the Symbol Saint Society's document. The Symbol Saint Society's hiring prices are quite affordable. You don't need this many silver leaf coins. The owner pushed the silver coins back, but Lind stopped her with his hand. No, I'm not hiring them. I'm buying them. Upon hearing this, the owner seemed to realize that someone was voluntarily helping to clear out a company's negative assets. She immediately put on a professional smile, pulled out a contract from her chest, and said, "What a brilliant decision. The rune's Sacred Mark Alchemy Society is indeed very suitable for teaching beginners. You truly have keen insight. The talents you require will be delivered to your territory in a few days." After signing a contract that both parties were very satisfied with, Lind walked out of the Shuajin Business Alliance chain store with contentment. As soon as he stepped out of the shop, Lind saw Alina squatting by the door, completely unbefitting a noble, waiting for him. "Done talking, brother?" Lind nodded, noticing Lena's somewhat dejected expression. Out of concern for his benefactor, Lind asked solicitously, "What happened, Miss Lars? You seem a bit unhappy." "Nothing. It's just that the champagne market isn't quite what I imagined." Lind had seen this expression on a female colleague's face in his previous life who had gone on a business trip to Paris. At the time, she repeatedly told other teachers in the office how smelly Paris was, and that there was more human waste than dog waste on the streets, making everyone avoid her during mealtimes for a while. There's a specific term, Paris syndrome, that describes this kind of disillusionment. It seemed the champagne market, differing from what the young miss had read in night novels, had shattered her dreams. "Let's go. Don't you still have something to discuss with Jefferson? Let's finish that and head back quickly. I miss gray-white territory." Lena adjusted her emotions, immediately sat up, patted the dust off her skirt, and put on her usual smile. Chapter 14. What? The heroine rebelled? If there were a standard noble template in the world, Jefferson Viscount could be said to be the template itself. His hair was meticulously groomed, complementing his gleaming golden beard, showcasing his noble status and power. A magnificent coat covered his broad shoulders, inlaid with the exclusive family crest of Fasten Town, also declaring his family lineage and position. Jefferson's movements, both lazy and elegant, made Lind look at Lena Lars, who was standing stiffly with her toes turned inward, making him wonder who was the real great noble. A viscount from a border territory had much better etiquette than Lena Lars. No wonder Fourth Prince Klen completely looked down on Lena Lars in the game. "Viscount Linderall, I have heard about your situation, and I deeply sympathize with your experience." After speaking, Jefferson Viscount looked meaningfully at Lind Roll and Lena Lars, making it unclear whether he was sympathizing with Lind Roll for losing his original territory or pitying Lind Roll for marrying Grand Duke Lars's granddaughter. Jefferson Viscount did not show much respect to Lena Lars. His etiquette was merely that used when facing a noble woman. This was not because Jefferson Viscount was ignorant of etiquette. No matter what, Jefferson Viscount's etiquette lessons were at least much better than someone who cracked the teacher's ruler with his big butt and made the teacher break down before barely passing. The status among nobles was very complex, taking into account the political environment, marriage alliances, family wealth, and so on. Lena Lars's status was indeed not comparable to that of ordinary nobles, but due to the political turmoil in the royal city and the fact that Jefferson Viscount was not an ordinary viscount, Jefferson Viscount only treated Lena Lars as Lind Roll's wife. Of course, the main reason was that Jefferson Viscount recognized at the dinner table that Lind Roll was the true decision-maker of the upstream gray-white territory, while Lena Lars was merely a pretty face. However, to be honest, Although Jefferson Viscount was courteous to Lind Roll, he did not show much respect. In the eyes of the northern nobles, Lind Roll was merely a son-in-law of the Lars family, without even the proper title of the Lars family, so he could not even be considered a collateral branch of the Lars family. Moreover, even if Lena Lars was the eldest granddaughter of the Lars family, she did not participate in the succession war in the north, at least not from Jefferson Viscount's perspective. Jefferson Viscount, however, had already secretly invested in several other Lars, so no matter which Lars came to power later, Jefferson Viscount would be sitting pretty, his status infinitely higher than that of Lind Roll, the son-in-law. Therefore, facing Lind Roll's visit, Jefferson Viscount did not hold any ball or invite other nobles. Lena Lars's reputation was currently terrible, and even if other nobles were invited, they would most likely refuse. Mr. Jefferson, I didn't come here to complain to you. Besides, I'm doing well in the gray-white territory now, and I really like my current life. Because he inherited the female protagonist's charm attribute, Lind Roll always spoke with a gentle, approachable magic, which made Jefferson Viscount feel a little fond of him, but only to that extent. Jefferson Viscount even muttered to himself, with Grand Duke Lars's material aid, things certainly couldn't be too bad. I came here mainly to discuss a business deal with you. With that, Lind Roll pulled out a box that was not particularly exquisite. Although there were plenty of exquisite gift boxes due to Grand Duke Lars's aid, Lind Roll simply couldn't understand the kingdom's popular aesthetic of country bumpkin nouveau riche, so he had to design it himself. Seeing the rustic wooden box, Jefferson Viscount secretly chuckled. Hey, what is this trash? It was probably due to poor management of the territory, and this son-in-law was selling the fashionable trinkets given by Grand Duke Lars. Jefferson Viscount had even thought about how to politely refuse Lind Roll. But the moment the wooden box was opened, Jefferson Viscount immediately jumped up, instantly sat upright, and exclaimed in his heart, "Holy cow, I need to sit up and talk to him." Inside the wooden box was a handful of crystal-clear white sugar. Unlike white sugar refined from strange materials, the white sugar in the wooden box had almost no impurities and was of very high quality. Moreover, Jefferson Viscount also understood that Lind Roll definitely did not resell the white sugar transported by Grand Duke Lars, because even the white sugar made by the Lars family, using a pot of beef feces plus a pile of expensive materials, did not have such a high appearance. Coupled with the report from his attendant that Lind Roll had purchased a large number of alchemy supplies at the champagne market, Jefferson Viscount was almost certain that Lind Roll had mastered a new sugar-making formula and was preparing for large-scale production. "Viscount Lind Roll, may I taste it?" The allure of sugar to nobles was fatal. Even Jefferson Viscount unreservedly showed a greedy gaze. "Of course, this box is for you, Mr. Jefferson." Hearing Lind Roll's answer, Jefferson Viscount even felt that the somewhat simple wooden box had become quaint, simple, and grand, as if it was a high-class aesthetic, different from the current noble preference for more complexity. Jefferson Viscount repeatedly wiped the silver spoon in his hand with a napkin, carefully scooped up a spoonful of white sugar, and put it into his mouth. The taste of the sugar was like a sweet breeze under the warm spring sun, gently caressing the tip of Jefferson Viscount's tongue, evoking endless pleasure and satisfaction. This sweetness was different from those white sugars that could not completely remove the taste of other alchemical materials. It was a pure sweetness. The sugar stimulated Jefferson Viscount's brain, making him unable to maintain his noble composure. He somewhat impolitely placed the wooden box directly beside him and solemnly closed the lid. "How many silver leaf coins are you planning to sell it for? How much stock do you have left? Can all these snowflake-like sugars be sold to Fasten Town?" After asking a series of questions, Jefferson Viscount realized his impoliteness, then, blushing, wiped his mouth with a napkin to cover his embarrassment. Lind Roll pretended not to notice and answered Jefferson Viscount one by one. "Current stock is not much. Our territory has too few people. Producing these snowflake sugars has already used 1/4 of the territory's population. 1/4 refers to 1/4 of the old, weak, women, and children among the laborers, excluding Lena Lars's knights and the veteran management." As for the name Snowflake Sugar, Lind Roll felt that Jefferson Viscount's description was very accurate, at least better sounding than white sugar, so he went with it. As for who to sell to, Mr. Jefferson, you've seen that our territory has just begun to develop and doesn't have many merchants. Transportation other than by water is also inconvenient, so we plan to temporarily let Viscount Jefferson handle the sales for us. Good, good, I'll buy as much as you have. Hearing this, Jefferson Viscount, disregarding etiquette, directly interrupted Lindy Roll and immediately stated that he would buy everything in the future. Afterward, both parties discussed some details, such as if other nobles wanted the agency rights for snowflake sugar, Lind Roll would first notify Jefferson Viscount and negotiate with him. As for the price, Lind Roll originally intended to sell a box for 60 silver leaf coins, but to hide the cost, Lindy Roll asked for 200 silver leaf coins offhand. Unexpectedly, Jefferson Viscount agreed without hesitation. It was then that Lindy Roll realized he had still underestimated the wealth of these nobles. A wealthy farmer earns less than 20 silver leaf coins a year working from start to finish, but a noble buys a box of sugar for 200 silver leaf coins and still feels he has made a profit. No wonder Lena Lars still felt that her weekly allowance of over 200 silver leaf coins was too little. Lindy Roll's poverty limited his imagination. Just like that, under Lena Lars's somewhat surprised gaze, Jefferson Viscount pre-ordered 100 boxes of snowflake sugar. This was only the minimum purchase quantity set by Jefferson Viscount. Whatever Lindy Roll produced afterward, Jefferson Viscount wanted all of it. A business worth at least 20,000 silver leaf coins was thus concluded. Midway, Jefferson Viscount found an excuse to temporarily leave the banquet with that box of snowflake sugar. Jefferson Viscount liked the rustic and simple box in his hand more and more, especially the sense of luxury revealed in its simple lines, as if this was what should be used in the home of a noble family with a long history. After handing the box to the butler, Jefferson Viscount said, "Make a few replicas for me using sandalwood and gold thread, following this box. I'm sure it will be more popular among nobles than the nouveau riche aesthetic of the Augustine family." Facing his master's rebellious remarks, the old butler had no reaction. After all, in the current North, the most influential thing was gilt's coin, followed by the Lars family, and only then the royal family. And Jefferson Viscount just happened to have a lot of gilt's coin. Also, have my subordinates buy all the alchemy materials and equipment that Viscount Lind Roll bought at the champagne market today, and then have the alchemist in the family try to refine the same snowflake sugar with these materials. After arranging everything, Jefferson Viscount put on an enthusiastic smile and returned to the dining table. "By the way, my dear brother, there's also news about the matter you entrusted to me in your previous letter." Jefferson Viscount's address to Lind Roll directly upgraded to "my dear brother," and he held a roll of parchment in his hand. In Lind Roll's previous visit, Lind Roll had specifically asked Jefferson Viscount to help find news about Isabella Nebbit, the original female protagonist of the game. However, at that time, Jefferson Viscount did not take it to heart. Now, to strengthen their relationship, Jefferson Viscount could only temporarily have people find all relevant news, regardless of its truthfulness. The evil heretic, the White Witch Isabella Nebbit, is massing 100,000 troops in the north, attempting to overthrow the rule of Cape Kingdom. Lind Roll couldn't hold back at the very first sentence, almost spitting out a mouthful of tea. Lind Roll learned for the first time how unreliable information transmission, or rather, those bards, were in this world. On the parchment were messages about the female protagonist Isabella Nebbit, recorded by bards from the north, and several versions had already evolved, each one different. These included Isabella Nebbit becoming god-chosen of the undead goddess, leading 100,000 living dead to attack cities and seize territories. There was also Isabella Nebbit becoming Yuri, now with nearly 1 million brainwashed followers. Isabella Nebbit took 500,000 gilt's coin from the demon race and was now causing destruction everywhere in the north. The most outrageous thing was that Lind Roll even saw his own name on the list of victimized nobles. Not only that, it was said that when Isabella Nebbit fought with Yage, a sudden strong wind blew, the sky darkened, and then a meteorite shower suddenly fell on Levi territory, instantly killing Yage. What is all this? Did they summon Lucio or Judy? The more reliable version stated that Isabella Nebbit led refugees and serfs in a rebellion, but it also heavily detailed how cruel Isabella Nebbit's methods were towards nobles, with such specific content that Lind Roll suspected the person who compiled this message was originally an R18G writer. The only thing that was certain was that the original female protagonist led a rebellion, even rebelling a step earlier than Lena Lars, this future rebel. Because nothing says, "I read the script wrong," like the heroine rebelling first. It's crazy. This world is crazy. This was Lind Roll's only thought after reading the information on the parchment. Chapter 15, Recruitment. Lind politely declined Jefferson's request to stay overnight and returned to gray-white territory with Lena that same day. The intelligence Jefferson provided about the female lead, Isabella, was not entirely useless. At least 2 points among the outrageous information could be confirmed. First, the female lead, Isabella Nebbit, killed the Lord of Levi territory, proclaimed herself the Saintess of White, and raised a rebellion. Second, the female lead, Isabella Nebbit, was currently heading west towards the Northern Territory, which was the direction of gray-white territory. It was pointless to delve into the reasons for Isabella's rebellion now. Lind's main concern was when the female lead would arrive at gray-white territory and how many people she had brought. Although the information written by the bard on the parchment was exaggerated, according to Lind's estimation, the female lead had not brought many people, at most a few thousand. It certainly wouldn't be hundreds of millions, as the entire Northern Territory didn't have that many people. Though it was called a rebellion, the female lead did not have a base of operations and had not even successfully occupied Levi territory, which she had initially attacked. Lind estimated that this was because the female lead, Isabella, had no supporting forces behind her rebellion, nor many professionals. Leading a group of commoners meant she couldn't occupy a place for long, as there was still an unbridgeable gap between ordinary people and professionals. And heading west in the Northern Territory was likely because there were many minor nobles here, and noble power was generally not strong. Furthermore, even in the sparsely populated Northern Territory, the western side was an area with very low population density, so occupying a mountain there might genuinely go unnoticed. After returning to the territory, or more precisely, the current camp of gray-white territory, Lind ignored Lena, who had been chattering beside him, wanting to see how the white sugar was produced, and pondered the possibility of pacifying the female lead, Isabella. In the current Northern Territory, with external demonic invasions and internal noble factional chaos, and the largest lord fighting a war of succession, 1 or 2 rebels were truly of no concern. The only problem was that the female lead had already killed an earl. So, which was more important, sheltering a rebel who had killed a noble, or winning over a child of destiny? Well, hesitating for even a second was disrespectful to the female lead, and her meteor-summoning plot armor. According to the setting, the female lead was not only the present god designated by the goddess, but also a true saintess. In the later stages of the game, she could genuinely manifest miracles, and when the Northern Territory situation became completely chaotic, as long as the female lead waved her hand and casually displayed the miracles from the game, she could entirely establish a new religion on the spot. This didn't even account for the female lead's heaven-defying luck, to the extent that Lind didn't think it impossible for a meteor to suddenly fall and kill Earl Yage when the female lead attacked the castle, as written on the parchment. As for the rebel army brought by the female lead, more accurately, they were a group of refugees. Were they refugees? They were labor. Lind had just earned a sum of money from Jefferson and didn't know how to spend it. If he could take in the refugees brought by the female lead, the territory's development and reclamation could accelerate significantly, including a large number of experiments Lind had been yearning for, which could be boldly carried out without worrying about occupying the territory's vital population. Moreover, whether from the game or from the female lead leading refugees in rebellion now, the female lead was a rare management talent. Shouldn't she be thoroughly exploited? At this thought, Lind's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Brother? Brother. Seeing Lind, who had been lost in thought, and then suddenly started smiling foolishly, Lena worriedly waved her hand in front of Lind, concerned that he might have gone mad from managing the territory continuously lately. But Lind suddenly snapped back to reality and, with a serious expression, said to Lena, "Miss Lars, what do you think of that rebellious Isabella?" Seeing Lind return to normal, Lena's suspended heart also settled. She pulled up a chair, sat down easily, and retorted, "What? Is that Isabella Nebbit your relative?" Something like that. Lynn chose to gloss over it. After all, he had inherited the female lead's attributes, so calling her a relative was plausible. "I want to arrange for her to come to the territory. You know the territory is short on people, and our grandfather's aid is a drop in the bucket. But she's a rebel." Lena frowned slightly. Rebels were also military achievements, one of Grand Duke Lars's criteria for evaluating heirs. In Lena's eyes, the female lead, Isabella, was more like walking military merit. Lena's daily trips into the mountains before weren't just for hunting. They were also to look for any mountain bandits or rebels occupying the mountains nearby. But unfortunately, a group of fully armed professional cavalrymen was too conspicuous, so Lena had always found nothing. Moreover, most mountain bandits were actually the nobles' black gloves, who would be crazy enough to target the granddaughter of the Northern Territory's greatest noble. Although Lena held an opposing view, convincing Lena was not a problem for Lind, he immediately switched to teasing a child mode. "Miss Lars, do you think those people Isabella brought are refugees?" Hearing Lind's question, Lena was a little confused and replied, "Of course. Although those people are rebels who killed Earl Yage, they are indeed refugees from the northern border." "Then did our grandfather issue a relief order and give us grain for refugee relief?" "That's right. I even thought no refugees would come to such an out-of-the-way territory." The relief grain Grand Duke Lars distributed to the lords of the Northern Territory naturally included a share for gray-white territory, but this share was more like a gift from Grand Duke Lars to his granddaughter, as how could refugees possibly come to such a remote gray-white territory? "Then I ask you, since the people Isabella brought are refugees, and our grandfather has issued an order that Lars's people must help refugees, shouldn't we therefore provide relief to these refugees?" Huh. Lena's brain felt a bit fried. The reasoning seemed correct, but something felt off. But they're also rebels. Lena suddenly had a flash of insight and pointed out the crucial issue. She was just a bit slow in thinking things through, not genuinely stupid. Lind was somewhat shocked. He actually hadn't fooled her. It seemed Lena was smarter than he had imagined. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about her being kidnapped on the battlefield in the future. "That's right. They are rebels, so after they receive their relief grain, I will also punish them to work hard in my territory to atone for their sins." "Any problem?" No. Lena always felt something was wrong, but couldn't articulate it. Pointing out that Isabella's group were rebels seemed to have used up all of Lena's memory for the day. And as for Isabella Nebbit, the leader of the rebels, she must be directly captured and brought to the territory. As a prisoner, she will naturally work for us in the territory. "Any problem?" "No, none." Seeing Lena's vacant eyes and sluggish response, Lynn knew he had successfully fooled her. He then contentedly called Lori and Rila, two overworked individuals, to discuss how to receive the refugees brought by Isabella. And upon hearing that someone could share their workload, the two naturally agreed to Lynn's proposal with both hands. Even Rila, who always maintained a poker face, showed a wicked smile. This made Lena, who had been watching from the side, feel a chill. She wanted to tell Lynn that treating prisoners this way was inhumane, but it was clearly too late. Chapter 16. The current situation of the heroine. At this moment, Isabella Nebbit, the protagonist of this game, or rather, this world, was leading the refugees towards gray-white territory. Although a large number of refugees had died during the initial assault on Yage's castle, and along the way, more and more refugees joined them as they progressed. Just as Lind had guessed, although ISA had captured Count Yage's castle, she was unable to hold it. Once the news of Count Yage's death and the castle's capture reached the surrounding noble territories, those nobles would immediately raise banners of vengeance for Yage and attack ISA. Whether they truly sought revenge or merely wished to fish in troubled waters, they would all get a share after defeating ISA. Unable to replicate the meteorite miracle of that day, ISA also had no means to resist the nobles' assault, so she simply abandoned Levi territory and began moving west. Indeed, when ISA directly gave up, those nobles did not rush to pursue her, but instead began dismembering Levi territory and distributing the spoils directly within Yage's castle. After obtaining the nearly rotten grain stored by Yage, ISA initially thought she could safely lead the refugees to settle in the western part of the northern region, But with more and more refugees joining along the way, the grain was rapidly consumed. Coupled with suppression and harassment from some nobles along the journey, by the time ISA was about to reach gray-white territory, many people had been hungry for a long time. Fortunately, there were finally no more nobles in the vicinity, and ISA could settle down with peace of mind. Although she heard there was a noble territory called gray-white territory not far away, that territory had only just begun to develop, with only a few hundred people, and was currently just a campsite full of tents. This was also the reason ISA chose to go west. Such small nobles did not have much help from professionals, and their combat power was generally not high. If a conflict truly arose, the other side would find it difficult and unrewarding. Any noble with a normal mind would turn a blind eye to ISA's team of over 1,000 people. Managing a team of over 1,000 people left ISA physically and mentally exhausted, but fortunately, she had the help of the refugees who had assisted in the initial capture of Levi territory. Those refugees had personally witnessed the meteorite fire rain descending from the sky, and all believed it was a miracle displayed by the goddess for ISA, and now they were absolutely loyal to ISA, obeying her every word. Moreover, the old village chief who had previously drunk ISA's holy water had miraculously recovered and could help ISA alleviate some pressure. Saintess, don't forget to send scouts to check on the situation in gray-white territory. It was also the idea of this old village chief named Jack to have ISA call herself Saintess. Rebels in the northern region were as numerous as cattle, and the church's control was not strong. So multiple rebel saintesses were basically a trivial matter for the church, but it was very helpful for ISA to rally people's hearts. Don't worry, old village chief. I already arranged for Bruno to go. By now, he should be almost back. ISA handled these minor matters with ease, but the current situation was not optimistic. At least most people were still hungry, and at night, everyone huddled together for warmth. And if the neighboring territory still only had tents, tents were a luxury for ISA now. Just as ISA finished speaking, the man named Bruno, carrying a shovel, returned with 2 refugees who looked relatively strong. Ever since burying his wife and child, Bruno had shaken off his dazed state. However, the usually capable and straightforward Bruno now looked troubled, unsure how to speak in front of ISA. What's wrong, Bruno? Did you encounter any difficulties while scouting gray-white territory? ISA looked at Bruno with concern. Bruno's appearance didn't seem like he had encountered danger, but rather something strange. Saintess, do you think nobles are truly all evil? ISA fell silent, perplexed by Bruno's abrupt question. She didn't believe all nobles were evil, just as she had seen during her studies in the royal capital. Many nobles, though only for outward appearances, truly cared for commoners. And although rare, there were also some nobles who truly fought for the commoners' interests. At this time, ISA already had the concept of there will be no class that betrays its class, but there will be individuals who betray their class, though she couldn't yet articulate it. But what struck ISA as strange was that this question came from Bruno, a man whose wife had been played to death by a noble and hung on the city wall, and whose child had died from eating spoiled noble food. Perhaps, but at least we haven't encountered any along the way, have we? Hearing ISA's reply, Bruno and the 2 scouts seemed to see hope, and finally spoke of what he had seen in gray-white territory. Saintess, I saw that gray-white territory was boiling porridge in our direction, and they even put up a sign. I'm not very literate, but the literate scout I brought said it read place to receive Lars family relief food. Now it was ISA and old Jack, the village chief, who were shocked. Could there really be nobles who distributed relief food? Don't rush. This could also be a noble's conspiracy. The experienced old Jack did not immediately believe what the scout said, and continued. Look, gray-white territory only has a few hundred people. Even if they were truly willing to give relief food, where would they get enough to provide for our 1,000-plus people? Grand Duke Lars couldn't possibly have been continuously transporting supplies to that territory, could he? Prepare for battle, as ISA shouted. The refugees who had witnessed the meteorite miracle began to maintain order in the camp. Considering the opponent was a small territory with only a few hundred people, ISA believed that as long as her side didn't fall into disarray, They could at least make the other side wary with their numerical advantage. But ISA quickly realized she was wrong, terribly wrong. The incoming heavy cavalry unit had 3 horses per person, all clad in blue and white armor, wielding glowing enchanted lances and warhammers, and carrying longbows with lion-tiger beast sinew strings on their backs. Especially the leading female knight. Her equipment could not be called luxurious, only absurd. It was as if a castle's defensive runes had been forcibly transferred onto her armor. One couldn't even wear this set without being a high-level professional. Most crucially, their armor and cloaks were all emblazoned with the North Wind Bear, representing the Lars family. They were knights of the Lars family, and all of them were professionals. I am very sorry, Saintus, it's all because of me. Bruno was very remorseful. These cavalry appeared immediately after he returned to the camp. Clearly, his reconnaissance had been discovered, and they had directly tracked him back. No, it's not your fault. They are far too strong for you. ISA fell into deep despair. Chapter 17. Punishment of the Rebels. Although Lind had always been unwilling to deploy Lena Lars's knights, this didn't mean that the knights, who spent their days hunting in the mountains and building water wheels with Lena Lars, were all incompetent. On the contrary, these were all elites personally selected by Lena Lars. From a class and status perspective, these knights were all nobles, genuinely holding knightly titles, not ordinary soldiers. 50 professional heavy cavalrymen were a force that could stride unimpeded, even on the war-torn northern border. Not to mention facing a group of defenseless refugees, who couldn't even break through these knights' defenses. So, ISA felt a deep despair at that moment. These were not the amateur mercenaries and black gloves from Count Yage's castle, but genuine professional soldiers, the elite of the Lars family, the largest noble family in the Northern Territory. At this moment, the leading female knight also moved. Wearing a helmet, ISA couldn't see the female knight's expression, only feeling the immense pressure from the female knight on her warhorse. All rebels here, listen up. The female knight's voice, amplified by magic, resonated throughout the refugee camp. I am Lena Lars, Grand Duke Lars's granddaughter. I represent the Lord of Grey-White Territory to deliver a message to you. Because the oppressive aura of these knights was too terrifying, the refugees dared not make a sound, and ISA herself was extremely nervous, especially when the leading female knight referred to the refugees as rebels. Although you are rebels, you are also displaced people. According to the relief order issued by my grandfather, Grey-White Territory has an obligation to provide you with relief, so you can go to the Grey-White Territory camp nearby to receive relief food. Lena Lars's words stunned the refugees. How could they be called rebels one moment, and then be told to collect relief food the next? Before ISA could step forward to inquire, Lena Lars continued to shout, although you have been given relief food, you are still rebels. Therefore, the Lord of Grey-White Territory has decided that after you receive the relief food, you must remain in Grey-White Territory to work, repaying your sins through labor. You will only be provided 2 meals a day, and you are only allowed 1 day of rest per week, on the day of prayer. Only on the day of prayer will you be able to drink meat broth. At this point, the entire refugee camp was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard clearly. ISA, who had intended to say something, forgot to step forward to negotiate, standing frozen in place. But Lena Lars faltered slightly. Although she had confidently promised to convey Lynn's instructions before setting off, speaking in front of over 1,000 people still made Lena Lars inevitably nervous. Just then, Susan spurred her warhorse to Lena Lars's side and thoughtfully handed her a small slip of paper. Lena Lars showed no embarrassment and immediately read aloud the words on the paper. You must work from the first crow of the rooster in the territory until sunset, and to atone for your sins, you are only permitted to do the leftover, low-paying jobs that others don't want. In Grey-White Territory, all acts of theft, bullying, and robbery are forbidden. Any violation will be immediately treated as a rebel act. I swear by the name of the Lars family that the above terms will be strictly enforced. Those who wish to receive relief food should think carefully. Lena Lars tried her best to make her voice sound authoritative, and after she finished speaking, Susan silently retreated, as if fearing her actions would affect Miss Lars's image. In the Northern Territory, Lars is an inescapable surname. The Lars family, entrenched in the Northern Territory for centuries, had accumulated deep prestige. Even illiterate farmers who had never left their villages knew that the largest noble family in the Northern Territory was Lars. Long live the Lars family. Long live Gray-White Territory. These refugees were simple-hearted. As soon as Lena Lars invoked the name of the Lars family, they immediately believed her. Even the most loyal refugees around ISA were wavering because they had just heard Bruno say that Gray-White Territory nearby was indeed preparing relief food. Lena Lars looked at the refugees, whose eyes had been sunken and filled with despair and helplessness just moments before, now suddenly gleaming with light, and she didn't quite understand. In Lena Lars's opinion, Lynn's conditions were simply too harsh. What kind of life were the current residents of Gray-White Territory living? Those doing heavy labor received 3 meals a day, could rest after completing their daily work, and would receive extra bonuses and work points for additional work. On prayer days, they not only had meat to eat but also received commendations for outstanding employees of the week. However, these refugees, who were about to enter Gray-White Territory, would not enjoy any of these benefits. It was truly too strict. But these refugees didn't care about that, because Lena Lars used simple language, so they immediately understood. In Gray-White Territory, not only could they receive relief food, but there were also jobs that provided 2 meals a day. How was this a punishment? This was a reward. 2 meals and work? In this economy, sign me up. Moreover, this female knight in front of them was Grand Duke Lars's granddaughter, and she was using the name of the Lars family. How could she be deceiving them? Watching the increasingly fervent, even somewhat out of control, crowd, ISA looked at old Jack with a pleading gaze, and old Jack nodded helplessly. Food is paramount. Since things had come to this, they could only take it one step at a time. ISA could only quickly step forward, approaching Lena Lars and speaking. Miss Lars, I am the leader of these refugees. I will help maintain order. Please, could you lead us to the relief station in Gray-White Territory? Then ISA pointed to one side of the refugee camp and continued to plead with Lena Lars. Please forgive me. There are some injured people who cannot move, and some weak elderly and children here. Could you please send someone to bring a batch of food first? I will leave some people to stay behind, and the rest will follow you to Gray-White Territory. Lena Lars nodded, looking with some sympathy in the direction ISA pointed, where there were many emaciated elderly, women, and children. I will have someone bake some bread and bring it over. There's no need to rush. The Lord of Gray-White Territory said that people are the most important. You are the kindest and most generous noble I have ever met. ISA performed a solemn bow to Lena Lars, using the etiquette she had learned in the capital. There's no need for that. Lena Lars took off her helmet and said somewhat happily, in the capital, I was even called the shame of the nobles. You are the first to praise me for my kindness. ISA was startled. Unfamiliar with nobles, ISA didn't know how many granddaughters Grand Duke Lars had. But the most famous one was certainly Lena Lars, who had been abandoned by four prince, a fact even ISA, who studied secludedly, knew about. I also heard rumors about you when I was studying in the capital. I am very sorry that I slandered you at that time. Facing ISA's sincere apology, Lena Lars said calmly, all of that is in the past, don't dwell on it. One day, I will return to the capital and reclaim everything that belongs to me. Chapter 18, Dragon Slaying Technique. To cope with the influx of refugees, which was almost 2 or 3 times the territory's population, Lind had made preparations well in advance. The most important of these was the temporary training of a group of grassroots officials who could read and write simply to register these refugees. As for the food problem, there was no need to worry. Not only had Lind just received the full payment of 20,000 silver leaf coins from Jefferson Viscount, but there was also a large surplus of grain transported by Grand Duke Lars. Just like early age, nobles were not short of grain. On the contrary, large quantities of grain were rotting in their granaries. The remaining issue was sanitation. Besides the newly built temporary latrines, there were also group leaders leading their members to repeatedly emphasize to the refugees at the relief distribution points that public urination and defecation were not allowed. Violators would have their food assistance revoked for minor offenses and their tools of the trade, confiscated for serious ones. However, the actual implementation was quite flexible, as the relief distribution point was on the outskirts of the territory, conveniently fertilizing the surrounding land. The repeated emphasis was merely to instill in these people an awareness not to commit such acts indiscriminately once they entered the territory. With ISA's assistance, these refugees were very obedient. What was initially thought to be a difficult task, accepting twice the territory's population in refugees, turned out to be much smoother than Lind had imagined. This was likely due to the unique personal charm of ISA, the protagonist. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord." Looking at ISA bowing to him, Lind suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Even the protagonist, who had only studied in the capital for 3 years, had more standard bowing etiquette than Rena. "You are Isabella Nebbit, the white saintess the refugees speak of?" Lind circled ISA curiously. "It's merely a false title." ISA felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at. Could it be that this very young-looking lord was willing to provide gruel and save people because he was interested in her? However, recalling the overflowing pots of wheat porridge, ISA decided that even if the lord before her intended to use force, she would just close her eyes and accept it. But the imagined scenario did not occur. Lind's gaze, rather than holding any evil intent, was genuinely just curiosity. The White Saintess was the title given to the protagonist by the church in the original game. He hadn't expected that after all the twists and turns, the protagonist herself would again use this title. At this moment, Lind somewhat suspected that this world indeed had a mechanism for self-correcting its timeline. Moreover, in the game, whenever the protagonist reached a desperate crisis, besides those mysterious miracles, a young, handsome, and mysterious man would always appear to help her overcome the danger. Lind was curious if such a man had appeared by the protagonist's side now, especially since the territory was in need of people. "What is it, Lord?" ISA was truly getting uncomfortable from being stared at. Lind's gaze was like he was looking at a rare animal. "My apologies, I was just curious about what kind of person could lead refugees to conquer an earl's castle." This was not an excuse. Lind was very curious about what had happened to the protagonist after she deviated from the original timeline, so he asked ISA to tell him what had happened since she left the capital. As she spoke, Lind grew more and more astonished, especially when ISA recounted how she had conquered her opponent, much like a certain archmage from his previous life, by relying on a meteor shower. The rumors were actually true. He could only say that she truly lived up to being the protagonist. This was no longer just ordinary good fortune. It was fortunate that he had not chosen to become her enemy. But what surprised Lind even more was the protagonist ISA's new interpretation of the scriptures, which could almost be considered heresy. After listening to ISA's new thoughts on the Light Goddess Church, Lind tentatively asked ISA, "Palace Jade Liquor? What? Lord, do you want a drink?" ISA looked at Lind, somewhat confused. Why did the Lord suddenly say something so out of the blue? Could it be that lords willing to help refugees were always a bit abnormal? Odd changes even doesn't change. Lind was unwilling to give up and asked his second question. This time, ISA did not answer, but instead looked at Lind with the same gaze Lind usually used to look at Rena. "My apologies, forget those last 2 sentences." Lind rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Thinking carefully, although ISA's ideas were very close to liberation theology, it was evident they were still very nascent, with many areas not clearly summarized, and it did not emphasize secularization as much as liberation theology. While it could be attributed to the necessary adaptations because there truly are gods in this world, seeing ISA's gaze, which held 3 parts pity and 7 parts confusion, like she was looking at an idiot, Lind felt he had indeed overthought things. The true transmigrator should still be the one who replaced the protagonist's identity in the capital. "Lord, in my new scriptures, I believe all nobles are bad people, and even those esteemed figures in the capital are mostly hypocritical. But after meeting you, I am lost. Could it be that all my previous thoughts were wrong?" Of course, ISA did not regret killing Earl Yage earlier. She was just truly confused, and her protagonist's intuition told her that the Lord before her might be able to explain many of the problems she had encountered along the way. At that moment, even though he had repeatedly checked many secret codes, Lind still suspected whether the protagonist had been transmigrated and replaced. This already touched upon class theory. ISA, the original protagonist, was more progressive than Lind, a transmigrator from a new world. Conversely, Lind himself was becoming increasingly accustomed to the role of a feudal lord. Seeing Lind's silence, ISA did not press further and prepared to take her leave. Wait. Though only for an instant, Lind considered many things. Would these ideas, if brought forth now, be beneficial or detrimental to himself and to this world? Lind shook his head. When had he become so selfish? Or had he been in this position for so long that he truly only considered pros and cons when doing things? First, you must understand what class is. There was no weighing of options, only impulse. Lind decided to help ISA refine some of her theories, as he feared that in the future, he would not be able to speak or dare to speak. No matter what the future held, no matter whether the Dragon Slayer truly became a dragon later, these ideas had to be propagated. The original liberation theology did not have a clear stance on class theory, but they would analyze class contradictions in social structures and advocate for class struggle to achieve social liberation. Lind combined these views, along with some phenomena that already existed in this world, and introduced class theory to ISA. When he spoke of the nobility inherently exploiting serfs, whether actively or passively, ISA objected. But Lord, aren't you an exception? Lind couldn't explain to ISA that he was essentially no different from those noble classes. He just said guiltily, "That's the question you raised initially. What I want to tell you is that while there is no class that betrays its class, there are individuals who betray their class." To be honest, Lind felt he was unworthy of this statement, because he merely didn't exploit as harshly. Yet, even so, the people in his territory were still profoundly grateful to Lind. You have to take one step at a time and eat one bite at a time. Lind's actions were already considered progressive in this world full of demons and monsters, but Lind always felt he hadn't done enough and never dared to slack off. Upon hearing this answer, ISA, combining it with class theory, felt as if she had opened her ruin and doom meridians, instantly understanding many things. ISA, like someone who learns physics with a clear but slightly foolish mind, immediately began to apply what she learned to other situations. Since you say society is composed of conflicting classes, what should be done about the contradictions between these classes? That's beyond the scope. Lind pinched his Jingming acupoint, somewhat at a loss for how to answer ISA's question. It wasn't that Lind hadn't learned about the theory of contradictions, but he didn't have the original liberation theology. It's not that it truly didn't exist, but liberation theology, like class, also had no fixed stance on the theory of contradiction, and it did not deny the existence of supernatural power. Some people would place their hope for resolving contradictions on this power while struggling, and this world indeed has supernatural power. Unable to do otherwise, Lind could only transcend the scope of liberation theology and began to explain the theory of contradiction, telling ISA that the development of things spirals upward in contradictions. What are main contradictions, and what are secondary contradictions? Although these were all contents learned in junior and senior high school political classes, they still enlightened ISA, as if she had been doused with a refreshing liquid. To be honest, Lind was already sweating profusely by this. "Student, please don't ask questions that even the author can't solve." Lind realizing he just handed the heroine the full dragon-slaying manual. Although he said that, ISA keenly sensed that Lind must have something more to say. Originally, according to etiquette, both parties should have stopped there. As from Lind's expression, he truly did not want to continue discussing this topic. "Lord, I'm afraid your set of ideas isn't finished yet, is it?" But ISA felt it wasn't enough. Lind's theories of class and contradiction directly explained the various problems ISA had seen along her journey. Behind this methodology, someone must have put it into practice. Lind now was like someone who had only taught an internal cultivation method, and it still needed to be paired with true external martial arts moves to form a complete combo. That was the true art of dragon slaying. With the internal cultivation method, plus ISA's own practice, comprehending the external martial arts moves was only a matter of time. Lind didn't know if telling the protagonist these things was good or bad, but in the end, to prevent the protagonist from going astray, he decided to impart this internal cultivation method to her. After Lind had mentally prepared himself, he turned to the protagonist ISA and said, "All right, I will explain it to you completely now. I only ask that if you cause trouble in the future, you don't mention that I was your teacher." Lind was serious. If some things were revealed, some clever nobles might truly dismember him. The protagonist was protected by the goddess's luck and would be fine, but he was not. Chapter 19. Hydraulic Forging Hammer. After the first rooster crowed in gray-white territory, Isa woke up on time. Thanks to Lind and Lena's special care, Isa was given a tent to herself. Perhaps it was due to the comfortable tent with soft cushions, or perhaps it was because she had finally settled down, but Isa had a rare good night's sleep. Last night, Lind and Isa chatted late, mainly discussing the secularization of the light goddess church, which is the part about liberation theology, in addition to class theory and contradiction theory. Of course, by the end of the discussion, although they had proposed many measures for secularization, Lind ultimately did not agree to build a church in the territory. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but that it couldn't be done now. Moreover, Lind assigned Isa an even more important task. "Good morning, eating breakfast? Let's go. The brick-moving task I took yesterday isn't finished yet. I can still get another free breakfast today." On the road, two sturdy young men were walking towards the breakfast distribution point, chatting and laughing. Isa saw that the refugees she had brought yesterday had also woken up and were looking enviously at the two men going to eat breakfast. They had just arrived in the territory and could only choose work last, and although they could eat 2 meals a day, it was ultimately not as good as those who did manual labor. In the eyes of these refugees, those were not hard labor, but jobs that could earn more food, and everyone would only scramble to do them. Lind also implemented a work point system among these refugees, but unlike the previous groups, these refugees were largely unidentifiable by their original household registrations, so Lind categorized them all together. Except for those with a skill like a craftsman or another trade, the rest had to work for a period of time and accumulate a certain number of work points before they could officially become territory residents. Almost everyone had no objection to this. Rather, these refugees were already very satisfied with their current situation, not to mention that they could all become free citizens as long as they worked hard. Seeing the treatment of the official residents, these refugees would only work harder, and many who were originally craftsmen also planned to try their luck with the relevant officials. Isa saw that Bruno had also woken up early and was working with several refugees to build that miraculous water wheel. It wasn't difficult to invent similar devices, but even if other nobles invented them, they would probably be toys for amusement. Only the Lord of Gray-White Territory truly used this in agriculture. Beside Bruno, an official, presumably a Lord's guard named Lori, was circling Bruno like the Lord did last night, praising Bruno as a good candidate for a soldier and constantly asking Bruno if he wanted to work under him. But the honest, somewhat dull Bruno was just curiously studying the dragon bone water wheel in his hands. "Good morning, Teacher Nebbit." Isa turned to the source of the voice and saw Lena waving at her while riding a strange 2-wheeled device. "Miss Lars, please don't make fun of me." The job Lind assigned Isa was to be the territory's teacher and also the principal of the territory's first school. Lena didn't feel anything wrong with this punishment, because in Lena's impression, her teachers usually ended up being tortured to death, even regretting becoming teachers, and crying to her grandfather that they wanted to resign. "I'm going to eat breakfast. Do you want to come along?" After saying that, Lena also patted the back seat of her bicycle. "No, I am also a rebel who needs to atone, and I don't need to do heavy physical labor. So how can I go eat breakfast?" Isa refused firmly, but Lena said indifferently, "If you don't want to, then don't. If you get hungry, come find me. I just heard Lind say that Yage, that bastard, really deserves to die for not listening to grandfather's orders. But after all, you killed a noble." After saying that, Lena gave Isa a thumbs up and said, "Reform well in school, strive to get out early, and tell me if you have any difficulties." Afterward, Lena rode away gracefully on her bicycle, accompanied by a large group of knights also riding bicycles. Isa was a bit dazed. This woman, rumored in the capital to be a jealous shrew, the shame of the nobility, a despicable northern bastard, seemed so easygoing, clearly not a bad person, although she seemed a bit simple-minded. But it was said that the miraculous water wheels in the territory were designed by this shame of the nobility, which made her quite unfathomable. Not all of these 1,000 refugees had been processed yet. At the relief food distribution point, many refugees were still waiting to register, but most of them, having already eaten their fill, were not as anxious as when they first arrived yesterday. Many grassroots officials were holding large megaphones made of rolled paper and wooden signs, explaining the territory's rules and regulations to these refugees, and ISA also squatted down among the crowd, listening carefully. No wonder ISA had heard old Jack, the village chief, say that this territory had a lot of rules. In gray-white territory, even going to the toilet was something the Lord managed. Nobles all had some strange quirks and particularly liked to make abstract demands. Isa had previously seen a viscountess who demanded that her gardener trim all the flower petals in the manor to the same number. But the regulations of gray-white territory did not give people this feeling. These regulations were not the Lord's sudden whims or strange quirks, but truly benefited the residents. Soon after, Lena's hydraulic forging hammer was finally completed with the hard work of the knights. Isa also came to the river to watch this so-called miraculous tool personally designed by the Lord and the Lord's wife. Watching the transmission mechanism and forging hammer begin to work as the water wheel turned, Isa's eyes lit up. This was a machine that could be driven without any magic, just like the water wheels in the territory. Could it be that even without relying on magic, humans could achieve such nearly incredible things? The exposed transmission mechanisms linked together, like an exquisite dynamic painting, captivating everyone present. Even the knights, who Lena had used as laborers, looked at the results of their work with some shock at this moment. Lind was also very shocked, but Lind was not shocked by the hydraulic forging hammer. Although he was somewhat excited to see the hydraulic forging hammer successfully start, what shocked Lind even more was that alchemical materials were truly useful. Although expensive, they perfectly met the standards Lind had set. The forging hammer's force was uniform and stable, and the speed change and transmission were very smooth. As long as it was properly maintained afterward, this hydraulic forging hammer would probably last for 100 years without issue. These materials had even reached the standards of modern materials science. Before he transmigrated, Lind had heard a saying, "All problems encountered by modern science are materials science problems." And now, the material problem was solved in a simple and brutal way. Could it be that as long as there was magic, those mages could even manually create room temperature superconductors? This might be an exaggeration, but the materials created by alchemists with magic in this era must have already far exceeded the demands of this era. Lena, standing by, watched the hydraulic forging hammer that she and the knights had toiled over for so long successfully start, and excitedly hugged Lind, shouting, "Brother, I succeeded. We succeeded." Lena was wearing armor, and Lind stumbled, almost losing his balance. After turning 2 circles to dissipate the force, he patted Lena's head and said, "Yes, Miss Lars, you are simply a genius. With this, we can consider mass-producing armor." To be able to conceive the general idea of a hydraulic forging hammer without ever having seen one, and to put it into practice, Lena was definitely a top-tier engineering genius. Upon hearing someone sincerely praise her, Lena's eyes welled up with tears in her excitement. Since childhood, Lena had many wild ideas, but due to her status, most of Lena's lessons were etiquette classes, and in this area, Lena had no talent. Coupled with her inability to read expressions well and her lack of political acumen, no royal family members, including for Prince, had ever given Lena a good look. Lind was the first person besides Grand Duke Lars to support Lena's wild ideas, which made Lena feel like she had found a kindred spirit. She excitedly told Lind, "When I return to the capital, I must make you prime minister, brother, so you can support me in doing all these strange things." Hearing this, Lind could only return an awkward but polite smile, not expecting Lena to still remember this matter. Watching Lena tirelessly talk about what she would do after returning to the capital, Lind suddenly wanted to retract his previous statement. Chapter 20, Cement and Big Ivan. Thanks to the new population, many arduous tasks gradually became manageable, and after the land reclamation, there was finally enough manpower to support Lind's production plans. Lind had considered abandoning land reclamation and directly building a large number of handicraft workshops to start a capitalist model. While this idea would bring quick money, it was essentially a castle in the air, unless Lind intended to rely on the Lars family's aid indefinitely. But now, at the very least, the production line for snowflake sugar could be set up. The advantages of the assembly line model over traditional handicraft workshops are self-evident. Most importantly, there's basically no need to worry about leaks. Even if 1 or 2 workers are bribed, it doesn't matter much. Of course, Lind didn't expect the snowflake sugar recipe and production method to remain secret for long in a world with alchemy, as this was just the first pot of gold, and it was impossible to truly rely on it for money in the future. Moreover, sugar is an important strategic resource and must be prioritized for the territory once development picks up. Compared to sugar, Lind was currently more concerned with cement production, as it was impossible for the more than 1,000 people in the territory to all sleep in tents. In this world, apart from noble castles and palaces, most people's house-building materials were very primitive, basically made of wood, stone, and some mud. Building a 2-story house was considered a major project, which was not only slow but also required a large number of professional craftsmen. Making cement by traditional methods is actually very simple, even much simpler than making sugar. In his previous life, Lind had seen an old man downstairs, whose house was leaking, start to mess around with traditional cement right at his doorstep. But Lind actually still wanted industrial cement. The situation in transmigration novels where protagonists easily produce industrial cement based on their past life memories and then immediately start vigorously developing infrastructure is actually unrealistic, because even if ordinary people know how to make industrial cement, it's difficult to achieve mass production in a short time due to the obstacles of high temperature, grinding, mixing, and calcination. Not to mention, industrial cement is not concrete. It's just a material for making concrete, and without concrete, it's impossible to achieve an infrastructure miracle. However, industrial cement was just a thought for Lind. In reality, traditional cement was already a dimensionality reduction attack in this era, incredibly cost-effective, and since the Tears River was in the middle of the territory, materials could even be sourced directly on site. Moreover, the territory currently had no buildings that required industrial cement. They could simply start building with cement and stone, which was simple, efficient, and seamlessly integrated with the experienced craftsmen who knew how to build houses. Fortunately, the research into cement went smoothly, unlike boiling water, which had fundamental differences from his previous life. This world is not chaotic. It also adheres to basic laws, just with the added variable of magic. The biggest problem now is that traditional cement roads are not very durable. If Rena and her knights, fully armed, were to walk back and forth a couple of times, the traditional cement road might start to give way. Of course, it would only give way, not become unusable. Compared to dirt roads, it was already a dimensionality reduction attack, and besides, a fully armed Rena and her knights were heavy cavalry, and even carried more weight than heavy cavalry in Lind's previous life's history due to being professionals and having horses with magical beast bloodlines. Situations requiring the use of these knights and equipment were not ordinary, so it could be temporarily disregarded. And so, after all these more than 1,000 refugees were naturalized, the cement factory by the Tears River officially began operations. The old craftsman's expressions upon seeing the cement were indeed very surprised, but not by the cement's hardness after drying, but by the fact that the Lord would use such precious alchemical material to build houses and schools for commoners. People cannot imagine things they have never seen. In the understanding of these old craftsmen, cement was a mysterious alchemical material from the Lord's family, and it was impossible for it to be made from readily available clay and sand. Even if they saw the cement production process with their own eyes, they would only think that the Lord, a hidden master alchemist, had performed some magic or secretly added some magical powder. Upon seeing these craftsmen prostrating themselves, Lind couldn't help but lament that compulsory education had a long and arduous road ahead. Along with cement, gunpowder also began to be researched. Because it was a very important project, Lind no longer directly handed it over to Lori or Rila, but personally managed it. The staff involved in making gunpowder were basically the old hands from Lind's original territory, whose loyalty was beyond question. Moreover, This was the only place in the territory where Lind had asked Rena's knights for protection. Although those knights looked down on everyone, their loyalty to Rena's commands was absolute. Lind did not hide the gunpowder research from Rena. Rather, Lind would report every evening about everything happening in the territory to Rena, regardless of whether Rena was interested or not. Even if Rena fell asleep after Lind uttered the first syllable, it was a matter of attitude. Although Rena was unreliable, there would definitely be Grand Duke Lars's informants around her. So even if it was just for show, Rena could not be completely excluded from territory management. Lind had originally prepared for the worst-case scenario, which was that gunpowder, like steam, would not work in this world and would be interfered with by elemental forces. After all, gunpowder, unlike cement, actually produces flames, and if it were reconciled by water elements like steam, everything would have to be started over. But the process was unexpectedly smooth. Even the purity of the purchased materials was higher due to alchemical refinement. At the beginning of the research, Lind produced something similar to firecrackers. Even though the workers were already accustomed to their lord's magical alchemical materials, when they saw the item they had made explode a steel basin, their gazes towards Lind still showed awe and fear. Whether magic was added or not was unknown, but the Lord indeed created effects similar to magic using these non-magical materials. No wonder the management regulations for this gunpowder factory were stricter than anywhere else in the territory, even stricter than Lind's own main tent. A slight carelessness could blow off one's arm. However, Susan, who was watching from the side, kept yawning. This level of explosion was only loud with little power, suitable for scaring people, but its actual effect might not be as good as a Tier 1 magic scroll. As a Tier 4 professional, Susan, if fully armed, could completely bathe in these explosions. Moreover, it was quite troublesome to use, and Susan really didn't understand what Lind was researching this for. Having such thoughts was normal, until Susan personally witnessed the mass production of explosives and their use in industrial mountain and mine excavation. She couldn't imagine those scenes, even if Susan had seen magic more exaggerated than those scenes. How long would it take to train a mage who could mine with magic? How much would it cost to hire one? Mages also needed rest to replenish their magic, but explosives did not. Your magic is about to run out, and my explosives are endless. Industrial revolution via black powder. Because magic has cooldowns, gunpowder doesn't. Moreover, this was just traditional gunpowder. As the saying goes, 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, add some sugar, and you get a big Ivan. If granulation could be successfully achieved, Lind could even advance gunpowder technology to the modern era in a short period. The remaining issue was firearms. Lind was not a firearm enthusiast in his previous life. His knowledge of gunpowder was only because its recipe was as well known as a public notice at a crossroads, but firearms were different. And to produce firearms close to modern ones, the first problem to solve was smokeless gunpowder. Black powder was the limit of Lind's understanding, and anything beyond that was Lind's blind spot. Thinking of this, Lind suddenly looked at Rena, who was dozing off, listening to his report as a lullaby. Would it be like building water wheels everywhere, where as soon as he provided Rena with an idea, she could directly design a finished firearm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Firearms are not simple machines like hydraulic hammers. Even if Rena had some ideas, it would probably take a considerable amount of time to experiment. Forget it, Lind scoffed at his unreliable idea and decided to start researching firearms in a down-to-earth manner. There were only 2 research directions: flintlock and percussion lock firearms. Besides the different ignition methods, percussion lock firearms also required higher quality gunpowder. They could start by researching flintlock firearms, lay the foundation, and then gradually update the ignition device and gunpowder to percussion lock firearms. After all, historically, percussion lock firearms were improved from flintlock firearms, so starting research from this direction would definitely be correct. Of course, they could try to achieve it in one go with custom alchemical materials, directly using brute force, but this method certainly couldn't be mass-produced. They could only make a prototype for Lind to play with. However, these were all matters for later. The most important issue now was to first develop the gunpowder that could be put into production. Chapter 51: No Prisoners Needed. Vulcan had considered many scenarios. He even thought the enemy would suppress them with arrows. One must know that archers were difficult to train in this era, and at first, Vulcan guessed the reason the enemy didn't shoot arrows was that they couldn't all be trained archers. They could only be a motley crew, so they had to wait until they were closer to shoot. But Vulcan didn't expect the enemy to throw a strange object, a stone, or something else. Before he could even think, the scout on the flank was extremely unlucky and took a grenade to the face. Boom. Suddenly, a piercing explosion erupted beside Vulcan's ears, followed by a suffocating cloud of dust and a frenzy of flying debris. The cavalryman sharply reined in his horse, which let out a terrified neigh. To his side, the scout's figure was instantly engulfed by a ball of fire and fragments. The fragmentation grenade exploded in midair, releasing countless deadly metal fragments, sweeping over them like a metal storm. The scout's armor was torn apart by the explosion's impact, and the armor of the nearby cavalryman was almost instantly stained with the scout's blood. The hearts of the cavalrymen stained with blood tightened abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand, their faces showing uncontrollable pain and terror. They simply couldn't comprehend what had happened. Although more grenades were thrown around the cavalrymen, causing no major casualties, the continuous explosions combined with the gruesome sight of their dead comrade made it difficult for these demon soldiers to maintain their composure. The demon cavalry, who had not fought a losing battle for a long time, immediately panicked, frantically pulling their reins. Coupled with the warhorses already being spooked, the entire cavalry formation began to lose control. Vulcan, the leader, was no better off. He thought they had fallen into an ambush, and the enemy had sent powerful professional fighters using undetectable magical attacks. Vulcan was still thinking of regrouping once the enemy's magic power was depleted, but this terrifying bombardment simply didn't stop. Only then did Vulcan realize that the terrifying explosions were caused by the enemy's magic-like items. Lori even adopted a 3-stage throwing method for the grenades to ensure suppressive power, and because the demon cavalry had charged too far forward, most of these grenades were even thrown behind them. Charge! Charge! Get them! Vulcan was somewhat frantic. Are these magical items free? Why did the enemy throw them without any hesitation? Vulcan even quickly recalled in his mind which lords he had offended after entering Broken Snow territory, to be so intent on killing him. But it was too late. Vulcan's basic warrior instincts made him realize that now he could only charge. The explosion of this magical item was so terrifying that it certainly couldn't be used at close range. Retreat was definitely impossible. The only solution now was to charge directly into the enemy's face for close-quarters combat. Although a few demon soldiers were stopped in their tracks because the grenade fragments injured their warhorses, the cavalrymen around Vulcan still followed him and charged forward. Lori drew his sword without hesitation and shouted, "Bring out the great swords. Brothers, killing one is enough to break even. Killing two is a huge profit. Kill them." After speaking, he charged forward, leading the way with the secretary. Although the warhorses were startled and lacked sufficient acceleration distance when restarting the charge, which greatly reduced Vulcan's charging force, the sense of oppression brought by the warhorses was still present, and the demon cavalry thus entered the military formation. Under the influence of adrenaline, the fully armed soldiers began to transform into terrifying upright apes. Some were responsible for hacking at horse legs. Others picked up hammers to break armor, and the scene quickly devolved into a melee. Vulcan quickly realized the disparity in equipment between the two sides. In close-quarters combat, he actually couldn't defeat these inferior humans at all. The greatest damage inflicted on these humans was only from the first wave of cavalry charge. The remaining humans, like berserkers, surrounded the cavalry and began to attack. The most terrifying thing was that these attacks were organized, with 3 people forming a small group to cooperate. In the melee, the numerical advantage immediately became apparent, and Vulcan's squad, now only a dozen or so strong, immediately seemed to be mired in a swamp. What made Vulcan most despair was that not only were these soldiers well equipped, Vulcan even saw someone fighting directly with a healing potion in their mouth. At this cost, they were willing to kill his cavalry team at all costs, which was simply too exaggerated. "I surrender. I surrender." Immediately, a demon soldier saw the disparity and directly raised his hands, but the soldiers, who were already seeing red, paid no mind to this. A hammer smashed onto the demon soldier's head, and he cursed, "We don't need you greenskins, even for mining." Generally speaking, refusing surrender would instead ignite the fighting spirit of the routed army, making them make a final desperate stand. But the demon soldiers did not expect that these humans were fighting with a desperate mindset themselves. Some soldiers from Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral even cried while killing, their frenzy making these demon soldiers even more terrified. Fortunately, the number of these human soldiers was not so overwhelming that they could crush them. Vulcan, relying on the only warhorse under him that was armored, escaped with 2 loyal attendants. After all, these humans were all infantry, and the horses pulling the carriages were only draft horses used for transport. As long as he escaped the quagmire of the melee, Vulcan could make a clean getaway. "You inferior humans, eat my dust." Vulcan didn't forget to mock them as he fled, but what he was thinking was that he would never set foot in human territory again. Once he returned to the demon territory, he would definitely report to the Demon King that these inferior humans had broken their agreement. Didn't he just conduct human experiments on humans, infecting them with a bunch of plagues and curses, and then driving them back to continue spreading the plagues and curses? But these humans actually broke the agreement they had signed with each other and directly tried to kill him, which was too much. Humph, inferior humans are nothing more than this. Vulcan seemed to be trying to regain some demon pride and superiority, and while riding, he said to his 2 attendants beside him, "If I were the commander of this army, I would arrange an ambush here, and then..." Before Vulcan could finish speaking, the 2 attendants suddenly saw banners fluttering ahead, and a fully armed cavalry unit was waiting for them. If the equipment of the previous soldiers had seemed exaggerated to Vulcan, the cavalry unit before him now was despair-inducing. Even without reconnaissance scouts, Vulcan could feel that all the cavalry ahead were professional fighters, without exception. These cavalrymen wore pure white armor, with the Lars family's North Wind Bear crest embroidered on their banners and capes, each one soothing the eager warhorses beneath them. Vulcan could even feel that even though this group of cavalry wore full armor, the warhorses beneath them could still make these cavalry move swiftly on the battlefield. This was no ambush. This combat power was even more exaggerated than a regular army. Even the main human forces Vulcan had seen on the battlefield were nothing more than this. As the leading female knight waved her hand, the knights in the front row immediately spurred their horses forward, heading straight for Vulcan. Vulcan and his 2 attendants tried to resist with bloodline magic, but the magical wind blades dissipated like raindrops when they hit the knights. Before he could even say surrender, Vulcan felt the world spinning, and it wasn't until he saw his own body that Vulcan realized it wasn't the world spinning, but his own head. Chapter 52. The Lord is Still Too Kind. Caroline was completely bewildered because ISA had lost her holy light, so Caroline, as a professional, brought soldiers to where the nuns and refugees were. No matter how much the scouts reported, it wasn't as shocking as Caroline seeing it with her own eyes. A hellish scene, even more terrifying than what Kudyk had described, was truly laid out before Caroline. But Caroline couldn't be happy at all. She even wished it was all just a nightmare. Lady Flora, seeing Flora, who was covered in curses, ISA showed no disgust. Instead, she excitedly wanted to embrace Flora. As long as they were alive, for ISA, she was already very happy as long as the people of Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral could still live. When Flora saw human soldiers arrive, her first reaction was worry, fearing that the plague around her would infect them. But when she saw ISA, a look of surprise appeared on Flora's face. Little ISA. Flora excitedly got up, wanting to embrace ISA as she used to. But as soon as Flora stood up, she immediately retreated repeatedly and warned loudly, "Don't come over." ISA stood stunned in place, the putrid smell stinging ISA's nostrils, immediately making her realize the refugee camp that was once like hell. The soldiers all guarded outside the white line drawn by the alchemy powder to prevent infection from the plague, and at the same time observed the battle situation in the distance to prevent the demon soldiers from killing their way back. Upon seeing the tragic state of the nuns and refugees, these soldiers even regretted why it wasn't them who fought the demons in the distance. Caroline took out 2 silk scarves and handed one to ISA. The silk scarves were covered in alchemy powder and herbs, all used for epidemic prevention. And not far away, carriages transporting medical equipment, hot water facilities, and holy water were continuously arriving. Little Isa, is it really you? Flora still couldn't quite believe the scene before her. Two teams of human soldiers suddenly appeared, orderly and well-divided in labor. One team protected the refugees, the other fought the demons, and Isa also appeared before her. And in the distance, medicines seemed to be continuously arriving. For Flora, who had experienced despair, this was too dreamlike. Flora even felt that this was the goddess providing her with end-of-life care. Lady Flora, what's the situation now? What curses and plagues have the demons sown? I'll go prepare the medicine. Looking at the anxious Isa, Flora also reacted, but said sorrowfully, It's useless, little Isa. No medicine is useful anymore. We are all already dying. In fact, many brothers and sisters were already on the verge of collapse on the way. The demons forced me to prolong everyone's lives, but we are also reaching our limit. Thank you, little Isa, but perhaps for us, being burned to death by a fire is the best outcome. It's best to bury us with lime afterwards. That's enough. Just as Flora and Isa were talking, a nun ran to Flora's side and shouted, Saintess, it's bad. A sister is about to drown. Drown? Caroline, who had her head wrapped in a silk scarf, couldn't understand at all. Wasn't there no water source nearby? How could someone drown? Flora and Isa immediately rushed over and found that yellowish-green liquid was continuously bubbling out of a nun's mouth and nostrils. And only then did Caroline realize the Scarlet Saintess Flora did not have much screen time in the original work, and Lind did not know her very well. But Lind greatly respected such a person who healed and saved lives on the frontier and could calm her companions' emotions in such desperate circumstances. As expected, she was Isa's mentor in this timeline. Just looking at these nuns and refugees would make one's hair stand on end. It was hard to imagine how Flora managed to get here. Lena's knights even forcibly pulled Lena back, fearing that Lena would contract the plague. Lord, Caroline was the first to see Lind and saluted Lind. Isa also introduced Lind to Flora. This is the Lord of Gray-White Territory, Viscount Lind Roll, and his fiancée, Lady Lena Lars. Upon hearing Lena's surname, Flora was first startled, but quickly returned to normal. Flora, with her weakened body, performed a courtesy and saluted Lind. Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Your wisdom and courage are evident to all. Lind accepted the salute calmly, and at the same time returned the salute with the same level of courtesy. Saintess, you are the strongest person I have ever met. I wish all of you a full recovery. Unless the goddess personally performs a miracle. Flora showed a helpless, bitter smile. There will be miracles. Lind turned his head and looked at the carriage approaching in the distance. At this moment, Lori also arrived with soldiers, dragging 20 scattered demon corpses. Lind glanced at the corpses. These demons had all died indirectly because of him. But Lind felt no guilt whatsoever, not even the feeling of nausea that protagonists in novels experience the first time they kill someone. There was probably a slight feeling of nausea, but Lind knew it wasn't because of indirectly killing for the first time. Make a Jingwan out of them, Lind said to Lori. Jingwan. It's piling up the bodies of these demons. Hearing Lind's explanation, Lori glanced at the nuns and refugees again and burst out laughing. Good. Leave it to me. I'll definitely pile these guys up beautifully. Following behind Lori, Darcy, who was fighting demons for the first time, shivered upon hearing Lind's explanation, thinking to himself that the Lord was too cruel. Was the Lord really such a terrifying and brutal person? But when Darcy walked forward and saw the tragic state of the nuns and refugees, Darcy, who almost vomited, thought for a moment, if his sister were tortured like this. Darcy shook his head, lamenting that the Lord was still too kind. Chapter 53 Clean and Hygienic. Soon, the site was taken over by Rena's knights, and the entire camp went into lockdown. Holy water was also transported over, accompanied by Rila and several maids absolutely loyal to the Lars family. The level of lockdown was so high that even Caroline could only return to the territory with Lori first. After Lind and Isa discussed it, holy water was poured into a large wooden barrel as if it were worthless. Flora, you go first. Flora looked at bottle after bottle of liquid being poured into the large wooden barrel with a bewildered expression and asked, "Little Isa, what is this?" "You'll know once you get in." Seeing Isa's constant urging, Flora had no choice but to try anything, shedding her tattered sister's habit. Lind, being a true gentleman, went to the outskirts of the camp and, as usual, squatted on the ground with Rena, beginning to review the battle. A cool sensation quickly enveloped Flora's entire body, her vibrant red hair gradually spreading across the surface of the holy water. At first, Flora didn't realize it was an entire barrel of holy water because it was so contrary to common sense. Precious holy water, every bottle, every drop, had to be carefully preserved. There was no such thing as holy water measured by the barrel. It wasn't until a cool sensation emanated from the sores and curses on her body that Flora, gradually regaining her senses in the immersion, suddenly stood up abruptly, glaring furiously at Isa. How did this holy water come about? Flora tried hard to suppress her emotions, but her soft voice still carried anger. As soon as she spoke, the other sisters and refugees all looked over. Holy water? That large barrel Flora was soaking in was holy water? How could that be? Flora's anger had turned into a sob as she cupped the constantly draining holy water in her hands, questioning Isa. "Do you know how many people this little bit of holy water could save? Have you forgotten how I taught you? Isa, you could clearly save so many more people with this much holy water." Before Flora could continue, another carriage was suddenly pushed into the camp from outside, and two maids skillfully moved wooden barrels full of holy water down, placing them next to Flora. Flora, who hadn't finished speaking, suddenly choked, staring dumbfounded at the two barrels of holy water beside her. Indeed, Flora, no longer muddle-headed, could now clearly confirm that the two barrels next to her, treated like river water poured into wooden barrels, were incredibly precious holy water. Holy water that the most devout sisters and priests had to pray for an entire month to get just one bottle. Isa personally carried one of the sisters and a refugee, who were most severely afflicted with plague and curses, into those two wooden barrels. Thank the goddess, thank the goddess, thank the goddess for bestowing this miracle. The sister, feeling the holy water continuously healing her, excitedly prayed to the goddess. But Isa interrupted that sister, saying, "This is not a miracle bestowed by the goddess. These are all produced by the governor of the Northern Territory of Gray-White Territory. You should thank the Gray-White Territory, not the goddess." The scene immediately fell silent. Everyone suddenly stopped speaking. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Flora immediately continued Isa's words, saying, "Thank the goddess for sending the governor to save us. Thank the governor. Praise the governor." Everyone immediately followed Flora in prayer. Thank the goddess. Thank the governor. Looking at the sisters and refugees who showed relieved expressions, Isa then realized how blasphemous her words had just been, and she had almost pitted Lind against the goddess. Fortunately, Flora corrected her, both protecting everyone's faith and thanking Lind. At the same time, Isa also loudly shouted to everyone, "These are not holy water, but the governor's ancestral potion, which the governor brought out to save everyone, and these will be gone once they are used up." The sisters understood, and although the refugees didn't know what this meant, they all nodded silently. Even though looking at the barrels of potion constantly being transported in, it didn't look like they would be used up and gone at all. Just soaking for a bit would not be enough for a full recovery. To truly clear the curses and plague from one's body, long-term treatment would be required, and the amount of holy water, or rather, potion, needed for subsequent treatment would be an astronomical figure. Does the governor of the Northern Territory's ancestral potion really have that much? But who cares? At least the governor said so, and the final interpretation rights belong to the Gray-White Territory's official authority. Lind planned to blame all of it on the original owner's ancestors. After all, the original territory was destroyed, so even if someone wanted to investigate, they couldn't. As the heavily cloaked maids came in and began wiping the bodies of the sisters and refugees with holy water, the originally despairing sisters and refugees immediately rekindled their hope for life and even started to become a bit lively. At least no one was seeking death anymore. Just soaking in holy water for a bit could not cure it completely, but it had greatly alleviated Flora's pain. Even though the ugly sores and curses were still on her body, Flora had already begun to regain her former grace as a saintess. Looking at the constantly transported holy water, Flora was still indescribably shocked. If her mind wasn't becoming clearer, Flora would truly suspect that this was a dream woven by the goddess for her. Little Isa, is everything you said true? Is it really all produced by that governor? Isa told Flora the origin of the holy water, but she did not mention a single word about how it was made, even putting all of it on land. That's right, the governor can produce 1 bottle of holy water in 3 minutes. All this holy water is made by the governor. Are you sure that governor is a male, not a God's chosen saintess? He's practically a walking miracle. Flora even had the urge to run out and confirm it right now. This was too shocking. If the church found out, they would probably tie Lind up and bring him back. Is the governor really not the goddess's illegitimate child? Flora asked the exact same question that Isa had asked at the time. Flora, that's too disrespectful to the goddess. Isa, who once had the same question, ironically began to accuse Flora. Sorry, goddess above, but this really is. Flora turned her head and saw that the maids had already started educating the sisters and refugees about the rules in the gray-white territory. Many people had already started crying, treating the gray-white territory as the goddess's earthly kingdom and Lind as the goddess's new representative. Some people even immediately began discussing rumors, such as the governor receiving a divine revelation from the goddess and digging up a holy water spring. Oh no, digging up magical potions from his hometown to save everyone. Although very shocked and bewildered by the gray-white territory's continuous supply of holy water, Flora was actually exceptionally clear-headed about the Light Goddess Church, because Flora had thought a lot about it along the way. Does the Scarlet Saintess Flora still believe in religion now? Looking at the dim holy light in her hand, if Flora said she was still that devout saintess, she probably wouldn't even believe herself. But Flora did not abandon this faith. She even helped the Light Goddess speak earlier, because Flora realized that people still needed faith. People who had just experienced a desperate hell needed a stable, righteous faith to support their spirits. And the goddess they had once believed in was the easiest for these people to accept. Unbeknownst to them, Flora and these refugees had already separated the goddess from the Light Goddess Church. Believing in the goddess was fine, but believing in the Light Goddess Church was not necessarily so. If Lind appeared now, claiming to have received a divine oracle from the goddess and wanting to become the new pope, it is estimated that this group of people would immediately bow down. This was also Flora's ultimate answer to the question she had pondered along the way. The goddess had abandoned the current church, which had violated divine oracles and gradually fallen, and now they should follow the goddess's guidance, not the church. To put it simply, it was actually a matter of the final interpretation rights of the scriptures and divine oracles. Chapter 54 ending. A few days later, after Isa and Flora confirmed that all the sisters and refugees present were out of danger, Lind began preparing to settle them in gray-white territory. Of course, the plague and curse could not be completely cured even if they bathed in holy water every day. In fact, everyone still had ugly scars and some dead sores on their faces and bodies, but at least no more disgusting fluids were flowing out. The highly contagious plague had already been killed or purified by the holy water. The remaining only needed to pay attention to personal hygiene, and cross-infection would basically not occur again. At this point, the battle finally came to a perfect end. The soldiers protected the sisters and refugees as they arrived at the resettlement area prepared for them, next to gray-white territory. All the soldiers had proud expressions on their faces, especially those led by Lori. Each of them was practically boasting to the heavens, saying that the demon race was nothing special and that they had easily defeated them. And now, Lind demanded these soldiers to walk at the very front with full gear, which made their smiles even harder to suppress than the firelocks in the laboratory. Each of them marched in unison with high spirits, looking incredibly mighty. Several injured soldiers, whose wounds had not even healed, still insisted on joining the team. Although there were no deaths in this battle, there were indeed injuries. This was mainly caused by the cavalry charge. A few unlucky ones took a direct hit from a warhorse. Fortunately, at that time, the demon race was forcing the charge, and the speed at which the startled warhorses could be reined in was greatly reduced. Moreover, they were given recovery potions, which barely allowed them to survive. The people were even more fanatical. The battle report clearly stated that the main force in this battle was Laurie's team, and Lars's knights were only responsible for preventing the enemy from escaping. Even ordinary people, as long as they followed orders, could fight against the demon race. Many who usually participated in militia training were even more excited now, even feeling that no enemy was insurmountable. This was also why Lind insisted on having these ordinary soldiers as the main fighting force. Unlike the soldiers who were completely full-time, the militia, who only did daily drills, were very reliant on morale. There had to be a victory as a foundation so that these militia would not collapse at the first touch when truly fighting alongside the soldiers. However, at the moment the Jingguan appeared, many people were still somewhat shocked. Because the number of enemies this time was relatively small, with only about 20 heads, only a very small one could be built. Laurie simply put these small towers of heads into a net and hung them up like flags. Although lime was sprinkled on them, they were still very horrifying. Many parents directly covered their children's eyes. Just as some people were wondering why the Lord was so cruel, the sisters and refugees finally arrived with the team. Although they had changed into clean clothes, their messy hair, the scars inadvertently exposed on their faces and arms, and the scabs, all told everyone how these sisters and refugees had been treated before. The crowd, which had just been cheering, even fell silent, seemingly recalling their own days living on the frontier. Some people loudly shouted a name. Someone among the refugees who heard the name immediately responded, shouting loudly back at that person, seemingly two acquaintances who had met at Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral. The atmosphere on the scene gradually became lively amidst these shouts. Yes, all of this was in the past, and the Lord had just easily defeated the swaggering demon race. People shouted loudly, and the demon race heads hanging on the net no longer seemed so terrifying. Many even eagerly wanted to join the army. Completely annihilating 20 demon race members seemed like a common achievement, but on the frontier, which general or commander could produce 20 demon race heads? Lars' family would certainly write about it in great detail and give special commendation, especially given that the team was mostly composed of ordinary people. Because it involved military merits and Lars' family, plus the fact that they were indeed no match for the demon race head-on. The battle reports from the frontier were somewhat like Lin's previous life during the late Ming Dynasty, where battle reports with double-digit enemy kills could already be considered a great victory. Many sisters and refugees looked at the buildings along the road with surprise. Just as the maids had said, they were all two-story buildings, and the streets were neat and clean, as if truly a heaven on earth. Lind and Rena greeted everyone at the end of the road. The soldiers saluted Lind excitedly, and Lind returned the salute with a military gesture. This was a show, not only to give confidence to the people, but also to deepen everyone's cohesion. Not only these new sisters and refugees, but also the wild people who had previously been persuaded down from the mountains. Now, no one felt they belonged to a certain territory on the frontier or were unrestrained free wild people. Everyone was shouting, "Long live gray-white territory." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lind handed a mask and a set of clothes to Flora, the leader among the refugees. It was a bird beak mask, similar to those of medieval plague doctors, which Lind had urgently ordered from Shuajin Business Alliance. Unlike the bird beak masks of his previous life, the bird beak masks here were filled with genuine alchemical materials, which could help the sisters treat the sores on their faces and also help them recover their bodies. This peculiar attire also helped the people of the territory distinguish these sisters from ordinary people. Because of the use it to death if it's useful British mindset, Lind did not intend to give these church-educated ladies too much rest time. Other refugees could wait until they were free of infectious diseases before coming out to work, but these sisters could not be wasted. The sisters who had been aiding others on the northern frontier had long become experienced doctors, but since there was no church in the territory, seeking medical treatment currently required a boat trip to Fasten Town downstream to find unreliable itinerant doctors. And now, these sisters could take on the work of a church in an ordinary territory, including but not limited to treating the sick, taking care of children, handling various trivia, and so on. Of course, the spread of faith would definitely be restricted. At least, divine power had to be under Lin's authority. Most crucially, the proportion of professionals among these sisters was not low. Otherwise, they would not have been able to lead a group of refugees in resisting on the frontier for so long. Flora was even a fifth-tier professional, although she was more of a support type, but it didn't matter, the computational power was the same. Welcome to your new home, my lady. Lind personally placed the birdbeak mask on Flora. The mask perfectly covered Flora's face, which remained stunning despite the scars. At your service, my lord. Lind had already discussed the specific details with Flora beforehand. Gray-White Territory had allocated an area with pre-built houses for these sisters and refugees suffering from plague and curses to live in. As for the original residents of this area, Lind provided them with free materials to build new houses and a sum of money, commonly known as relocation compensation. At least from the envious looks of other people, these relocated households were very satisfied. Although ordinary refugees could not leave this isolation zone before their infectious plague healed, the sisters wearing birdbeak masks could. Their already tightly wrapped sisters' habits, coupled with the birdbeak masks and gloves, essentially formed a complete isolation suit, allowing the sisters to go out and work normally. The sisters not only had no objections, but were even pleasantly surprised. In their view, Lind's actions were not only not exploiting them, but also reflected God's love for the world everywhere. Even if they were afflicted with a curse, they still had to dedicate their strength to everyone. Didn't this perfectly conform to the goddess's teachings? This could even be considered a form of martyr's cultivation. In the hearts of many sisters, there was even only one son. The Pope? Unfamiliar. In the future Gray-White Territory, the masked sisters even became a unique characteristic of the territory and were passed down through generations. Chapter 55 Weapon Iteration. After everything was arranged, Lind, Rena, and Lori began their final review. The grenades still have too short a range. We might suffer losses if we encounter a regular demon army. Lori handed a somewhat damaged chainmail breastplate to Lind. Lind waited. And indeed, the breastplate had clear scratches and damage. The demons, despite being at a disadvantage, were still able to inflict damage on the better-equipped soldiers. Their physical prowess was indeed stronger than that of humans. No wonder the Lars family struggled so much against the demons. Unless all our soldiers are formally trained, unyielding fighters like these, it will be difficult to get an opportunity to throw grenades after the enemy has closed in. If it were the militiamen who only participate in daily training, they might throw the grenades prematurely when the demons charge. Although this battle was a great victory, Lind had to admit that luck played a big part. The enemy was too careless, giving Gray-White Territory many opportunities. Lind agreed with Lori's point, nodding and saying, I never intended for grenades to be our primary weapon. Do you remember the cannons in the lab? Those should be the main force on future battlefields. It would be even better if we could solve the mobility issue. Lori shrugged, but it was just a casual remark. As for the power of the cannons, Lori was practically numb to it. It was just a shame there were still some minor issues. They might be fine for defense, but a bit cumbersome for offensive operations. At the same time, the cannons at the nearby testing ground also fired, black cannonballs arcing gracefully towards the pure white knights. Of course, this was not actually attacking Rena's knights. Lind wanted to test how much damage the territory's current cannons could inflict on the elite soldiers of this world. The test results made Lind somewhat worried. Although according to the knights' descriptions, if they took a direct hit from a cannon, no one would dare say they could fully withstand it, even with ample defensive preparations. The specific outcome depended on the skill differences among knight professionals. However, if it was just the aftermath of an explosion, it would be difficult to affect these knights' charge. The first time seeing a cannon's explosive power was terrifying, but after these knights got used to it, they even dozed off within the explosion's range. This was also one of the cannon's shortcomings, random accuracy. Perhaps very effective against ordinary armies, but against elite professionals, after the initial surprise attack, it would be difficult to achieve significant results again. Although Rena had told Lind that very few armies could charge while enduring cannon fire, and not every army had all professionals with luxurious equipment, as long as the cannons were brought out, they could disorient over 80% of nobles. But Lind's fear of insufficient firepower kicked in. The current level of cannon technology simply couldn't provide Lind with a sense of security. The only thing that comforted Lind was that the production and research of cannons were progressing rapidly. After all, Lind was not like other crossing transmigrators, who had to smelt steel and figure out how to increase furnace temperatures to make cannons. Even without using arcane arrays, just using this world's old methods, relying on ordinary rune arrays, the high furnace temperature provided by brute force could allow Lind to directly cast with wrought iron. The main problems currently were the worrying success rate and room for weight optimization, but for defense, they were more than sufficient. In contrast, the research and development of firearms were somewhat stalled. Even though Lind provided the basic idea, and there were already usable firearms, the key to modern firearms lay in granulated smokeless gunpowder. Although Lind had stumbled upon ancient videos on how to granulate gunpowder, Lind wasn't very interested at the time. And most crucially, Lind truly didn't know how to make smokeless gunpowder. Of course, if he did know how to do it, this book would probably be banned. The gap between handmade gunpowder and modern gunpowder was still too large. Unlike cannons, firearms couldn't be made simply by brute force. If you couldn't solve the gunpowder problem, you could only slowly experiment and make mistakes. In fact, the gunpowder problem also affected the development progress of cannons, so much so that current cannons are actually very primitive. At least, Lind thought so. Bang! Rena test-fired a firearm that rune craftsmen had concocted through alchemy based on Lind's description. It was somewhat like a 19th-century percussion cap gun, skipping the flintlock step entirely, but it couldn't be mass-produced yet. The bullet hit the chainmail, and judging by the straw behind the armor, the person who took that shot probably didn't feel too good, but it wasn't fatal. Lori picked up the piece of chainmail that Rena had shot and was somewhat silent. It was important to know that Gray-White Territory's current chainmail was all basic enchanted. Even enchanted armor couldn't completely block the damage from firearms. This was no longer ordinary machinery, but on the level of magical items. Boss, are you planning a rebellion? Lori stealthily approached Lind, half-jokingly confirming with him. Not enough. Lind shook his head, simply saying 3 words. Lori was somewhat at a loss for words. Was this power still not enough? Could it be that his lord was truly preparing for a rebellion? Lori's inner thoughts began a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Rena, after firing a few more test shots, seemed to have an idea and began disassembling the firearm on the spot, lost in thought. Lind then gestured for Susan, one of Rena's knights, to be his target. Lind wanted to see how firearms performed against this era's elite troops. Susan was initially a bit reluctant, but finally put on her helmet and stood a short distance away. Bang, bang, bang. Lind didn't have Rena's shooting talent. After getting used to the feel for quite some time, he finally landed a bullet on Susan's fully enchanted armor, but Susan showed no reaction. In her own words, it was like being hit by a small stone. Firearms were actually already beyond this entire era, completely effective against chainmail and plate armor, but it seemed to be this world's unique enchantment mechanism that greatly reduced the power of the bullets. Originally, these enchantments were to prevent knights from being easily staggered by armor-piercing weapons like hammers and flails during close combat, so the enchantments were primarily specialized in eliminating impact force. But unexpectedly, they inadvertently defended against firearms that hadn't even appeared yet. The higher the level of enchantment, the less damage firearms could inflict. In this world where high-level knights were all tough, ordinary kinetic weapons had limited effect on fully armored knights. Firearms that hadn't reached modern weapon levels found it difficult to break through the frontline knights, but they could be used as special attacks against squishy mages. After all, mages famously have high attack and low defense, and defensive magic is primarily for defending against magic. Gunpowder doesn't have a magic reaction, making it easy to evade mages' detection. If used at close range, it might really be able to take out a squishy mage in one go. However, these were all things Rena had told him. One of the most famous aspects of the Lars family was its abundance of knights and lack of mages. They even somewhat despised spellcasting professionals. If Lori knew what Lind was thinking, he would definitely think Lind was crazy. Elite professionals aren't cabbages. How could they be so easily broken through? But it was too early to say all this. After all, currently, firearms were basically made by alchemy, involving numerous steps, time-consuming and laborious, and could basically only be used as experimental products. because the technological level in the territory could currently only be described as a castle in the air. The normal research and development sequence should be to first create a magic steam engine or magic capacitor, then an industrial lathe, and then develop weapons for mass production and manufacturing. But gray-white territory currently didn't have a lathe. Although Lind had a sense of standardization, for example, chainmail could have damaged parts directly replaced. For more precise items like firearms, there was truly no way. They could only rely on master craftsmen to hand-make them. Lind could only give the master craftsmen dimensions and ask them to do their best. Lind, of course, knew that the lathe was the mother of industry, but Lind had only seen CNC machine tools, so he could only start by researching the most primitive foot-powered lathes in the territory. Why foot-powered? Because Lind still had no clue how to use an arcane array as a stable power source, or which arcane array to use as a power source. Lind originally wasn't an engineering student, and for converting a steam engine to magic-driven, or directly producing a magic engine in one step, he could only scratch his head. Fortunately, Lind knew the principles, and perhaps similar things could be manufactured in the territory in the future, but currently, there was a shortage of manpower, and Lind could only focus his energy on weapon production. Rena, at some point, had already mostly disassembled the percussion gun. Her emerald eyes darted around, and she asked Lind, "Brother, do you think this device could be used to launch magic?" Everyone present fell silent, and Lind was instantly enlightened. Yes, he seemed to have been confined by his past experiences, always trying to solve any difficulties with knowledge from his previous life. In contrast, Rena's unconventional thinking was more like that of a transmigrator. Yes, if we install a magic trigger on a firearm and activate the arcane array inside the firearm, wouldn't it be a magical version of a firearm? Rena, are you a genius? Ordinary firearms and magical firearms could even be used interchangeably. Against tough knights, one could directly use magic, while against mages who like to use magic shields, one could directly use ordinary firearms. Ordinary firearms could also be combined with magic for suppressive fire. Lind praised Rena without reservation, making Rena momentarily embarrassed and causing her to scratch the back of her head. At the same time, she awkwardly said, "But brother, in that case, the arcane array would need to be simplified to the extreme. I'm afraid it would be very difficult for me alone to achieve that. And in that case, the firing angle and power of the spells would all need to be readjusted." This was almost equivalent to inventing a new magic spell. Lin nodded, adding, "Not only that, but charging is also a problem. This is a weapon. It can't be like those production lines where you adjust it while using it." All in all, while this project had great prospects, it required a large investment, especially in professionals who had formally studied the magic system. Rena's knights were somewhat unreliable, as most of them, like Rena, used ancient spellcasting methods, casting entirely by feel. Moreover, compared to Rena, they had less systematic learning, mostly learning through combat, and were unfamiliar with spells outside of night magic, with worrying computational power. Lind thought for a moment. Were there any other professionals in the territory who could be pressed into service? Preferably academy-trained ones. Chapter 56. Now that things have come to this, let's do the questions first. Soon, Flora, wearing a birdbeak mask, and the sisters received their first task from the Lord. Many were excited, finally able to contribute their strength to the goddess's new messenger, the Great Lord. However, the moment she received the task, Flora grabbed the secretary's hand, who had come to deliver it, and asked, "Excuse me, Secretary, I need to confirm again. Is this really the task the Lord assigned?" A pile of math problems. To be precise, it was about the construction and related research of a second-tier fire magic model. Yes, Saintis, do not underestimate these math problems. They all concern the future of the territory. These are the Lord's exact words. The Lord said they must be handled carefully, and every number and coordinate must be double-checked at least twice to ensure accuracy. The secretary politely answered Flora's question. Flora looked at the thick stack of math test papers in her hand, wondering if she hadn't been saved at all, and all of this was just a hallucination before death. Although separated by a mask, the secretary could still see Flora's confusion and simply said, "The Lord said if there's anything you don't understand, you can go to this place to find him, and he will answer you." Unable to comprehend why she had to do math problems, Flora took the test papers and went to the laboratory in the territory. After explaining her purpose to the knight at the entrance, she found Lind inside. "Lord, please forgive my impoliteness. I just don't quite understand why our task is to do math problems, and not to heal the sick, save people, or spread your prestige." Upon seeing Flora's arrival, Lind was not in a hurry to answer her question. Instead, he began to introduce magic trigger and arcane array to Flora, which made Flora somewhat apprehensive. This was the greatest secret of the territory, yet it was meticulously explained to Flora, who had only arrived a few days ago. After all, she was closely related to the protagonist, so Lind chose to trust her without reservation. After briefly explaining the principles of the arcane array and magic trigger, Lind began to tell Flora about this laboratory. "Actually, in our previous review, both Rena and I felt that we, the gray-white territory, won that battle mostly by luck. Although grenades with a range of only 30 to 50 meters are powerful, they cannot become our primary weapon in the future." Lind stroked the cannon in the laboratory as he spoke, continuing, "So we must continue to update our weapons. Not only do we need to enable our soldiers to contend with those demons who use bloodline magic, but also to have a fighting chance against low and mid-tier professionals." Flora's first reaction was also to think Lind was crazy. The technology Lind spoke of and the weapons he displayed were already insane enough, and now he was saying that ordinary soldiers could have a fighting chance against low and mid-tier professionals? This was simply amazing. Wouldn't that mean that with these weapons, support professions like sisters could go to the battlefield? Flora's hands trembled with excitement. She originally thought that as a support professional, she would be confined to the rear for life, at most serving as a field medic on the battlefield. She never imagined she would have the chance to personally slay demons in the future. Lind approached a device that resembled an enlarged blunderbuss. This was a prototype weapon that Leisha and Rena had worked tirelessly overnight to create. He pulled the trigger beneath the weapon. The large blunderbuss, with its magazine connected to a magic stone, fired a scorching ray directly onto the distant armor. Black smoke was clearly visible rising from the armor. This was a second-tier fire magic, or rather, a modified version of a second-tier fire magic, a completely new spell. In essence, it was a molten ray, with altered firing angle, power, and increased stability. Its power was incomparable to the bloodline magic of ordinary demons, but it couldn't fire continuously yet because the problem of barrel overheating couldn't be solved, and it was simply too large, almost as big as the big lever from the late Qing dynasty in his previous life, which required 2 people to operate. However, as a prototype, there was still much room for improvement. If successful, it could solve the problem that ordinary kinetic weapons have difficulty damaging fully armored knights. After detailed discussions with Rena, Lind discovered that the primary reason for knights' enchantment direction being focused on impact force was that, in actual battlefield scenarios, spell-casting professionals were not numerous. Except for the Anjou kingdom to the south, which had organized mage units, the mainstream of the battlefield was still knight melee. Therefore, armor enchantments were generally geared towards eliminating impact force. Simply put, the current mainstream for knights was to stack toughness and physical resistance, not specifically magic resistance. After all, most bloodline magic, which was quite terrifying to ordinary people, were just minor tricks and could hardly cause effective damage to elite knights. In other words, if this weapon capable of firing molten ray could be successfully developed, it would essentially counter all current mainstream enchantments. "This is truly insane," Flora exclaimed. This was the first time Flora felt that a weapon designed for killing could also be so beautiful. Lind, unaware of what Flora was thinking, added, "So your task is to optimize the spell structure of the molten ray. I will have Leisha liaise with you to compress the arcane array that converts the molten ray's spell structure to its absolute limit." Lind patted the flintlock on a nearby table. "It needs to be able to fit into a weapon of about this size. This low-tier spell has a lot of room for optimization, but no one would specifically optimize such spells. Or rather, the construction of spell models is inherently very free, and coupled with different casting habits for each person, most spell models have not been researched to their fullest, and no one has proposed what a standard spell model should look like. Can it be done? In fact, Lind himself was not sure, as the arcane array currently used in the territory were all about getting the job done, brute force, with no optimization requirements. It's like all previous projects ran on a 4090, so everyone didn't need to consider optimization issues, and even wanted to max out ray tracing. But now, for a new project, you're telling me it needs to run smoothly on a 1060 or even a 960. Furthermore, there were no formally trained developers in the territory, which made Lind's expectations very low. As long as it could be carried by a single soldier, even if it was the size of a mortar, Lind would accept it. Just think about the educational background of the researchers in the gray-white territory now. Lisha, the leader, was a true self-taught expert. She learned a lot from her father and the Symbol Saint Society, but she herself was not a professional and knew nothing about traditional magic, being very specialized. Isa, the most reliable among them, had only completed 3 years of courses at the academy in the royal capital. Her fundamentals might be the most solid, but essentially, she was at a fresh graduate level and currently unable to use divine magic, but might be able to use the great meteor immortal art. Rena, whose overall strength should be the strongest, and whose thinking was the most active, but was very abstract. Every time she spoke, it was about this and that. Many arcane array could only be analyzed by Rena and could not be taught to others. Lind himself, his greatest use was probably that because he spent every day with Rena, he could somewhat understand some of Rena's thoughts, occasionally translate what Rena actually wanted to say to everyone, and provide research ideas, having never formally studied magic. The rest were a group of frustrated rune artisans, discarded like trash by the royal capital and the Lars family, a complete makeshift team. It's worth a try? This is just a second-tier magic. The spell model and theory are not complex. Flora nodded. Compared to the gray-white territories research team, the sisters, all of whom had formal training from the Holy See, were much more reliable. Then I'm relieved. If you need any materials, you can contact me directly. Lind, nodding gently, was still somewhat relieved that Flora didn't react like Lori, who thought he was about to rebel upon seeing these weapons. He didn't notice the fanaticism in Flora's eyes beneath her mask. Flora indeed had no thoughts of rebellion. How could the goddess's great apostle returning to his rightful place be called rebellion? The old era's faith could no longer reconcile the current contradictions. People now needed a new faith. Perhaps even Flora herself didn't notice that after a series of events, she was gradually becoming extreme. Chapter 57. A Plain Conspiracy. The annihilation of the demon squad that had penetrated deep into the Northern Territory did not attract anyone's attention, as this squad was originally in a one-way communication state. At most, the liaison officer thought Bulkin was having too much fun in the Northern Territory. As for the new bird-beaked sisters appearing in the gray-white territory, although there were many rumors, only Fasten Town downstream knew some specific details. But in an era where communication primarily relied on shouting and contact mainly on walking, everything in the gray-white territory seemed like looking at flowers through a fog. In contrast, the slightest stir in the royal capital would ignite a new storm. For example, this morning, Prime Minister Kudike of the kingdom had already entered Grand Duke Lars's mansion. At that time, many students and nobles lined the streets to see Prime Minister Kudike off, even giving off a feeling of the wind whistles. The River is cold. Prime Minister Kudike did not say what he was going to do on this trip, only that it was for peace. Many speculated that Prime Minister Kudike was going to negotiate with Grand Duke Lars about matters in the Northern Territory, and some were worried about how Grand Duke Lars would treat the heroic Prime Minister now in the royal capital. Their worries were justified. The enraged Grand Duke Lars was almost unable to control the surging magic around him, but Prime Minister Kudike, sitting on the other side of the negotiating table, was calmly sipping tea. Grand Duke, have you made up your mind? If you don't sign soon, I don't know what will happen to your beloved granddaughter. Behind Prime Minister Kudike was a little girl guarded by 2 guards from the Prime Minister's residence. This was Ruby Lars, Lena's youngest sister. Lena had 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. After Lena's father disappeared, Grand Duke Lars originally envisioned a succession war, allowing Sean, the most outstanding of the 4 siblings, to inherit his father's position, while the other brother and sister were also in theft to strengthen Sean's lineage. Ruby was granted her own territory under such circumstances, but it was usually managed on her behalf by people sent by her brother, Sean Lars. However, now, Ruby had appeared in the royal capital, and in the hands of his political rival, Prime Minister Kudike. Grand Duke Lars felt his head was about to explode. Ruby could appear here, but he knew nothing, which not only indicated a problem with Ruby's territory, but also suggested that Sean's territory might already be in jeopardy. Kudike, I thought you knew the rules among nobles. Although Grand Duke Lars's words were not aggressive, his body was like a giant bear already poised to attack. This rule was, of course, the unwritten rule among noble political struggles. No matter how brutal the struggle, it would not involve family members. This was also why Grand Duke Lars felt at ease in feffing Ruby. Is this rule written in the kingdom's laws? Why don't I know? I only know that Ruby Lars exploited the common people, aroused public indignation, was driven out of her territory by rioters, and her fate is unknown. She's just a child, and her territory doesn't even have many common people. She doesn't even collect taxes. Grand Duke Lars slammed his hand down in a fit of rage, instantly shattering the table beneath it. Do you think the people in the royal capital now believe you, the incompetent Grand Duke, or me, the heroic Prime Minister? Prime Minister Kudike said proudly, I brought long-lasting peace to your northern territory. Then, Prime Minister Kudike glanced at the document that had shattered along with the table on the floor, pulled another one from his pregnant, and continued. Sign it, Grand Duke. His Majesty said that as long as you sign, you will be allowed to leave the royal capital. Then you can take your granddaughter wherever you want, can't you? This was clearly a mix of coercion and persuasion. Grand Duke Lars glanced at his butler, who tremblingly took the treaty. But just then, Prime Minister Kudike pulled out another document from his pregnant and handed it to the butler along with the first, saying, Grand Duke, don't rush. I have another one here. But don't worry, it's not a treaty. You just need to read the words on it aloud in the Queen's Square. Of course, only after you finish reading will you be reunited with your beloved granddaughter. Grand Duke Lars took the document. Indeed, this document was as outrageous as the treaty. To put it metaphorically, this document to be read aloud was a confession of guilt, densely filled with things Grand Duke Lars had or had not done. However, most of them were actually done by Prime Minister Kudike himself, only cleverly attributed to the Lars family. Seeing Grand Duke Lars about to get angry, Prime Minister Kudike gently raised his hand, and the guards behind him immediately drew their long swords and placed them at Ruby's neck. Grandpa, Ruby, not yet 10 years old, hugged her favorite teddy bear, looking at Grand Duke Lars with tear-filled eyes. The next day, almost all nobles and bards arrived punctually at the Queen's Square. Grand Duke Lars had lost his former prestige, looking as decrepit as an old man, standing on the already erected high platform and beginning to read the contents of the document. To quickly understand what had happened in the Northern Territory, Grand Duke Lars could no longer waste time with these schemers in the royal city. Grand Duke Lars had a premonition that something big had happened to the Lars family in the Northern Territory, but Prime Minister Kudike had somehow completely blocked all news. I am a sinner. I have failed His Majesty's trust. It was my obstinacy that led the Northern Territory to its current state. Grand Duke Lars, like an aging giant bear, sadly read the script set by Prime Minister Kudike on the stage. As more and more accusations not belonging to the Lars family were spoken from Grand Duke Lars's mouth, more and more people began to spread the word, and some passers-by even threw rotten eggs directly at the old man. The crowd below grew larger and larger, with some even shouting, Hang him! Hang him! Apologize to us. Of course, there were also many onlookers who did not know the truth, asking, Who is this old man? He's the grandfather of that disgrace to the nobility. Oh, that one. Truly shameless. A bad beam makes a crooked pillar. No wonder he could raise such a disgrace to the nobility. This confession of guilt quickly alarmed the royal city guards. Those guards immediately controlled the scene and swiftly arrested the Northern Territory people who were defending Grand Duke Lars. Among the crowd, bards immediately began to claim that Prime Minister Kudike had made Grand Duke Lars realize his mistakes. Long live Prime Minister Kudike. Immediately after, as if premeditated, the people present began to praise Prime Minister Kudike's great achievements and countless rotten eggs, as if prepared in advance, were thrown at Grand Duke Lars. Grand Duke Lars, his face splattered, could only wipe away the egg liquid from his face and continue reading the contents of the document Prime Minister Kudike had given him in the autumn wind. For a time, the entire royal capital was filled with insults and criticisms of Grand Duke Lars, as well as praise and adoration for Prime Minister Kudike. The bards continuously sang praises of Prime Minister Kudike's wisdom and courage, but in reality, Prime Minister Kudike had no particular wisdom. He merely had no bottom line in his actions. Chapter 58 Undercurrent. Kudike, for once, kept his promise. After Grand Duke Lars finished reading his crimes, an order was immediately signed in the palace, and the Grand Duke of the Northern Territory, who had been trapped in the royal capital for many years, could finally return to his territory. Theoretically, if Grand Duke Lars wanted to leave, no one could stop him, but out of loyalty to the royal family, Grand Duke Lars had always obediently remained in the royal capital. The aging Grand Duke Lars keenly noticed the change in the old king's attitude towards the Northern Territory, but as an old knight family, Grand Duke Lars still followed the old king's command. This was a foolish loyalty born of chivalry, and at the same time, it was lowering his stance, wanting to tell the old king that the Northern Territory was not an enemy. At least, that's what Grand Duke Lars thought. But now, no matter how old-fashioned and loyal Grand Duke Lars was, he could realize that Augustine no longer regarded Lars as his vassal, but as an enemy. To use someone's children as a threat has already exceeded the bottom line of aristocratic politics in this era. Perhaps you would say that true politics is even more unscrupulous than this. At least in this era, nobles still cared about their reputation, especially in wars between nobles. Even if they fought to the death, except for sworn enemies, they generally only needed to pay a ransom. Those unscrupulous things could be done, but not so shamelessly. Grand Duke Lars held Ruby, and in the carriage, he took one last look at the royal capital. It was still so ancient, foul-smelling, dirty, and chaotic, yet still so full of life. "Master, it's time to depart." The old butler driving in front spoke up to remind him. Depart. To our stronghold, Winterhold. Aren't we going to young Master Sean's River Valley first?" The butler had followed the Lars family for decades, and his relationship with Grand Duke Lars was more like friends than master and servant. Naturally, he knew Lars's affection for his grandchildren. Now that even Ruby could be easily captured by the royal family, Sean should be in even more danger. "There's no time," Grand Duke Lars sighed. "Whether something has happened to Sean or not, we must first go to Winterhold. Only there can we truly control the situation." According to Ruby, she was captured and brought to the royal capital because of an internal rebellion in the territory. Some knights of the Lars family had rebelled. Grand Duke Lars knew with just a thought that his troublesome sons had already teamed up with the royal family and started to make their move. It was just that Grand Duke Lars hadn't expected his sons to become so bold and even start learning the royal family's schemes and intrigues. However, as long as he returned to Winterhold, those rascals, in Grand Duke Lars's eyes, wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. As long as he was alive, the knights of the Lars family would know who to be loyal to. "Let's go, we're returning to the Northern Territory." And so, the ruler of the Northern Territory left the royal capital on a bone-chilling morning. Grand Duke Lars didn't even dare to make a fuss, only bringing a squad of guards, and even secretly removed the North Wind Bear family crest. Because once the North Wind Bear family crest was displayed, some people along the way would throw rotten eggs or fresh roadside manure. At the same time, in the royal capital, in the king's castle, Augustine III, lying on his sickbed, held a piece of intelligence and asked Kudike, "Is everything arranged?" "It's all arranged, Your Majesty, rest assured. This plan also has the assistance of the demon race. It's absolutely foolproof. Grand Duke Lars will surely die without a burial place." "That's good, cough, cough. Leave no future troubles. All of Lars's little rascals must be dealt with, and their uncles too. After they get rid of those little rascals, give them a position that can lead the Northern Territory to make them fight among themselves. Then find an opportunity to get rid of them all at once." Cough, cough, cough. Augustine III coughed violently, but still continued to speak his thoughts. A family like Lars, which had ruled a place for hundreds of years, was very difficult to completely eliminate. Besides physical annihilation, Their influence also had to be eliminated. And division was the best method. Support a force dependent on oneself, instigate, plot, fan the flames, and once this force grew strong, repeat the whole combo again. At that time, it would only be necessary to acknowledge to those rascals of Lars that everyone was the legitimate heir of the Lars family, and everyone had a claim to the Northern Territory. Then those rascals would fight each other to the death, and coupled with the demon race eyeing them from outside, the demise of the Northern Territory would not even require the royal family to act. Moreover, the Lars family would fall into a state of disunity, with no possibility of unifying the North again. As he thought, Augustine III suddenly noticed something was wrong. It wasn't that his thinking was problematic, but rather that the surrounding environment suddenly began to blur. Where were the maids? Where were the attendants? He had been coughing for so long. Why hadn't any servants come in to offer water? Unbeknownst to him, the entire room was left with only Augustine III and Kudike. In a daze, Augustine saw a cold smile on Kudike's lips, and at the same time, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, as if he was about to be invaded by a nightmare. Augustine III wanted to call for guards, wanted to activate the magical devices on his body, but found that he could only utter two simple syllables. Your Majesty, it's time for you to rest. As Kudike's words fell, Augustine III closed his eyes. Is everything arranged? A seductive woman in a slit nun's habit emerged from the void behind Kudike, holding a lantern dream. Very smoothly. He didn't even know he had fallen into a dream from the beginning. Before this woman, Kudike no longer had the demeanor of a heroic prime minister, nor the subservience he showed before Augustine. All that remained was deep fear and obedience. The magical items on Augustine III's body had just reacted when they were immediately suppressed by the black mist emanating from the lantern dream in the seductive woman's hand. You did very well. To be honest, we didn't expect you, a shameless thing, to be able to do this much. The seductive woman's words were barbed, seemingly very displeased with Kudike's cruel methods. We do need to stir up conflict, but not let it get out of control. You did too well. Some conflicts have already exceeded the control of our lantern dream. Do you understand? Kudike stood there trembling, not daring to refute a word. Next, be more low-key. Don't do such risky things anymore. The bishop also dislikes you bringing the demon race into the game. Before Kudike could react, everything that had just happened seemed to end as abruptly as a dream. Your Majesty? Your Majesty! Maids and attendants suddenly appeared, constantly calling out by Augustine III's bedside. Beside the sweating Kudike were the equally sweating imperial physician and the most excellent professor from the Royal Capital Academy. On the day Grand Duke Lars left the royal capital, Augustine III, who had ruled the Cape Kingdom for decades, lost consciousness. However, in external reports, Augustine III passed away peacefully in his sleep due to accumulated exhaustion. Because the crown prince had been established long ago, Clan Augustine immediately stepped forward to stabilize the situation and prepare for his ascension to the throne. However, due to the old king's sudden death, the royal capital still fell into chaos. Moreover, in the rumors among the nobles, Augustine III's death was full of suspicious points. Some even said that Augustine III was still alive and could breathe normally, but his consciousness seemed to have sunk into a vast ocean, forever asleep. Chapter 59. A sharp turn for the worse. Countless flames shot into the sky, dyeing the night a fiery red. Several crossbow bolts with grappling hooks shot towards the fleeing carriage, but they were all blocked by an invisible force. They're truly troublesome. On a distant hillside, several nobles were observing everything happening on the road using the Hawkeye technique. Don't worry. After all, the opponent is the ruler of the North, so it's normal for him to have some trump cards. But if this continues, it'll be dawn soon. They've been fighting and fleeing for almost an entire night. This is too much. A demon beside him opened his pocket watch and retorted. To be precise, it's 4 hours. 4 hours. A full 4 hours. The first noble said anxiously. Do you know what will happen if Grand Duke Lars returns to his winter hold? He will immediately know that his beloved grandson was attacked by us, and he will discover that we are not only cooperating with the royal family, but even colluding with you demons. Actually, Grand Duke Lars already knows now. The demon looked at the elite demon cavalry closely following the human cavalry in the distance. And you humans are quite self-aware. Attacking your own nephew and then attacking your own father. It's indeed enough to be called colluding, but we demons are different. We demons are much nobler than you. So don't use colluding to describe us. Humph. The noble snorted coldly and continued. If he escapes, you might be fine, but I'm going to die. The demon still said unhurriedly. That's right, and you'll die without a burial place. Once Grand Duke Lars returns to his stronghold, with his immense prestige, he can immediately beat you, who occupied your nephew's territory, back to your original state. Now we can only launch a simultaneous attack and eliminate your father and your niece and nephew together to ensure that you are the only remaining inheritor of the Lars family. You know that, and you're not sending more people? I said there's no need to rush. You also know that your Lars family produces many knight-class professionals, each as tough as a turtle. How could they be so easily taken down? Didn't we consider this point when we chose to wait here? The demon looked at the carriage escorted by a team of knights, marveling at how wealthy humans truly were. In these 4 hours, no less than 10 mithril-grade magic items had been used on that carriage, and orichalcum-grade ones were thrown out as if they were worthless. Even with an extremely long intercepting army deployed and countless traps and magic items prepared, the carriage still managed to escape to this place. In the middle, the opponent even used a crystal-grade magic item, silencing all magic in an entire area. That time, they almost escaped. Fortunately, the opponent did not have space-type magic items, and shadow-type magic was not what the Lars family specialized in. Otherwise, the people on the hillside would not have been so bold as to intercept and kill a Grand Duke of the kingdom. Grand Duke Lars in the carriage was breathing heavily. The best way now was to hold Ruby, ride the best warhorse, and break out with an elite squad. But that would mean abandoning the carriage's defensive magic and most of its magic items. Grand Duke Lars had already tried once when using the crystal-grade magic item, sending out an elite knight squad to try and break through, but the opponent's preparations were too thorough. Even the most elite knight squad found it difficult to break through this encirclement. The enemy was coming fiercely, and Grand Duke Lars truly had no confidence in being able to break through with Ruby, especially since the opponent had also used crystal-grade magic items. And most importantly, the opponent did not seem to intend to leave any survivors. Seeing the kingdom's magic legions and the green-skinned demons mixed together, Grand Duke Lars, even if he were as oblivious as Rena, could understand what was happening. What disappointed Grand Duke Lars the most was seeing many knights using the Lars battle formation in the chaotic battle. Sean's territory had most likely fallen. Although he had been mentally prepared, at this moment, Grand Duke Lars truly slumped into an ordinary old man over 70 years old. How much further to Winterhold? Grand Duke Lars held his knight stance, fending off stray arrows, while asking the butler who was driving the carriage. Of course, this question was actually meaningless. Grand Duke Lars had been attacked as soon as he left the Grant Fortress, which bordered the central region and the north. Even if he rode at full speed all night, it would be impossible to reach Winterhold. Asking this question was more about Grand Duke Lars wanting to resign himself to fate. I'm afraid there's not enough time, my lord. Heavy breathing could be heard clearly even amidst the countless crossbow bolts and magic. Looking at Ruby trembling in the carriage, Grand Duke Lars seemed to have made a certain decision. Grandpa, am I going to be captured again? Ruby hugged her teddy bear tightly, cowering in the corner of the huge carriage. When you go out later, you must listen to Butler Grandpa, okay? Grand Duke Lars lovingly stroked his youngest granddaughter. For hours of fierce battle had left Grand Duke Lars utterly exhausted, his hair disheveled, and his entire frame seemed to have shrunk. At this moment, Grand Duke Lars was no longer the formidable northern lord of yesteryear, but rather more like an old man in his twilight years. This old man in his twilight years picked up his little granddaughter, hid her within his long robe, then calmly went to the carriage, mounting another warhorse that had been pulling the carriage. Sebastian, how many years have we known each other? It seems like 50 years, my lord, or 52. I can't quite remember. During their conversation, the long robe fluttered, and Ruby appeared in the old butler's arms at some point, while only a small teddy bear remained beneath Grand Duke Lars's long robe. I should go teach my rebellious sons a lesson. You take Ruby and go west, to seek refuge with the elves, understand? Decades of unspoken understanding immediately made the old butler understand the Grand Duke's intentions. He nodded silently. The two immediately and tacitly cut the carriage's harness simultaneously, then squeezed their legs, wielding the reins, and the warhorses beneath them were squeezed for their last ounce of strength. Warriors of Lars, charge with me. With this roar, the surrounding knights, whose armor had turned from pure white to somewhat scorched, immediately raised their weapons and shouted, "For the north!" The enchantment systems on their weapons and armor began to operate at their limits, and for a moment, the light was so bright it was almost blinding. It was at this moment that the old butler took out a piece of cloth as thin as a cicada's wing and draped it over himself. The Lars family was indeed not skilled in shadow-type magic, but they did have some shadow-type magic items. However, this breathless cloak did not have the magical effect of making people disappear on the spot. It could only reduce one's aura and eliminate one's presence. If used by someone already targeted, it would have no effect. But now, Grand Duke Lars, clutching a small teddy bear, led the knights in a desperate charge. No one noticed an old butler silently disappearing into the knight ranks with the real Ruby. The old man is breaking out. Just as we expected, he's breaking out in the direction of Winterhold. The noble on the hillside clapped his hands excitedly. In this situation, only reaching Winterhold's vicinity offered a glimmer of hope, so using all their strength to break out in the direction of Winterhold was the normal line of thought. Once they broke through the encirclement and connected with Winterhold, the situation would completely reverse. This encirclement was also designed with this in mind. However, no one would have thought that Grand Duke Lars would let Ruby escape to the west. To allow Ruby to escape, Grand Duke Lars even left some important magic items to the old butler, which meant that this breakout was not actually a full-force breakout at all. This implicitly meant that the entire north had already fallen, and his own breakout would fail. All matters must consider the worst-case scenario. This was the last lesson Grand Duke Lars taught his rebellious sons. Chapter 60. The smile gradually covered the fire. Whoosh! A ray gun, reduced to a mere frame like exposed bones, successfully fired a molten ray. Although its power still lagged behind spells cast by true Tier 2 professionals, this was indeed a Tier 2 magic. Lind held up this weapon, which was currently just a frame. To be honest, the final design of this magical weapon resembled a compact submachine gun more than a rifle. Dismantling the barrel, Lind marveled at the multiple magic circles carved from metal rings inside. Those from formal institutions truly were more reliable than makeshift groups. The sisters had not only simplified the spell structure of the molten ray to its extreme, but had also optimized the structure using multiple runic magic circles. Simply put, the structure of the molten ray was broken down into many individual magic circles. A complete spell not only requires the structure of the spell itself, but also needs settings for its intensity, power, firing angle, and firing force. However, the sisters only retained the molten ray's core structure, with all subsequent parameters set through separate magic circles. Splitting a spell structure into several magic circles, in normal thinking, is a redundant and counterproductive optimization. But when applied to weapons that do not require a professional to activate, it not only divides a large magic circle into several smaller ones, compressing space, but also allows for future adjustments of the weapon's parameters if needed. Rather than a gun barrel, this was more like an automatic staff shaped like a gun barrel. Precisely because the firing angle was already set by the magic circles, no rifling was needed. If it weren't for the need to make space for a cooling system, Lin suspected this thing could even be strapped to one's hand and used as a sleeve arrow. And the materials for these multi-layered magic circles were merely alchemical ingredients imported from Fasten Town and the Glimmering Gold Merchant Association, with even these materials potentially having room for further optimization. Lori, facing the finished ray gun, was like a great mage who had been single for 30 years encountering a succubus. He caressed the gun body repeatedly, wiped it again and again, constantly repeating the aiming posture with his hand on the trigger. Then he put the gun down, immediately breaking into a lewd, foolish grin, as if he wished to take it with him for meals, sleep, and even to the toilet. Meanwhile, Flora and the sisters, the main creators of this gun, were unleashing a barrage of fire upon the distant target. Although they claimed it was for testing the gun to identify areas for improvement, the increasingly widespread laughter emanating from behind their masks made Lind feel a chill down his spine. Were they always like this? Lind asked Isa, who was beside him. No, not really. I've been away from Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral for too long, so I might not remember clearly. Isa looked at the sisters, whose laughter was gradually spreading like wildfire, and wiped the sweat from her forehead, somewhat suspecting she had brought back a group of fake sisters. As for the charging issue, as long as the production of magic stones could keep up, it wouldn't be a problem. However, charging efficiency still needed optimization, not just charging efficiency, but also the charging ratio, to allow a small piece of magic stone to fully charge the magic several times. Lind planned to equip every soldier with a tactical backpack, which could not only charge the ray gun, but also hold other items. If the charging efficiency was too low and the charging device too heavy, each gun might even require a dedicated quartermaster to carry the charging device. After testing the gun, Lind looked at Rena, who was staring blankly into the distance, and walked over to pat her shoulder. Rena, caught completely off guard, immediately jumped in fright. She turned her head and gradually relaxed upon seeing a familiar face. You scared me, brother. How do you walk without making a sound? Could a Tier 6 night professional really not sense Lind, a half-baked individual, approaching? Rena herself probably wouldn't believe it. Are you alright? Rena had been like this for several days, and Lind was genuinely worried. Similarly, the supplies that the Lars family should have transported to the Gray-White territory had also been delayed for several days. Even now, no Lars family ship had been seen at the dock. This was the first time Lind had encountered the Lars family failing to keep an appointment. Those rigid knights had actually missed an appointment? Even Rena had realized something was amiss, and coupled with recent rumors, it made Rena restless day and night. Only by listening to Lind's daily reports about the Gray-White territory could she sleep with some peace of mind, though it was mostly like this before too. Of course I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Didn't you want to make some kind of backpack before, and also design a close-quarters weapon? I've designed them all for you. After speaking, Rena put on her usual smiling face and began rummaging through her person. Strange, I distinctly remember putting it in this pocket. Although Rena always wore a smile in front of Lind, who was with Rena every day, knew that it was somewhat forced. I found it, brother, look. Rena finally pulled out a large design drawing from her breastplate, but the drawing was completely blank. How could this be? I remember clearly drawing everything down. The stunned Rena looked at the blank design drawing, feeling increasingly depressed for some reason, with even a slight moistness in the corners of her eyes. Get some good rest. If it's really too much, you can go hunting to clear your head like before. If there are any problems, I'll inform you immediately. Lind tenderly stroked Rena's golden hair. Due to some news brought by merchants, Rena had become much more haggard recently. But Lind felt it wasn't just for this reason. Rena was actually very smart. She might have realized something long ago. It was just that the recent rumors confirmed her inner suspicions, but because Rena wasn't very good at expressing and organizing her thoughts, even she didn't know why she felt so depressed. I'm sorry, brother, Rena stopped before finishing her sentence. It was clear that Rena hadn't yet sorted out her feelings and didn't know how to express herself. I've already had Rela send people to gather intelligence. We should have news very soon. If not, we'll go directly to Winterhold to see, alright? Lind's words were a reassurance for Rena. Finally, Rena returned to her usual self and said, brother, I trust you. Something had happened to the Lars family. Lind could almost confirm this directly. After all, even the Northwestern Territory had heard rumors. But the extent of the problem still needed further investigation. Lind also finally realized the shortcoming of his territory. The intelligence system was somewhat weak. After all, before he had focused on his own development, basically passively receiving intelligence, which was actually very dangerous. Current intelligence was mainly transmitted by merchants and bards. Merchants were fine. They were people who did things for money. But Lind really didn't like those bards who were full of epic legends. He still vividly remembered the exaggerated descriptions of the bards when he inquired about the female lead in Fasten Town. Chapter 61 Champagne. At the same time, Weskier Evans, the head of the Champagne noble, had just finished receiving the envoy from the royal capital and excitedly convened a family meeting. Gentlemen, the opportunity for our Evans family to rise has come. Now, the sinful Lars family has been eliminated by the awakened Doug Lars, along with reinforcements from the royal capital and friends from the border. Now, we only need to eliminate the last remaining old Lars hiding in the west to completely end the Lars family's rule in the north and usher in a new era. Everyone present applauded excitedly. Many had known about this for a long time, but only when Weskier confirmed it did they finally relax. The Lars family had cultivated their influence in the north for too long. If they didn't eliminate all of the Lars in one go, they would inevitably face a terrifying backlash. But now, a branch of the Lars family had completely sided with the royal family, and with the power of the royal family and the demon race, they had swiftly occupied large territories, including River Valley, and ambushed Grand Duke Lars on the road as he tried to return to the north. It could be said that as long as the Lars family's last foothold in the north was removed, then the Lars family, which had ruled the north since the kingdom's establishment, would be nothing more than Augustine's dog from now on. Of course, the methods Doug Lars employed were not honorable, not to mention the inheritance war regulations set by Grand Duke Lars. Aristocratic warfare in this era still adhered to incredibly absurd and primitive etiquette. For example, before going to war, a formal declaration of war had to be submitted, a time and place agreed upon, and everyone would shout 3, 2, 1 before starting. Even if this rule was stupid and shouldn't be followed, he shouldn't have used his status as a member of the Lars family and the pretense of diplomatic negotiations to lure his two grandnephews out of the city, and then send troops to attack their homes separately. And to unite with foreign races to fight his own people, that was truly shameless. However, no one cared about these details, because Doug Lars and his brothers won. Although the two grandnephews managed to escape because they were lured out of the city before the attack, and the grandniece ambushed en route also slipped away, at least Grand Duke Lars was dead. While Grand Duke Lars's stronghold, Winterhold, couldn't be taken down immediately, as long as supplies were cut off, the old men inside the fortress could only wait for death or surrender outside the city. Now, as long as Lena Lars's gray-white territory was overthrown, a new era would arrive. As the head of the Champagne noble, Weskier had secretly placed his bet long ago, betting on Doug Lars, or rather, on the royal family behind Doug Lars, to win. Clearly, the time for reaping the rewards had arrived. A newly developed small viscounty was, for the Evans family, as good as taken. As long as they won this battle, the Champagne noble would no longer refer to a cluster of nobles, but solely to the Evans family. From then on, the Evans family would no longer be a noble family confined to the Northwestern Territory, but a true first-class house. Although the main forces couldn't come to the west because they had to suppress the newly occupied territories, this was precisely the meaning of the Evans family's existence, not to mention the other allies who came to support this time. Although Weskier would rather they hadn't come, these people, seeing that the battle was decided, immediately came to say they wanted to help eliminate the remnants of the old Lars family, clearly just to share the spoils. This greatly displeased Weskier, who had already placed his bets. However, for the Evans family, who was already guaranteed the largest share, this was also a means to balance the Northwestern Territory in the future. Everyone shared the same corpse, so they would all be on the same side from now on. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome the bard who facilitated this coalition, and my personal confidant, the bard of the epic compilation school, Villainess. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the bard, dressed in flamboyant, exaggerated theatrical attire and blindfolded, entered the hall. Everyone was already accustomed to this attire. Villainess was about to bow when Weskier helped him up. "Count, you mustn't." After speaking, Villainess stubbornly completed his bow. "Why mustn't I? You are the noble who showed me the way. If not for you, I would still be holed up in my room counting money." Everyone laughed heartily at this. To those who didn't know Villainess, Weskier introduced him. "The achievements we have today are all thanks to Mr. Villainess's persuasion. Our family was able to seize the opportunity and rise to become the foremost family in the North. If we had been like Jefferson, betting on both sides, we would still be a small noble family just counting money at home." Villainess humbly said. I merely guided you to the correct destiny. After all, we are bards of the compilation school. We bards of the epic compilation school are different from those of the recording school. We are not only responsible for recording history, but we also personally participate and create magnificent epics. And now, Count, you are the protagonist of my epic. Before the self-satisfied Weskier could even feign humility, Villainess continued with fervor. It's not enough to simply wait for new heroes to create epics. A true bard should create epics and myths themselves. I believe that under the leadership of the Evans family, humanity will restore the glory of the Rom Empire era. Rom was the previous human empire, with a history of 1,000 years, and was also the legendary golden age of humanity. The Cape and Anjou kingdoms both split from the Rom Empire, and both claim to be the legitimate successors of the Rom Empire. Of course, for people today, this empire is merely a legend. These words were somewhat disrespectful. After all, it was still Augustine's era, but no one present cared about this. They all stood up and applauded Villainess, even opening champagne, in the literal sense. Once the coalition arrives and the last Lars is eliminated, I will present you with my meticulously compiled epic story. By then, you will be the hero who saved the North. Villainess took out his lute and sang loudly for those present. Just as the host and guests were enjoying themselves, a discordant voice broke through. Father, Doug Lars not only violated the nobility's trust and rules, but he also suppressed local merchants and exploited his own subjects just to please the demon race, and even killed his own biological father. Do we really want to associate with such a person? Weskier stopped opening the champagne and saw it was his youngest son, Jim, who had a notoriously bad temper. Although most families dote on their youngest son, Weskier found this son increasingly displeasing, so he assigned him many arduous tasks that required him to travel around. Unexpectedly, the more places the child visited, the worse his temper became, and the more he liked to contradict the family. Moreover, from what I saw during my last visit to Grey-White territory, their subjects are very united, and their lord is deeply beloved. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to conquer. Weskier, frustrated, cursed. Being a good person doesn't put food on the table. What can a bunch of peasants do? You might as well talk about the 50 remaining cavalry in Grey-White territory. Someone, drag Jim out and make him reflect behind closed doors. Father, before Jim could say anything more, the guards nearby immediately dragged Jim back to his room. All right, guests, I apologize for my son's unstable mind. Let us continue opening champagne. Today's expenses are on me. Of course, Weskier inwardly felt that Jim had a point. As the future ruler of the Northwestern Territory and a great noble about to be promoted to a first-class house, Weskier felt he couldn't win as disgracefully as Doug Lars. While it wouldn't go as far as traditional nobles needing to agree on a time and shout 3, 2, 1 before starting, a declaration of war still needed to be sent first and an envoy dispatched. After all, it was already a guaranteed victory, and Weskier wanted to win more honorably. Moreover, if he could win without a fight, that would be best, as it would prevent those allies who were preparing to jointly attack Lars from getting the largest share of the spoils. However, Weskier still needed to discuss this with Villainess. After consulting him, Villainess expressed his clear support. To subdue the opponent without a fight will add even more glory to your epic. Hearing this reply, Weskier stroked his beard, already imagining the scene of the once arrogant Lars surrendering to him. Chapter 62 Jefferson's Attitude. Jefferson had been feeling quite annoyed lately. As a Champagne noble, Jefferson had naturally received an invitation to jointly crusade against the Lars family, and as a neighbor of Grey-White territory, Jefferson was assigned a very important position. But to be honest, Jefferson was somewhat reluctant, because the most direct beneficiary of Grey-White territory's development was the downstream fastened town. If it continued to develop so steadily, Jefferson would sooner or later surpass Weskier and become the spokesperson for the Champagne nobles. And once Grey-White territory was destroyed, the best outcome would be for the profits to be divided among everyone, and the worst outcome would be for the Evans family to monopolize it. At that time, forget about being a Champagne noble. Jefferson would probably only be fit to carry Weskier's shoes. No wonder that guy wasn't very interested in Grey-White territory's business before. only sending his least favorite youngest son. However, now, in front of Jefferson, there was a good opportunity to perform a meritorious deed. While routinely collecting taxes from merchant ships bound for gray-white territory, Jefferson unexpectedly discovered Ruby and the old butler Sebastian hiding in the cabin. Although they had disguised themselves, and the two looked like an ordinary family's grandfather and granddaughter, Ruby's acting was still a bit lacking. Jefferson, who had met them once during a business trip, still recognized the two. It was clear that these two were heading to gray-white territory where ISA was, and according to the alliance agreement and Jefferson's current stance, he should immediately detain them to claim credit. But at this moment, Jefferson hesitated. As a well-known fence-sitter, Jefferson disliked doing risky things the most. Although everyone thought gray-white territory could be destroyed in an instant, the old butler's hand had already reached behind him, and who knew what Lars's final power could bring out. To avoid a lose-lose situation, Jefferson pretended not to see anything and walked out of the cabin as if nothing had happened, thus allowing them to pass. He wouldn't even get a share of the spoils, so why risk his life? Jefferson's attitude was like his attitude towards these merchant ships. Although he didn't know what was being transported, as long as you paid taxes, he would let you pass. Whose money wasn't money? As gray-white territories downstream, Jefferson was not nervous at all. The territory above would have to be crazy to actually fight the coalition army. Jefferson believed Lind was a smart person, and even if he didn't surrender, he would most likely defect to the elves in the end. The old butler in the cabin breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the magic tools in his hand were enough to escape, he didn't want to cause chaos at this time. The old butler grew more and more desperate as he watched the situation unfold along the way. The nobles of the Northwestern Territory made no secret of their unified stance, intending to devour this last piece of cake together. These nobles of the Northwestern Territory even refused aid from other places, claiming they wanted to rely on their own strength to eliminate the evil Lars family. But in reality, they were afraid that forces from other places would come and take a share of the cake. Now, the old butler only wanted to safely bring Ruby to gray-white territory, and then take the two young ladies to seek refuge with the elves in the giant God Mountains. However, when the merchant ship sailed into gray-white territory, the old butler found that something was amiss. The riverbanks were full of neat buildings, huge water wheels were slowly turning, and nuns wearing bird-beak masks were checking the health of everyone on the merchant ship to prevent epidemics from entering the territory. Although he knew that Miss ISA would deliberately belittle gray-white territory in her letters to get more aid, describing gray-white territory as being like the streets around the capital, the old butler never dreamed that the real gray-white territory would look like this. "Grandpa, have we arrived?" To maintain their disguise along the way, Ruby had to call the butler Grandpa, but it made no difference, as Ruby originally called him Butler Grandpa anyway. "I'm not sure." When they sailed into gray-white territory's port, the old butler still couldn't believe this was gray-white territory. The crew members nearby were already used to it, simply assuming the other party was a bumpkin from another place. Name, age. The cold voice of the nun in charge of registration pulled the old butler back to reality. Only then did the old butler notice that everything in the territory seemed to be under control. This feeling was very familiar to the old butler. It was the atmosphere a territory had when entering a state of war. The old butler did not answer the nun's question directly, but instead took out a token with a North Wind Bear emblem from his pregnant. "Ruby, sister." ISA and Ruby, the two sisters, embraced and wept. This was the first time ISA had cried so loudly since she learned of Grand Duke Lars's death from the merchants. "Sister, I'm so scared. I'm afraid I'll be captured again as soon as I fall asleep." "It's okay, sister will protect you." ISA cried and wiped her tears, simultaneously taking on the responsibility of an elder sister, though ISA, who was crying even louder than Ruby, sounded unconvincing. Seeing ISA, who had been suppressed for so long, finally cry, Lind also felt much more relaxed. The plot of this world had indeed gone awry. Lind never dreamed that ISA's uncles would actually dare to kill Grand Duke Lars. Lind's surprise upon hearing this news was no less than when he heard about ISA's rebellion. Gray-white territory also entered a state of preparedness after this. Although not explicitly stated, It had become a recognized fact that gray-white territory was now the last bastion of the Lars family in the Northwestern Territory. Of course, strictly speaking, there were still many others who could represent the Lars family more than gray-white territory, such as Winterhold, which had not yet been breached, ISA's two missing younger brothers, and many resistance organizations. But talking about these things now was useless. They just wanted to eliminate the last living forces of the old Lars family. And who this living force was not important. Even Lind, who had not yet married ISA, was inexplicably labeled as the legitimate heir of Lars, simply because Lind did not cut ties with ISA immediately. Lind could only lament, "Oh no, I've become the legitimate one. Mr. Lindroll, I am very grateful for everything you have done for the young lady. But now, I must take the young lady to the elves. Of course, if you wish, you can come along." The old butler was still very respectful. After all, Lind did not sell Isa out immediately and even put the territory into a state of preparedness, which far exceeded the old butler's expectations. "Mr. Sebastian, do you mean for me to flee?" Lind was not a coward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put the territory into a state of preparedness. But he was also not the kind of person who would defy the entire world for a woman out of anger. His relationship with ISA was really similar to what ISA herself called it. Just bros. At least Lind currently considered it that way. Doesn't fighting the whole world for bros sound much more normal? Well, Lind just felt he couldn't surrender, that's all. In the eyes of outsiders, gray-white territory was completely Lars family's territory. Surrendering was impossible, and even if he did, the other side would only give him enemy uniforms and continue shelling. Sometimes evasion does not equal failure. We need to accumulate strength, contact other Lars clansmen who harbor justice, and we will eventually wait for the day of counterattack. This was the safest approach. ISA's uncles were notoriously illegitimate rulers, and they were still suppressing rebellions in their respective occupied territories. In the old butler Sebastian's view, gray-white territory alone could not hold out, and blockading gray-white territory would be even easier. The most correct thing to do now was to escape to the elves together and seek their protection. But if they just fled like this, wouldn't all those weapons they built before be for nothing? Moreover, gray-white territory had already developed to several thousand people, and it was not something that could simply be taken away. Even if only the core team was taken, there was no guarantee that the technology would not be leaked, and it might be even harder to fight then. Of course, Lind could also just perform a French salute. But would there really be a transmigrator who was such a coward? While Lind was pondering, another guest arrived at gray-white territory. The one who came to persuade him to surrender had truly arrived. Chapter 63 read, Viscount Linderall, long time no see, long time no see. The one who came to persuade him to surrender was an acquaintance, the very same envoy who had delivered the marriage contract. He had originally come from the royal capital to issue orders to the nobles of the Northwestern Territory, but unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, he was now back to persuade Lind to surrender. Envoy sir, long time no see. May I ask what insights you bring to gray-white territory this time? After settling Ruby and the old butler, Lind brought Rena to meet the envoy. This was Rena's own request. She was very insecure at the moment, possibly fearing that Lind might truly surrender suddenly. The once heroic Rena was now huddled behind Lind like a kitten. I presume Viscount Sir already knows that the dark clouds hanging over the Northwestern Territory have dispersed. The new leader of this region, Earl Weskier Evans, cannot bear to cause more slaughter, so he sent me to speak with Viscount Sir. After speaking, the envoy pulled out the surrender letter from his pregnant, which was less of a surrender letter and more of a defeated treaty. The treaty included everything from publicly disclosing the recipes for white sugar and recovery potions to voluntarily ceding the magic stone mine, essentially selling off the entire gray-white territory. What Lind would gain, however, was merely an empty title of elevated peerage and the lordship of a small, remote border town. This treaty seemed as if they were afraid Lind would surrender, which would diminish the merits of those lords, so they wished for Lind to resist to the end. The envoy even came with an attitude meant to provoke Lind, secretly praying that Lind would not surrender. Of course, if you are willing to voluntarily hand over the Lars family rebels, we will offer you a more generous treaty. After speaking, The envoy glanced at Rena, whose eyes were still red. He hadn't expected that while Lindroll had been quite resistant to the marriage at first, he was now standing with the Lars family rebels. Rena unconsciously gripped Lind's left arm, fearing that Lind would truly sign the treaty. Viscount, Your Excellency, don't say I didn't warn you. Even the powerful Grand Duke Lars, the Lord of Rebels, perished without a trace under the assault of our allied forces. For a moment, Lind didn't know how to retort. If Grand Duke Lars had truly perished without a trace, then Doug Lars probably wouldn't sleep soundly at night. Who knew if he had escaped using some magical item? And what was this Lord of Rebels? Was this an official designation? But why did it sound a bit Chinibu? Could this envoy be talking nonsense? However, Rena was clearly agitated by the perished without a trace remark. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say when the words reached her lips. Didn't see the body? Does that mean Grand Duke Lars might still be alive? Feeling Rena's grip on his arm, Lind immediately understood what Rena wanted to say and spoke up for her, even though he had no idea what the reasoning was. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be dead. The envoy immediately retorted, and Rena's eyes dimmed. Viscount Lind, I advise you not to hold on to any lucky. Regardless, the death of Grand Duke Lars is a foregone conclusion. Those new Lars, enfeoffed by His Majesty, are the future of the Northwestern Territory. Viscount, Your Excellency, you are also a smart person. I hope you do not fail to appreciate my kindness and obediently hand over the rebels in your territory. That way, I can also give an account to the future lord of this territory. Oh, in my opinion, those who commit patricide and fratricide are the wicked ones. Is it truly good to let such people become the future of the Northwestern Territory? Who, exactly, is failing to appreciate kindness? Lind immediately went into full-on contrarian mode and began to retort. You, Viscount, Your Excellency, don't think that with a sixth-order professional and a bunch of elite cavalry, you can act unscrupulously. I warn you, the forces of the old Lars will ultimately be annihilated under our iron hoofs. What you rely on are merely 50 cavalrymen left by the old Lars forces and a sixth-order rebel. We have already investigated all of this thoroughly. In reality, no investigation had been done at all. Do you know how many nobles are in our allied army? How many professionals? We have 50,000 heavenly soldiers. Once our allied army's heavenly soldiers arrive, we will surely make you suffer. Of course, these 50,000 heavenly soldiers included logistics, and the logistics of logistics. It also included the cooks of the noble lords, and the logistics of the cooks. Among them were also many of the noble lords' concubines, and the concubines' logistics, because who wouldn't want to show off their heroic demeanor on the battlefield in front of their most beloved wife? After counting these people, and then rounding up again after rounding up, having 50,000 people is very reasonable, right? At least this envoy didn't round up again to 100,000. It was no secret that the nobles of the entire Northwestern Territory had already begun to form an allied army, preparing to divide this last piece of cake. Regardless, for a single gray-white territory to contend against the entire Northwestern Territory was a bit too exaggerated. Rena even considered giving up. Fleeing to the elves was not entirely unacceptable. Having delivered the stick, the envoy then began to offer the carrot, tossing the treaty onto the table. If Viscount, Your Excellency, is willing to lay down arms and surrender, you will not lose the position of Marquis in the future. What is the point of stubbornly holding on for a woman now? I still remember that Viscount, Your Excellency, was not very satisfied with this marriage at first, was he? Lind didn't even glance at the treaty and said, I thought envoy, sir, having traveled so far, would have some profound insights. I didn't expect you to be distorting black and white, confusing good and evil, and even yelping like a mad dog in front of me. You, a group of people who committed patricide, fratricide, and colluded with foreign enemies, yet dare to claim to be the future of the Northwestern Territory? I have never seen such a shameless person. After speaking, Lind took the treaty, signed a stroke on it, and threw it onto the envoy's face. The envoy took the treaty and found that where a signature should have been, a single word was written, read. This was clearly the format for approving a subordinate's official document. In an instant, the envoy's blood rushed to his head, and he collapsed to the ground. Show him out. After speaking, Lind left without looking back. The attendants also tacitly dragged out the envoy, who had fallen to the ground and hadn't yet managed to get up. Only after the envoy had gone far did Lind turn to Rena, who was gripping his arm tightly, and say, "Can you let go now?" Rena then reacted, immediately loosening her tight grip. Lind rolled up his sleeve and found that his arm was already bruised. Fortunately, Rena hadn't truly exerted force. Otherwise, with the strength of a sixth-order knight, his arm might have burst on the spot. "I'm sorry, brother. I was just a little nervous for a moment. And then I—" Lind interrupted Rena and said directly, "Surrendering is useless. They won't let us off easily." In fact, when that treaty was brought out, Lind knew that surrender was no longer an option. These insects were afraid that someone would surrender and take a slice of their cake. Before the fighting even began, the internal distribution of benefits was likely already decided. Escape would probably also be very difficult. Grand Duke Lars's influence, no matter how great, belonged to a dead man. Moreover, Lind had had several contacts with the elves. Although they were very trustworthy, they were still somewhat different from the traditional impression of elves, less divine and more human. The internal factions of the elves were also very complex and unreliable. Seeing Rena still somewhat hesitant, Lind sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected that he was supposed to be stopping Rena from rebelling, but now he had to persuade Rena to rebel instead. But after a slight hesitation, Rena nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. We're not going to the elves. I want revenge." Ruby, who had been behind the scenes, also came out, pulling the old butler Sebastian. "I'm not leaving either. I want to stay with my sister." The old butler, meanwhile, stared at Lind, seemingly trying to understand Lind's true intentions. Feeling the old butler's gaze, Lind asked, "What exactly is the situation within the Lars family now? There might be reinforcements. Winterhold hasn't been captured yet. As long as you can hold out, I can try to contact the elders of the Lars family." In essence, it was about trying to rally more people based on Grand Duke Lars's remaining prestige. And there are still many people loyal to the Grand Duke's eldest son's lineage. As long as young Miss is still here, it should attract quite a few people, provided, of course, that we can hold out. The old butler continued to add. Although he said that, the old butler's actual expectations were more pessimistic. He estimated that Winterhold was currently discussing whether to surrender to the new Lars family or continue to hold out. Hearing this news, Lind merely nodded. "Then we fight. The War of Succession is not over yet." Chapter 64, Suddenly Robbed. Jefferson, as usual, was eating beef, singing songs, and enjoying life with his wife. The sight of the envoy's face turning a liver-like color from anger earlier made Jefferson marvel. What could have happened in gray-white territory to make that envoy so furious? Moreover, after the envoy returned, Westgear immediately sent letters to all the Champagne nobles in the Northwestern Territory, setting a time and place to jointly crusade against the rebels of the old Lars family. It seemed even Westgear was beyond angry, which filled Jefferson with immense pleasure. Although Jefferson had joined Westgear's camp, the Champagne nobles only maintained a superficial harmony among themselves and were privately at odds. Furthermore, Jefferson had always been threatening Westgear's position before, so their relationship was actually very poor. However, as a classic fence-sitter, Jefferson was still invited by Westgear to crusade against Lars, but because Jefferson was furthest from Westgear and closest to gray-white territory, he didn't need to gather. He only needed to join after the main army arrived. Nevertheless, since Fasten Town was closest to gray-white territory, preparations had to be made in advance. At the same time, Jefferson was also pondering how to prevent the war from affecting Fasten Town, and if it did, how to claim compensation. A merchant's thoughts immediately occupied Jefferson's mind. Just then, a servant frantically burst into Jefferson's dining room. "Viscount, something terrible has happened." Jefferson looked up at the servant and reprimanded him. "What kind of behavior is this, being so flustered? Have you forgotten what I told you? That even a noble's servant must maintain elegance? What exactly happened?" The servant immediately stood up, elegantly bowed to Jefferson, and then said, "It's bad, my lord. Gray-white territory has attacked." Clang. Jefferson was so startled that he fell directly under his chair. "Attacked? Are you sure? Gray-white territory didn't flee, but attacked instead. Holy cow, is Lind crazy? This was Jefferson's first thought. After all, the Allied army had gathered the strength of the entire northwestern territory, with Weskier claiming to have as many as 50,000 men. Most people, hearing this, would have probably fled long ago. Although the number of 50,000 was greatly exaggerated, even 50,000 pigs would be impossible for all of Gray-White territory to catch if they mobilized everyone. Jefferson had originally thought Lind would mock them for a bit, then retreat into the giant God Mountains and directly seek refuge with the elves, as the elves seemed to have a good impression of Lind. But he never expected Lind to directly confront them head-on. And Jefferson immediately realized that if they were truly going to confront them head-on, then Fasten Town, being the closest and downstream, would have to be captured. If Fasten Town was in the hands of the Allied army, it would be a military base from which Gray-White territory could be attacked at any time. But if it was in Gray-White territory's hands, Lind could even integrate Gray-White territory and Fasten Town, with Fasten Town directly serving as Gray-White territory's bridgehead. With Fasten Town, Lind could even take the initiative to attack. The reason he hadn't fled before was because Jefferson thought that even if Gray-White territory dared to fight, they would definitely adopt a defensive strategy, holding Gray-White territory and fighting guerrilla warfare relying on the giant God Mountains, waiting for rescue from the remaining forces of the Lars family. But he never expected Gray-White territory to even want to actively attack and occupy Fasten Town. This idea was too radical. It should be known that Gray-White territory's population was not large enough. To even divide forces to occupy Fasten Town meant that not only would they fight, but they would also abandon defense and take the initiative to attack, which completely exceeded Jefferson's expectations. Realizing this, Jefferson immediately jumped 3 feet high and shouted, "Saddle the horses, run quick." Fasten Town was essentially a commercial city, and located in the peaceful northwestern territory, it had almost no defensive capabilities, only a night order led by a second-tier professional. Jefferson actually knew something about the previous demon squad that had mysteriously disappeared near Gray-White territory, and then Gray-White territory had mysteriously gained many masked nuns. And based on the soldiers he saw in Gray-White territory last time, Jefferson felt that Fasten Town simply could not be defended. "Where are you going to run, Mr. Jefferson?" As soon as the words fell, Jefferson saw a fully armed Lind, accompanied by several soldiers holding metal ray guns, directly burst into his dining room. Brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming to visit? I haven't had a chance to properly entertain you yet." Jefferson immediately changed to another face in a disheveled manner, nervously rubbing his hands in front of Lind. How did he get here so fast? The servant had just reported, and he was already at the house. In fact, Lind was also a bit surprised. In a sense, they had already entered a state of war, but Fasten Town was completely undefended. When Lind led his soldiers into the town, some merchants along the way were even trying to sell him goods. It wasn't until Rena's knights began to control the situation and take over Fasten Town's city defenses that Fasten Town realized that the upstream had attacked. By the time Fasten Town's night order was about to mobilize, they were firmly suppressed by Rena's knights, with no chance of rescue. Lind sat directly opposite Jefferson and said, "I believe Mr. Jefferson already knows that some fellows in the north colluded with external enemies, murdered their father and nephew, which is unforgivable. And we should have jointly crusade against these disloyal, unfilial, inhumane, and unjust individuals. But some greedy fellows, blinded by money and power, became their lackeys and even wanted to attack our Gray-White territory. You know, we in Gray-White territory have always loved peace and never instigated any trouble. But now that someone has set their sights on us, we have no choice but to resist." Jefferson's eyes darted around, trying to stall until his professional guards in his territory could come to his rescue, so he began a delaying tactic. Yes, Weskier daring to be a lackey for such trash is truly blind. "Oh, Mr. Jefferson thinks so too? That's wonderful." After speaking, Lind took out a stack of pre-written letters from his arms and handed them to the servant beside him. "Find a few reliable adventurers and have them deliver this letter to Weskier." The servant took the stack of envelopes and immediately left. The sharp-eyed Jefferson saw that all those envelopes were written in his name. "Bro, what's written in that letter?" "Nothing much. just that you have clearly realized that Weskier and his group are a bunch of heartless scoundrels, and Fasten Town has decided to fight these beasts in human clothing to the end. It was a very crude scheme to sow discord. The messengers were not even Jefferson's servants, but a group of adventurers. Lind even sent several extra copies to prevent the adventurers from being unreliable. Jefferson secretly scoffed in his heart. He had been fighting Weskier for so many years. Would the other party not see through such a low-level scheme to sow discord? Weskier would definitely try to rescue him then. Just then, Lind suddenly said lightly, "Mr. Jefferson, you're not still fantasizing that Weskier and his group will come to save you, are you?" Jefferson, who had been rubbing his hands like a fly, stopped his movements. Yes, it was a very obvious scheme to sow discord, but so what? Weskier and those nobles would be glad to have one less person to share the pie. Not to mention Jefferson himself had become part of the pie. Jefferson could even imagine that even if he truly escaped from Lind's grasp and fled to the Allied forces' territory, those hypocritical individuals would only kill him and then tearfully put on the enemy's clothes. At this moment, Jefferson realized that Fasten Town's geographical location simply couldn't be a fence-sitter. There was no such thing as a fence-sitter in this world, only useful places and useless places. Fasten Town had been able to hedge its bets before because its geographical location was previously considered dispensable. But now it was different. Just then, several professionals broke through the window and protected Jefferson. Lind's guards immediately raised their ray guns, ready to shoot. "Lord Jefferson, we've come to save you." Clearly, this professional could be said to be loyal, rushing to rescue Jefferson even though Fasten Town was already controlled. But Jefferson slapped him, revealing a resolute look in his eyes. "Save what? Do I need you to save me? Can't you see I'm discussing important military matters with my brother?" Chapter 65 will win. Weskier's complexion hadn't been looking good lately. The two words "read" and "acknowledged" were utterly mocking, making Weskier wish he could immediately rush to gray-white territory and conquer it. However, after seeing the letters delivered by the adventurers, Weskier burst out laughing. It was obvious that Jefferson had been controlled by the upstream gray-white territory, but Weskier, just as Lind had expected, had no intention of rescuing him. He even widely circulated the letter among the Allied forces. Now, that was good. There was one less person to share the cake, but an extra slice of cake. In his excitement, Weskier opened another bottle of champagne. Although Jefferson completely knew the Allied forces' assembly time, attack time, and marching route, Weskier was too lazy to change them. They would attack as planned when the time came, because every route was the result of repeated bargaining among the nobles. Who would attack which side and who would attack first were all agreed upon by the nobles. If one had to say, it was somewhat like betting on which direction, place, and time Lars's rebels would flee, and the nobles were placing bets to see whose chosen time and location could capture Lars's people. As the Allied commander, Weskier had even collected a lot of money because of this. Since the money was collected, how could it be returned? This was certainly not because Weskier did not take this war seriously, but rather because this era was simply like this. Even Weskier, as the Allied commander, had no control over the Allied forces, and the situation was even worse than "my vassal's vassal is not my vassal," because Weskier had no right to command even his own vassal's armies. Even if he had the right to command, the training methods and command systems among the various nobles were completely different. Not to mention the weapons between different armies. Even the military systems were not unified, and logistics were handled independently by each, which is why the Allied forces' logistics teams were exaggeratedly large. This was not even the most absurd part. The command systems between different branches of the same family could even be completely different, and if there was competition, several branches would even add all sorts of strange titles to their military systems, just to appear more imposing than the other. Weskier's ability to arrange such an Allied force in an orderly manner, and even dictate who attacked first and who followed, already made him a rare talent. No wonder the Lars family had been able to suppress the nobles of the Northwestern Territory for centuries, making them unable to breathe. Achieving complete unification of military systems within the family was already a dimension-reducing strike in this era. Of course, the nobles also knew the drawbacks of their military systems. And the problems were even more than that. Most of the people recruited by the nobles were local farmers and idlers. Small nobles generally did not maintain professional soldiers. And these people had almost no training. Their combat effectiveness was extremely low, their quality was very poor, and their desertion rate was frighteningly high. Those who could execute military orders were already considered elites. However, none of these were problems, because these people were just cannon fodder in the war. This term didn't exist yet in this era, but it was about to. No noble cared about the lives of these ordinary soldiers. The purpose of these ordinary soldiers was to serve the professional within the army. This was also a tactic passed down from the Cape Kingdom. Professionals leading ordinary soldiers to cooperate in combat, but this tactic was gradually distorted and corrupted over its long history. And what was originally a comrade-in-arms relationship between professionals and ordinary soldiers gradually became a clear superior-subordinate, or even master-slave, relationship. All the weapons and equipment of those soldiers were also self-provided. Having leather armor and a pitchfork was already considered well-prepared, and those wearing chainmail would even be directly granted military ranks. But it made no difference how good or bad the equipment was. After all, they were all consumables used for holding the line. The true core remained the professional within the team. However, even on the professional side, the entire army was still very abstract. It was not strange for a soldier to be ordered around by 3 to 5 professionals from different factions. The noble's level in this regard was no less than Rena having 3 to 5 knights manage one serf. It was even a normal phenomenon for a soldier to suddenly find himself part of another noble's army in the middle of a battle. Of course, ordinary soldiers were not without benefits. For example, during privateering, professionals would also help. And although most of what was plundered had to be handed over to the professionals, soldiers under the guise of a professional could still seize more than before. You ask why privateering? Sometimes, even after winning, the noble lords wouldn't pay wages. If they didn't privateer, who would work? This was even the main source of income for some armies, and soldiers accompanied by professionals were often more terrifying than bandits. After several days of bitter waiting, Weskier finally welcomed the last noble. My apologies, I was worried my son wouldn't get foie gras on the way to the expedition, so I had an ice-type professional prepare frozen foie gras for a long time, which caused me to be late. This noble had clearly brought his entire family along, which was why the preparations took so long. No matter, everyone else has only just arrived. Weskier, exuding the demeanor of the allied commander, graciously accepted the noble with a smile. This was not just politeness. Many people had only completed their assembly right at the last minute, and bringing their families along was not uncommon. In fact, many noble families had not even arrived yet, and would only join when the army was halfway through its journey. This was a war that would change the ecology of the Northwestern Territory, and also a grand feast. This war had almost swept up all the nobles in this land. After all, Doug Lars and the royal capital had both declared that anyone who participated in this encirclement of the Lars family would receive rewards, and because of this statement, all the nobles had pulled almost everyone in their families who could go to war. Even if these nobles knew that these rewards were actually not much and were more honorary in nature, who didn't have dreams? If they captured some important figure, wouldn't they sort a success from then on? What's more, there were bards from the compilation faction to write epics for them. Who wouldn't want their name to be left in an epic? But there was no rush before setting off. Weskier and his allies first watched the pre-expedition performance led by Villainess and his bards, then set off contentedly. The advancing crowd was vast and mighty. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and some nobles were even too lazy to ride horses, directly embracing their young wives and getting into carriages. This was a war whose outcome was already predetermined. It would be a perfect footnote in their resumes, or so everyone believed. As a result, the entire expeditionary force carried an atmosphere like a spring outing. There were even accompanying bands and bards playing music and singing. The main function of these bands was to ensure that the 50,000-strong army could confirm each other's positions and not get separated. Weskier, wearing a brand-new red cape and his most dashing armor, looked at the endless army stretching before and behind him with high spirits. This would be the perfect starting point for his epic. Can we win? The royal capital envoy accompanying Weskier asked. We will win. Westgear declared his victory. Chapter 66 Mobilization. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jefferson very cooperatively handed over all control of Fastened Town and simply lay flat. People of Gray-White Territory, I believe many of you already know that Grand Duke Lars, who has been helping us develop and funding us, was killed by his sons who sold their souls to the demons. Lin stood on the high platform, giving the final battle mobilization speech. I believe many of you also already know the reason we came here. That's right. After those greedy fellows killed our Grand Duke of the Northern Territory, they still coveted our territory, intending to invade our homeland and destroy our land, just like the demons of the past. They want us to continue to bear debt, to continue to live lives of servitude for them. Do you want to return to that kind of life? No. Both the regular army and the militia below the stage roared with all their might. Then what should we do? Defend our homeland. That's right. All invaders will eventually be defeated, and we will ultimately achieve final victory. Long live. Long live. The first army group of the Gray-White Territory had been reorganized. The army group included 300 people, and the original professional soldiers were organized into officers of various ranks. In fact, even the training intensity of the Gray-White Territory's reserve militia far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers of this era. After all, no one in this era would put effort into ordinary soldiers. If Lind was willing, the entire Gray-White Territory, thousands of people, excluding the old and young, could be mobilized. However, there was one military experience from this era that was still applicable. It was very difficult for ordinary people without equipment to contend with professionals on the battlefield. 300 people was not the limit of the Gray-White Territory, but the current limit for fully equipped individual soldiers. Because time was too tight, the Gray-White Territory, without industrial machine tools, relied entirely on manual production to create 300 sets of equipment. The hands of the craftsmen were already sparking. These 300 people all had property and land in the Gray-White Territory. No one wanted to return to their past lives. Those who did not receive equipment underwent accelerated training, transitioning from militia to artillery. Although there weren't enough individual hotline guns and equipment backpacks, fortunately, there were many experimental cannons. Thanks to the standardization proposed by Lind, these cannons all used the same operating system and could be quickly mastered. In addition, at Flora's strong request, the Nun Squad was also ready to go to the battlefield. This did not include logistics, as well as the militia setting up positions, totaling over 1,000 people. Oh, and there was also the Night Order of Fastened Town. But honestly, Lind didn't expect these old noble Night Orders to be of much use. Fortunately, this Night Order was unexpectedly loyal, actually willing to follow Jefferson's command to do some dirty and tiring work. If calculated by the enemy's allied forces and rounded up, Lind's army numbered thousands, if not tens of thousands. All weapons in the laboratory were brought out, including many experimental cannons, which would be transported to designated locations by logistics and militia labor. The administrative department of the Gray-White Territory was almost operating at its limit. All factories and craftsmen were converted to producing weapons, potions, and holy water production never stopped. Jefferson watched as ship after ship of weapons and potions he had never seen before were transported to his territory. Not only the Gray-White Territory, but the entire Fastened Town was also mobilized, doing some of the most basic work, with almost no one idle. Is this really war? One mobilization order after another completely subverted Jefferson's traditional noble, play-acting concept of war. This was not merely conscripting young and strong men from the territory for a brawl, but rather throwing the entire territory into the war. And in a corner of Fastened Town, "Brother, are we really not going to find sister?" Colin, who was stirring mud and sand, asked Sean, who was grinding cement beside him. This person, once called the most promising heir to Grand Duke Lars, was now hiding in Fastened Town, making cement for Lind. "I'll go after I figure out this material." Sean enthusiastically ground the cement. Based on information from guards scattered in different locations and given different tasks, Sean felt he was close to figuring out how to make cement, showing a tendency to be completely absorbed in the work. "Why don't you just ask brother-in-law about this kind of thing?" Clearly, Colin was very displeased that his brother was making him do rough work. Figuring it out yourself feels different from being told by others. Sean meticulously ground the cement. Moreover, hiding benefits sister more than revealing our identities. Sean looked towards the army that had already left the city. Although it was hard to believe that his sister Lena and the Lord of the Gray-White territory could win, Sean appearing with Colin would only add variables for his sister Lena. After all, who knew if his uncles, upon learning that their nephew and niece were in one place, would abandon the territorial rebellion and directly kill their way here? It was better to let his uncles keep searching. Hey, you guys. The secretary responsible for this area walked over, and the workers who were working nearby immediately gathered around. This is today's wages. The secretary paid each worker. The workers from Fastentown were especially grateful. They felt that war was coming, but they couldn't escape. However, the great lord from upstream had arrived, providing a lot of work and wages, paid daily on the spot. Moreover, the public order in Fastentown had become unprecedentedly good, so everyone stayed. After all, even if they fled, where could they go? Colin, who received his wages, couldn't help but sigh. After a day of hard work, this is all the money I get. It's not even enough for my daily food expenses before. Sean, however, frowned. This is already a lot, at least much more than your previous territory. I've told you many times to be good to your people, but you still continue to levy exorbitant taxes, to the point that your territory actually opened its gates to welcome our uncles. If you had given those laborers even a third of this wage, things wouldn't have come to this. Colin said dismissively, "Brother, here you go again. You've said so much, but wasn't your territory also captured? What's the difference between us?" There was, of course, a difference. Sean's territory was still resisting, while there was no news from Colin's. But Sean just rubbed his forehead helplessly. Colin had been spoiled too much and was truly too unruly. Beside them, the secretary continued, "We still need people to transport cannonballs. The wages are about 3 times what you get here. Does anyone want to go?" Sean's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled Colin and raised his hand. The secretary looked the two brothers up and down. Although they were fair-skinned and tender, they were strong enough. He then selected a few more workers and led them to prepare to transport cannonballs out of the city. "Brother, are you crazy? We still have hidden guards in the city who can protect us. What will we do if we leave the city?" But Sean said indifferently, "Don't you want to see how the Lord of the Gray-White territory plans to fight? How to fight? No matter how they fight, they'll lose. We might as well find a retreat early and surrender to the elves. Why bother watching this joke? If we get caught, we're done for." Sean shook his head, "But I think we can win." Colin was about to stop Sean and tell him that it was unrealistic, and that it would be more practical to leave the city and find an opportunity to escape. But when he grabbed Sean, Colin realized that his older brother was trembling with excitement. He was serious. Chapter 67 Position. Yolanda was the leader of the Fastentown Night Order, but unfortunately, before she had a chance to prove herself, her home was stolen. This couldn't be blamed on the Fastentown Night Order. After all, no one expected the Gray-White territory to attack, and their opponents were 50 elite knights led by Rena, leaving them no chance to resist. However, Jefferson had not mistreated the Night Order in the past. These knights were all old Fastentown residents, and thus quite loyal. But just as Yolanda was preparing for a desperate fight, news arrived that Jefferson had already surrendered. At this moment, Yolanda stood on the valley, letting the breeze ruffle her brown ponytail, watching the artillerymen and workers from Fastentown set up cannons. This was a place that even an amateur could tell was perfect for an ambush, yet according to scout intelligence, the Allied army was still heading straight for it. After all, the Allied army's imaginary enemies were Rena and the 50 Lars cavalrymen. What if 50 professionals charged down the hillside? Once they were caught in the crowd, they would be like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Yolanda scanned the camp on the valley, efficient, capable, and disciplined. It was completely unlike the battlefield environment Yolanda was familiar with. Shouldn't a real battlefield camp be full of military ruffians and scoundrels, with everyone joking and playing to relieve tension, ignoring military orders, only to pick up their weapons and charge, then feign death when ordered? But to be honest, Yolanda preferred the current atmosphere. This kind of camp felt more like a knight's camp. "Lord Lorry, is this really enough?" The fastened town knights were assigned to extremely simple tasks, primarily responsible for transporting and loading shells. They could handle it after simple training, and since the cannons were initially rifled, they didn't need to be wiped down after every shot like old-style cannons. Aiming and firing were left to the gray-white territory artillerymen who hadn't received weapons. This made the idle Yolanda very uneasy. A battlefield shouldn't be like this. Don't be nervous. We just need to wait for the signal and then fire. Simple, right? Lori chewed on a wild blade of grass, observing the surrounding terrain. This valley wasn't the true ambush point. The ambush point should be the forest not far past the valley, because the enemy's formation was too long. If they intercepted them in the valley, the enemy might react, and everyone in the back would escape. Lori was actually very nervous about this battle, but also very confident. He had personally fired every cannon here and understood their power perfectly. Given the density of the enemy army, he could fire with his eyes closed. Truth be told, Lori felt that even death would be worth it to fight such a satisfying battle. Moreover, as an old hand on the battlefield, Lori knew that sometimes the greatest damage on the battlefield wasn't caused by the enemy's powerful magic, but by one's own people fleeing in chaos. Battlefields in this era hadn't reached the point where people couldn't see each other. It was still about real swords and spears. Uncooperative, undisciplined allies were sometimes more terrifying than enemies who hadn't even arrived yet. If you're scared, it's okay to run back now. After all, there are 50,000 of them. Lori looked at the trembling, fastened town knights, which reminded him of his days in the Lars Border Army. His once laughing and joking comrades had gradually disappeared, replaced by new recruits who started shaking before even reaching the battlefield. No, since we have received the Lord's command and accepted your grace, we will naturally fight to the end together. After speaking, Yolanda tapped the gray-white territory armor she was wearing. This was much stronger than the showy gear Jefferson provided. The Knight Order, having been too comfortable for too long, had weapons that were practically pitchforks, let alone armor. But now, for Yolanda, it was like upgrading a bird gun to a cannon. Especially the magical fluctuations flowing through the armor's seams, proving that this set of armor was genuinely enchanted. Even if it was only the lowest level of enchantment, for Yolanda, a rural second-rank knight, it was already quite luxurious. Not to mention that most of the Knight Order were not professionals, but ordinary people with some courage. After putting on this armor, they couldn't bear to take it off. Of course, what Yolanda envied most was Lori's ray gun. Actually, when Lori first demonstrated it to Yolanda, she didn't feel anything special. Wasn't it just a magical item that could use second-rank magic? As the person in charge of the army, it was normal for the Lord to give him a magical item. But Yolanda quickly discovered that while the artillery positions didn't have them, the main gray-white territory soldiers and those strange masked nuns each had one. And Lori would occasionally pretend to casually take it out and show it off in front of Yolanda, wiping it down and test-firing it. The most painful thing wasn't that he had it and you didn't, but that everyone else had it and you didn't. What's more, Lori constantly had a "come ask me about it" expression. Out of curiosity and politeness, Yolanda had no choice but to ask when Lori once again took out his ray gun to wipe it. Was this also given to you by your lord? Upon hearing this question, Lori's face showed unprecedented satisfaction, and he began enthusiastically introducing the ray gun in his hand to Yolanda. At this moment, the secretary also arrived at the valley with a new batch of shells. Lori and the secretary discussed whether some of the porters transporting shells could stay to help load the cannons, as the fastened town knights still needed to be responsible for vigilance, and the artillery camp was short-handed. Helping to load cannons was simple work, and intelligent porters could certainly handle it. After discussing with the porters, the secretary left a few seemingly clever porters to assist the artillerymen. But Yolanda looked at two fair-skinned porters among them and felt something was off. Logically, these porters should all be from Fastened Town, but as the leader of the Fastened Town Knight Order, Yolanda found the two porters quite unfamiliar. If the porters were fair-skinned, it could be explained by bankrupt wealthy farmers seeking refuge in Fastened Town, but the demeanor of one of the porters was too prominent. Having long been by the side of Jefferson, a noble archetype, Yolanda keenly sensed that this porter might have also been a noble before, and from a prominent noble family. Yolanda even felt that she must have met the person before, that they were definitely a very famous noble, but Yolanda just couldn't remember who they were. That's right, just like that. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Lori was very satisfied with these porters, especially the fair-skinned young man. Although his first time loading the cannon was a bit clumsy, he learned quickly and understood everything with a single explanation. He even felt a thrill of discovery and wanted to recruit him into his own team. Looking at the somewhat clumsy but smiling youth, who was beaming at Lori's praise, Yolanda shook her head. Perhaps she was mistaken. How could a true noble be so pleased by a soldier's praise? Chapter 68 Bombardment. At the camp in Fasten Town, carrier pigeons and messenger scouts constantly moved in and out of the tents, allowing Lind to grasp the latest movements of Weskier's allied forces at the first possible moment. A 50,000-strong allied army, not splitting their forces, is heading directly for us. As an honor student who graduated from the Royal Capital Academy, ISA repeatedly confirmed the intelligence in her hand. This was too illogical, so much so that ISA kept feeling there must be a trick. This is quite normal. Jefferson, who was nearby, continuously wiped the sweat from his forehead, regretting his fence-sitting decision, while also explaining to ISA, the Allied army doesn't have 50,000 people at all. The true number is at most around 20 to 30,000, and among them, there are many of their relatives and attendants, and even cooks. Not to mention that the cooks have to bring a pile of logistics. The servants used just to maintain the dignity of these nobles probably account for a third. Such a cumbersome army makes it very difficult to command a split attack. Hearing this explanation, ISA exclaimed, "Is this how all you nobles fight wars? No wonder the border has become such a mess." "No, madam. We nobles are even more exaggerated than you imagine." With that, Jefferson pulled out a proposal and placed it on the table. ISA remained silent for a long time after reading it. The proposal detailed that after surrounding gray-white territory, each noble would guard a specific position, essentially placing a bet on where the people of gray-white territory would attempt to break through. Of course, there were also bets on gray-white territory surrendering, but the odds were very low, far less exciting than betting on a position. To prevent anyone from leaving early to occupy a better position, the entire Allied army is under unified management. It's simply impossible to split forces. Jefferson, who had changed to another handkerchief to continue wiping sweat, continued to explain. In the past few days, Jefferson had almost become dehydrated from sweating, especially as the Allied forces gradually approached. This is too exaggerated. ISA had imagined the depths of the nobles' depravity, but the nobles proved with their actions, "My depravity surpasses your imagination." Lind put away the new intelligence, looked at the map, and said, "Don't underestimate them, but there's no need to be overly nervous. Just act according to the plan." Counting the 300 soldiers equipped with individual combat backpacks, as well as Rena's knights and the nuns, the two sides could indeed be considered evenly matched in terms of spellcasters. If the enemy's army couldn't deploy in a proper formation, they would be little more than paper tigers. In the chaos, the ordinary people who were merely conscripted by their lords for war would only be a burden. The closer the enemy got, the calmer Lind's heart became. At this moment, Rena walked in, wearing a huge suit of armor that was completely disproportionate to her figure. "How is it, brother? Do I look like my grandfather?" Although more cumbersome, Rena, as a 6th-tier spellcaster, could still wield it as an extension of her arm. Rena had shed her previous melancholy and became more excited as the war approached, as if the Lars family's war bloodline was constantly awakening. Lind, who had never met Grand Duke Lars, didn't know how to respond, so he could only say, "Remember, don't get bogged down in battle. We don't just have this one chance. If we're exposed, we run to the minefield, understand? Your safety is more important than anything. You can rest assured, brother. No one in the entire North is my opponent." With that, Rena, clad in her massive armor, even struck a muscle-flexing pose, though nothing was visible. Watching Rena gradually lose her composure again, Lind could only say to Susan, who was beside Rena, "Protect your young lady, understand? To the death." At this moment, an attendant came in to report, "My lord, the artillery position in the forest area is ready." Hearing this report, Rena immediately put on her helmet. Then, brother, I'm off. Meanwhile, on the other side, most of the Allied army led by Weskier had already entered the valley, and Weskier, at the head of the Allied forces, was leading his retainers out of the valley. Lord Evans, are we really just going to march through the valley like this? Looking at the endless line of troops slowly advancing through the valley behind them, the royal capital envoy was extremely worried. Even an envoy who knew nothing about military matters could see that if there was an ambush in this valley, the Allied army could be split into two in an instant. But Weskier, having had a little wine, said with a flushed face, "Your Excellency the envoy, have you heard the Lars family joke?" The envoy shook his head. As an envoy from the royal capital, he was indeed not very familiar with the north. Once, the knights of the Lars family were chasing 2 or 3 demons on the other side of the river. Because the river was too deep and there was no bridge, the knights had to use their bows and arrows to shoot. But who knew that the bloodline magic of the demons on the other side specifically countered arrows? A group of knights could only scratch their heads through their helmets at the 2 or 3 demons across the river. Ha ha ha! Do these knights not even know any long-range attack magic? The royal capital envoy burst into laughter after hearing this, feeling much more relaxed. Although this story was probably fabricated, the knights of the Lars family indeed lacked long-range attack methods. Not only that, these turtle shell-like knights also lack kill power. They often fight a battle where only a dozen or so people on the other side die. It has already become a joke in the north. Weskier added, "If our opponents were a group of spellcasters, we would indeed suffer heavy losses by taking this valley, but our opponents are a group of Lars family knights." Ha 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 ha, I'm already laughing. The royal capital envoy also flattered. "Your Excellency Evans truly commands troops like a god. You've already thoroughly researched the enemy. It's a pity that a traitor, Jefferson, emerged among us. Otherwise, the remnants of the old Lars family would never have imagined that we would go directly to gray-white territory from here." "It doesn't matter," Weskier said indifferently. "I should even thank Jefferson. Otherwise, as the starting point of my epic, this battle would have been a bit too uninteresting." Villainess, who was nearby, also flattered. "Exactly, a brilliant epic is filled with dramatic betrayal and the unknown." Very good, little Lou. I just thought of 2 lines of poetry that could serve as the beginning of my epic story. What do you think?" Just as Villainess was about to ride forward, a low, muffled thud came from the front. Perhaps because he had drunk a little wine, Weskier clearly heard this sound amidst the surrounding noise. Was it thundering just as he left the valley? Weskier frowned. This was not a good omen. If it rained, the nobles in the rear of the army would definitely complain. Soaked in water, there would be no mention of noble dignity and honor. As for marching in the rain, shouldn't they be camping beautifully in the mountains and enjoying the scenery on a rainy day? Thinking of this, Weskier looked up towards the valley behind him, searching for a suitable viewing spot on the valley walls. Then, as Weskier looked up, the muffled thud came again, and this time it was very close, right above him. Weskier clearly saw something rapidly approaching in the sky. A huge cannonball whistled through the air, carrying destructive power and smashing down around Weskier. The cannonball exploded on the ground, violently throwing up earth and shattered rock, forming a barrier of black smoke and dust. The armor on Weskier's body displayed magnificent runes, but then more cannonballs fell, bringing continuous explosions. Even wearing enchanted armor, Weskier still felt as if his chest had been struck by a hammer. A sweet taste surged in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Weskier's mouth. Shaken off balance by the impact, Weskier fell from his horse. But the explosions did not stop, like hundreds of spellcasters continuously casting a rain of destruction, and the thunder was the prelude to the raindrops. Not only was Weskier's vanguard attacked, but the same muffled thuds also rang out from the valley behind, throwing the entire Allied army into chaos. The entire valley was filled with fire and smoke, wreckage reflecting screams, and enchanted lights constantly flashed everywhere. But more often, out-of-control ordinary soldiers and horses continuously crashed into their comrades in the chaos. The vanguard was no better off. The large number of ordinary soldiers immediately became chaotic. Some tried to flee into the valley, while others scattered and ran out of the valley. Expensive enchantments helped Weskier survive the explosions, and his loyal retainers formed a circle around him in the chaotic crowd, saving Weskier from being trampled. Enemy attack. But why didn't the spellcasters in front detect any magical reactions? When did the Lars family acquire such terrifying long-range strike capabilities? Weskier's mind and armor were buzzing. Could it be that the Lars family from Winterhold had come to support them? Just as the explosions gradually subsided and Weskier, thinking he could finally breathe a sigh of relief, was being helped up by his retainers, an army, carrying what looked like fire pokers and strange backpacks, appeared in front of them at some unknown point. Before the Allied forces at the front could react, molten rays, like raindrops, began to reap the lives of the frontline Allied soldiers like the scythe of death, especially those units displaying prominent noble banners. Before Weskier could even get up, the retainers supporting him were shot clean through by molten rays. Weskier, who had fallen to the ground again, saw Licaenus not far away and immediately roared, "Licaenus, pull me up." Weskier kept shouting amidst the explosions, but Licaenus seemed not to hear him, staring blankly through his eye patch at the sky full of artillery fire, while also showing an inexplicable joyful smile on his face. "Licaenus, are you deaf? I told you to pull me up." Weskier, continuously buffeted by the surging crowd, yelled furiously, but perhaps because Licaenus's costume was too conspicuous among a pile of soldiers, the still-dazed Licaenus was immediately struck by several rays and then directly hit by a cannonball. Blown away, Weskier witnessed Licaenus being torn into pieces. Chapter 69, Defeat. The spellcasters in the team immediately raised their barriers, but their biggest enemy wasn't the artillery fire, but the completely out-of-control army. Not only were there disorderly crowds, but also warhorses, startled and dragged by their owners, which became sources of chaos in the narrow valley entrance. Some inexperienced professionals even tried to regroup, but the truly experienced veterans had already huddled in a corner with their retainers, maintaining their magical barriers and positions to preserve their strength. No one noticed that Licaenus, who had been blown to pieces, had a complete mouth left, and this mouth, without a throat or brain, was speaking on the ground. "That's right, this is the feeling, this is the taste. Ah, this is truly wonderful." As the mouth spoke, an invisible force brought the scattered nose over and attached it above the mouth. The nose greedily inhaled the surrounding air. Ah, the smell of blood and fire, so beautiful, so violent. This will surely become the cornerstone of the empire. That invisible force then pried out an eyeball from a crack in the stone and placed it where it should be. This is the scene. This is the most wonderful beginning of an epic. I can already feel it. I can feel it. The glory of the empire is gradually returning. 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years. The brain is trembling. As the mouth spoke, the invisible force had already sucked all the brain matter back, and the brain matter trembled in sync with the mouth. At this time, the Allied army in the valley was also being bombarded, and although chaotic, they were still struggling to hold on. Those who collapsed were ordinary troops, while the professionals had contracted their forces and erected barriers. However, in the chaos, no one cared whether the professionals' barriers or positions belonged to their own team. Everyone squeezed into these deployed barriers, which only exacerbated the chaos. Moreover, what truly caused the Allied army in the valley to collapse was the chaos of the vanguard. The good news was that although the enemy had set up artillery in the forest, the terrain outside the valley was open. While the first army group blocked the entrance, the impact was not as severe as inside the valley. The bad news was that amidst the artillery fire, a squad of cavalry, waving the banner of Grand Duke Lars, charged out through the smoke. Grand Duke Lars has resurrected. Grand Duke Lars was never dead. The nobles and soldiers who saw this banner shouted and immediately fell into disarray. Yolanda, wearing a massive armor mimicking Grand Duke Lars, led the cavalry to charge the Allied forces. Following Lynn's instructions, Yolanda specifically targeted nobles in ornate armor. With her knight's position fully activated, Yolanda moved through them as if unopposed. Even though the armor didn't fit her at all, she still crushed everyone present. Before the leading noble could react, the Lars family's ancestral long-handled battle axe heavily struck him, shattering all enchantments and runes, killing him instantly. The growing chill within the knight's position and the presence of Lars's most elite knights all hinted at the identity of this charging unit. Amidst the roar of cannons, Yolanda, like a demon revived from hell, wielded her battle axe, cutting down one noble after another. Countless spells, unorganized in the chaos, rained down upon these Lars knights. At this point, no one dared to mock the Lars knights anymore. These knights, once ridiculed as turtles, became an unstoppable force once they entered the chaotic front lines. Ordinary magic couldn't even break through their defenses, yet at close quarters, Lars knights were lethal to these professionals. Some calm nobles immediately realized that this Grand Duke Lars was likely Yolanda in disguise, but it was too late. The news of Grand Duke Lars's resurrection spread throughout the entire army with the chaos, becoming the final straw that broke the Allied forces. The morale of the entire Allied army completely plummeted with the resurrection of Grand Duke Lars. While some slightly capable nobles might still have been trying to stabilize morale and organize a counterattack, the truly intelligent nobles had already pulled their troops and started looking for an escape route. Regardless of whether Grand Duke Lars had truly resurrected, the effect Yolanda achieved was no different from Grand Duke Lars himself. Under normal circumstances, no matter how powerful Yolanda was, once she was bogged down by the frontline troops, her effectiveness would be limited. However, the frontline troops had been routed by artillery fire, and the professionals, let alone jointly restricting Yolanda, were already struggling to protect themselves. But as Jefferson said, even if there were 50,000 pigs, you couldn't catch them all. Soon, gathered professionals began to counterattack, and some even used pit magic to delay Yolanda's movements. There were indeed true powerhouses among the Allied forces. After that professional used pit magic, he immediately organized the people around him and shouted, "This Grand Duke Lars is fake. Hold them off, and our time for a counterattack will come." Soon, more professionals realized this problem and began to flock to that professional. These terrifying explosions must have been caused by some explosive trebuchet used by the enemy, not magic. And the Lars Knights were famously lacking in long-range capabilities. That fake Grand Duke could use her own position to construct paths and ignore pits, but the knights around her couldn't. Although this was just a delaying tactic, as long as they held off the enemy, they could always rely on their numbers to wait for an opportunity to counterattack. The next second-tier molten ray guns rained down like horizontal rain. With the entry of the Lars Knights, the artillery fire in the forest gradually ceased, but the first army group had already charged alongside the Lars Knights and began providing fire support in place of the artillery. The secretary waved the banner and led the charge. Soldiers equipped with ray guns and tactical backpacks surged out from their ambush points, beginning to coordinate with the knights on the battlefield for a decisive sweep. Darcy's finger on the trigger in the battlefield was even a bit numb. This thing was so much easier to use than a bow and arrow. He had been a sharpshooter when he was a wild hunter, and with a ray gun, he just aimed at whatever glowed on the battlefield. Whether the glow was from nobles' enchanted runes or spellcasters' spell models, he just shot. The nobles' ornate runes and magic had instead become death warrants on the battlefield. It was all over. With ray gun support, the knights filled their last weakness. The Lars Knights, with their steel bodies, recklessly charged the enemy's banners. Nobles constantly threw away their banners, shed their cloaks, and even removed their heavy armor, fleeing in all directions with their guards. The news that Grand Duke Lars had resurrected with his loyal knights immediately spread to every corner of the Allied army with the rout. The nobles whose valley had been thoroughly bombarded heard this news and immediately recalled their still struggling professionals, fleeing towards the outside of the valley. The foolish believed that Grand Duke Lars had resurrected or had never died, and that now was the time to quickly escape back to their own territories and distance themselves from the Allied forces, lest they be purged. The smart ones had already guessed that Grand Duke Lars was fake, but it didn't matter. Even if he was fake, he was now real. They seized the opportunity to escape and preserve their strength, continuing to play both sides. The nobles at the very back immediately retreated without looking back. The professionals brought by the nobles immediately followed their employers and fled. They were only there to earn some money. How much were they paid a month? Why risk their lives? This allied army, which had gathered for profit, ultimately disintegrated to protect its own interests. No one wanted to step forward and turn the tide. Lori, standing on the hilltop, looked at the constantly flashing ray gun lights in the distance and said, "It seems to be over up front too. The first army group has already started the mop-up." Looking at the corpses scattered across the valley floor, Lori sighed. "Are they really not just bringing cooks? I thought someone would rush up to the valley to fight us in a stalemate. I even prepared for sacrifices." Meanwhile, Yolanda asked in disbelief, "It's over?" "No." Lori aimed his ray gun at the valley below and said, "Don't relax. The war isn't over yet. Keep a close eye. Dying at this point would be a huge loss. And after this, clearing out the remnants will be the real battlefield. An army of 50,000 collapses quickly, but with our small numbers, preventing them from rising again will be harder than defeating them now." Yolanda still felt a strong sense of unreality, gazing in shock at the fleeing crowds who had abandoned their armor and weapons. She could feel that many professionals below hadn't even used their full strength, only offering symbolic resistance before immediately retreating to preserve their strength. Had the war truly ended just like that? At this moment, Sean, disguised as a civilian, looked at the corpses in the valley below, a twisted smile on his face. One? Did they really win? The Lord of Gray-White Territory. No, it should be his brother-in-law. Actually won just like that? Sean squatted beside the artillery, his legs trembling. If it were him, would he have won too? Sean didn't know, but even if he had these weapons, his first thought would definitely be to wait for support, as these cannons were inconvenient to move and were likely designed for siege defense from the start. At this moment, Sean finally understood why his grandfather always said he lacked the courage to stake everything. Looking at the victory before him, Sean clearly realized that he might not be suited for the position of heir. That's right. Indeed, this position should be held by the Lord of Gray-White Territory. No, it should be his brother-in-law. Only his brother-in-law could lead him to revenge, and only his brother-in-law, who possessed these technologies, was most suitable to become Lars's heir. Only his brother-in-law could make Lars great again. Colin's eyes, on the other hand, were even more frenzied. Colin even felt that the wars he and his uncles had fought in the past were mere trifles compared to this. The past extortions and tyrannical levies were meaningless. No amount of wealth could replace the joy of victory at this moment. Although he was only standing on the hilltop firing cannons, this sense of participation gave Colin immense satisfaction. Fighting awesome. Chapter 70. Thank you, Goddess, for the gift. Weskier, who was tied to the horse's back, finally vomited from the jolting. Seeing Weskier wake up, his retainers quickly stopped and helped him dismount. "Water, give me water." Weskier snatched the water skin from his retainer's waist and took a large gulp before finally regaining consciousness. After being blown away, Weskier had lost consciousness upon seeing Licanus dismembered, but it seemed his retainers had tied him to a horse and escaped. To be able to bring Weskier out amidst the chaos, this group of retainers had truly done their best. "Lost." Weskier uttered 2 simple syllables, his voice so faint it seemed he wanted to confirm the outcome of the war, yet was afraid his retainers would actually tell him. "Sir, at least when we escaped, the Allied forces had already been routed." "Then where are we now?" The valley was very chaotic at the time, and it was impossible to go back through it. All we could do was take you and flee in one direction. "We're near Tears River now." Before the retainer could finish speaking, Weskier punched him directly in the face. "You scoundrel! Why didn't you wake me up? If I had been there, I could have turned the tide, commanded the Allied forces, and repelled all those Lars. It's all because of you." "That's right. It's because of you that I failed. This failure is not my fault." Then Weskier angrily grabbed the retainer and asked, "Are you an enemy spy? Speak. Did you take bribes from Lars?" "Sir, I've been with the Evans family since I was a child. Don't you remember?" Originally, Weskier had only intended to distance himself from this defeat, and he immediately released the retainer. Now that an excuse had been found, Weskier felt no psychological burden and directly asked, "What do we do now?" "Let's find our way back first, sir. We've identified the general direction, and we still have war horses, so we'll be back in our territories soon." Weskier nodded. As long as he returned to his territory, he would soon be able to make a comeback. But to avoid drawing attention, Weskier removed the armor from the warhorse and his retainers and walked towards his territory. By evening, Weskier's stomach began to rumble, so he turned to his retainers and asked, "Did you bring any food?" The retainers exchanged glances. The food was with the cook, but the cook had been missing since the explosion. Just then, a wisp of smoke rose not far away, and Weskier cautiously led his retainers to investigate. Pushing aside the bushes, Weskier saw a camp where dinner was being cooked, and a group of sisters were kneeling in prayer with their backs to him. It was just a group of sisters, Weskier relaxed. Perhaps they were sisters from some church visiting to spread the gospel, and had set up a camp to rest along the way. After confirming that there were only sisters, Weskier adjusted his attire, put on the spare cloak handed to him by a retainer, making himself look more like a noble, and strode into the camp with an arrogant gait. "Hey, you are sisters of the Light Goddess Church, aren't you? I am a worshipper of the goddess. I need your—" Before Weskier could finish speaking, the sisters uniformly turned their heads. All of the sisters wore eerie bird-beak masks, and the eyes of the masks glowed with a strange red light, the gaze of predators who had found their prey. Are you cultists? What do you want to do?" "I am a noble champagne noble. I have plenty of money. However much you want, I will." Again, before he could finish speaking, Weskier saw the sisters pick up the metal fire pokers from their legs and stand up. Weskier recognized them. They were the same type of fire pokers that launched molten ray on the battlefield. "The goddess has actually responded to our prayers again. Thank the goddess for her gift." This was the last sentence Weskier heard before he fainted from fright. At this moment, Lind dared not relax in the slightest in the camp. Almost all his forces had been sent out to pursue the fleeing nobles. These were not only tangible results, but also to prevent these nobles from truly returning and making a comeback, especially Weskier. However, after such a defeat, those nobles would probably find it difficult to organize another attack in the short term. In fact, if any noble could truly reorganize an attack, then perhaps this time they wouldn't have been routed so quickly. Many nobles even surrendered directly, still arrogant when they did, thinking they would receive preferential treatment. This was also the mindset of traditional noble warfare. If you lost, didn't you just pay a ransom? And since they were the first to surrender, shouldn't the opposing lord treat them favorably to attract more people to surrender? But these nobles might have forgotten that they had initially come to gain military merits and leave no survivors. One of the reasons for Gray-White Territory's counterattack was to seek revenge. This was a war to kill, not the petty squabbles between nobles. Lin's continuous dispatch of people to hunt down these fleeing nobles already showed his stance. These leading surrendering nobles were quickly stripped of all their equipment and imprisoned. This war went even more smoothly than Lind had imagined. Not to mention the subsequent minefields. They didn't even have to deploy ISA to drop meteors, though Lind hadn't initially placed his hopes of victory on such mysticism anyway. Although the camp had almost entirely emptied out to hunt down these nobles, to be honest, Lind was still relatively relaxed and wasn't worried about anyone foolish enough to try to raid the base. If you asked why, it was because Rena was still in the camp. At this moment, Rena, dressed in simple clothes, walked into Lind's main tent with a roasted duck in her hand. "Brother, it's time for dinner." Lind and Rena squatted in front of the main tent as usual, tearing at the roasted duck on the plate, watching the distant sun slowly set. After the gentle breeze, the moon and stars gradually appeared. Lind didn't particularly like this posture. If possible, he would prefer to sit on a chair. But Rena loved this posture because, for her, it was the most defiant of etiquette and the most comfortable. To be at the same level as Rena when chatting, Lind had gradually gotten used to it. Rena had just finished bathing. After all, she had just come off the battlefield and was wearing ill-fitting armor, so she must have been sweating profusely. The scent of soapberry mixed with the smell of blood from the battlefield wafted over to Lind with the evening breeze. This was the first time Lind had ever smelled this scent. "You use soapberry?" Lind asked curiously. After all, although every noble family had dedicated soap makers who used the most expensive soapberry made with alchemy, Rena had never used such a thing and hadn't even brought a soap maker when she came to Gray-White Territory. "Last time I asked Grandpa to send 2 bars of soapberry over, and I kept forgetting to use them. This stuff is really hard to use. I washed for ages and still couldn't get the smell of blood off." The gentle breeze stirred the girl's golden hair. The girl, squatting on the ground, brushed her hair to prevent it from being messed up by the evening wind. "How is it? Do you like it?" The girl didn't know what she was asking about, but Lin suddenly realized that the girl in front of him, who had just come off the battlefield and still carried the smell of blood, was his fiancé. Before Lin could answer, Rena broke off a greasy, large duck leg and handed it to Lin. "Here, brother, this is for you. This one's got kick." The beautiful filter shattered instantly. "Thank you very much." Lin, speechless, grabbed the duck leg and began to gnaw on it indignantly. Chapter 71. The Bard. After finishing the daily battle report and the territory's production status, Lin looked up and, as expected, found Rena sound asleep. She seemed to have been sleeping for a long time, with the blanket kicked everywhere, drool flowing out, and a small part of her clothes somehow lifted, her right hand scratching her belly. She was completely without any semblance of a proper sleeping posture. As a transmigrator, the one thing Lin could not tolerate was someone sleeping with their belly button exposed, so Lin, in a fit of his obsessive-compulsive disorder, covered Rena with the blanket again. Looking at Rena's relaxed sleeping posture, Lin recalled that question. "Do you like it?" Perhaps this question no longer needed an answer. Both had already become a part of each other's lives. At this moment, Rena was sleeping on a temporary cot set up in the camp's main tent, right next to where Lin worked. However, it seemed to make no difference normally. Rena had apparently fallen asleep several times after listening to Lin's reports before, and later simply slept next to Lin's desk. Her sleeping posture also became increasingly unrestrained from the initial sleeping beauty, seemingly because being by Lin's side made Rena more and more relaxed. Just like a cat, in the wild, they are very vigilant and dare not sleep soundly, maintaining a combat posture even when asleep. But after being adopted for a long time, their sleeping postures start to become abstract. According to Rena herself, even in her sleep, as long as someone enters the range of her knight's domain, she can react immediately, even including Rena's knights. That's why Rena felt confident enough to sleep while on watch. However, this rule did not apply to Lin at all. Whether Lin was going in and out to get files or helping to cover her with a blanket, Rena remained unresponsive. If a maid hadn't accidentally stepped into the tent while handing Lin a file, Lin would have even wondered if Rena's knightly stance had become ineffective. After extinguishing the lantern, Lin walked out of the camp's main tent, where the guards had been waiting for a long time. "You caught a strange prisoner, didn't you?" "Yes, sir," the guard explained. He was wearing strange theatrical clothes, blindfolded, and claimed to be a bard of the compilation faction, here to pledge allegiance to us. We tried many methods to control him, including tying him with ropes, putting him in a cell, and putting him in shackles, but he easily broke free from all of them. The guard's description grew stranger and stranger, and Lin, holding a lantern, saw the shackled bard in the cell. "My king, my king, it is an honor to meet you. I am your most loyal jester, Villainess." Through the iron bars, the shackled Villainess became exceptionally excited upon seeing Lin performing a grand bow. However, during the bow, the shackles snagged Villainess's movement. Seeing this, Villainess retracted his hand, and the shackles fell off, after which he continued his meticulous bow. It was indeed very bizarre. Lin stroked his chin in thought. Villainess's movements somewhat resembled bone shrinking, but unlike what Lin had seen in his previous life, Villainess's movements were not only more fluid and required no preparation, but more crucially, the entire sequence of movements gave the impression that this body was not his own. To Villainess, his body was like a toy that could be kneaded at will. My king, are you satisfied with your jester's first performance?" Villainess prostrated himself on the ground, truly acting like a jester or clown. "Are you mistaken? I am merely a frontier viscount, not your my king." A servant brought a chair, and Lin sat down with ease. Lin had always been wary of bards. Most bards also worked as spies, possibly double agents, but more often as unaligned spies. They were only responsible for collecting and selling intelligence, not caring whose intelligence they stole or to whom they sold it. If merchants could be understood, after all, merchants only cared about gold coins, then bards were completely incomprehensible. Although they collected intelligence, Most of that intelligence was processed by the bards, making it difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. Moreover, they weren't doing it for money. Sometimes they just wanted to instigate conflict between two nobles, constantly releasing inflammatory intelligence. No, you are my king. Your identity will not change because of your denial. But according to investigations, weren't you Weskier's vassal before? Are you planning to surrender after the war was lost? Lin was actually a bit puzzled. After all, this bard could clearly have escaped, so why did he insist on staying here? Because we were still very confused before. A new storm is about to break out in this world, but we still haven't found the starting point of the epic. We can only continuously expand our targets, listing all possible individuals as candidates for the epic's starting point. After listening, Lin became even more confused. What was this new storm? What was the starting point of the epic? As if sensing Lin's confusion, Villainess said, "My king, I am your jester. I will tell you everything I know. I believe you have also noticed that the demon race is starting to emerge from the eternal frozen soil. The human empire is splitting, and the subsequent kingdoms are also beginning to fall apart. The Anju dynasty in the south is undergoing reforms. Cultists are stirring, and the foreign races, as in the past, are waiting for humanity's self-destruction, preparing to seize humanity's glory. And we, as witnesses to history, need to find the starting point of this epic story and witness this heroic epic." Lind roughly understood. This bard meant that the world was about to change, and they were responsible for recording history. So, you previously thought Weskier would be the key to this historical turning point? We still believe he is. He is merely a footnote in your grand enterprise, but also your perfect stepping stone. The fanaticism on Villainess's face was undisguised, even somewhat frenzied, like a zealot. So what exactly are you bards? Are you only responsible for recording history? Then why do you act as spies for nobles? Originally, Lin thought bards were just a group of street performers who moonlighted as spies, but it seemed the bards of this world were not so simple. We bards are mainly divided into two factions, the epic compilation school, to which I belong, and the historical record school. Villainess seemed genuinely willing to tell Lind everything, continuing. We of the compilation faction believe that when compiling historical materials, we can add some of our own perspectives to make the history more grand and magnificent. So, when recording, we choose to get involved ourselves, becoming vassals to some nobles and orchestrating some dramatic plots. As for the record faction, they are a bunch of old fuddy-duddies, neither interesting nor loyal. So that was it. No wonder those bards engaged in meaningless instigation. Was it really just to make the epics they recorded seem more exciting? So, are you also going to manipulate me to add some drama to the epic you're recording? Seeing that this fellow was truly planning to say everything, Lind continued to ask. No, you are different. You are not only a record in our epic, you are also my king. I have only infinite loyalty to you. Of course, you can choose not to believe us, but our loyalty is unrelated to whether you believe us or not. Villainess did not hesitate, continuing to explain. No, humans are never united, and neither are we bards. Even if we are all from the compilation faction, each of us identifies a different my king or protagonist. This has led to different branches among us. Most bard groups have gone to the Anju kingdom in the south, because their new monarch is actively reforming, forging ahead, and reorganizing the army, appearing more like the victor of the next historical period than the Cape Kingdom. But our branch is different. A decaying husk is more likely to nourish new life, and a hero in adversity is more likely to capture people's attention. From now on, you will be the sole my king of our Villainess branch. We will provide you with all the intelligence collected by the bards of the Villainess branch. Chapter 72 Bloodline. Lind remained non-committal about Villainess's answer, but still asked Villainess in detail about some matters concerning the northern nobles, intending to verify them with others after he left. Although this bard had betrayed Weskier and defected to him, logically speaking, such a person could not be fully trusted. However, this bard displayed strange abilities. Ordinary methods simply couldn't stop him, and he could come and go freely in the prison. A person with such abilities wouldn't need to surrender to save his life. After Lind's inquiry, Villainess further introduced the bard group to Lind. Just as the professional mages were filled with various strange and different schools, bards also had their unique magic. However, these magics had no destructive power, only stealth and reconnaissance effects. Their frontal combat ability probably couldn't even defeat a large goose. But Lind always felt it wasn't that simple, because no bard magic had ever been passed down. No one knew which system of magic bards used, and these bards were also exceptionally low-key. To ordinary people, they were no different from street performers. Noticing this, Lind continued to ask, "Do you bards still recruit people? Or how do you bards recruit your members? As long as an organization needs to survive, it must need fresh blood. So how do they ensure that this fresh blood will act according to rules and doctrines?" "No, my king, we do not need to recruit people. The total number of us bards has never changed since our inception. Of course, to collect intelligence more efficiently, we will develop some offline organizations, but those cannot be considered true bards. My king, do you know what is most needed to witness history?" A strange smile flashed across Licanis's face as he answered his own question. "It is lifespan, a lifespan even longer than the elves." Lind was slightly shocked by this answer, but quickly nodded and calmed down. This world already had gods. Wasn't it normal to have some strange things? So, in fact, you bards are a group of unknown creatures with a lifespan longer than elves, who like to stir up trouble, and are also responsible for recording history, right? "No, my king, I assure you, we are humans." Licanis's tone was no longer like that of a jester trying to amuse people. His expression was more serious than ever when he spoke these words. "We have always been human, and we always will be." Lind was startled. The human this person spoke of felt different from his understanding. However, at least he understood that this bard was very concerned about his human identity. Before leaving, Lind asked Licanis one last question. "So, what can you bards bring me?" "Intelligence. As long as it's a place our branch can set foot in, we can provide you with intelligence about that place. Of course, other regions are also fine, but the spheres of influence of different branches are not the same. In other regions, our control is weaker, and the veracity of the intelligence can only be judged by you." Of course, bards were not omnipotent. They were only at the level of ordinary spies. In places like the Gray-White territory, which previously implemented complete control, bards found it difficult to infiltrate. Licanis was a special individual. At the same time, we have also brought you a gift, which I believe will become a solid aid on your path forward. As for what it is, you will know when you wake up tomorrow morning. Lind, who had roughly figured out what bards were about, did not rush to incorporate them, but planned to observe for a while. Licanis indeed held nothing back, but he also deliberately concealed some things. For example, when Lind asked what exactly these bards were, Licanis vaguely replied that he was human and told Lind not to worry. Given that the territory indeed lacked an intelligence department, Lind still accepted Licanis's good intentions, but required Licanis to compile all his sphere of influence and subordinates into a booklet and hand it over to Lind. Although the other party's origins were unknown and mysterious, as Licanis said, his loyalty would not change due to Lind's denial. Accepting Licanis at least ensured that these people would be under Lind's control. The next morning, Lind woke up as usual. Soldiers continuously escorted captured nobles who had tried to escape back to the camp for detention. Lind smiled at these soldiers as he normally would. However, Lind keenly realized that the soldiers' gazes towards him had changed. This was not because Lind had just won a victory, but another emotion, greater respect, and greater curiosity, or rather, the soldiers' eyes were filled with a desire for gossip. Lind, who came to the temporary mess hall to eat breakfast with everyone, immediately became the center of attention. Although this was usually the case, today was particularly different. Many people seemed to have something to say. Lind, who didn't understand, ate his breakfast while looking at the latest report. At this moment, Reyna also walked over, carrying her breakfast and sitting opposite Lind, her eyes scanning Lind up and down. "If you have something to say, say it." Unable to bear it any longer, Lind decided to see what these people were curious about. "Brother, are you a descendant of the Ram Empire?" "What descendant?" "I don't know." Lind took a sip of soup and quickly finished his breakfast. So, this was what these people were curious about. The original owner of this body had no memory of this whatsoever. He was a genuine, bona fide border viscount, and had nothing to do with the so-called imperial descendant. It's that human empire from 1,000 years ago. Everyone outside is saying that you, brother, are a royal descendant of that empire. Reina's face was serious, as if she truly believed this rumor. Is that so? Then why don't I know? And it's been 1,000 years. Am I going to inherit the throne of that empire or something? That someone would believe such an obviously fake story was incomprehensible to Lind. It seemed that people in this era lacked entertainment, to the extent that such baseless gossip could spread. It was also time to organize some military sports. Legend has it that the royal bloodline of the Rom Empire all had black hair and black eyes. Isn't that exactly like you, brother? As soon as Reina finished speaking, everyone's gaze was drawn over, seemingly waiting for Lind's answer. How is it exactly alike? I'm not the only one with black hair and black eyes. Besides, over 1,000 years have passed. Who knows what the descendants of that empire's royal family look like now? It can't be that everyone with black hair and black eyes now is a so-called royal descendant, can it? Lind, not understanding, packed up his things and prepared to leave with the report. This was normal thinking. After over 1,000 years, who would still care about royal bloodlines? And in the world Lind came from before he transmigrated, as long as people were still alive, who hadn't had prosperous ancestors. Only pets cared about bloodlines. However, Lind clearly underestimated the influence of this public opinion in a feudal world. Chapter 73. Are you a descendant of the Empire? Brother, are you really not? Reina skipped along behind Lind, repeatedly asking the same question. Lind, who had just finished dealing with a batch of captives, could only patiently reply, I'm really not. Even if I were, what does it matter? That empire was destroyed so long ago. But the Duchess of the Southern Territory is a descendant of the Rom Empire. She has black hair and black eyes like you, brother, and she's a distant relative of Caroline. Her family has a verifiable family tree. Reina hadn't given up, and had even gone to look through the history of noble families, a subject she used to despise. This course was similar to listening to Lind's reports, an excellent sleep aid. So, black hair and black eyes automatically mean one is a so-called imperial descendant? Where did you hear all this? Lind was truly speechless. Was this matter really that important? Just then, Caroline arrived at the camp from gray-white territory and explained, black hair and black eyes don't necessarily mean it, but descendants of the empire definitely have black hair and black eyes. Due to her special status, Caroline, although a professional herself, was not allowed to participate in the war by Lind. Instead, he had her comfortably organize production in the rear. Now that the general situation was settled, Caroline finally had a chance to get some fresh air. As my lady said, my distant cousin, the Duchess of the Southern Territory, is a descendant of the Empire. I also have imperial blood, which is why I have black hair. So what's the use of this so-called imperial bloodline? Lind asked. There's no obvious use. But my lord, are you truly of imperial blood? If so, we might be related. No, at least since I was born, my family has never mentioned this. But my lord, everyone outside is talking about this. Even those noble captives. Those noble captives are frantically trying to prove that you are indeed a descendant of the Empire. After all, they are also nobles of the Northern Territory, and their testimonies are very convincing. Caroline was also a bit unsure. If these nobles were trying to save face, conspiring to say they lost to an ancient imperial bloodline, that would be understandable. However, many nobles stated with certainty that they had even seen the Roll family's family tree, something even the original owner of Lind's current body had never seen. Of course, none of this could be conclusive evidence. What puzzled Caroline the most were the potions used to treat the people from Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral. Because it was disguised and had always been a top-secret matter, Caroline had not yet been exposed to the secret of holy water. Even now, she still thought it might truly be something Lind had brought back from his old home in the frontier. Could a disgraced viscount dig up a pile of mysterious potions from his old home with effects comparable to holy water? Caroline had always found it hard to believe. It was completely inexplicable. But since Lind didn't say, Caroline could only assume it was true. But now, everything made sense. Those potions were indeed dug up by Lind from his old home, and Lind had even mastered the method of making them. Wasn't this the lost technology of the ancient empire? Coupled with the mysterious white sugar and the formula for the recovery potion, it turned out everything came from the ancient empire. This was not surprising. Hadn't Caroline's own distant cousin's family in the Southern Territory become the Duchess of the Southern Territory precisely by relying on the Empire's leftover technology? The logic was so sound that no flaws could be found. In fact, in Caroline's mind, she had already concluded that Lind was also a descendant of the ancient empire. So, Caroline quickly wrote and sent a letter to her family this morning. It should be noted that previously, when her family contacted Caroline, she had always read their messages but never replied. But this time, Caroline not only replied but did so quite formally, and this letter was sent to the capital at the fastest possible speed. If this was the gift Licanus spoke of, Lind was somewhat disappointed. The so-called imperial descendant status offered no substantial benefits, was troublesome to prove, and the empire had been gone for so many years. Could he really claim something based on this unproven assertion? At this moment, Lind was completely unaware that everyone had, more or less, completed a similar logical loop as Caroline, especially those defeated nobles who adamantly insisted that Lind was a long-hidden imperial descendant, playing the pig to eat the tiger. They then surrendered with a clear conscience, some even more flamboyantly, and boasted everywhere that they had lost to an imperial descendant. I'm really not, Lind explained helplessly, but Caroline gave him an I understand look. Although Augustine III presented a very generous facade, even allowing families of known imperial descent to guard the important southern border, it was impossible for him to have no precautions, especially with one imperial descendant already becoming a duke. Other imperial descendants would definitely be doubly guarded. After finally sending Caroline away, Rena was still following Lind. Brother, it's just the two of us here. Just tell me the truth. I absolutely won't tell anyone else. I promise, no matter whether you are an imperial descendant or not, I will support you. I'm really not. Lind continued to explain helplessly, but to Lind's surprise, Rena believed him very easily this time, and even seemed to let out a sigh of relief, relaxing. I believe you. After leaving that remark, Rena departed. In that moment, Lind was even a little touched, not expecting Rena to truly believe him unconditionally. At this time, the nun squad also returned, bringing good news. They had captured Weskier. Flora was somewhat emotional. After abandoning the secular papacy and simply serving the goddess and my lord, the goddess truly seemed to have favored her again. A simple daily prayer before eating had actually been answered, and Weskier also knew that even if he wasn't the instigator, he was still largely to blame and could never surrender. But at this moment, Weskier had none of yesterday's dejection. Instead, he seemed somewhat spirited, even making one wonder for a moment who had actually won. Weskier, being escorted, looked up at Lind and then sighed. As expected, a descendant of the Empire. My defeat is not unjust. Is this ever going to end? Lind cursed inwardly. At this time, Lori and Yolanda also returned. Lori's unit this time was not fully equipped, so he only symbolically pursued for a bit, then began to clear the battlefield. My lord, these are the two clever lads I found. I'd like to assign them to my team, if that's all right. Lori brought Sean and Colin over. After introducing them, he walked to Lind's side and quietly asked, Boss, are you really an imperial descendant? No, Lind replied with a straight face. Seeing that Lind was not in a good mood, Lori immediately retreated obediently. But at this moment, Sean, dressed as a civilian, stepped forward and asked, My lord, are you an imperial descendant? Chapter 70 for the Elders. Lind directly interrupted the topic, saying, Let's report the battle results first. Seeing Lind change the subject, Lori became even more curious, feeling that Lind was trying to cover something up, but he could only reluctantly begin his report to Lind. The 50,000-strong army was highly inflated, but almost all the nobles from the Northwestern Territory participated in this battle. Although the noble coalition that had not yet entered the valley managed to escape, the head of the coalition was practically wiped out, with many dead or surrendered. The middle section of the coalition inside the valley was not much better off. The good news was they didn't have to face Lars's knights and ray guns. The bad news was that being trapped from both ends resulted in the most casualties, with more deaths likely caused by crowd pushing and runaway warhorses than by artillery. As for the professionals who survived until the end and fled, Lori did not pursue them aggressively. According to the custom of noble warfare, Lind could demand a large amount of ransom and land this time. However, this was not an ordinary noble war, and Lind saw no need to adhere to the so-called noble rules when dealing with those who had already broken them. Therefore, Lind intended to annex as much territory as possible this time. There was no turning back now. It was impossible to maintain a friendly relationship with these nobles. Lind had to absorb a large amount of land and population to complete his subsequent series of research. This included lathes, power sources, new gunpowder, and magic stone towers. Although the entire population of the gray-white territory, if scattered, might not be enough to control the vast territories that would be acquired, the old butler Sebastian had already sent a message to the Lars elders in Winterhold. Lind needed Lars's prestige and population to help him manage the upcoming territories. After Lori finished his report, Lind specifically praised the two commoners. These two commoners did not seem very old and could be well trained as future officers. The gray-white territory was already rushing to produce medals to encourage the brave warriors in this battle. Lind even planned to use these two commoners as models for propaganda and encouragement in the campaign. Hearing Lind's praise, Sean and Colin were incredibly excited and saluted Lind with a newly learned military salute. Just then, the old butler arrived at the camp with Ruby. Ruby excitedly jumped from the old butler's arms and ran to Lind's side. "Brother-in-law, we won, didn't we?" "That's right. The bad guys have all been driven away by your brother-in-law." Lind squatted down and dotingly stroked Ruby's head. At this moment, Ruby turned to look at the two commoners beside her and excitedly shouted, "Brothers, you're alive. Brother-in-law, did you also find Brother Sean and Brother Colin? Brother-in-law is amazing." The old butler, upon arriving, also shouted with the same excitement as Ruby, "Young master, this is wonderful, you are still alive." The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Sean, seeing the situation, had no choice but to explain, "Let me reintroduce ourselves. I am Sean Lars, and this is my younger brother, Colin Lars. Brother-in-law, we are truly happy to see you." Lind's face immediately darkened, and he silently withdrew the commendation he had given to the two. Were these two on bad terms with Reyna? Why did they say nothing when they arrived in Fasten Town and secretly became commoners? Moreover, Lind had originally assumed that these two younger brothers-in-law were either dead or missing. If they appeared, then the Lars and Winterhold would probably turn to support them. For a moment, Lind even considered taking drastic measures, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Not to mention that these two were also Reyna's relatives. If they died in his territory, the problem would be too great. Besides, when did he become so cold-blooded? Looking at the excited pair, Lind merely nodded, his attitude noticeably less enthusiastic than before. But Sean and Colin were completely unaffected. Sean even directly said, "Brother-in-law, actually, we still have some scattered guards in Fasten Town and the surrounding areas. We will gather these guards to help brother-in-law clean up the aftermath. These people will be entirely at brother-in-law's disposal from now on." Upon hearing this, Lind's expression improved slightly. Although the two brothers were still immersed in Lind's previous commendation, the old butler Sebastian had already understood from Lind's expression. Lind's position was indeed very difficult now. He had originally thought he could smoothly integrate the remaining Lars through this victory, but now, with the sudden appearance of two legitimate Lars heirs, anyone would find themselves in a predicament. The old butler had realized that Sean and Colin lacked the ability to integrate and revitalize Lars, but out of loyalty to Grand Duke Lars, the old butler did not know how to choose. Soon after, Reyna also met her two younger brothers. The siblings embraced, crying and comforting each other, a scene of a grand reunion. Subsequently, many nobles sent letters, disassociating themselves from Westgear, and then sent large sums of money, hoping Lind would release their family's captives. This time, because the nobles brought their family's younger generations to gain experience, many families directly lost both their patriarch and heirs simultaneously. However, Lind suppressed all requests until Lars's ships reappeared on Tears River. Perhaps because Lind's side won, coupled with a subtle change in attitude from the capital, Winterhold's pressure drastically decreased. This time, the large ships brought not only supplies, but also the elders of the Lars family. Although these elders were not direct descendants of Lars, They all held significant positions. But that was all. After all, under feudalism, no matter how much say an elder had, it could not surpass that of Lars's legitimate heir. Grand Duke Lars had not forced Sean into power earlier simply because he feared causing chaos, not because he couldn't. The elders came this time primarily to confirm the power transfer matters of the Lars family with Lind. After all, Ruby was too young, and from what was known, Reyna was the only remaining heir of the Lars' eldest son's lineage. Reyna had no governing ability whatsoever. Lind handled everything. So, the elders originally thought of giving Reyna the nominal title of heir while entrusting the real power to Lind. This way, at least the Lars family's continuity could be preserved, preventing the legitimate position from being usurped by those few Lars traitors. But now, a variable appeared. The long-missing Sean and Colin had surfaced. The elders suddenly had two new candidates for heir. The best outcome, of course, was for Lind to continue working for the Lars family, with Colin or Sean inheriting the remaining Lars family assets. The worst outcome would be for both sides to fall out, and then the elders would use the Lars family's resources to support the two brothers. Because the elders were certain that Lind now needed the Lars family's population to help control the nobles' territories, if Lind refused, Winterhold could simply send troops to take over the defeated nobles' territories in Lars's name. After all, wasn't Lind fighting under the banner of Lars's legitimacy and avenging Grand Duke Lars? Then it would be perfectly normal for our Lars family to take over, wouldn't it? Even if the situation was now stabilized by Lind, even if Lind's prestige had begun to rise, and even if there were rumors that Lind was a descendant of the ancient empire, these elders were unwilling to give up even a sliver of opportunity. Because the example of Augustine was still fresh in their minds. Augustine I had usurped power through his son-in-law. Lind, in the elders' eyes, was now a replica of Augustine I, with stronger military achievements but insufficient power under his command. If Lind were to simply take over the Lars family like this, it seemed no better than being killed by the other side's traitors. With such a mindset, the elders stepped into Fasten Town. Chapter 75, Who is in favor? Who is against? In the meeting room, Linda Roll looked around, and the elders of the Lars family were indeed all old men. They looked very stereotypical, and one could tell at a glance that they were respected elders. Ruby was a bit nervous beside Linda Roll, probably because she had been scolded by these elders many times for not learning etiquette when she was little. Sean, on the other hand, was much more confident. After all, he was the most highly anticipated next generation of the Lars family, and his future position as family head would be far superior to that of these elders. Colin and Ruby seemed to be just going through the motions. Ruby, who couldn't manage her territory alone without the support of the Elder Council, and Colin, who had a record of mismanaging his previous territory, had fewer elders supporting them. Although these elders had their own agendas, the Grand Elder, who resembled Gandalf, was kind-faced. On behalf of the Lars family, I express our gratitude for Viscount Linda Roll's righteous actions. The Lars family will remember your kindness. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. After calmly accepting the elders' greetings, Linda Roll spoke directly, too lazy to waste time with these old men on ineffective noble etiquette. Every minute of this post-victory period was precious, and every second would determine the future direction of the Northwestern Territory. Many elders were very displeased with Linda Roll's disregard for etiquette, but the Grand Elder was very cooperative in omitting most of the formalities. According to the initial plan, Winterhold would transfer all the remaining population, territory, resources, and power of the Lars family under the name of Grey-White Territory. After all, Grey-White Territory was nominally a joint asset of the couple. This would allow Linda Roll to gain substantial power and ensure Ruby's position. However, ever since the news of Sean and Colin was learned on the ship, the opinions within the elders became divided. Linda Roll opened the map and drew a large circle around the Northwestern Territory. This circle basically encompassed all the nobles who participated in this expedition. This area will henceforth be entirely Lars's territory, but I need population and troops to help me control these places. An elder jumped out and said, "Isn't that obvious? These nobles were originally vassals of our Lars family. Now it's just a matter of us Lars reclaiming these territories." This was an attempt to diminish Linda Roll's achievement. suggesting that since these places originally belonged to Lars, Linda Roll hadn't defeated enemies, but merely helped reclaim Lars's territory. Helping to reclaim these territories is a given, but whether it's the enfeoffment of new lords or the garrisoning of troops, it should all be handled by our Lars family. This was a direct exclusion of Linda Roll from the Lars lineage. Before the war, everyone hoped Linda Roll would raise the banner of Lars's legitimacy, but after the war, no one wanted Linda Roll to truly become a Lars. Viscount Roll, your territory should be sufficient in this area. Another elder stood up and drew a line on the map, believing himself to be quite fair, as the new territory he allotted to Linda Roll on the map was several times larger than Gray-White territory and Fastentown combined. Linda Roll directly refused, saying, "No, you might have misunderstood. We are not in Pfeffing territory. What we should do is connect all these territories into one contiguous area. These territories should only obey one command, and of course, the army as well." Seeing that the elders hadn't reacted yet, Linda Roll continued, "You can understand it, as this large area will no longer be in fief to noble lords, but will be directly managed by officials. In the future, noble titles will only be honorary titles, not holding real power or controlling armies." Upon hearing this, an elder immediately reacted, realizing that Linda Roll intended to become a Grand Lord, directly monopolizing an entire region, and even planning to establish a state within a state. These elders completely failed to grasp what Linda Roll was thinking. The so-called separation of noble titles and real power was also seen by these elders as merely a means to divide Lars's power, as the Lars family likely held the most noble titles. Immediately, elders stood up in opposition, and the voices of dissent grew louder. They had originally thought everyone was there to negotiate a deal, but they hadn't expected Linda Roll to intend to monopolize all the benefits, even though these benefits were originally conquered by Linda Roll. The most common way to divide the cake in this world was through enfeoffment. In the eyes of these elders, Linda Roll's refusal to enfeoff and manage these noble territories meant he was refusing to share the cake. They had all come with the mindset of being able to manage territory, but Linda Roll told them it was out of the question. But at this moment, the amiable Grand Elder narrowed his eyes. "No matter what, even if we really do as you say, the one managing this vast territory should be the heir of our Lars family. You, fellow, are you trying to claim the Lars family for yourself?" An elder, slightly younger among the group of old men, stood up and loudly accused Linda Roll. At the same time, many people began to echo, "That's right. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a descendant of the Empire. If a Grand Lord is to be made, it should be His Excellency Sean, the legitimate heir." Linda Roll felt a bit helpless to complain. How did even these elders know about this? However, this was also within Linda Roll's expectations. It was unlikely to swallow the entire Lars family in one go, and he had already prepared to bargain with these elders. But at this moment, Ruby stood up, pulled out a battle axe from somewhere, and, stepping on the negotiation table, loudly rebuked, "Linda Roll is my husband, so how is he not a Lars?" Perhaps Ruby's actions were too threatening, and the chattering meeting room instantly fell silent. "None of you supported my brother back then. You went to support my uncles, and now you're clamoring for my brother to be the heir. I've understood it now. Who becomes the heir means nothing to you. You just want our Lars family to argue for as long as possible. The longer we argue, the higher your status will be, and the more you can." But Ruby ignored the old butler's dissuasion and said directly, "I don't want the title of Lars heir. I just want to choose my husband to be the heir of the Lars family. I've said my piece. Who agrees, who objects?" The elders looked at each other. The last time such a situation occurred was with the former royal family and the Augustine family. Although the Augustine family did manage to turn the tide in the end, the former royal family retreated behind the scenes. How could these elders not be worried? At this moment, an elder glanced at Sean, who had been silent, and said loudly, "I object. This heir should also be inherited by young Master Sean. Young miss, you didn't participate in the heir war before, so what right do you have to make your husband the heir?" Before the elder had even finished speaking, and before Ruby had even raised her axe to act, Sean directly stood up and slapped the elder. The elder spun in the air, tumbled, and landed, looking at Sean with a bewildered expression. Sean directly said, "I agree to my brother-in-law being the heir. He is the one everyone wants." Upon hearing this, many elders showed expressions of, "Your Majesty, why surrender when your humble servants were ready to fight to the death?" But at this moment, the Grand Elder, who had been deep in thought, finally spoke. "What the young miss said is right. Thanks to Mr. Linderoll, we were able to resolve this crisis. I also agree with the young miss and young Master Sean's views. From today onwards, Mr. Linderoll will serve as the head of the Lars family, becoming our Lars family's new leader." Although the Grand Elder still had a smiling face, the other elders, seeing the Grand Elder speak, all chose to submit. The head of the family was actually the position Grand Duke Lars held within the Lars family before. Within noble families, status wasn't solely determined by official titles, but by seniority within the family. Linderoll's position could even be said to transcend the original heir's position, directly becoming the supreme leader of the Lars family in one step. In the future, when conversing with the so-called new Lars on the other side, Linderoll would even have to sit in the main seat. Linderoll looked at the Grand Elder with some surprise, but the Grand Elder merely smiled and nodded. The meeting ended in a strange atmosphere. Many elders left disappointed, but Colin stopped those elders who had criticized Linderoll after the meeting. These elders, stopped by Colin, were a mix of nervous and excited. After all, in the elders' impression, Colin was cruel and tyrannical, and he had often laid hands on the elders, relying on being the most favored youngest son. This was not a positive character, and the elders speculated that Colin was displeased with his brother-in-law and was preparing to cause trouble. But Colin looked at these elders, took the whip handed to him by the attendant, and said in a cold tone, "You seem to be a bit too disrespectful to my brother-in-law." Chapter 76: The Authority of the Goddess. In the royal capital, Lilith, having finished her day's prayers, was being led by the sisters to meet the Pope. Ever since Augustine III passed away, the entire royal capital had become as quiet as stagnant water. Prime Minister Kotick, who had previously been constantly touting himself as a hero, had recently been exceptionally low-key, doing nothing but regularly reporting to the new king. Lilith's mood hadn't been very good lately either. The plot of this world had completely derailed. If the original plot was merely a bit abstract, then the current plot could be said to be out of control. The old king died under suspicious circumstances. The Grand Duke of the Northern Territory was killed by his own son, and the Lars family completely split. Although Lilith had only played the first part, as a hardcore player, she had seen news of the second part's planning on the lead creator's social media. Based on the clues, shouldn't the second part be about the confrontation between the Southern Territory and the Anjou Kingdom? Why did the Northern Territory explode first? Was it because the female lead went to the Northern Territory? For Lilith, the plot completely exceeding her understanding was the most unsettling thing. Moreover, according to the latest news, the faction where the female lead and Reno were, the Grey-White Territory, had just won an incredible war, and the leader was that NPC whose name sounded like her older brothers. The Northern Territory was now completely in chaos. These things might not concern Lilith, but Clan, the male lead Lilith was primarily pursuing, had now ascended to the throne prematurely. Although it was a peaceful transition, the succession process was hardly exciting. Augustine III's strange condition had already become an open secret among the nobles. Clan now not only had to support the declining kingdom and balance the situation in the Northern Territory, but also had to guard against the Anjou Kingdom, which had started to make moves early. Clan was under immense pressure after his succession, often crying to Lilith late at night, sometimes asking about political matters, and even showing Lilith reform plans mimicking the Anjou Kingdom, which even gave Lilith the illusion of being a mother. As a saintess and future queen, Lilith felt no sense of the fairy tale or the original ending where the girl and the prince lived happily ever after. Sometimes Lilith even felt that she might not be the future queen, but rather the queen mother. "Your Holiness." Lilith bowed to the old pope on the throne with the most standard etiquette. The old pope nodded slightly, motioning for Lilith to sit down. Everyone else retreated. Tonight, the pope had issued an order to discuss a very important matter with the saintess. Though revered as pope, the old pope was dressed in plain cloth, with even some patches visible. It was clear that the old pope was also very tired, the Light Goddess Church was no longer as glorious as it once was. Although it remained the main faith on the continent, it could only retreat to the Cape Kingdom, becoming a mere decorative vase subordinate to the monarchy. Is the old king doing better? The old king here referred to Augustine III, but Lilith was a bit confused. Augustine III was already indistinguishable from death, having become a vegetative state needing assistance even to eat. No new news has come from the royal palace. Lilith answered truthfully. If it were the true female lead, she might have discovered some clues, but Lilith was just an imposter. Her becoming a saintess was more due to political factors, completely different from the original female lead becoming a saintess through her own power. Hearing this answer, the old pope hesitated for a moment before slowly rising and going behind the clothes rack where his papal tiara was placed. He slowly opened a hidden compartment and took out a small lantern glowing with a brilliant yellow light. Seeing Lilith's confused expression at the lantern, the old pope felt relieved. He placed the lantern beside him and sat down again. Only then did Lilith see that inside the lantern was not a wick, but a strange glowing stone. The light was not dazzling. One could even look directly at it, and merely gazing at the light produced a comforting sensation. The old pope did not immediately begin to introduce the lantern, but instead said to Lilith, "Come, let us first pray to the light goddess, thanking her for granting us another day of peace and stability." After Lilith's devout prayer, the old pope asked, "Saintess Lilith, do you remember the light goddess's domains? Light, healing, and purification, as well as the sun, moon, and stars, day and night." The first three Lilith mentioned were also the standard answers for church school exams, while the latter few were generally known only by clergy and devout believers. The light goddess had many epithets: Holy Mother of Salvation, Light of Retribution, God of Healing, Lord of the Sun, Moon, and Stars. Therefore, the goddess's domains were the most numerous and chaotic. Scholars who studied theology and history once complained, if you encounter something or an event and don't know which god's domain it belongs to, then praying to the light goddess is definitely the right choice. It's somewhat like modern archaeology where any strange object on Earth is simply categorized under ritual items. The old pope nodded, adding, people's earliest belief in light came from the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. The goddess was initially the deity who governed the sun, moon, and stars, and the alternation of day and night, only later becoming the god who presided over light. The goddess has many domains, and these domains are all closely related to our divine arts. But Saintess Lilith, do you know that dreams are also a domain of the goddess? Instantly, Lilith thought of Augustine III, lying in bed, half dead, his state identical to being asleep. Seeing Lilith's expression, the old pope pushed the initial lantern towards Lilith. This lantern contains fragments of stars bestowed by the goddess, and also the goddess's oracle. It can guide people in dreams and also enter the dreams of others. Use this lantern to protect His Majesty, the new king. Lilith did not immediately take the lantern, but instead asked, "Your Holiness, what happens if someone enters another's dream and kills the dream's owner? Haven't you seen it already?" As expected, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Lilith. No need to be so nervous. The old pope reassured, it is very difficult to enter another's dream. The conditions are very strict. Without help, it is very hard for anyone to enter His Majesty the new king's dream. Is there an insider among those who can enter and exit the royal palace? Concerned for clan safety, Lilith disregarded etiquette and asked directly, "It's not impossible for an insider to be within the royal palace." The old pope directly stated the worst-case scenario. "Your Holiness, someone entered clan's father's dream and killed him. Does that mean the other party also has this lantern? Why is such an important item hidden in a secret compartment?" Lilith, abandoning her previous composure and intellect, immediately began to urgently question the old pope for useful information. "Do you still remember the saintess's absconding incident 200 years ago?" The old pope slowly began. The official story is that the saintess at the time came into contact with heretics, was corrupted by heretical doctrines, took away a large number of believers, spread twisted doctrines, and consequently broke with the Holy See, starting wars with other faiths. But the truth is there were no heretics. The saintess at the time, after praying under these two lanterns, herself comprehended heretical doctrines. And at that time, the more devout the saint, the more they recognized that saintess's doctrines, ultimately leading to the schism and wars of the Holy See. The star fragments in these two lanterns were originally oracles bestowed by the goddess, and also the goddess's last miracle. We made them into lanterns, symbolizing that the goddess guides us forward like a bright lamp. But we didn't expect that the more devout the believer, the more likely they were to become heretics after praying under the lantern. So, after that saintess became a heretic, we immediately hid this lantern, but unfortunately, it was a little too late. One of the lanterns had already been stolen by the saintess at the time. After saying this, the old pope and Lilith looked at each other somewhat awkwardly. Evidently, both Lilith and the old pope had already prayed around this lantern, but it seemed to have no effect. Don't be nervous, Saintess Lilith. Perhaps being able to view the light goddess objectively is not a bad thing. The two highest-ranking members of the Holy See seemed not to be so devout after all. Chapter 77 The Conspirators. Lilith left the old pope's prayer room with a complicated heart and returned to the palace to wait for Clan to finish his work. The lantern was small and delicate, with a special mechanism that could cover its light, making it completely unnoticeable when worn on the waist. But Lilith felt that this small lantern was incredibly heavy. Was she not supposed to have transmigrated to become the protagonist and enjoy life? But now, things were developing in an increasingly terrifying direction, and Lilith even somewhat regretted having taken the female lead's identity. Now, for her own happiness, she had to protect Clan no matter what. Not only that, but she also had to find a way to help Clan push forward with domestic reforms. Although she had studied with her elder brother for a period before transmigrating, some reform policies faced far greater resistance than imagined. Currently, reforms could only be conducted as small-scale pilot projects within areas controlled by the Goddess Church. However, fortunately, as the pressure from Anjou grew, the Southern Territory and Western Territory also began to cooperate with the royal capital in implementing a small portion of reforms. It was only then that Lilith understood why internal reform movements in history mostly failed, and even if they succeeded, they merely lingered on. But there was no alternative. Clan's identity destined him to be unable to completely overturn the kingdom. Thus, Lilith could only try her best to carve flowers on the pile of dung left by Augustine III. Meanwhile, the palace was still brightly lit. The newly enthroned Clan no longer had time for balls and was still seated in the conference room. The last agenda item concerns the Northern Territory. The remaining people in the conference room were mostly the kingdom's top decision-makers, which indicated that the remaining topics were not for lower-ranking nobles to observe. We need to re-examine the Northern Territory issue. Grand Duke Lars is gone. Now the entire Northern Territory is fragmented. Lena Lars and her fiancé have defeated the nobles of the Northwestern Territory and are integrating the forces of the Northwestern Territory, while the other three Lars who killed Grand Duke Lars are busy dividing their spheres of influence. Clan no longer had the frivolousness he displayed as the crown prince. He had become solemn, steady, and somewhat weary. My opinion is that we should ease relations with the Northern Territory, but not too much. At least on the surface, the kingdom should withdraw its deployment in the Northern Territory. Kudike, who had always been very active on Northern Territory issues, now acted like a clay statue of a prime minister, only repeating yes, 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 and only offering opinions when the previous few topics about demons were brought up. The Eastern Territory Duke, Monroe, added to Clan, "We need to let those mad dogs of Lars calm down. We border the Northern Territory the most, and several of their soldiers have already plundered our territory. If they don't deal with it, I'll have to take action myself." Clan nodded, indicating that he understood. Duke Scott of the Western Territory also suggested, "Our Western Territory and Southern Territory are under immense pressure lately. The kingdom cannot waste any more resources on the Northern Territory, my king. I suggest following your father's last wishes. After the stick, it's time for the carrot. Then how about we appoint those Lars as Northern Territory governors?" Clan humbly sought the opinions of the nobles present. The position of Northern Territory governor could be traced back to the Rom Empire era. The current kingdom does not have regional Northern Territory governors, but it would indeed be a good position to control the Lars. At this moment, The Duchess of the Southern Territory, Judith, who had been silent, spoke. Then, regarding the Northwestern Territory, my king can appoint Lena's fiancé, Linda Roll, as Northern Territory governor. Not only can this sow discord between Lind and the Lars, but it also gives the other side a way out, preventing them from becoming rebels. Scott nodded in agreement. My king, if the Northwestern Territory declares rebellion, then the Anjou Kingdom is very likely to connect with these rebels. At that time, our Western Territory and Southern Territory will face even greater pressure. At least on the surface, there must be no appearance of rebels within the kingdom. But Monroe sneered. Judith, I heard that Linda Roll is also a descendant of the Empire. You wouldn't be colluding with these rebels, would you? Clan interjected. Duke Monroe, mind your words. There are no rebels within our kingdom, and Linda Roll is not necessarily a descendant of the Empire. My fiancé also has black hair and black eyes. Is she also a descendant of the Empire? In any case, the matter of the Northern Territory was finally settled. Clan planned to appoint 4 Northern Territory governors at once. But these Northern Territory governors would only have the title. Their actual power and territory would have to be fought for by each Northern Territory governor themselves. It was as if the words, fanning the flames, were written on the appointment letters. After the meeting ended, seeing Lilith still waiting for him in the hallway, Clan's mood relaxed slightly. As usual, after listening to Clan summarize the key points of today's meeting, Lilith silently complained in her heart. Will this way of handling the Northern Territory really not breed a monster? For her future happiness, when Clan sought her opinion, Lilith suggested, My king, why appoint 4 Northern Territory governors at once? You could first appoint Linda Roll as Northern Territory governor, and then Doug Lars as Northern Territory governor, establishing Doug Lars's leadership position to prevent the 3 Lars from starting a free-for-all. Moreover, by doing this, you can quickly appoint the next Northern Territory governor to contend with the victorious Northern Territory governor after one is defeated. A 4-way free-for-all is difficult to control, but a strong-on-strong confrontation is simpler. There's also no need to worry that if Doug Lars wins, he could truly unify the Northern Territory. 3 Lars who killed their father through conspiracy are unlikely to work together, and then it would just be a matter of propping up new puppets. The more Clan thought about it, the better this plan seemed. He immediately praised, Lilith, you always have a way. I can't wait for you to become my queen. After returning to her mansion, the Duchess of the Southern Territory, Judith, couldn't wait to take a bath, wanting to wash away the day's fatigue. The new king was under immense pressure and felt very insecure, which led to the nobles in the royal capital having meetings every few days. Coupled with the current chaotic situation, everyone was exhausted. Are there any new letters from my distant cousin? Judith was, of course, referring to Caroline. Ever since Caroline's last letter arrived, Judith had immediately checked the family tree. Not yet, Your Grace. Miss Caroline just finished a war, so she's probably busy. At the same time, the maid curiously asked, Your Grace, is that Linda Roll really a descendant of the Empire? Judith's answer was somewhat ambiguous. Indeed, a branch of the Empire's bloodline did go north back then, but who knows? Although she said that, when she thought of the name of the ancestor who fled north in the family tree, Judith sighed in her heart, thinking that her distant younger brother was still too impatient. Now, the identity of an imperial descendant not only offered no help, but might even put him in danger. There was no choice. She could only help as much as she could. At this moment, Claire was gazing north from her castle window, with no maids to serve her nor guards to protect her. Has there been any news from over there? Claire seemed to be conversing with the void, and a voice from the void responded to Claire, No need to rush. Someone has already taken the lantern to the Northern Territory. By my calculations, it should be arriving soon. Then, a figure appeared by the window, emerging from black mist. Is it really all right to waste such a precious opportunity on an unknown nobody? Even if that person truly is a descendant of the Empire, it's not worth expending the power of the wick. The figure gradually became clear. It was a nun in a split-skirt nun's habit. Upon closer inspection, one could even tell that the nun's habit was a modified version of the light goddess church nun's habit. Actually, we could use the wick on someone more worthy, like your brother? No chance, Claire retorted. My brother has realized something and has started restricting outsiders from entering the palace. He's also begun investigations within the palace. It will be difficult for me to set up runic arrays for you in the short term. That's truly a pity. The seductive nun seemed genuinely regretful. No need to worry. We still have plenty of time. Let's first connect with Anju. I can't wait to see my brother running ragged. Claire licked her lips and looked back in the direction of the king's bedchamber. Chapter 78, In a Dream. What are you spacing out for, big brother? Hearing that voice, Lin snapped out of his daze. Linley was pointing and gesturing in front of him. If you want to sleep, you can wait until we're on the plane. If you fall asleep in the airport, I won't be responsible for you. Only then did Lin remember that he and a few colleagues were participating in a school-organized, all-expenses-paid trip. Oh, no, an academic exchange. They were currently waiting for their flight at the airport, and Linley had come to see him off. For some reason, seeing Linley's arrogant and somewhat disdainful face, Lin suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. The airport announcements, the sound of Professor Wong, the balding calculus teacher talking on the phone with his wife, and even the sound from his phone's speaker, all made Lind incredibly nostalgic. Upon hearing the boarding announcement, Lind instinctively walked towards the gate, but Linley pulled him back. Hey, big brother, where's your girlfriend? My girlfriend, Lind asked in surprise. Wasn't he single since birth? Where would he get a girlfriend? But Linley showed an incredulous expression and said, Didn't you two used to be inseparable? She heard you were going on a trip. Oh, no, an academic exchange, and even bought her own ticket to go with you. At that moment, a voice came from the noisy crowd. Sorry, I'm late. I didn't miss it, did I? A blonde, blue-eyed girl ran while waving at Lind. Lind seemed to recall something. Rena was indeed his girlfriend, and they did spend every day together. Linley playfully elbowed Lind and whispered, Where did you find such a beautiful sister-in-law? No wonder you haven't been coming home lately. Lind looked speechless. Wasn't it because he'd been busy with work recently, rushing to write papers for job title? But when did he meet Rena? Why couldn't he remember? Rena finally ran up to Lind and asked, Sorry, darling. I'm late. I didn't miss it, did I? Linley immediately said, No, sister-in-law, you're just in time. But at this moment, Lind froze, grabbing Rena's hand and asking, What did you just call me? Darling? Are you all right? Rena waved her hand in front of Lind's eyes, asking him with concern, Shouldn't you call me brother? Lind didn't know why, but the words just slipped out. Linley, standing nearby, burst into laughter. Who calls their boyfriend brother? Big brother, have you gone crazy from rushing your paper? Instantly, complete memories flooded into Lind's mind. I've been a bit tired lately. Let's go board the plane first. Lind regained his composure, took Rena's hand, and walked towards the boarding gate. Have fun, big brother. Don't forget my local specialties. Linley was still waving behind him, but Lind was already breaking out in a cold sweat, if one could sweat in a dream. This was a dream, Lind was 100% certain. If Rena hadn't suddenly appeared, Lind might have really thought he was confused from rushing his paper. Not only that, Lind noticed a nun not far from him, who looked out of place with her surroundings. She was holding a lantern dream and curiously observing the environment, but the surrounding pedestrians seemed not to notice this nun, who looked like she had just come from a comic convention. When Lind boarded the plane, the strange nun ignored security and followed closely behind him onto the aircraft. Lind carefully considered his current situation. He knew he was in a dream, but for some reason, this dream had become a lucid dream, and a strange outsider seemed to have also appeared in his dream. Is it an enemy? Are there any strange magic related to dreams in this world? He didn't recall any. Lind dared not act rashly and could only wait for the plane to take off according to the dream's plot. This is incredible. What era's technology is this? Can humans actually reach such high altitudes? Just as Lind was trying to figure out what he could do in his dream, the nun with the lantern dream excitedly gazed out the window. Still, no one noticed the strange nun, allowing her to climb all over the plane. Is this giant bird not controlled by magic? Why can it break through the limits of magic to reach such high altitudes? If this can take us to the sky, then what's the point of mages building tall towers? The nun in the split-skirt nun's habit continuously exclaimed in amazement. The plane flew steadily in the stratosphere, and the nun continued to inspect the cabin. Lind could only pretend not to see her, feigning a nap to observe her while Rena slept on his shoulder. Through current observations, it could be seen that although the nun didn't seem to be from this dream world, and no one else besides Lind was aware of her existence, she was still affected by Lind's dream. For example, the cockpit door was sealed. This strange nun couldn't phase through walls in Lind's dream to see what the cockpit looked like. The other party would also be affected by physics, or rather, the physics within the dream. And gradually, Lind seemed to grasp the feeling of a lucid dream, even being able to control some things within his dream, such as turning the airplane magazines into his switch, changing the balding Professor Wong's hairstyle, and even secretly altering the scenery outside the window. How strange. Did the Rom Empire ever have such technology? The nun held her lantern dream and gave up on exploring the cabin. If the dream's owner didn't open those doors, she was helpless. While a lantern dream could control others' dreams to a certain extent, forcibly breaking through would likely reveal only the void of an unrendered space behind the doors, and it would very likely wake the dream's owner. Looking at these technologies, seemingly from the old empire, the nun felt a pang of regret and prepared to carry out her orders to eliminate Lind. But soon, Lind, who was still feigning sleep, heard the nun scream, "Why can't I fully read the dream's permissions yet? No, this is impossible. The goddess's authority should be absolute. Where exactly did this dream go wrong?" The nun's gaze settled on Lind, who was feigning sleep in the dream. Seeing that he was likely exposed and having confirmed his control over the dream, Lind no longer concealed himself. He slowly rose and asked, "What? You've come to someone else's home and aren't even going to introduce yourself first?" As they spoke, the setting had already changed from inside the plane to an open space. The nun, seeing Lind remain lucid in the dream, calmed down and actually introduced herself to Lind. "I am Bernice, a lantern nun of the Light Goddess Church. Nice to meet you, descendant of the Empire." Lind shook his head. "I am not a descendant of the Empire." Bernice smiled and said, "We originally thought that descendant of the Empire was just an identity fabricated for you by bards. But from the dream just now, it seems you are indeed a genuine descendant of the Empire. You don't look like nuns from the Light Goddess Church either." Lind eyed Bernice. While her nun's habit was very similar, there were still slight differences. The design seemed more unrestrained. "No, we are the true orthodoxy of the Light Goddess Church. Those currently sitting in the Vatican are the heretics. It's just that outside, people generally refer to us as the Lantern Dream and brand us as a cult." Hearing this, Lind was somewhat speechless. Isn't killing people in dreams what a cult does? What righteous church would do such a thing? Ignoring Lind's expression, the nun directly said, "Since you can remain lucid even in a dream, that's even better. For some reasons, we are very curious about the technology of the old empire. If you can display more of the old empire's technology in your dream, we will be immensely grateful to you. So, if I show you, will you still kill me? Killing you is a decision from the higher-ups. The specific decision will be made after I record these technologies and submit them to the higher-ups." A very employee-like answer. "What if I refuse?" "You have no right to refuse." Unbeknownst to Lind, a chair had appeared behind Bernice, and the nun holding the lantern dream sat down. "Although we cannot fully obtain permission over your dream, we can still manipulate it. In a dream, the most important thing is imagination. It can be said that any magic and technology that one has seen and generally understands the principles of can be freely cast in a dream." Lind's eyes lit up. Didn't that mean he could conduct experiments in his dream? Thinking this, Lind immediately generated a computer in front of him and input the magic models that were being dismantled in his territory. But immediately, Lind felt his brain literally burning up. It seemed that even in a dream, if you didn't understand math, you still didn't understand it. Perhaps those flashy spell effects could be cast infinitely without needing to construct spell models or use magic, but real calculations still consumed processing power. However, this still gave Lind many ideas. Seeing Lind fiddling with something, Bernice continued, "Don't think the old empire's technology can save you. Everyone in our lantern dream has been trained and can use high-level magic they've seen in dreams. Some of our lords can even use super-level spells. Not only that, we have also seen the goddess's divine kingdom in prayer and can materialize the goddess's divine kingdom in dreams. Even if you are someone who has lived from the old empire until now, you cannot contend with us in a dream. Humans cannot imagine what they haven't seen, and what we have seen far exceeds the imagination of the world. Bernice said this with immense pride, as if victory was already in her grasp. Lind, however, looked at the other party with a gaze like one would look at an idiot. Such convenient and powerful dream abilities, and the other party only used them to kill people. What a waste of resources. No wonder this world's technology tree was so skewed. Chapter 79, Tower of Babel. Perhaps to increase her presence, Bernice gently swayed the lantern in her hand, and the conversation venue transformed into a majestic, solemn, and light-enshrouded grand cathedral. A colossal statue of the light goddess looked down upon all beings with a compassionate expression, inspiring an urge to kneel and worship. Bernice raised the lantern high and declared, "The light goddess's authority is absolute. All other deities in the world are false gods. Only the light goddess is the one true God." This was the so-called doctrine of the lantern dream. Fanatical and extreme, it directly triggered the war of faith back then. Descendant of the old empire, this is your final warning. If you don't wish to perish in a dream like Augustine III, then reveal the old empire technology you know. Perhaps our bishop will be kind enough to spare your life. Lin tried and found that his control over the dream was unaffected, so he countered, "Are you sure?" "Of course. We now need the old empire's technology to help us unravel some mysteries." Bernice saw that Lin seemed ready to cooperate, so she lowered her hands, and the swirling black mist around them gradually dissipated into nothingness. "You seem very interested in the sky." Lind was not in a hurry, instead continuing to chat with her. Bernice nodded and said, "Every professional knows that the closer one is to the sky, the closer one is to mysteries and knowledge. That's why mages frantically build high towers, attempting to reach the high heavens. But the further one is from the ground, the thinner the magic power becomes, and the more difficult it is to use magic. So currently, apart from dragons, no race can fly freely in the high heavens like the technology you showed in your previous dream." "Oh, I see." After listening to Bernice's explanation, Lin nodded and said with a smile, "Then how about I show you our technology for reaching the high heavens?" Hearing Lin say this, Bernice's face showed an expression of ecstasy, and she asked, "Is it that technology from before?" "What technology from before?" "This is even more exciting than that technology from before, and it can teach you how to reach the true heavens." The true heavens. Just as Bernice was still pondering the meaning of this phrase, the surrounding environment abruptly changed. Bernice found herself standing in a small, strange room. The room was filled with peculiar metal equipment, and the lighting was dim, but she could see the outside through the window. Moreover, Lin had opened several more windows in this room, making it easier for Bernice to observe her surroundings. Outside, many people dressed in strange attire were constantly busy. "Is this the old empire era?" Bernice turned to ask Lind, but found that he had disappeared. Bernice grinned, not expecting this descendant of the old empire to be so immersive. At this moment, an emotionless broadcast voice sounded. "Launch countdown initiated. Pedestrian walkway retracting. Cargo bay doors closing. Connecting electromagnetic launcher. Electromagnetic launch system connected. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Bernice's heart. Launch. With the roar of ignition, suddenly, Bernice felt a tremendous thrust from beneath her feet. Simultaneously, her body weight continuously increased, becoming heavier and heavier, as if several versions of herself were pressing down on every part of her body at once. Dizziness and nausea immediately assailed her. If she weren't in a dream, Bernice felt she would have fainted instantly. Struggling to crawl to the window, Bernice saw the ground scenery rapidly shrinking. The sprawling, boundless city became a blurry pattern. Undoubtedly, she was ascending into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Seeing strange rooms moving up and down around her, Bernice finally realized what kind of structure she was in. The sheer size of the complete room exceeded Bernice's imagination, and it was soaring towards the sky along a track. The vertical tracks outside, seemingly endless and directly connected to the heavens, resembled paths to an infinite void, filling Bernice with immense fear. And the city outside the window, which appeared boundless even from the sky. This completely surpassed the technological scope of the old empire. Under Lin's control, the space elevator quickly surpassed the stratosphere, extending towards the higher sky. If the previous scenery had filled Bernice with both fear and curiosity, now, for Bernice, there was only fear. This was already beyond the legendary height of dragon flight. Any higher would reach the realm of the gods described in the scriptures. For Bernice, the subsequent altitude was an entirely unknown world. Babel Tower, the term suddenly appeared in Bernice's mind. The legendary towering structure that connected the divine realm and the human world, with no end in sight. Had that descendant of the old empire actually seen, reached the Babel Tower? But wasn't the Babel Tower a product of the Golden Age? During the Old Empire period, it should have been a complete legend. As the room Bernice was in continuously passed through the rings of the space elevator in the sky, Bernice saw the vast, azure world beneath her, and a sense of weightlessness slowly began to set in. The boundless black deep space around her made Bernice feel an unprecedented sense of oppression, fear, and madness. Is this the world above the high heavens? Impossible. Not to mention that Lind is a descendant of the Old Empire. Even the bards who lived during the Old Empire period probably never witnessed such a sight. But didn't the legends say that above the high heavens there was also the light goddess's divine kingdom? Bernice looked up, and at that moment, the cold broadcast voice sounded again. Identity verified. Access to the material transfer zone granted. Welcome to ARC International Space Station A7 Docking Bay. Wishing you a pleasant work experience. Bernice saw it, the circular divine kingdom of the light goddess. Around the divine kingdom, there were even many white angels working, although those angels had no wings. In an instant, Bernice felt her own insignificance. The divine kingdom she had imagined in her prayers was like a firefly compared to the bright moon when compared to the true divine kingdom, truly a joke. This caused Bernice to frantically kneel and pray in the weightless environment. The intense shock had made Bernice completely forget that she was in someone else's dream. Instantly, the scene changed to one inside the space station. From the window of this space station, one could just see the colossal circular International Space Station. Lind slightly altered the gravity, causing Bernice to fall directly from midair. How do you feel? Did you learn anything? Lind, who had reappeared, looked at the distorted expression of Bernice with a slight smile. Although he couldn't perfectly replicate every detail, Lind had tried his best to simulate the space elevator. You are not a descendant of the old empire at all. Bernice lay on the ground, frantically shouting at Lind. I already told you I wasn't. Lind rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had been saying it for so long, and only Rena truly believed him. You are an old human from the Golden Age. Huh, what strange thing was this now? Lind suspected that Bernice might have developed some peculiar misunderstanding about the space elevator. It must be. Only humans from the Golden Age could use the Babel Tower to reach the divine kingdom. The more Bernice thought about it, the more convinced she became. Even the dream she had before, on the airplane, had a technological level far surpassing the old empire era. The space elevator, even more so, exceeded the limits of Bernice's imagination. Apart from the Golden Age in ancient history, no other era could possibly possess such a level of technology. It must be like this. Only humans from the Golden Age have seen such things. Only humans from the Golden Age could conceive of the light goddess's divine kingdom. Bernice clutched her hair, bloodshot eyes, and respectfully knelt towards the International Space Station outside the window. Lind hadn't expected the effect to be so profound. Was the space elevator indeed too stimulating for people of this era? However, now was not the time to discuss this. Regarding the dream, Lind still had many questions to ask her. But in an instant, the somewhat frantic Bernice clutched the lantern in her arms and, enveloped in black mist, left the dream. Around the fastened town camp, Bernice, dressed in a slit nun's habit, was running frantically. The gentle light emanating from the lantern in her hand could not calm her down. At this moment, Villainess, dressed in a theatrical costume, blocked Bernice's path. How was it, my king? Was his dream wonderful? But Villainess quickly noticed something was wrong. The Bernice before him had a blank expression, disheveled hair, and eyes filled with frenzy and terror. Seeing Villainess, Bernice burst into loud laughter. Ha! Your king is not a descendant of the old empire at all. Licanus was not annoyed. He countered, does it matter? I haven't even investigated it myself, but as long as I say my king is, then he is. It matters a lot, it matters a lot. Bernice laughed loudly at Licanus's reaction. You bards are nothing special, you truly make me laugh. 1,000 years are nothing in the face of a god's scale. It's still not too late for you to follow us and believe in the light goddess. Lunatic. Although Licanus was very curious about what she had seen in my king's dream, it was clear she had seen something important, but she would absolutely not reveal it. Meanwhile, Lind, who had woken from the dream, pondered what had happened in it. The other party mentioned that she was the true light goddess church, so he needed to ask Isa and Flora about it properly. But for now, there were still piles of things to deal with, and judging by her appearance, she probably wouldn't dare to make a move again anytime soon. He could only take things one step at a time. After washing up, the sky began to show the first signs of dawn. Lind, just stepping out of the main tent, happened to run into Rena, who was preparing for her morning exercise. What's wrong, brother? Why are you up so early today? Rena looked at Lind, who had just woken up, with curiosity. What did you just call me? Lind instinctively grabbed Rena's hand and asked, brother? You don't like it? Rena's face immediately turned red as she pulled her hand back. That felt good, Lind mused, while greedily inhaling the morning air. Chapter 80 Boots Falling. Jim was pulled out by his mother. Even though he was locked in his room every day, Jim still heard the news of the Evans family's defeat. Not only that, his father Weskier was directly captured, and several of his older brothers either died or were injured in the chaotic battle. Now the entire Evans family was in disarray, and the elders of the family sent countless sums of money to the Gray-White territory, but they all vanished without a trace. While the boot had not yet dropped, everyone was in a state of constant anxiety. No one knew what the future held for the Evans family. The situation in the north had completely changed from before. After losing Grand Duke Lars as the visible figurehead, the entire north returned to a chaotic era of noble warlordism. Although there were rules from the royal capital, they were few, especially after the king's deployments began to retract back to the central areas. Winner takes all. This was also the reason why Weskier and the other nobles were so eager to conquer the Gray-White territory. It was just that now the Evans family had become the one being consumed. Jim, who had been locked in his room, was thus pulled by his mother from his room to the reception hall. At this moment, Jim finally realized that the boot that had been hanging over the Weskier family's head was about to drop. On both sides of the hall, there were neatly arrayed the Lars family's white knights, as well as many soldiers holding strange fire-stoking poles. This was an absolute institution of violence, signifying that the days when nobles could sit down amicably at the table to negotiate and pay fines were gone forever. The former lord of the Gray-White territory, Linda Roll, was sitting on a high platform with his legs crossed, looking down at everyone with lowered eyes. His demeanor was more restrained than when Jim had seen him in the Gray-White territory. His face was neither cold nor friendly, but carried a faint hint of authority. After quietly observing his surroundings, Jim discovered that not only were all other members of the Evans family present, but also many nobles from the surrounding areas. These were all noble families who had followed his father Weskier on the expedition. Back then, these people had fought tooth and nail to secure a good position in the army, but now they knelt equally before the lord of the Gray-White territory. And that bard, who had been full of praise before the expedition, was now humbly standing behind Linda Roll, bowing. Jim, who had done business with many people, knew that the bard now showed none of the obsequiousness he displayed when he was by his father's side. Instead, he had correctly positioned himself, appearing entirely as a servant. As if confirming that everyone was present, Linda Roll took the document handed to him by the bard, compared it with the document in his hand, and then stood up. I have 2 documents here. One is the result of the bard's investigation into you, and the other is the result of my secretary's on-site investigations. To avoid wronging any of you, I will only select the parts where both investigations are consistent and judge you according to the North rules originally promulgated by the Lars family and the laws of the kingdom. Do you have any objections? After Lind finished speaking, most of the nobles below still cowered timidly, but a few bolder ones looked up and said to Lind, Lord, The North rules have actually been abandoned for many years, and many of the rules are no longer followed by us nobles. If we strictly adhere to the North rules, you might lose many of your loyal allies. I am not questioning your authority, but should these North rules perhaps be relaxed a bit? No noble would truly abide by the North rules, because these were the laws used by the Lars family when they pioneered and defended the northern frontier, driving the demon race to the eternal frozen soil. That was the Lars family's strongest period. The laws enforced were also derived from military law, although they were continuously relaxed after subsequent amendments. In the eyes of these nobles, they were still a set of harsh laws, and even the Lars family itself stopped observing the North rules later on. Lind did not answer, occasionally glancing up at Licanus behind him. Licanus understood, stepped forward, and began to speak in an emphatic tone. Barton Wordsworth, 34 years old, the younger brother of the sixth head of the Wordsworth family. He murdered the previous family head with his brother. Oh, you also took the opportunity to seize your sister-in-law when your brother died in battle and encroached on your brother's territory. I didn't expect you to have the leisure to do such things. Lind interrupted Licanus's gossip, saying, "Continue reading." Licanus immediately recollected himself and continued to list Barton's crimes one by one, including illegal occupation of others' territory, incest within the clan, abuse of power, illegal taxation and exploitation of farmers, and plundering other nobles during times of chaos. If these crimes occurred in normal times, they would usually be handled within the clan itself or simply overlooked. After all, no noble had a clean record, and it was common for everyone to help each other cover things up. Handle it according to the law. After Lind spoke, two Lars knights dragged Barton out. Wait. Lord, I know where our family's treasure is buried. My brother still has hidden gilts, coins, and magic stones. Our family still has. Barton was dragged out amidst such wails, and all the nobles present were too terrified to look up, recalling all the potentially illegal things they had done. But Jim somewhat approved of Lind's actions. Such scumbags and degenerates among the nobility should have been dealt with long ago. The North's decline was due to these parasites. How could the North be governed well with such vermin around? Lind was not interested in Barton's nonsensical ramblings. He simply sat down and said to Licanus, "Continue." Soon, one noble after another was continuously dragged out by the knights. According to the North rules and the kingdom's laws, those with serious crimes were directly taken for judgment. Those who had not committed such severe offenses were dragged away to mine. And as for nobles who had committed no crimes, none had appeared yet. Only a few nobles, who had very little power and extremely small territories, and thus could not commit any heinous acts even if they wanted to, were spared, paying a fine and keeping their lives. No noble resisted, because for some reason, the transfer of power between Linda Roll and Lars was exceptionally smooth. There was not even the internal strife that these nobles had imagined. The Lars family chose to completely trust Lind, directly elevating Lind to the position of patriarch. Nor did any noble complain about unfairness, because all of Lind's judgments were made strictly according to the North rules. Although the enforcement was a bit strict, even if appealed to the royal capital, Lind would be in the right. The only unreasonable aspect was that Lind abolished all nobles' immunity. Of course, there were a few instances where Lind felt the sentences were too light, as the North rules, though strict, were essentially laws promulgated by nobles, and their bias was still very evident. Lind modified these parts on the spot, but for the offending nobles, he still judged them according to the old laws first. If they offended again in the future, then the previous transgressions would also be settled. Those nobles who had narrowly survived expressed that they would never offend again, almost to the point of licking Lind's boots. Chapter 81: The End of the Nobility. Just as Jim was pondering the deeper meaning of the changes Lind had made, he heard Licanus finally call out his name. Surprisingly, Licanus's report on Jim largely consisted of good deeds and acts of kindness towards the common people, as Jim had little influence within the Evans family, and, having spent his days mingling with merchants from the lower strata, was also quite philanthropic. This suddenly made Jim stand out from the abstract figures mentioned before. Lind had an impression of that name, and after searching the crowd, he said to Jim, "Look up." Jim looked up, meeting Lind's gaze directly. Do you still think I possess true noble demeanor now? Perhaps because he had just decided the fate of so many people, Lin's words now carried a faint hint of killing intent. Jim was not afraid and replied, "Of course. Acting according to the law was precisely the reason for the Lars family's past strength. I also believe that nobles should not have so-called immunity." Lin nodded. "Later, I will send someone to manage the Evans family's territory, and you will be his deputy then." Upon hearing this, Jim's mother immediately became overjoyed, but Jim merely bowed proudly, indicating his understanding. The other nobles, seeing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the gray-white territory, having swallowed so much land in one go, still desperately needed talent to help manage it, even with the assistance of the Lars family. Furthermore, Jim was the youngest son of Weskier, the culprit of this war, yet Lind was prepared to employ him without hesitation, not fabricating any additional charges to send Jim to meet his father and brothers. This indicated that Lind was truly acting according to the law, only prosecuting individuals among the nobility and not extending the misfortune to their families. Thinking of this, many nobles secretly looked at the most honest or least favored of their younger generations within their own families. But after bowing, Jim continued to ask, "Lord, do you mean for me to inherit my father's title in the future?" Lind shook his head. "No, all of your titles will remain unchanged for now, but from now on, nobles will not have the power to manage their fiefs. All fiefs will be governed by officials I send down." Fearing that these nobles might not understand, Lind continued, "As long as you obey, I will not, nor am I bothered to, strip you of your so-called glory. However, from now on, all titles will merely be honorary, possessing no power whatsoever. If you desire power, you must pass an examination and become one of my officials." Upon hearing this, a noble immediately stood up in opposition. "Lord, without us, who will help you manage those fiefs? Begging your pardon, the officials you dispatch through examination will not understand the territory as well as we noble families do. Therefore, I suggest you allow us nobles to continue managing our respective territories or continue to grant fiefs. We nobles will become your most steadfast support." Lind did not reply directly but asked, "What is your title?" The noble proudly replied, "The same as yours, Lord. I am a viscount." "Then you are not anymore." Theoretically, most nobles in the Northern Territory were vassals of Lars, and theoretically, Lind, as the patriarch, indeed had this power. However, no one expected Lind to revoke the other party's title so mercilessly. Ignoring the subsequent wailing of the noble, Lind continued, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, but I regret to inform you that even if some of you pass the examination, you will have to start from the grassroots, and you will not be assigned to your original territories. Jim is only considered due to the unique nature of the Evans family, as there must be someone who understands this vast family to assist my officials. Once Jim transitions into a formal official, he will also leave the Evans family's territory. Do you understand?" All the nobles were silent, not daring to utter a sound, some even planning to flee to the other side to seek refuge with Doug Lars. Although Lind verbally claimed to save face for these nobles, in their eyes, Lind's abandonment of feudal grants was completely trampling the past glory of the nobility, repeatedly rubbing it in and even kneading it twice, trying to mold this glory into his own shape. However, quite a few nobles were somewhat excited, especially those who were frustrated within their own families. Many intelligent people, upon careful consideration, could understand that although Lind had abandoned further enfeoffment, the so-called examination, in the current educational environment, would undoubtedly give an advantage to nobles who had received education from a young age. In other words, although Lind now provided a channel for commoners to advance, he still had to rely on these nobles to govern the local areas. Moreover, nobles who originally had no chance of advancement could now open up the competition through examinations, eliminating their predecessors in the line of succession. Separating noble titles from power also meant that no matter how high your past status, it was merely an empty shell. Only through continuous competition could one gain power, and if you were competitive enough, you could even acquire power exceeding your family's title. At that point, would a title still be important? Especially Jim, Upon learning that he would be transferred out of the Evans family's territory in the future, not only had no objections, but was even very excited. By the time all the nobles had been accounted for, it was already nearing dusk. Stepping out of the reception hall, Jim instantly felt a sense of boundless freedom, realizing that the time to realize his ambitions had finally arrived. As Jim pondered his future plans, he saw that the important platform in the territory was still judging those nobles who had committed heinous crimes. Curious, Jim approached, as although there were many nobles, they should have been executed by now. Only upon getting closer did Jim realize that as these nobles were brought to the guillotine, the executioner would read out their crimes committed during their lives and also explain the relevant regulations. This reminded Jim of when he first visited the gray-white territory to discuss the recovery potion business with Lind. At that time, bandits in the gray-white territory were executed in this manner. Because the crimes of these nobles were truly too numerous to enumerate, the execution time was greatly prolonged. At this moment, a commoner saw Jim also watching and immediately came forward to greet him. "Young Master Jim, I knew you were all right. When those officials came, we all desperately spoke well of you, recounting all the times you helped us. The new lord didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" Seeing the surrounding people so enthusiastic, Jim was momentarily at a loss, only able to nod repeatedly. "Young Master Jim, I saw those noble lords being executed, and the people next to them kept explaining why they were killed. Does that mean if we encounter similar situations in the future, we can ask those people to kill the noble lords who bully us too?" Upon hearing this, Jim finally understood why Lind did this. Even if the common people didn't know the specific laws, they should at least have these concepts, so that in the future, if they encountered similar situations, they would at least dare to report to the authorities. At this moment, Lind slumped tiredly in his chair. The nobles below had basically been judged and had all returned to their homes. The cleansing of the largest territory within his control was complete. Subsequent regions only needed to follow this process. For now, the most important task was to restore production. Historically, there were countless examples of victories followed by the loss of power due to the inability to resume production, leading to a lack of follow-up and defense. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, Lind planned to adopt a planned production approach for control, prioritizing the fastest possible restoration of productivity. The matter of the Lantern Dream had not yet been dealt with. Most of the relevant information came from Villainous, but Lind did not yet fully trust Villainous, and all the intelligence provided had to be cross-checked by others. Looking at the sunset outside the window, which resembled spilled blood, Lind, after a day of being a judge, clearly felt the alienating effect of power on people. It was just like when he saw Rena's two younger brothers earlier. His first thought was to kill them to consolidate his own power. Although it was just a fleeting thought, it still made Lind somewhat fearful. When he first arrived in this world, Lind felt somewhat out of place, but now he was becoming more and more like a local. Lind feared that he would become cold, arrogant, an autocratic and inhumane tyrant due to power. At this moment, Rena, carrying a roasted duck, stepped through the somewhat messy hall and came before Lind. "You've worked hard, brother. I specifically raided Evans's pantry and had the chef add plenty of spices for you." Lind instinctively got up and took it, then he and Rena squatted on the high platform. The two people with the highest status in the Lars family currently enjoyed their dinner ungracefully. If there was any improvement, it was the addition of sauces silently offered by the surrounding attendants. Watching Rena eat somewhat ravenously, Lind, as usual, began to recount the situations he encountered that day, how he dealt with them, and his future plans. Rena also constantly echoed him, occasionally mentioning the weapons and equipment she had recently designed. As they chatted, Lind suddenly laughed. Rena immediately wiped the oil from her mouth with her hand and asked curiously, "Brother, what are you laughing about?" Lind waved his hand. "Nothing." Seeing Rena's relieved expression, Lind suddenly understood the meaning of "where my heart is at peace, there is my homeland." As long as Rena was still around, he probably wouldn't become that kind of tyrant. Chapter 82: The Church. After a day of visits, ISA returned to the temporary station. In addition to taking over the territories of these nobles, Gray-White territory also had to take over the churches in these territories. Although ISA and Flora, two religious figures, were temporarily in charge. Flora's ideas were too radical and were suppressed by Lind, so the Sisters of Our Lady of Salvation Cathedral could only assist Isa for now. This made Isa very confused as to why her sisters, who once worked together for the world, had become like this. But Isa had not experienced their pain, so she did not say much. Flora and their idea was to directly dissolve all churches, allowing all believers to directly worship the goddess, no longer letting priests and sisters act as the original guides, and abolishing all powers of the church. Furthermore, all prayers and masses must be organized and held by the Lord and subordinate officials, returning true faith to the people. Such radical practices naturally aroused strong opposition from churches everywhere, and even Flora's former prestige could not suppress these dissenting voices. This was just the most normal of Flora's proposed reform plans, in Isa's opinion. The remaining plans were even more radical, so radical that Isa dared not release them. Lind was also a bit unsure after reviewing these plans. To be honest, the plans proposed by Flora were too tempting. If they could be implemented, then at least in the Northwestern Territory, the church would be completely under the rule of the Lord, and the Lord's authority might even surpass the goddess. In Flora's reform plan, the goddess became a clay idol, while the Lord became the spokesperson of faith, a son of the goddess ordained by heaven. Yes, literally the son of the goddess. Lind suspected that the sisters really regarded him as the goddess's illegitimate son, which was too sensational and was directly withheld by Isa. Because it was too radical and impossible to implement, Lind did not adopt Flora's plan, but these plans were not without merit. For example, abolishing some unnecessary privileges of the church must be pushed forward no matter what. Lind was not interested in bargaining with those sisters and priests over sacrificial activities, but church schools either had to be replaced by new schools established locally, or their textbooks and teachers had to be changed. All clergy, like those nobles, only retained their titles and had their privileges abolished. However, the clergy were still better off than those nobles, because they at least retained the right to conduct religious activities. After the baptism of Flora's radical reform plan, many local churches chose to follow the less radical new plan that Isa subsequently organized. This was also because the light goddess church was constantly weakening, and because of some previous actions, the light goddess church's control in the north was getting weaker, which is why some churches chose to surrender directly. Of course, the main reason was that the central church's current strategy of contraction focused on internal reforms within the church, making it difficult to spare the energy to deal with the issues in the north. The Northwestern Territory is vast and sparsely populated, and there were no large regional churches to begin with, so there was no need to kill a batch first, as was done with the nobles. Moreover, Lind did not restrict church personnel from taking civil service exams, only stipulating that they could not preach in public places after passing the exam. Therefore, many church members, for the future of their churches and to increase the church's influence in the new territory, began to bring their students to take civil service exams and compete with those nobles. Isa sat down wearily in the temporary station, only to find Flora discussing something with the other sisters. Although the religious reform had strained Isa's relationship with these sisters, it was, after all, official business. When Flora saw Isa return, she quickly pulled Isa into the discussion. It turned out to be about the lantern dream, which Lind had inquired about before. There's actually a cult calling itself the True Orthodoxy of the Goddess? Because she had not become a saintess, Isa was not very familiar with this briefly mentioned part of the church's history. Yes, they did split from the church. Flora, based on what she knew in the report sent by Villainess, introduced the situation of the lantern dream to Isa. They're the saints who started the war of faith 200 years ago. They claim that the goddess is the only true god, and all other gods are false idols. Because it went against the goddess's ideas of tolerance and universal love, the church at the time cut ties with these saints, and because their doctrine was too radical, these saints were labeled as a type of cult by all other religions. Isa listened in stunned silence, but somehow, she felt a certain approval for this twisted doctrine. Perhaps the day's visits were too tiring. Isa immediately shook her head and drove these outrageous thoughts out of her mind. But Flora continued, "We don't think it's impossible. After all, We've only seen the god chosen of the goddess, and there are no records of other gods truly descending, only some so-called god-chosen saints. Isa, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly spat it out. She suddenly seemed to understand why Flora's reform ideas were so radical. The Lord wants to contact them, but for some reason, the informants they had placed in some local churches all fled overnight. Flora said, stroking the ray gun in her hand. Even through the mask, Flora's regret could be felt, and Isa also sighed. Her gentle and kind sister, Flora, would never return. At this moment, in a solemn church that did not exist in reality, several figures, only visible as outlines, formed a circle. Let's begin. Play the dream experienced by Sister Bernice, the lantern bearer. After the leading sister's outline finished speaking, the surrounding scene immediately changed. The outlines, starting from an airport, fully experienced Lynn's dream from Bernice's first-person perspective. When they saw the huge space station, all the illusory figures became somewhat unstable. The leading sister's outline froze the dream at the huge space station and asked, "Can we switch to a free perspective?" A voice in the void replied, "We can try, but since unseen areas can only be restored through calculation, it will likely consume a large number of brain slaves. These are all necessary sacrifices to get closer to the goddess." Understood, converting to free perspective. As the voice in the void fell, the surrounding scene continuously changed. The leading sister's outline rewound the progress to before the space elevator ascended, watching it completely from a free perspective. Then, she rewound the progress again, carefully observing the city and workers around the elevator. Humans cannot imagine things they have never seen. The leading sister's outline murmured to herself, "It really is a remnant of the Golden Age." The other figures also continuously observed the magnificent city in the distance, but unfortunately, these areas at the edge of the dream could not be fully restored, no matter how many brain slaves were sacrificed. So, should the assassination plan against Linda Roll still be carried out? That figure's outline held his head and shook it, as if he also felt his question was somewhat foolish. Since the other party has issued a warning, we cannot entangle ourselves further. After all, they are remnants of the Golden Age. We need their technology and knowledge. Another figure's outline added, "Approach carefully, try to cooperate. If they are remnants of the Golden Age, perhaps." That figure's outline paused. They really have seen the goddess. The dream fell into a brief, eerie silence. If they are remnants of the Golden Age, why don't they stand up and denounce the churches of those false gods? One figure's outline indignantly stood up and questioned. The leading sister's outline explained, "In the Golden Age, the title of goddess might not have been the same as it is now, and there might not even have been a concept of gods at that time. To them, viewing the goddess might be similar to how we view elves today. That's too exaggerated." The figure's outlines couldn't help but take a step back, but seeing the magnificent city at their feet and the Babel Tower reaching to the sky, they felt it wasn't impossible. Of course, all of this is speculation. The Golden Age is too distant. Even during the Old Empire, the Golden Age was already an unsearchable ancient legend. I will show our sincerity to Linda Roll. If he agrees to cooperate, that's best. Even if he refuses, we must never provoke him. This matter must never be spread. Private contact with Linda Roll is forbidden. That's all for now. Meeting adjourned. After the sister's outline finished speaking, she waved the lantern in her hand, and all the other figures turned into black mist and dissipated, leaving only the sister's outline alone in the dream of the Golden Age. The scene changed. The sister's outline rewound time to the beginning, focusing her gaze on the girl who called Linda Roll Big Brother. According to intelligence, no similar girl had ever appeared beside Linda Roll, which meant she was very likely Linda Roll's relative from the Golden Age. However, this girl, how is she somewhat similar to the current saintess, Lilith Dowling? The sister's outline shook her head to herself, and the dream began to gradually collapse and dissipate. It was just a slight resemblance. Her temperament was too different from Lilith Dowling's. Chapter 83 Checks and Balances. The royal capital's envoy once again arrived in the north, a place that had broken him. During the previous Allied forces' defeat, the envoy, under the protection of his loyal servants, miraculously survived the shelling and subsequent battles. Because he didn't display any banners and was dressed very ordinarily, no one pursued him. Coupled with the fact that he was also a professional, albeit an inconspicuous low-level one, the envoy from the royal capital was very fortunate to not only escape, but also return safely to the royal capital. But fate had a strange twist. When Clan saw how well the envoy could run, he simply handed the task of appointing a governor back to the envoy who had just returned. The envoy, whose chair hadn't even warmed up at home, immediately returned to the north. Doug Lars naturally entertained the envoy well with food and drink all the way, but the envoy couldn't be happy at all. After all, he would soon have to go to Fasten Town. Now there was no Fasten Town. Fasten Town, located downstream, was directly incorporated into gray-white territory. When Lind asked Jefferson if he was willing, Jefferson's answer was, "I have no objection." After all, Jefferson had sworn that he would never sit on the fence again. However, Jefferson also landed the lucrative business of managing sugar and recovery potions because of this, which made other nobles envious. But from then on, Fasten Town disappeared. But the entire Northwestern Territory now had only one voice, basically no different from the situation in Fasten Town. Why hadn't the Lars family's patriarch, the great lord of gray-white territory, come to compensate him? The carriage, emblazoned with Augustine's double-headed lion crest, was only informed after entering the Northwestern Territory that Lind was currently still staying in the Evans family's territory. This was not surprising, as newly conquered territories indeed required some time to be assimilated. And along the way, the envoy saw many nobles fleeing. The envoy stopped and questioned many of them, only to find that they were all escaping Lindroll's harsh laws and severe punishments. This made the envoy shake his head repeatedly. Although Doug Lars's situation next door wasn't much better, with servants and soldiers plundering everywhere in his territory, there hadn't been any noble exodus like this. But when the envoy entered the city, he found that the Evans family's territory's production had not been affected. Not only that, but there were also hiring signs everywhere on the streets. There seemed to be endless work here, and people were so busy that no one noticed the luxurious carriage speeding through the street. This seemed to be telling the envoy inside the carriage that the territory could still function even without the nobles. No, it wasn't exactly without nobles. The envoy had already seen many nobles wearing strange helmets, directing the work. The originally arrogant nobles were now acting as foremen here. It seemed they weren't just foremen. Those familiar faces were even rolling up their trousers and shoveling strange sand with shovels. Among them, the envoy even saw an unusually familiar face, Sean Lars. The current lord's brother-in-law was actually teaching those nobles and commoners how to work at what looked like a construction site. It was no wonder those nobles were willing to disregard their image and mingle with a group of commoners. Even Sean Lars, once the most promising heir of the Lars family, the younger brother of the current lord's only wife, was working covered in mud. Others naturally couldn't have any objections. But the envoy, familiar with nobles, quickly discovered that those nobles working with Sean were often the less favored members of their families or those with no hope of inheriting the family. Before the envoy could figure out the relationship, the carriage had already arrived at Lind's location. Lind wasn't very keen on living in the Evans family's original mansion because noble mansions were often filled with secret passages and mechanisms, and possibly all sorts of strange rooms. So, he temporarily bought an idle house from a wealthy merchant and settled there. "Long time no see, Your Excellency," the envoy. Looking at Lind's professional fake smile, the envoy felt a chill down his spine, only wishing he would never encounter Lind again. "Viscount Lindroll, congratulations. His Majesty the King has decided that you will be the governor of the North. Here is the King's personal letter and appointment document." Lind had already heard rumors about his appointment as governor and also knew that Doug Lars on the other side had received the same appointment. After discussions among everyone, they still felt it was better to accept this appointment, because this added a touch of legitimacy to Lind's rule, although it was basically dispensable, as Lind was ruling under the name of Lars. But no one wanted to truly be a rebel, especially old nobles like Rena and Caroline, who still had a part of the feudal nobles' loyalist ideology ingrained in their bones. Lucanus and Flora, on the other hand, were much more radical, even wishing Lind would directly declare himself emperor. Both sides were a bit too extreme. Lind planned to build high walls, accumulate vast provisions, slowly proclaim himself king, eat the sugar-coated bullets, and send the cannonballs back. Perhaps Lind didn't need this so-called governor position, but the new nobles working under Lind desperately needed it. So, since the other party offered to step down, Lind was willing to give face. However, when Lind actually finished reading the appointment letter and Clan's personal letter, he had a strange feeling. Although Lind didn't know much about this protagonist, he always felt that the other party didn't seem like someone who could come up with such a strategy. This kind of strategy, balancing both sides while fanning the flames, felt a bit like the strategy a certain superpower in his previous life liked to use. Clan even promised that Lind could purchase weapons and equipment from the royal capital through channels. This business model of selling off one's obsolete old equipment at a high price and then fanning the flames to make money was too similar. If a dumber noble were in charge, they might truly think Clan was there to support them and would fight Doug Lars to the last northerner with a blade in hand. The only thing that fell off was probably that the royal capital and the north were essentially separated by only one fortress. The too close proximity meant the royal capital couldn't truly achieve offshore balancing and could easily play with fire and burn itself. Perhaps this was why the royal capital only appointed 2 governors, to facilitate maintaining balance. Lind could even guess with his, but that the personal letter Doug Lars received was probably similar to his, also filled with a bunch of nonsense before starting to peddle the royal capital's old weapons and equipment. And once either he or Doug Lars was defeated, the royal capital would immediately appoint one of Doug's 2 brothers as the new governor. Of course, ancient people had already played similar games. It was nothing new, and Lind didn't think the natives were so stupid they couldn't come up with similar methods. But it just didn't feel right. This strange feeling lingered in Lind's mind. The opponent's moves were too methodical. Was it the idea of the transmigrator in the royal capital who replaced Isa? Seeing Lind's tightly furrowed brows, the envoy cautiously asked, "Governor?" Lind then came back to his senses and signed the appointment letter. The envoy leaned forward to check and found it was still the familiar. Read. Chapter 84: Sean's Daily Life. As usual, Sean arrived at the construction site early and began instructing others on how to make cement. This miraculous cement only required readily available materials and no alchemy foundation to refine. Furthermore, Sean felt that this cement could be further optimized without needing alchemical materials, simply by changing the materials or production methods, as he believed the strength of the cement was still far from its limit. It was probably used for building bridges and roads during the Old Empire period. The thought of producing something from the Old Empire era by his own hands filled Sean with immense satisfaction. This sense of accomplishment was incomparable to learning a few simple spells. Because large-scale road construction was about to begin, the cement formula's ingredients could not be kept secret, but Lind never intended to keep it a secret anyway. Such a thing was only for gaining a first-mover advantage. Moreover, given the efficiency of feudal nobles, Lind suspected that by the time the cement roads in his territory were completed, the other party might only just realize what was happening. Among those who came to learn were ordinary workers and noble scions. Although Sean could tell that many noble scions came to this construction site because they wanted to curry favor with him, as his brother-in-law said, "It's about actions, not intentions." As long as they learned and truly fulfilled their production tasks, then befriending and promoting them was not out of the question. In fact, many nobles had already discovered that Lind was truly short of people. As long as you still looked presentable and were diligent and reliable in your work, you could quickly get promoted. Lind's requirements for these nobles were already very low. Just don't be too abstract. Many nobles had long since put aside their dignity and started working at the grassroots level, and as a result, they were quickly promoted. Although they were still toiling in the lower ranks, they had at least regained some power and could be considered high-ranking officials. And those nobles who were still observing, seeing those surrenderers gradually taking away the power that originally belonged to them, and some families with little foundation even working the hardest, showing signs of eventually riding over them, finally urged their more human-like descendants to join. In fact, most nobles still classically hedged their bets, with some fleeing to Doug Lars's territory and others staying to work for Lind. However, Many nobles whose foundations were already corrupt couldn't even produce a remotely presentable descendant, and could only watch as their former territorial power was divided by these new nobles. These nobles who became officials through simple examinations, former religious figures, and commoners who excelled in church schools were forming new interest groups. Looking at these enthusiastic new nobles, who fantasized about their lives after promotion, Sean simply nodded and smiled as before. He wondered how many of these new nobles, who would soon take office in various places, would still retain their smiles after his brother-in-law's performance appraisal system was implemented. Originally, Lind intended to directly apply KPI and performance metrics to these new nobles who still dreamed of being lords, but after discussing it with Lars's Grand Elder, Lind decided to postpone the promulgation of this performance appraisal system for a while. After all, what if those people saw the performance appraisal system and dared not join the competition? He had to trick them in first. Furthermore, the content could not be directly copied. Certain modifications had to be made. With the Grand Elder's help, a performance appraisal system more suitable for the noble babies of this world was released. As it was in the early stages of development, Lind and the Grand Elder removed some inhumane punitive content, added reward measures and promotion channels, allowing those who were truly working to be promoted faster. The performance requirements were also relaxed somewhat, mainly out of concern that some people might be overly ambitious. Although Lind believed that no matter how much these things were relaxed, ambitious people would still use extraordinary means to achieve performance targets. This otherworldly version of the performance appraisal system, although ready for direct use, was still under continuous revision. Lind needed to add some sunk costs for these officials to prevent them from quitting if they saw the performance appraisal system later. And now, the continuously rising minor nobles and the increasingly relaxed promotion channels are like carrots dangling before the nobles, constantly encouraging them to send more people to take the civil service exam. Once the sunk costs are sufficient, this group of nobles will only be able to compete more fiercely under the performance appraisal system. No one would be willing to give up power they had regained. Lind directly stripped them of their original power, and then occasionally let a little trickle back to them from his fingernails. These nobles would still be tearfully grateful to Lind. Because of this, the most powerful noble families fled, but many humble families are rapidly rising. In fact, Lind also wanted to truly promote some commoners, but the educational foundation in this world was too poor. Most commoner officials still came from gray-white territory. Even with church schools, only a minority were literate. Lind couldn't single-handedly push education like he did in the small place of gray-white territory back then. He could only first establish promotion channels for commoners and then slowly expand through public schools and church schools. By noon, Sean had entered the shade of the lean-to to rest. The sugar water after labor was more delicious than all the fine wines Sean had ever drunk before. Ever since Lind became the patriarch, unknown entities had constantly contacted Sean, hoping he would step forward to take charge, reclaim power, and become Lars's heir to restore Lars's glory. But Sean did not respond. He simply quietly handed the list of these people to his brother-in-law and Colin. Although his brother-in-law showed no reaction, Colin now traveled daily with his guards throughout the territory, diligently searching for these unknown entities one by one according to the list, even more actively than the bard by his brother-in-law's side. The current days made Sean feel incredibly content. There was no longer any pressure of being an heir. He only needed to consider the immediate matters. The management of Evans' territory had begun to get on track, thanks to Jim Evans, which allowed the officials from gray-white territory to take over the entire territory very smoothly. And Sean was about to leave this place soon. Afterwards, Sean planned to study the newly offered runic science in gray-white territory. He heard that by mastering this discipline, one could participate in and create the analysis of arcane array. Sean had been curious about this arcane array and magic trigger for a long time. It was precisely because of these two things that gray-white territory's steel production capacity was now completely in surplus. Just relying on gray-white territory alone was enough to completely refurbish the equipment of the Lars Knights in the Northwestern Territory. At the same time, Sean also heard that gray-white territory was building a magic focus array and urgently needed professionals with excellent computational abilities. Sean planned to contribute. Although he didn't know the specific purpose, he believed his brother-in-law wouldn't act without reason. It must be something very important. Moreover, he heard that his brother-in-law recently planned to start military reform, but there was strong opposition within the Lars family, so Sean also needed to go back and help out. Having personally experienced a complete battlefield in the valley, Sean knew that wars where Lars knights could simply crush the enemy to win were a thing of the past. If anyone within the family still didn't know better, Sean wouldn't mind letting them know why he was once the most promising heir. Chapter 85 Armament Update. At the shooting range, as the distant target was pierced, Laurie mumbled, flicked the ray gun in his hand, and said, "No, it won't do. Although the rate of fire has increased, the overheating problem is too great. Compared to that, it's actually a bit more trouble than it's worth." White, the instructor from Winterhold, swallowed his saliva as he looked at the ray gun in Laurie's hand. "Want it?" Laurie looked at White with a mischievous smile. "Call me Big Brother, and I'll give you my ray gun." White was stunned. The words Big Brother were almost out of his mouth, but he immediately gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and seemed to admonish himself. "White, oh White, how can you be so depraved? You are shouldering the remaining Lars family army." But looking at the pierced target in the distance, White couldn't help but reach out his hand again. Yolanda, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch anymore. She didn't know what these two scruffy uncles were being so mushy about, so she simply said, "If you want a ray gun, why don't you just tell the governor? I heard that Gray-White territory is already researching new ray guns, so there will always be old ones that can be used." "He's the governor now," Laurie corrected. "And you don't understand, this isn't about one ray gun. It's about the Lars family army." Yolanda shook her head, somewhat confused. In her opinion, since the governor, oh no, the governor, is the patriarch of the Lars family, shouldn't the army also be loyal to the governor? What's the problem with that? After all, Yolanda, born in Fassentown, had lived in a very conservative knight family since childhood. The Fassentown Knight Order was mostly in idle existence for most of the time. So after Jefferson pledged allegiance to Lind, the Fassentown Knight Order was, not surprisingly, reorganized and received the same training as Gray-White Territory's 1st Army Group. Although it was very hard, for most of the Knight Order, who were just holding pitchforks and were not true knight class, the treatment was already far superior to before. Of course, some unqualified people withdrew from the Knight Order, but after all, their number was not large, and these people could only be said to have returned to normal life and dedicated themselves to the Great Construction. But the remaining Lars family army in Winterhold was different. Originally, Winterhold's military and civilians were integrated and inseparable. Now, even with the help of Sean and the Great Elder, after weeding out a large number of incompetent people, the remaining army still numbered several thousand. Its size had completely exceeded that of the Grey Collar Army. If not handled properly, it could easily lead the Grey Collar Army astray. Not to mention that the remaining Lars family army was completely a feudal army. Although Lars family's military discipline was relatively strict, and this remaining army was Winterhold's army, their daily military pay was not embezzled, so they didn't have the bad habit of looting, and they were able to withstand Doug Lars's allied army's attack at that time. But it was only more rudimentary compared to the armies of those nobles. The overall lack of looting as a bad habit does not mean individuals did not have it. The old officer class, predominantly knights with squires as subordinates, had no real control over their soldiers. Soldier looting was even an unwritten rule in this world. Now, the Gray-White Territory's military discipline not only requires daily drills, but also prohibits looting. If a soldier stole a chicken from a villager's home, they had to compensate and apologize. Many Winterhold soldiers felt that they were soldiers for nothing. Making them abide by the 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention was even more difficult. But the real problem lay with the knight class within the army. Because Laurie was originally a veteran from the border, after visiting the Winterhold army with his original veteran team, he found that these soldiers did not want to disobey discipline. After all, the soldiers' welfare benefits were very high, making even the old soldiers who originally had these bad habits feel a bit embarrassed to go out and loot again. Moreover, no one in Gray-White territory treated soldiers as commoners. The citizens genuinely respected soldiers wearing medals on their chests, which made the young soldiers envious. It should be known that even knight lords had never been so respected, and those medals were not only for knight nobles. That little brat named Darcy, who hadn't even fully grown his hair, was awarded a bronze marksman medal because of his excellent archery skills, and he walked with his nose in the air. Many young soldiers were unconvinced, feeling that if they had such equipment, they would definitely kill more enemies than the other party. The real problem lay with the knight class. After all, the newly emerged officers completely replaced the ecological position of the knight class. Originally, Lin's plan was to completely reshuffle all these Winterhold soldiers and then have them led by officers from gray-white territory. If that wasn't enough, then soldiers would be promoted to officers from the First Army Group. But under the leadership and inducement of these knight classes, officers from commoner backgrounds often found it difficult to truly control the army. White also didn't want the Lars family army to simply change its surname to Rahl. Even after seeing the gray-white territory's military equipment, he was always reluctant to accept it. Lind couldn't understand some of the feudal knights' ideologies. After negotiations yielded no results, White followed Laurie to the latest equipment testing ground. In the field, a knight wearing full-plate armor had a backpack on his back, with a ray gun and a trigger gun attached to it, and a sharp blade fixed to each arm guard. The soldier in the field was continuously firing melter rays from the ray gun at the hardened target. After the rapid firing ended and the gun barrel began to smoke, the soldier inserted the melter ray back into the slot on the side of the backpack. The arcane array on the slot activated and began to cool down. Then, the soldier took advantage of this interval to take out the trigger gun and fire continuously. Although the rate of fire was not as fast as the melter ray, the power was not inferior, and it was even more effective when the target did not have reinforced runes, as it could directly break through magic barriers. Finally, the soldier demonstrated the hand blades on the arm guards. As the soldier made a fist, the retracted hand blades on the arm guards shot out, and the edges of the hand blades began to glow with a forge-like reddish hue. The hand blade on the other arm guard, however, emitted the roar of a chainsaw. Both hand blades looked like they could cut through iron like mud, making White incredibly envious. Laurie was about to seize this opportunity to brag to the previous Knight Lord, but he suddenly heard a sound that made Laurie's hair stand on end. "Laurie, this sound was like going back to childhood when you missed dinner because you were playing and your mother called your full name when you got home." A woman who looked like a head maid walked over quickly. "You're using the governor's budget for this? Didn't I warn you not to make what you call hand blades? They're troublesome to replace and even more troublesome to repair." The governor clearly said that a regular saber style would suffice. Hearing this voice, Laurie visibly shrunk and immediately ran forward to fawn. "Lady Rila, isn't this practice makes perfect? Don't I have to test it to know if this arm guard style handblade is good to use? These are all normal adjustments. Are you sure you weren't just making a toy for yourself?" Rila held the report and squinted at Laurie. "Absolutely not." Laurie immediately stood at attention. "Then tell me, what have you found out?" Rila's eyes lowered, no longer looking at Laurie, but instead flipping through the experimental report in her hand. "At least the chainsaw sword won't work. Never mind attaching it to an arm guard. Even if used as a saber, it's very troublesome to maintain. The cost and damage rate are frighteningly high. To increase stability, its size must be increased, unlike the melter sword, which is efficient and easy to use and can have its blade module replaced at any time, perfectly meeting the governor's modular requirements. It's just. Rila's report was also nearing its end. It's just that if it's to be used repeatedly, it will be a bit difficult, and the cost of the required materials will be a tiny bit more." Laurie made a gesture indicating a tiny amount, but Rila, having finished the report, let out a deep sigh. "Forget about repeated use. Use disposable materials. The territory temporarily cannot afford alchemical materials that can repeatedly withstand the melter magic array." Laurie nodded and continued. "Although the chainsaw sword is more troublesome to maintain, the sisters seem to like it very much, and in some situations, it has an advantage over the melter sword. Can we specifically produce some more for the sisters to use?" Rila scribbled on the report as she spoke. "The sisters' unit is funded by the governor himself. You don't need to worry about it." Good. So, the military equipment is settled then. I'll go finalize it with the governor. At least it's still within budget, so there shouldn't be a problem." After saying that, Rilla looked up at White. White was a bit strange. Although Lori was a bit slick, he was currently the de facto power holder of the Gray-White Territory Army. Why was he bowing and scraping to someone who looked like a head maid? Lars family men would not bow and scrape to women. Thinking of this, White stepped forward, directly met Rilla's gaze, and prepared to show Lori what a true man was, with an air of, "What are you looking at?" Seeing this, Lori immediately pulled White and whispered in his ear, "She's in charge of military funds." Humph, so what if she's in charge of military funds? Our Lars family knights don't fight for money. But before White and Lori could finish their whispered conversation, Rilla directly said, "Report your Winterhold army's military expenditure and weapon situation. The governor said your equipment and weapons need to be updated." Hearing this, White's momentum, which was halfway to standing tall, immediately smoothly deflated, and his height shrunk to the same level as Lori. "All right, sis." Chapter 86. We can't be brothers from now on. At night, in the governor's mansion of Gray-White Territory, Rena lay on the bed, gently caressing a brand new melter sword freshly out of the factory. Though called the governor's mansion, it was actually just a slightly larger residence, and one that had merely been modified from a house already under construction. After all, even if Lynn still wanted to live in a tent, the Lars family and their subordinates would no longer permit it. The melter sword in Rena's hand was not like the disposable sword bodies Lori and others were about to receive, but a true magical sharp blade. Rather than an industrial product, it was more like a crystallization from a laboratory. Its sleek, single-edged sword design, coupled with its jet-black blade shimmering with cold light, made it clear, even without the hilt and runes on the blade, that this was an excellent sword capable of slicing through iron like mud. After pulling the trigger on the hilt, the runes on the blade began to emit a faint glow, but it was quickly obscured by the dazzling light produced by the heating. Unlike mass-produced melter swords, when this sword was activated, the blade part was not a forge-like fiery red, but a dark red. This was due to the nature of the blade's composite refined iron, which ensured the temperature was sufficient and would not cause damage to the blade itself. "Do you like it?" After asking this question, Lind felt a desire to try it himself. But although this sword was more powerful, it was also much heavier, making it unusable for ordinary people. I didn't expect you, brother, to actually make it." These were just idealized products Rena had considered during her early design, and she hadn't expected Lynn to actually realize this idealized product. Of course, it wasn't a complete realization. Its weight was much heavier than anticipated. Moreover, the process of realization was fraught with difficulties. Not to mention how long such composite materials would need to be experimented with. The power supply issue alone troubled Leisha for a long time. After all, a melter sword is not a ray gun. The difficulty of continuous power supply is much greater than firing a shot and running. Fortunately, the transmission and supply of magic power were also major research topics in the territory, and when breakthroughs were made in these topics, the power supply problem was naturally resolved. Raw sand inherently stores much more magic power than magic stones, naturally possessing the potential to be made into magic power batteries. But because its insulating effect is too strong, it is difficult to continuously inject magic power into raw sand. So it is usually used as a toy for spellcasters to practice with or as a backup power source in critical moments. Raw sand itself also requires resmelting at high temperatures to engrave runic arrays, which is why raw sand has never been able to replace magic stones as the primary energy storage method. But now, at least resmelting is not a problem. Gray-White Territory steel production capacity has long been in surplus, even starting to consider exports, so using a portion of that capacity to smelt raw sand is not difficult. The remaining difficulty primarily lies in how to store magic power in raw sand. Lynn didn't want high-level professionals, who were rich and willful, to treat raw sand as a practice toy, occasionally injecting magic power. Instead, he wanted to produce raw sand magic power batteries in batches and in large quantities. Finally, under immense pressure, Lynn still approved a large sum of funds to build a magic power focusing array. Although it has not yet been completed, judging from the raw sand magic power battery used in this melter sword, this approach is feasible. With power supply equipment, the research pressure on the power mechanism was greatly reduced. It only needed to consider which magic would be most efficient as the initial power, and the chainsaw sword was constantly tested by changing the magic used as the initial power, with the rest being a continuous drain of money. Listening to Lind complain about the money-burning nature of the research progress, Rena pulled out a string of keys from her embrace and placed them into Lind's hand. "Brother, this is a small private fund of mine. If it's really not enough, you can use it first." Whether it was expanding the army or conducting research and production, all of these required money. And coupled with Lind's decision to lower the taxes in the new territory to the absolute minimum, Rena had long realized that the territory was now operating at a deficit. No need. Maintaining the basic operations of the territory is still not a problem now, and as long as industrialization begins, all current efforts will be worthwhile. Lind was not lying. Winterhold's resources were now entirely allocated by Lind, and the property of those nobles could still be used for quite some time. Moreover, the remaining nobles could still be squeezed for more resources, and although taxes were lower, they had actually just returned to a normal level. Furthermore, due to the rule of the Champagne nobles, commerce in the Northwestern Territory was originally quite prosperous, and because production quickly recovered, after switching to unified taxation, commercial taxes collected were even higher than before. Lind pushed the keys back into Rena's hand and began discussing future plans after industrialization. Although Rena didn't seem to understand, she kept nodding. Just as she had said before, she would believe whatever Lind said, and probably only Rena in the entire territory truly believed that Lind was not a descendant of the old empire. Realizing that he was starting to talk beyond the scope, Lind glanced at Rena, who was already lying on the bed, and then remembered that he was there to report today's territorial situation to Rena. Although Grand Duke Lars was dead, Lind no longer needed to pretend to discuss the details of the territory with Rena, but it had become a habit. If he didn't do so, Lind would feel uneasy, and Rena wouldn't be able to sleep every night. However, this was Lind's first time reporting in Rena's room. Before, it was always in the Lord's large tent, and Rena would fall asleep while they talked. Bringing the topic back, Lind began discussing the main issues in the territory, which was military reform, and also touched upon the current production situation in the territory. Soon, the concrete roads would connect most of the Northwestern Territory, and transportation efficiency would be significantly higher, allowing materials ordered by the Shuajin Business Alliance to reach Gray-White Territory faster. After finishing the day's work, Lind found that Rena was still awake. Perhaps because they weren't in a drafty large tent, but in a room, Lind felt that even by the bed, he could already smell the scent of soap from Rena. "Brother, I think I know where the army's problem lies." Just as Lind was curious about what Rena's suggestion would be, he found himself, without realizing it, meeting Rena's gaze. Rena held Lind's hand and said, "Please don't leave, okay?" Rena's sleeping habits were poor. Several times during the night, she would drift off to sleep and then stick to Lind again, causing them to discuss the issue of magic power transmission to raw sand for the magic power focusing array several times during the night. When it was time to wake up in the morning, a groggy Rena unconsciously hooked her legs around Lind, like a kitten afraid of being abandoned and lacking security, causing both Lind and Rena to uncharacteristically wake up very late. Looking at Rena, who was sound asleep beside him, smiling foolishly even in her sleep, Lind found it truly difficult to connect her with the affectionate Rena from last night. But this brother relationship would no longer be possible from now on. When Rena finally got up and clumsily styled her hair in front of the vanity she rarely used, Lind instructed the maid waiting outside the door, "My original room should be converted into a study. There's no need for further renovations." As for the military system issue, Lind, following Rena's suggestion from last night, issued a statement establishing Rena's position as the supreme leader of the army. Although it was an honorary position, the real power remained in Lind's hands. Of course, the key to this statement lay in the subtle change in address for Rena, which was considered official endorsement. Lind and Rena were no longer in a Schrodinger's relationship. Subsequently, Lind and Rena invited some knights from the Lars family military to a military meeting, and after Rena's appearance, the pressure to push for military reform suddenly lessened significantly. Originally, Lind had wanted to at least hold a formal wedding, but Rena desperately stopped him. A grand noble's wedding was long and troublesome, especially given Rena's current status. The ceremonial steps might be even more numerous than Rena's original etiquette score, and just listening to those bald elders explain the process once made Rena feel like her own head was going to go bald too. Those bald elders even dug out records of the governor's wedding from the old empire era from somewhere, intending to add those in as well. So, under Rena's strong opposition, everything remained exactly as usual. There was no century wedding, no special announcement, and no one even found Rena's styled hair strange. It seemed as if it was meant to be this way. Chapter 87. The Demons in the Capital. Barrow finished his day's work and walked out of the Mage Tower, exhausted. A second-order runemaster in a border town would be someone even noble lords would personally receive and treat with great courtesy. But this was the royal capital. If you were a piece of gold, then the royal capital was resplendent, and second-order runmasters could only assist the masters in the Mage Tower. Barrow was already considered one of the luckier ones, as the Twilight Tower he belonged to was a subordinate institution of the Royal Mage Tower, affiliated with the Royal Professional Association, meaning he was essentially on the government payroll. If nothing unexpected happened, Barrow should have been living on the edge of the inner city, leading a 2.1-line life between the Mage Tower and home every day. But, unexpectedly, something unexpected did happen. Barrow's younger sister, Sharon, with whom he had depended on since childhood, contracted a strange illness. Her body was weak, and she would constantly cough up blood, developing sores that slowly festered. Recently, more and more people in the royal capital seemed to be suffering from this originally rare disease, and alchemists were scratching their heads, unable to concoct an effective remedy. Rumors claimed that using the church's holy water could cure it, but holy water was already precious, and its price had now soared. Barrow, who had no connections within the church and no money, could only work part-time while carefully tending to his sister. Because of this illness, Sharon had already given up her studies. When she was about to give up entirely, Barrow chose the mysterious loan that had begun to circulate in the royal capital. With this loan, Barrow obtained a small bottle of holy water. After using it, Sharon's complexion indeed improved greatly, and she could now go out for walks. "You're back, brother?" Seeing his sister, whose face had regained some color, waiting for him, Barrow felt that his exhaustion and the stench of the outer city were no longer so important. Barrow, who originally lived on the edge of the inner city, had to move to the outer city to save money for his sister's treatment. "No part-time job today. Today's part-time job is off, so I can take you out for a walk." "No need, brother. I still have to spin yarn. The old lady next door lent me her spinning wheel, and I need to spin these materials into yarn in the next 2 days." Barrow looked at his sister's hands and the simple spinning wheel behind her with some heartache, and said, "The priest said you must go out more often and breathe fresh air. Today, I just got paid, so let's go for a walk in the inner city." Seeing Barrow's firm attitude, his sister could only nod and follow him out. The biggest change in the royal capital's inner city was the increase in green-skinned demons on the streets. Seeing his sister curiously sneaking glances at the green-skinned demons, Barrow explained, "Because Prime Minister Kudyk recently promoted a Freedom Act, allowing demons to travel within specific areas of the kingdom." No sooner had Barrow finished speaking than he saw several nobles leading students in a protest nearby. Recently, protests in the royal capital had become increasingly frequent. Although the Lars family had fallen and was rumored to have split into 4 parts, discontent with the new king in the royal capital had paradoxically grown. The noble leading the students shouted, "Limited freedom is not true freedom. We hope His Majesty the King can set aside discrimination and allow peace-loving demons to freely enter the western and southern territories." The students behind him immediately began to shout along. Did His Majesty the King do something? His sister looked curiously at the protest procession not far away. Because she hadn't been to school for a long time, she was no longer very aware of the current situation outside. No, His Majesty the King didn't do anything, except that when signing the Freedom Act, he stipulated that demons could not go to the western and southern territories that are preparing for war. However, some people believe this is not true freedom, but discrimination against demons and a betrayal of allies. Being in a subordinate institution of the Royal Professional Association, whether Barrow wanted to or not, he would always hear such news. Barrow was somewhat confused. His Majesty the King had already given these demons enough privileges, so why did these nobles still say His Majesty discriminated against them? In Barrow's opinion, these nobles were just looking for an excuse to find fault with the new king while His Majesty was implementing reforms, thereby asserting their own authority. At this moment, a frivolous voice came over. "Little girl, are you free? How about we have a meal together?" A green hand patted Sharon's shoulder. Sharon instinctively recoiled towards Barrow, and Barrow instinctively grabbed the other party. "What do you want to do to my sister?" But Barrow quickly regretted it. The individuals harassing his sister were two demons. Seeing this, that demon grinned maliciously and immediately began to shout, "Help! Humans are bullying demons again." The other demon also raised his voice and loudly said, "Are we not just a little ugly? I can't believe you humans discriminate against demons. Is this how you humans treat guests?" Immediately, the attention of the entire street was drawn over. Barrow was stunned for a moment, then immediately released the hand he was holding and explained, "I'm not. I didn't. You approached us first." But it was already too late. The noble who was protesting saw the situation here and immediately led people to surround them. One demon, seeing that people had arrived, immediately began to cry and wail, saying that demons were originally as noble as elves, naturally capable of using magic, but because of human jealousy, they were driven to the eternal frozen soil by the Lars family. The other demon cried and wiped away tears, talking about how pitiful demons were, what inhumane treatment they had suffered, and how they were abused by the Lars family. The more they spoke, the more enraged the surrounding nobles became, as if they wanted to devour the siblings alive. "You humans just look down on us. We demons have clearly helped you maintain peace in the Northern Territory, yet your king won't even let us enter other parts of the kingdom. And we just wanted to have a friendly cultural exchange with your sister, but you humans treated us like this." After speaking, the two demons gasped and shouted. As more and more people gathered, Barrow felt increasingly unable to defend himself. Finally, he had no choice but to pull his sister and flee before the situation spiraled out of control. After escaping home, Barrow finally comforted his sister, but the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He had a colleague who was dismissed for discriminating against demons, but that person genuinely looked down on them. Barrow, to be honest, had no ill will towards demons. Although Barrow had once taken history as an elective and knew why the Lars family had driven demons to the eternal frozen soil, Barrow felt that those were things of the past, and past sins should not be borne by present-day demons. Normally, when Barrow saw demons, he wouldn't enthusiastically go up and chat with them, but he just treated them as ordinary people. Moreover, under Kudik's vigorous promotion, demons had long been portrayed as a wise, forbearing, and peace-loving race, coupled with the strong support of the royal capital's nobles, who would dare to look down on the demons in the royal capital. Although it was clearly not his fault, Barrow still thought about finding an opportunity to apologize to them tomorrow. With an uneasy heart, after comforting his sister, Barrow dragged his weary body and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 88: Desperate Life. The next day, Barrow thought that after apologizing to the other party, things could slowly pass. But he found that the base of the Twilight Tower was covered in red paint, and the tower body had been painted with red paint. Scum who discriminate against demons. An uneasy Barrow entered the Mage Tower and saw his colleagues looking at him with an unreadable expression. "Barrow, everyone can just talk about demons, but how could you actually do it?" Last night's events had been artistically embellished and spread throughout the entire royal capital. Barrow and his sister had become ugly, evil villains full of racial prejudice. Simply because a demon accidentally touched his sister, Barrow, relying on his identity as a Royal Professional Association member, wanted to chop off the other party's hand. Before Barrow could explain, the owner of this Mage Tower stood up and shouted, "Barrow, you're fired." Many colleagues looked at Barrow with sympathetic eyes. They were all too familiar with this honest colleague. Let alone discriminating against demons, he probably didn't even dare to make eye contact with people normally, let alone say such things on the street. But there was no other way. It wasn't just the pressure from the nobles above. If Barrow wasn't dismissed, those people would incite the commoners, ruffians, and students of the royal capital to block the entrance of the Mage Tower, making it impossible for the Mage Tower to even carry out its work normally. Even if the royal capital students, who might have significant backing, were ignored, as their numbers weren't very large, the Mage Tower had no right to drive away the commoners of the royal capital. Because once the Mage Tower laid hands on these commoners, whom they usually only looked down upon, the noble lords who normally didn't care about the lives of those below would immediately transform into great philanthropists and begin impeachment proceedings like madmen. And using this as an excuse, they would start putting pressure on the new king, thereby slowing down the new king's reform policies. A dazed Barrow returned to his home in the outer city, only to see that his small house was also covered in red paint and graffiti. A terrifying thought emerged in Barrow's mind. Barrow rushed into his house like a madman, opened the door, and saw Sharon trembling in the corner. "Brother, I'm so scared. After you left, they brought people and kept smashing the house." Barrow hugged his sister tightly and comforted her. "It's okay now, brother is back." Life had to go on, but all of Barrow's part-time jobs heard about Barrow's situation overnight and terminated their contracts to distance themselves. Soon after, Barrow's loan shark also came to collect the debt. "Barrow, it's time to pay back the money." "Sir, this doesn't add up. Why is the interest so much higher than the original?" Barrow was startled by the bill in his hand. He had originally thought that even if he temporarily lost his job, he could slowly figure things out with a little savings. But the interest alone had already bankrupted Barrow. "You don't want to pay back the money? Aren't you afraid of it getting out that you owe money to the Demon Lord and aren't paying it back?" The debt collector slapped the IOU onto Barrow's table. "The Demon Lord? Did I borrow this loan from a Demon Lord? Otherwise, I'm just an errand boy. All this money belongs to the Demon Lord." Barrow carefully re-examined the loan agreement and realized that it was a very well-disguised compound interest loan, commonly known as interest on interest. Fear, confusion, and anger, a surge of negative emotions, rushed into Barrow's mind. But the debt collector merely glanced at his sister behind Barrow, and Barrow calmed down, taking out all his family's possessions to pay off this interest, and only the interest. "I'll be back next month. Remember to be ready, otherwise, I think your sister is quite pretty." The debt collector left Barrow's red-painted house with a wicked grin. At dusk, Barrow no longer dared to leave his sister alone at home and took her to a place where they were hiring, looking for work. To make matters worse, his sister's old illness relapsed, and she began to cough up blood. A second-order runemaster, by rights, should not be in such a predicament, but no person of status dared to hire Barrow, even though Barrow's requested salary was less than that of a first-order runemaster. Now, Barrow only sought a job that would allow him and his sister to survive. "Brother, how about this one? It looks like both of us can do this." Barrow followed the direction of his sister's finger and saw, in the corner of the job postings, a job with unbelievably good benefits. However, the work location was listed as gray-white territory. Barrow, who had always worked in the Twilight Tower, knew this place. It was in the Northern Territory, the place ruled by Governor Linda Roll. In the public opinion of the royal capital, the Northwestern Territory, where the gray-white territory was located, was both poor and barbaric. The neighboring Doug Lars had already accepted the king's baptism, reflected on the past mistakes of the Lars family, and become a member of the royal capital nobility. There were even rumors that he would become the new Grand Duke of the Northern Territory. But Linda Roll had inherited all the bad habits of the old Lars, and was rumored to eat 2 babies raw with Lena Lars every meal, and his rule was a living hell. Barrow knew the truth wouldn't be that exaggerated, but Barrow and his sister had both seen the painting that Kudike had displayed about the former Northern Territory situation. However, the welfare benefits on the job board were indeed generous, even higher than Barrow's previous salary at the Twilight Tower, and housing was provided. Even a first-order runemaster could get a house. It also said that the governor liked to discuss mathematics, so even if you weren't a runemaster or a professional, as long as your math skills were good enough, you could still get a job. "Brother, I learned it in school before. I can also do math-related work." Barrow nodded. Although his sister had not continued school due to illness, her foundation was still there. Most critically, demons could only travel within the territory of Doug Lars and his people. The Northwestern Territory might be able to offer him refuge. Barrow was truly tempted. At this moment, a bard dressed as an actor appeared out of nowhere. Sirs, are you interested in this job? The bard bowed politely and looked up at the siblings. I am in charge of this job. Although this bard seemed unreliable at first glance, upon seeing the North Wind Bear embroidered on his costume, Barrow still took his sister to a nearby room. After all, not everyone in the royal capital dared to use the North Wind Bear emblem now. Even Doug Lars and his people had already abandoned this family crest. If he were a swindler, he would be far too dedicated. After discussing the work location and salary in detail, Barrow hesitated and said, I have some things I need to confirm. Is that okay? Although he could hide his situation, if he were discovered, Barrow feared even worse things would happen. After all, in the eyes of the royal capital people, the Northern Territory was now a war-torn, barbaric land. Staying in the royal capital might only lead to exploitation, but in the Northern Territory, Barrow feared he might die without even knowing why. Barrow explained his and his sister's current predicament in detail, but the bard merely stroked his chin and asked, Could you show me your IOU? Barrow nodded and pulled out the long, unpleasant IOU that he had repeatedly examined many times. After looking at it for a while, the bard said, Your IOU is illegal, whether according to our Northern Territory regulations or kingdom law. Not to mention compound interest. The calculated interest is also higher than the maximum interest for noble loans. The interest was already so outrageous that it was even higher than the interest charged by nobles. Seeing that Barrow still didn't quite understand, the bard added, An illegal IOU is naturally invalid. Upon hearing this, Barrow finally felt completely relieved. Then, the bard half-jokingly said, To be honest, there have been too many people in your situation recently. I even suspect some people are specifically looking for us to evade debt. Are there many people like me? Barrow was somewhat shocked. Was he really not an isolated case? Many, but it's rare to be as unlucky as you. The bard sighed. At least many people escape to the Northern Territory because they can't repay their loans. It seems more and more demons in the royal capital are starting to lend at high interest. And most of the people who take out loans are for medical treatment, the kind of illness your sister has. The bard's expression was as if he had seen something amusing. Barrow suspected that the bard in front of him definitely knew something, but he didn't dare to think too deeply, only asking, When can my sister and I go to the Gray-White Territory? The bard merely nodded, Very soon. The Gray-White Territory is full of surprises. It might even cure your sister's chronic illness. Barrow just smiled awkwardly. This was an illness that even the central church of the royal capital was helpless against. How could a small gray-white territory possibly have a solution? Chapter 89. Intelligence in the Royal Capital. Lind couldn't help but rub his forehead when he heard the intelligence reported by Villainous' subordinates from the capital. The last time he felt like the world had gone crazy was when he heard that ISA had rebelled. So, a large number of low-level professionals have come to gray-white territory because of bankruptcy, right? My king, the number is not large. Only a few dozen people in total, but it should be enough to build a mage tower. Villainous bowed, handing over the latest intelligence. No, this number is already very exaggerated. If even low-level professionals are affected, then ordinary people will probably find it even harder to survive. Lind lowered his gaze, lost in thought over the intelligence report. The demons were wreaking havoc in the capital, promoting usury, turning the capital upside down. But unexpectedly, they sent Lind a lot of talent and labor. But to be honest, Lind couldn't be happy. Only a few came to gray-white territory. According to intelligence from the capital, usury was even one of the more covert methods used by the demons. These demons were hoarding large amounts of grain and medicine, but the nobles of the capital chose to turn a blind eye, as most nobles would do the same. However, there was a slight difference in their essence. Nobles were accustomed to exploiting their own territories, while demons monopolized the grain and medicine in the market. This also led to increasingly high prices in the capital. Although there was no sign of collapse yet, the royal family and nobles of the capital seemed completely unaware. This was also a difference in their intelligence systems. Lind focused more on people's livelihoods and economic intelligence, which was precisely what the lords of the capital cared about least. Moreover, according to the description in the intelligence, the strange disease appearing in the capital is very similar to an epidemic we once contracted: coughing blood, skin ulcers, and pus. However, the symptoms appearing in the capital are chronic. Flora's voice was a little hoarse, her tone calm, but it was hard to conceal the anger in her voice. Are there any such symptoms appearing in the territory now? Can it be cured? Lind frowned, basically assuming that these strange diseases were spread by the demons in the capital. ISA has already gone to contact the churches in various places. If similar symptoms appear, they will be reported immediately. If there is holy water, prevention or cure is not difficult. Then, Flora added, since there hasn't been a widespread infection in the capital and only a small number of people are showing symptoms, it means the contagiousness is not strong. The demons probably don't dare to be too blatant. Upon hearing this, Lind's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. Still, we must take precautions. If those who come to the territory are infected with these strange symptoms, treat them first. After everyone had reported their work and left, Lind pulled out the intelligence report sent back from the capital earlier and began to read it himself. Bro, Lind, what happened? Rena, who could no longer be his brother, had just returned from the military camp and saw Lind with a serious expression. The recent research on magic power focus arrays and magical transmission had been going smoother and smoother, and it was rare to see Lind's expression so serious. The new king in the capital seems to be under a lot of pressure. Seeing Rena return, Lind was just about to find someone to talk to and organize his thoughts. After telling Rena what was happening in the capital, Lind continued. Augustine III shared too much power to suppress the Northern Territory back then, but he died too suddenly, and the newly appointed king seemed to have not had time to reclaim those powers. Moreover, to push for reforms, Clan Augustine also needs to constantly negotiate and compromise with those nobles, leading to the monarchy becoming weaker and weaker. Even some ordinary nobles dare to openly criticize the new king's policies on the streets. Rena didn't understand the series of analyses that followed, only asking, "Isn't that a good thing?" This is a good thing, but the demons are also our enemies. If Clan Augustine doesn't control these demons soon, does he know how long it will be before the kingdom's economy collapses, and how many people will starve because of it? Lind slammed the table in anger. Then should we help the capital? Rena's single sentence brought Lind back. No, we ourselves have only just gotten enough to eat. Why should we help our enemies? After cursing, Lind also calmed down. Clan Augustine was not a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically restricted the demons' activities within the kingdom. At least he knew not to let the demons contact the southwest borders. But this also showed that he probably no longer had the power to control the nobles under him. Lind could overthrow everything and establish a new order with absolute force, but Clan could not. Then, Lind, you've already thought about what to do, haven't you? Lind was startled, then nodded. Clan Augustine is not foolish. With a slight reminder, he will know what to do. If the economy truly collapses, it will also affect us. A half-dead capital is what best suits our current interests. Whenever Lind was a bit impatient, talking with Rena always helped him calm down. This time was no different. After chatting with Rena about the situation in the army, Lind pulled out a letter and decided to write a letter to Clan Augustine in the name of the Northern Territory governor. The content of the letter was rather blunt, directly detailing the situation Villainess had investigated in the capital. After all, these were just the prices and market conditions of the capital, not even intelligence. Only such glaring figures presented to Clan Augustine would make him truly understand the current situation, rather than guessing Lind's ulterior motives. However, Lind still felt it wasn't safe enough. Seeing the intelligence report that Clan Augustine had asked his fiancé, the saintess who was suspected of being a transmigrator, to help with reforms, he thought for a moment and decided to write a letter to that transmigrator as well. Lind had no interest in exchanging secret codes with her, to avoid causing Clan Augustine's misunderstanding and preventing the letter from reaching her. In the letter to this transmigrator, Lilith, Lind enumerated the situation in the capital in more detail. If she was from the same country as him and had received 9 years of compulsory education, she should know what to do now. Soon after, in the capital, Clan Augustine, who received Lind's letter, gave a wry smile. How could he not know the situation in the capital? But the king's power had indeed shrunk. Recently, he had also heard that the Eastern Territory was colluding with Doug Lars. If it weren't for the southwest borders still being very loyal, clan would have been unable to move an inch. However, some suggestions in the letter were indeed worth considering. At the very least, the prices in the capital definitely needed to be controlled. Meanwhile, Lilith also received this letter from the Northern Territory. Lilith was initially curious about what profound insights the Cinder had, but as she read, she realized something was off. A familiar feeling washed over her, taking her back to the days of being lectured by her elder brother while doing homework during her school days. Most importantly, the suggestions in the letter were indeed very effective, which made Lilith feel very annoyed, but she couldn't find any reason to refute them. Not only that, but the person who wrote the letter seemed to have gotten carried away, even explaining to Lilith how to cultivate trusted associates and suppress political enemies. This was clearly intended to stir up trouble. Lilith was a bit speechless. She wasn't ruling from behind a screen, so what was the point of saying all this? Although Clan had also granted Lilith a lot of power, relying on Lilith and the church's strength to promote reforms, Lilith's main source of power was still her identity as the saintess of the church. However, some of the opinions in the letter were indeed very valuable for reference. Lilith put away the letter, deciding to first find a way to control market prices. Some important things must be controlled by the state. Chapter 90, On the Road. From the moment he entered the north, the scenes Barrow witnessed were largely consistent with what Kudike had advertised. Ruins everywhere, and the cries of children, crows, and vultures were incessant. The young and able-bodied were nowhere to be seen, seemingly conscripted into soldiers, and only old people were working in the fields. The entire north was a scene of deathly silence. This made Barrow's heart leap into his throat. He clutched his sister Sharon's hand and the rune scroll in his arms, ready to jump off the carriage and flee at any moment. It wasn't until the carriage suddenly began to move smoothly that Barrow's suspended heart finally settled. After the carriage became steady, the surroundings were no longer entirely ruins. In fact, the well-arranged buildings looked even more exquisite than most of the buildings in the royal capital, at least much more refined than the house Barrow rented in the outer city. The road surface seemed to be entirely paved with an alchemical material. It was hard to imagine how much money the Lord here had spent to connect these roads. The surroundings were also bustling with people, and merchant carriages came and went in an endless stream. Although Barrow had long heard that the Northwestern Territory's economy was prosperous due to the Champagne nobles, the level of prosperity here far exceeded his imagination. "Is this gray-white territory?" Barrow curiously asked the carriage driver. "No, this is Evans Territory. It seems to have been renamed Stone Song County recently because of its rich stone production." The carriage driver, much like a modern taxi driver, began to chatter incessantly. Although there are stones everywhere, the governor said the stones here are the best. They can be used to build houses and castles and such. Although I don't understand, what the governor says must be right. The entire West uses stones from here to build houses. Barrow looked around, and indeed, most of the houses were built from the same black stone. And that water wheel, I heard the governor's wife invented it. It's a pity the one in Stone Song County isn't big enough. The water wheel in gray-white territory, now that's big. I heard scholars are already going to gray-white territory to study the water wheel. Our governor's wife is much smarter than those scholars. The driver puffed out his chest, very proud, which made Barrow a bit confused. How was Lena Lars different from the disgrace of the nobility she was rumored to be in the royal capital? At this moment, the carriage was suddenly stopped. Barrow's heart suddenly sank. If nothing unexpected happened, would something unexpected happen again? A nun wearing a strange bird-beak mask boarded the carriage and asked, "Are there any sick patients here?" Barrow gripped Sharon's hand tightly. Sharon glanced at Barrow, who just shook his head, signaling her not to speak. It was likely that the other party knew about the strange illness in the royal capital and feared that these illnesses would infect their territory. But Barrow had no choice. His sister was his everything. If his sister was taken away, Barrow would rather just take her and flee. Seeing that no one spoke, the nun was not in a hurry and said, "The governor said that if anyone is ill, they can go to the nearest church for treatment. No fees will be charged. We just hope that everyone does not conceal their condition." Everyone in the carriage dared not speak. Who would believe such a good thing? They might disappear after arriving at the local church, or even be cremated together later. The nun was not in a hurry. Instead, She took out a pocket watch and waited. Just as Barrow was wondering what she intended to do, Sharon suddenly tugged at Barrow's sleeve. Seeing Sharon, whose face was flushed red from holding it in, Barrow knew his sister was about to cough up blood. Just as he was about to make a loud noise to help his sister cover it up, Sharon finally couldn't help but cough painfully. Sharon looked at the blood on her hands, feeling her vision blur. Her already frail body, coupled with her extreme nervousness, made her feel dizzy. The nun noticed Sharon at this moment and slowly approached her, her hand fumbling for something in her satchel. As soon as Barrow saw this, he immediately shielded Sharon in his arms and shouted, "My sister is just a little unwell. We'll leave on our own. Don't come closer." But the nun seemed unmoved. The strong sense of oppression from her birdbeak mask made Barrow feel a sense of despair. Was choosing to come to the north truly a mistake? The nun squatted down. Just as Barrow thought she was going to take his sister away, the nun simply reached out and touched a few places on his sister's body, then her forehead. Afterward, the nun took out a bottle of medicine from her satchel and said, "Drink this." Sharon was a little scared, afraid that she would never wake up after drinking this medicine. Barrow even directly reached out, trying to snatch the medicine, but the nun was quick, causing Barrow to miss. The nun, seemingly understanding, reluctantly took off her mask, revealing a face full of scars beneath. This startled both Barrow and Sharon, but Barrow quickly reacted. The scars on the nun's face were somewhat similar to those his sister had earlier. "I was like this once too, much worse than you. But after drinking this medicine, I got much better. You're only in the early stages of symptoms, and you'll recover quickly, and you won't be left with these ugly scars like us. These are all ancestral medicines from the governor, and they'll make you better very quickly." After the nun finished speaking, she handed the medicine to Sharon again. Barrow was still hesitant, but Sharon, after seeing the nun's face beneath the mask, took the medicine and drank it in one gulp. "Brother, I feel much better." Sharon touched her body in disbelief and told Barrow, astonished. Seeing this, the nun put her mask back on and said, "After you arrive at gray-white territory, remember to report your physical condition to the local church every week. If any other symptoms appear, be sure to contact the local nun immediately, understood?" Sharon nodded vaguely. After simply registering the siblings' information, the nun jumped off the carriage. Soon, the carriage continued on its way. "Are you really not uncomfortable anywhere?" Barrow looked at his sister, whose complexion was gradually improving, with some shock. "I'm really much better, brother." Sharon pulled Barrow closer and whispered, "And the medicine tastes a bit like the holy water you gave me before, brother." "Really? I don't know. It seems a little different too." Hearing Sharon's answer, Barrow finally relaxed. Holy water wasn't something common, so perhaps the governor of gray-white territory had developed a special medicine. "Brother, the holy water you gave me before seemed watered down. This tastes better." Barrow, who had originally thought that the rumor of the governor here being a descendant of the old empire, however, the job content was vastly different from what Barrow had imagined. Although it was indeed true that the governor wanted to build a mage tower, as rumored, this mage tower was completely unlike what Barrow had envisioned. All functions of the mage tower were simplified, leaving only the ability to store and release magic. Rather than a mage tower, from its current appearance, it looked more like a colossal black obelisk. At the same time, the ground around the obelisk was covered with dense, complex wiring, mostly consisting of metal pipes. Intricate circular rune magic arrays encircled the obelisk, one ring nested within another, creating an indescribable beauty when combined with the simple obelisk. "Don't you think this is beautiful?" A blond young man appeared beside Barrow. "This is more beautiful than all the mage towers I've ever seen." Barrow nodded in agreement. This massive obelisk only had a few rooms that looked like they were for maintenance. The rest was entirely constructed from magic stones, primal sand, and various conductive materials. It was simple, unadorned, yet grand and imposing. The blond young man extended his hand and introduced himself, Sean Lars. Barrow instinctively shook his hand and replied, "Barrow Hubert." But Barrow quickly realized the surname after the other party's name and immediately withdrew his hand, flustered and unsure what etiquette to use for a bow. Sean pressed down on the other party's bewildered hands and said, "I'm just an apprentice here. Just call me Sean." Despite his words, no one dared to treat Sean as an ordinary apprentice, even though he was currently wearing the same uniform as everyone else. Gray-white territory did not directly assign work to these professionals like Barrow. Instead, after an assessment, they gathered these professionals for pre-employment training. The main subjects were magic trigger and arcane array. A petite female teacher, holding a thick notebook, stumbled through explanations of the arcane array's working principles, various parameters of magic conduction, and the deconstruction of rune magic arrays at the podium. The expressions of the professionals below gradually shifted from confusion and disdain to solemnity. Barrow even began to struggle to understand what the petite female teacher on stage was saying, as various complex parameters and formulas filled his mind. To rely purely on calculations rather than using professionals to channel magic. Everyone felt they must be insane to sit here and learn such bizarre knowledge. However, many people found themselves irresistibly drawn to this knowledge, even feeling deeply immersed, believing it to be the secret of the old empire, and wanting to immediately go out and put it into practice. After all, most of those who came here were frustrated and ostracized professionals, who hadn't imagined themselves as a favored child of heaven. And the arcane array seemed to offer them a path that, at least on the surface, didn't require competing in magical talent. Perhaps the governor had anticipated this, as in the afternoon, these professionals were taken to the construction site beneath the obelisk to begin practical work. It was only then that Barrow finally understood what this minimalist mage tower was actually for. Simply put, it was a power supply device. In this regard, it was no different from an ordinary mage tower, except that a mage tower provides magic to the professionals within it, while this obelisk was connected to other buildings. The massive magic array below was the core of the magic focus array. The circular magic array beneath the obelisk was called the mother array, used to concentrate the obelisk's magic for distribution. Barrow and the others' task was to design subarrays connected to the mother array according to specific requirements, to link the two magic circuits, tune and couple the magic from the mother array, and then transmit this magic through conductive media to where it was needed. The obelisk was a giant power source, and the magic array below was a capacitor, possibly also needing to function as a transformer. At this time, a subarray had already been planned within the magic focus array. It was for charging magic containers made of primal sand. Barrow and the others' task was to imitate this subarray and create other subarrays according to the requirements. First is the design of the magic array interface. By recompiling the rune bytes within the arcane array, the two magic arrays can be interconnected, with magic flowing from the higher-level array into the lower-level array. What? Magic array interface? Rune bytes? Higher-level array? Barrow first suspected he had misheard, then doubted his mediocre performance in common language during his student days. Barrow felt that his many years as a second-order runemaster were useless here. The previous mother array and subarrays were already completely beyond the knowledge scope of a second-order runemaster. Barrow could only interpret them as magic arrays with different functions. And the magic array interface had completely touched upon Barrow's knowledge blind spot. Leisha seemed to realize something and said, "The Rune Byte compilation textbook will be distributed to all students shortly. Don't worry, it's very simple." It turned out that mathematics might rely more on talent than using magic, as many people felt somewhat despairing after just one day of study. This was an entirely new magic system, a magic system built upon mathematical foundations. The magic manipulation that professionals relied on for their survival previously had its greatest use in this system for verification and exhaustive enumeration. In the evening, in the temporarily set-up classroom, after seeing his first batch of students despairing somewhat upon seeing the magic focus array, Leisha also realized that her starting point was a bit too difficult. She could only try to comfort everyone. Don't be afraid, everyone. As long as you master the basic knowledge, the arcane array is very simple. Today's basics can even be easily mastered by rune craftsmen. I can't even manipulate magic, so you will definitely do better. Upon hearing that these were just the basics, everyone became even more despairing. However, upon hearing Leisha say that she couldn't manipulate magic, many people looked at the small teacher before them with expressions as if they were seeing a monster. Fortunately, even if they couldn't understand the arcane array, many of these people could still perform basic calculations. This was not only everyone's homework, but also their primary job. Although most people didn't know the meaning of the problems in their hands, after seeing the compilation of rune bites, Barrow vaguely felt that these rune bites, full of numbers, were not just simple numbers. They were more like a new language. As everyone was about to leave, Sean stopped Barrow and began to ask him some questions about rune bites, because among everyone, only Barrow had picked up a pen after the problems were distributed. "Lord Sean, why don't you just ask the teacher?" Barrow was a bit strange. It was already quite fantastical that the governor's brother-in-law was learning these things alongside him, but he didn't expect to be asked for help. Sean gave a wry smile. "You don't have to call me Lord. Teacher Leisha's dimension is too high. My talent in this area is very ordinary. I really don't understand." Barrow deeply agreed. After chatting with Sean for a while, Barrow asked, "Sir Sean, why are you so dedicated to this obelisk? You could simply be in charge of management, couldn't you? My brother-in-law once personally spent a day setting up tents to establish standards for tent construction. If I don't understand how this obelisk operates, how can I manage it in the future?" Sean continued, "Besides, don't you want to engrave your name on this first obelisk?" After returning to his new home, Barrow didn't scratch his head over the problems like the others. Instead, he kept pondering Sean's words. The governor's construction of this obelisk and the magic focus array was definitely not just for building a mere wonder. Recalling the arcane array he encountered today and the factories he saw on his way to gray-white territory, Barrow suddenly understood the significance of the obelisk. After lighting the lamp, Barrow, trembling with excitement, took out the textbook and draft paper distributed today. A new era was coming, and the key to this new era was now in his hands. He must engrave his name on the obelisk. Chapter 92: Winter Construction. When the mechanical lathe started, a deep hum echoed throughout the workshop. The operator pressed the start button, and the lathe vibrated for a moment before stabilizing. The magic mechanism began to operate, driving the conveyor belt to rotate rapidly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. The cutting tool slowly advanced, coming into contact with the metal workpiece, producing a harsh grinding sound and the sound of metal shavings flying. Coolant sprayed onto the workpiece, emitting plumes of white smoke and a unique metallic scent. The entire process was filled with mechanical power and precise coordination, giving Lind immense satisfaction. The lathe used the latest primary sand magic containers, which were more durable than the direct supply from magic stones used previously. The initial plan was to connect directly via transmission media and the obelisk, but the obelisk side was not yet fully connected, and a large number of subarrays needed to be planned. Leisha's original design was even more exaggerated than the obelisk already built in the territory. Originally, the idea was to use wireless power supply, where only within the power supply range of the obelisk, they could connect through specific arcane arrays for remote power supply. However, the current arcane array algorithms couldn't keep up, and the material requirements were very high, which would cause a large amount of magic power to dissipate. Lind could only adopt a more conservative solution, but Lind believed that in the future, the power supply method envisioned by Leisha might not be impossible to achieve. With the lathe, the territory's weapons and equipment could finally begin true mass production, instead of relying on the old rune craftsmen working day and night to create sparks. Coupled with the primary sand magic containers, individual combat could achieve extreme endurance, and the enchantments on the armor could also be updated. Lind had even begun to consider the feasibility of powered armor. Unfortunately, the territory was currently only just starting with internal combustion engines that convert magic power into mechanical energy. Because he was not an engineering major, Lind could only describe the classic engine models and general design ideas from his previous life in detail, handing them over to Rena and the craftsman for research. Although the final transmission device design was somewhat unconventional and the conversion rate was a bit low, to put it nicely, there was a lot of room for improvement. To put it bluntly, it was purely brute force. At least it was usable. Regardless of how much power was wasted, Gray-White Territory's magic engine was finally put into production, and this lathe was driven by the latest engine. As autumn was drawing to a close, the Northwestern Territory, as always, was the first to welcome the arrival of winter. Normally, the Northwestern Territory would begin to rest immediately after the autumn harvest, because winter in the Northwestern Territory is long and difficult to endure. Even the Northwestern Territory people, known for their warlike bravery, would choose to lie low during this approaching winter, praying that their accumulated food would help them get through the winter. The pressure on the nobles would be much less. In fact, for them, winter was the best social season. With the help of magic and professionals, the cold was not worth mentioning, and there were even many trick scrolls specifically designed to help nobles get through the winter on the market. The warming tricks on these scrolls were quickly disassembled, analyzed, and made into arcane arrays by gray-white territory. People who had just arrived in gray-white territory were surprised to find that there was still a lot of work to be done here in winter, or rather, work that needed to be done. The benevolent governor not only provided hot meals and custom winter clothing, but also special winter subsidies. Families with a little savings would choose to stick the warming scrolls produced in the territory on themselves, and those who had just arrived in gray-white territory and had no savings could use these subsidies to purchase some charcoal for warmth. The governor had just announced the winter production plan, and subsequently, various factories began to spring up, with a large amount of basic equipment accumulating in the territory like snowflakes falling from the sky. Darcy, even in his heavy winter clothing, did not forget to wear the sharpshooter medal personally awarded by his lord. The bronze medal shone even more dazzlingly under the reflection of the winter sun, but the two soldiers accompanying Darcy occasionally looked enviously at the medal on Darcy's chest. It wasn't because of the special subsidy brought by the medal. These two soldiers were previously Lars Knight's attendants, or rather, apprentice knights. Although their living conditions were not particularly good, they wouldn't covet that small subsidy, especially after officially enlisting. But for Lars soldiers, honor was the most important thing. The Lars army's military training was to die on the battlefield rather than turn their backs on the enemy, especially for these attendants who might have become Lars knights. Darcy's medal represented not only honor, but, more importantly, the governor's approval. For these attendants, these medals were practically a pass to the knight class. Even though the knight class no longer had any privileges and was purely an honorary title, this title held a fatal attraction for Lars people, like a hot dancing girl in a winter tavern. However, the two soldiers respected Darcy, especially when they saw Darcy hunting two rabbits with his new hunting rifle. Rabbits are active all year round, and it's not unusual for them to appear in winter. The difficulty lies in hitting a mottled white rabbit when even the bushes and forests are a vast expanse of white. Darcy skillfully prepared the rabbits, skewering them on the ground and beginning to roast them directly. The other two soldiers also skillfully took out various seasonings, preparing for a hearty meal, which left the little girl next to the three soldiers staring in amazement. This was the seventh person Darcy's squad had found since leaving the Northwestern Territory. The soldiers' winter training tasks had not stopped, but some soldiers, including Darcy, had received special orders from Lent. That was to resume their old trade of catching people. No, persuading people to come to gray-white territory. Only the targets had changed from wild tribes in the mountains to the commoners of Doug Lars territory. Doug Lars' governance could be described as a complete mess. Because in order to assemble an army and reward the troops, Doug, whose territory was already in chaos, chose to borrow from and seek help from the demon race. And now, in order to repay the usurious loans, Doug Lars could only continuously exploit the newly acquired territory. His methods were so cruel that even Colin would only sigh that he used to have too many bottom lines. As a result, the rebel armies in the Northwestern Territory were growing larger and larger, and the more the rebellions were suppressed, the more chaotic they became. Doug's three brothers have still not fully restored production in their territory. Seeing the drooling girl beside him, Darcy unhesitatingly tore off half a rabbit and handed it to her. "Can I eat this?" The girl took the half rabbit skewered on a branch. "Of course, this was hunted for you to eat. Otherwise, for us brothers, this would just be a snack." After Darcy finished speaking, the other two soldiers also burst into laughter. One soldier took out his seasoning and evenly sprinkled it on the rabbit for the girl. "This is delicious. I heard the governor and his wife like to use this when they eat duck." The soldier kept sprinkling it while introducing it. The girl saw the soldier come to her side and shivered as if startled. The other soldier saw this and, thinking the girl was cold, immediately took off his coat and draped it over the girl, while also throwing a few more branches into the fire. Didn't you guys used to look down on people? What? Seeing she's a girl, you start acting like this? Darcy teased with a mischievous smile. Get out of here. One soldier playfully kicked Darcy and said, Did you listen carefully in class? Secretary Asa said that we are all children of the goddess and the governor, and there's no distinction of high or low when working for the governor. The three soldiers joked with each other. The journey back with the girl was one of their few leisure times. If the girl hadn't seen these three men, wearing enchanted armor and carrying guns, wipe out a squad of Douglas soldiers, she might have truly believed the three soldiers were kind neighborhood brothers who appeared out of nowhere. But after seeing it, the girl found the scene before her even more surreal. Soldiers who treated enemies like demons were actually as gentle as a spring breeze towards a commoner. I know where my mom and dad are. Can you go save them? The girl spoke these words as if using all the courage she had in her life. Darcy and the other two soldiers exchanged glances and said happily, Of course. Chapter 93 Resignation. When the old clock on the territory was struck again, everyone knew that another batch of new residents had arrived at Gray-White Territory. In order to expand Gray-White Territory's population to catch up with other large towns in Northwestern Territory, Lynn chose the simple and crude method of abducting people, as there were many homeless people outside the territory. Moreover, these people were originally Lars, or rather, citizens of the North, and could quickly integrate into the territory. ISA arrived at the territory entrance as usual, directing the church personnel to start caring for the new residents. Perhaps because the church personnel were more approachable than soldiers, or perhaps because these people had already received care along the way. The commoners who arrived here were generally very orderly, and in winter, no one had the energy to make a fuss. Many people tightly wrapped themselves in their worn-out clothes, leaning by the bonfire, waiting to be registered. Although such a rough screening would certainly allow spies to infiltrate, Lynn's intention was not to give up on something important just because of a minor flaw. Population was more important than anything else. ISA agreed with this as well. Saving one more person was better than none, and it was impossible to ignore the people outside just because spies might be mixed in with the crowd. What's more, with Lacanus keeping watch, it was generally ensured that ordinary spies couldn't slip in. While watching batches of commoners register and enter Gray-White Territory, ISA chatted with the waiting commoners as usual. The content included, but was not limited to, income situations in other places outside Northwestern Territory, daily meals, family size, prices, etc. From these miscellaneous pieces of information, ISA could piece together what the outside world had truly become. The situation outside was perhaps even worse than when ISA first arrived at Gray-White Territory. To repay debts, Doug Lars even leased some territories to the demon race, who had complete autonomy and law enforcement power in the leased territories. The laws of the North did not even apply in these concessions. Instead, the laws of the demon race had to be used. It was not illegal for the demon race to kill people from the North within the concessions, and there even appeared places where people from the North and dogs are not allowed. But ironically, some people in the North were desperately trying to squeeze into these concessions to seek a job. Why? Because the demon race was truly restoring production order. As long as you became a servant of the demon race, you could even exploit your own kind by flaunting the demon race's power. When ISA's summary of the situation appeared on Lynn's desk the next day, Lynn's face turned red, and he tugged at his collar, momentarily feeling as if the arcane array heating in the study might be turned up too high. Rena slammed the door and left directly. A few maids couldn't hold her back. It was Lynn who called Rena back, who was preparing to give her uncle a good beating. She almost fainted from anger at that dog of a rare sight. Send troops. We must send troops. Rena, in a fit of anger, directly smashed Lynn's desk into two pieces. Lynn calmly called for someone to fix the desk, saying it could still be used, while wiping the sweat from his forehead and saying, Even if we take it, we can't hold it. It's too far from us. From the damaged desk, Lynn pulled out a map of the North. The leased lands chosen by the demon race were very cunning. All of them were as far away from Northwestern Territory as possible, some even reaching the border of Cape Kingdom's Eastern Territory. Then can we just start a war? As soon as Rena spoke, she stamped her feet in anger. The current strategy was the result of discussions between Lind, Rena, the Great Elder, and some key military officials. Although they had already established a firm foothold in northwestern territory, the north was simply too vast. The entire western defense was certainly more than sufficient, but if they were to attack, the supply lines would be stretched very long. No one understood better than Lind, as a transmigrator, what strategic depth meant. As long as the opposing side wasn't foolish, there would be enough time to reorganize and gather troops. But fighting a war clearly couldn't rely on the other side being completely foolish. Moreover, according to the Great Elder's prediction, there would likely be a war between the royal capital and Anjou Kingdom next year. Once war broke out, it would be Lin's best opportunity to reclaim the north. If they declared war now, they would not only have to face the demon race and Douglars, but the royal capital might not stand by idly either. That's why Lind issued the winter production tasks, to peacefully cultivate and develop during this long winter. Of course, war is always dynamic, and even Lind's northwestern territory reclamation war has not truly ended. Until now, Lind's territory is still slowly expanding, but because there is no resistance and it has not touched Doug Lars's territorial borders, it has not caused any major ripples. Both sides were stabilizing their internal affairs, if Doug Lars even had any internal affairs. Lind thought for a moment, and it wasn't that there was no way. If production was at full capacity, there would certainly be a surplus of weapons and equipment, coupled with some economic means. While it couldn't directly collapse Doug Lars, it could at least remind those demon race that the North was not theirs to command. The stronger gray-white territories displayed strength, the better other people from the North might live. Just as Lind was about to finalize the policy and call Rila and Licanus to execute it, Isa suddenly said, "Governor, actually, I'm not just here to report this time, but also to bid farewell." "Farewell? Where are you going?" Lind was a bit confused. Isa could already be considered the religious leader in the territory. Only Isa could connect the radical church and the ordinary church and facilitate cooperation. The church was also generally more willing to follow Isa's arrangements. "This is the Goddess Church reform plan I have put together." Isa didn't explain anything, handing the plan to Lind. Lind quickly skimmed through it page by page and realized that Isa had combined the current situation in the North with the liberation theology he had discussed with her earlier and written it out. Page after page was the result of Isa's continuous visits and investigations. From the overall program of the church to the daily lives of priests and nuns, and the prayer methods of believers, everything was explained and simplified. It not only admonished the church to be down to earth, but also affirmed that the church was a service industry, serving the goddess's believers, rather than claiming that only through the church could one communicate with God. As long as one could abide by the goddess's oracle, everyone had the right to pray. Moreover, Isa cited scriptures and was completely logical, even having the air of founding a new sect. Lind suspected that even if the Central Church sent a pope to debate scriptures, they would be defeated by Isa, who had now grasped the truth through practice. To be honest, the plan Isa presented made Lind break out in a cold sweat. If Lind was as inhumane as Doug Lars, Isa could completely use this completed liberation theology plan to ignite a people's war. But whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Isa was, after all, born in a feudal era, and in her early years, she had grown up entirely in a feudal environment. Perhaps Lind's efforts gave Isa hope, or perhaps she understood what would happen if the church's power spiraled out of control. Ultimately, in this reform plan, Isa still referenced some of Flora's proposals, ultimately placing divine power under Lind's authority. "Governor, do you remember what you told me when we discussed issues when I first arrived at Gray-White territory? I think now is the time to put it into practice." Rena was confused, but Lind understood. Isa was going back to her old profession before Gray-White territory, but this time it was different. Lind could be Isa's backing to support her. "I understand. This time you have true holy water, and I believe you can save more people. I will allocate some weapons from the laboratory to you. Be careful, don't overexert yourself. Remember, this will always be your home, and we welcome you back anytime." Isa nodded, bowing to Lind as a cleric. At this point, Rena also understood that Isa was going to Doug Lars's territory to continue saving people. I'll send 2 white knights with you. I'll have them protect you as they protect me. No refusing. Before Isa could speak, Rena quickly ran out to rally people. You can't do everything yourself, and you can't use divine magic right now, so it's better to bring escorts. Seeing Lin say the same thing, Isa could only nod. Unexpectedly, the female protagonist still embarked on this path. The incomplete dragon-slaying technique Lind had given Isa back then was finally put to use. Fortunately, the target wasn't Lind himself. As Isa was about to leave, Lind instructed, "If there's a reliable resistance army, remember to contact me. I'll tell Doug Lars that the snowy land isn't necessarily barren. There might be unexpected surprises beneath the snow." "What surprise?" Isa asked curiously. "Who says weapons can't grow under the snow?" Lind shrugged. Chapter 94 Meeting of the Elves. After winter arrived, the elves of the primordial forest, led by elf princess Avilia, completed the ritual of worshipping the natural god. Although most elves are not affected by the cold winter temperatures, because legend says winter is the season when the natural god rests, the elves followed their beliefs and entered an energy-saving mode during winter. It seems humans are going to war again. After the ceremony concluded, the elf princess and elf elders began their seasonal routine meeting, and the topic of this meeting was, without a doubt, the elves' neighbors of 1,000 years. The primordial forest in winter rests along with the natural god, so I think we can send more rangers to the border to monitor human activities. As soon as the elf elders spoke, the other elf elders with long beards also nodded in agreement. Anyway, humans do this every few centuries. The elf elders are already used to it. But this meeting was a little different. The elf princess Tia, although from a human perspective she might still have several centuries before taking over her mother's duties, could now begin to participate in politics. This time, Tia brought some very young elves to participate in the meeting. They are just humans. Why should we only defend our borders? I think we can send some elves among humans, not only to gather intelligence, but also to prepare for the future. As soon as Tia spoke, she immediately gained the approval of the young elves present. The elves had been isolated for too long. Although the legend of the Gaogu Empire still circulated on the continent, the number of elves traveling abroad was, after all, too few. The young elves yearned to see the outside world more. She had originally thought her proposal would be opposed by a group of old fuddy-duddies, just like in the night novels she secretly read, but unexpectedly, the elf elders all showed knowing smiles. "Avilia, this little girl is exactly like you when you were young." The elf princess's crystal-clear face immediately flushed red, and she interrupted. "Elf elder, this is irrelevant to the topic of this meeting." "How is it irrelevant? Back then, didn't you also clamor to go to the Rom Empire, saying the Rom Empire was nothing special, and almost got abducted by their prince? It was His Majesty Avis who dragged you back by your ear." The elf elders started chatting about gossip from 1,000 years ago, one after another, turning the meeting room into a tavern for old-timers. The young elves' eyes widened in shock as they listened to His Majesty the Queen's gossip, and Tia looked at her mother with even greater astonishment. Avilia reluctantly tapped the ground with her scepter, and only then did the elf elders quiet down. "So, what are your thoughts, elf elders, on Tia's proposal?" As soon as Avilia finished speaking, an elf elder immediately pulled out a small piece of paper and read from it. "I believe that contact with humans can not only improve our magical level, but also allow us to know ourselves and our enemies, ensuring victory in every battle. To better cope with the threat of human empire expansion in the future, I propose sending the elf princess as an exchange student to the Rom Empire's Royal Academy for further study." The young elves were still wondering why elves needed to learn magic from humans, but Avilia had already recognized that this was an idea she had proposed 1,000 years ago. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy thuds interrupted the elf elders' reading from the small piece of paper. "That's enough," Avilia warned. Looking at the embarrassed and annoyed Avilia, the elf elders finally put away their thoughts and seriously replied, "Her Royal Highness's proposal is not without reason. Now is different from 1,000 years ago. Humans have reached a critical juncture that will determine their fate. To maintain our historical relationship with humans, I believe we should indeed make contact with the various human factions today." At this moment, Tia, who had finally recovered from her mother's embarrassing past, spoke up and asked, Why do we still need to maintain the previous relationship with humans? I think our Gaogu Empire, as the only empire on the continent, can completely go a step further. The elf elders all shook their heads. The elf elder who had been holding the small piece of paper stepped forward and asked, "Your Royal Highness, do you know how many races and how many countries there once were on the continent?" That elf elder closed his eyes and said, as if reminiscing, "Sand goblins, kobolds, lamias, lizardmen, scaled insects, primitive beastmen." And another elf elder also pulled out a thick book, opened the table of contents, and said along with the previous elf elder, "Etheron, Feral, Teleros, Mountain Kingdom, Sauron, Jimjis." What are all these? Tia was a little confused. These are all the races and countries that have been annihilated by humans in recorded elf history. Avilia explained. 1,000 years ago, humans collectively referred to us as subhumans. In the eyes of humans at that time, we were merely a subspecies of human. But precisely because we are subhumans and very similar to humans, humans have always maintained a friendly attitude towards subhuman races. As for the races unfriendly to humans, Avilia glanced at the thick book in the elf elder's hand. There's nothing we can do about unfriendliness. The oldest elf elder said, when the continent was still in chaos, human envoys loved to point at kings' noses and curse them. If a king, in a fit of rage, executed a human envoy, then the human army would immediately follow close behind. Isn't that just thuggery? Tia and the young elves complained as they listened to these ancient secrets. How do you think humans acquired such vast and fertile territories? If humans hadn't created a self-imposed moral restraint, there probably wouldn't be many races left on the continent now. Finally, Avilia concluded the topic, summarizing, "Humans have a poor memory. After all, they are not long-lived. Things from the previous generation might be forgotten by the next generation after a century or two. But humans also have a very good memory. On the continent, humans were the first race to begin recording history. In human poems, even events from tens of millions of years ago are recorded. So, we will continue as before, maintaining distance from humans, but we must understand humans deeply enough. I think Tia's proposal is feasible. We should indeed send more elves into human kingdoms." The elf elders also nodded in agreement, acknowledging Avilia's proposal, and some elf elders even began to draft regulations on the spot. Tia watched, somewhat bewildered, as her proposal was passed. The young elves also exchanged glances, but were also a little excited, discussing which human country they should go to after leaving the primordial forest. After the meeting, an elf elder came to Tia and asked her which human country she wanted to go to. "Probably Anju. I hear it's currently the strongest human kingdom." Anju is good. Their new ruler is ambitious and much better than the stagnant Cape Kingdom," the elf elder said, and then accidentally dropped a letter from his sleeve in front of Tia, then, as if he hadn't seen it, walked away directly. Tia was a little puzzled and called out to the elf elder several times with the letter, but the elf elder pretended to be too old to hear. However, when Tia saw the name on the envelope, she immediately hid the letter in her bosom. This was a love letter written by the fourth Prince Roll to the elf princess Avilia during the time of the Old Empire. Chapter 95 Tia. "So, in the end, you chose my territory?" If words could be written on his face, Lin's would currently be filled with speechlessness. Otherwise, if it were you, wouldn't you be curious? What became of the descendants of your mom's first love? Tia, however, was very frank, shrugging like a little bear. "That's true, but my family tree was destroyed along with the original territory, and isn't Roll a given name, not a surname? Maybe it just happens to sound the same. It's not impossible for a descendant of a refugee prince to hide his identity, to use his ancestors' given name as his surname, is it?" Then Tia explained, "I read it in a night novel." At this moment, Lena also stepped forward, looking shocked, and said, "That makes sense." No. Why would you think that to hide an identity, one would directly use an ancestor's given name as a surname? Wouldn't they? The two asked in unison. For a moment, Lind wondered if he was mistaken. After all, he was the transmigrator, and the two opposite him were the natives, though neither seemed very reliable. "All right, originally I also thought it was unlikely, but after seeing you in person, I'm not so sure anymore." With that, Tia carefully scrutinized Lin's appearance. Lena immediately hugged Lin's arm, vigilant. All right. Lind waved his other hand, ending the farce. "Regardless, 1,000 years have passed. I have no interest in being a descendant of the old empire's prince, but I still welcome your arrival, elf princess." Along with Tia came some rangers, mostly young elves, full of curiosity about the territory's affairs, especially the huge obelisk in the territory. With the thought of, since they're here, Lind wanted to arrange some work for these elves, such as the construction of this obelisk. Elves are known as a magical race, so the construction of arcane arrays should be easy for them. But the reality was completely different from what Lind imagined. Precisely because elves are a magical race, they had no interest whatsoever in arcane arrays and magic triggers that allowed everyone to use magic. However, due to their innate high affinity for magic, elves could often quickly point out errors and flaws in the magic flow within an arcane array. Yet, when it came to building and compiling arcane arrays, these elves found it extremely difficult. Elves are not skilled in using runes, or rather, elves are not skilled in using magical tools. Although they can still slowly learn through their long lifespans, they are far from being able to use runes as skillfully as humans. Lind stroked his chin, lost in thought. Long lifespans, excellent magical affinity, coupled with their emphasis on promises and contracts, and their worship of the natural god, made the elves' lives very simple and plain. It seemed elves were naturally suited to be supervisors and maintenance personnel. If he had the chance in the future, Lind even wanted to specifically hire some elves to help with the obelisk's maintenance. Out of politeness, Lind still took these elves on a tour of the territory. Most elves had a good impression of Lind, especially since after Lind conquered the northwestern territory, he voluntarily upheld the contract between humans and elves. In these times, such honest human lords were rare. Tia had encountered many humans who were very humble at first, but once they gained power, they immediately became repulsive. But Lind was different. As early as when his territory was just the gray-white territory, Tia had actually already had contact with Lind through the rangers who delivered magic stones. Lind gave the impression that the greater his power, the more cautious he became. The human side of the giant god mountains was now almost entirely controlled by Lind. Lind could completely follow the example of previous human lords, ignoring the contract entirely, paying less or nothing at all. Even the magic stones that the gray-white territory needed to pay, but this was certainly not a long-term solution. Lind absorbed a large number of old nobles and religious figures to form a new bureaucracy and interest group. Yet, even though Lind had lowered his standards, many old nobles were unable to complete their ideological transformation, and once they gained power, they would eagerly try to restore their former status. Now that the performance evaluation law had officially begun to be enforced, those old nobles who wanted to take shortcuts would probably not be able to hold on. It was said that many old nobles were recently preparing to move to the neighboring territory. Lind chose to turn a blind eye to all of them. As long as their property remained, everything was negotiable. Finally, most elves were still assigned to assist at the obelisk. After all, although they were not skilled in building and compiling arcane arrays, elves could help the professionals correct errors and verify calculations. Moreover, most elves were originally very curious about this obelisk. When Lind returned to his mansion, Lena came over, sniffed him, and asked, "Brother, are you really not a descendant of the old empire?" Lind, noticing the subtle change in address, immediately comforted her. "If my family were truly descendants of the old empire, how would we have ended up in such a state before?" Villainess was just talking nonsense. "Then why do I always feel that the elves are particularly looking after you? And they even specifically sent that elf princess to our territory." For some reason, Lena displayed extraordinary insight in this regard. "You must explain this to me today. Come, follow me inside." Chapter 96. Fire guns growing from the snow. "So what materials do you need this time?" The proprietress of the Shuajin Business Alliance was still puffing away in Lind's study, just as before. "No, this time I'm mainly looking for you to help me transport some weapons. I need to send them to the resistance army in the neighboring territory." Lind handed over the list of items to be transported. It must be said that Isa's efficiency was truly terrifying, or perhaps she truly possessed a heavenly mandate. Not long after she left, Lind received a letter from IS, sent through special channels. A team of knights from the old Lars family, along with ordinary citizens, were resisting Doug Lars's tyranny. After a brief period of getting acquainted, ISA immediately became the leader of this resistance army and led these people in guerrilla warfare. Because of their strict discipline and well-executed advances and retreats, they had even gained some renown in the Northern Territory. You know, our Shuajin Business Alliance never participates in wars between lords. We just want to do business. If other lords found out, this business would be difficult to conduct. I'll pay more. So, how do we contact this resistance army? Even Doug Lars can't find them, so it will probably be even harder for us. Hearing the offer of more money, the proprietress revealed a satisfied smile and pulled out several contracts, still warm, from her proud bosom. Of course, you can also hand it directly to us to resolve. Here are some reference plans. We can discuss them. Lind took the contracts, flipping through them as he said, "You just need to deliver the items to the designated location. Our people will handle the rest." "Oh, those bards." The proprietress rolled her eyes. "Well, then we certainly don't need to worry about it." Lind selected a cost-effective contract, and after confirming it, signed his name. As he pushed it back, he asked curiously, "But is it really okay for you to directly participate in wars between lords like this?" "Thank you for your concern. A small action won't be noticed by anyone. Moreover, compared to transporting weapons, I think the goods you sent to your neighbor might be even more destructive, wouldn't you agree?" The proprietress took a deep puff and then said, "Besides, how do you know we haven't been making small moves in your territory?" "Oh, you should know. After all, those bards are now loyal to you." "Are you referring to taking those parasites out of my territory?" Lind recalled that he had indeed received such intelligence. It was mostly a group of old nobles who couldn't make ends meet and wanted to move to the neighboring territory to restore their so-called family glory. So, they escaped through the Shuajin Business Alliance's channels. However, as mentioned before, as long as the family property was left behind, Lind could turn a blind eye to these people. It seems you don't care about their departure, which is for the best. After all, you are our old client. Don't worry, we always act with discretion and will not overly interfere with your wars between lords. At most, we take on some private jobs. The proprietress carefully put away the contract Lind had signed and placed it back in her bosom. "Like this time?" Lind asked curiously. "This time? No. How can this be considered a private job? Didn't you read the contract carefully? You entrusted a batch of weapons to us for sale, but we just accidentally lost them somewhere." The proprietress smiled sweetly. Soon after, ISA led the resistance army to a forest outside the Levi territory. "Saintus, will there really be weapons here?" The leader of the resistance army, Leighton, was a knight from the old Lars family. In the Northern Territory, there were quite a few resistance army members who were former knights, but most of them took advantage of the situation to plunder with their retainers, and after plundering, they waited for Doug Lars to offer them amnesty. However, those like Leighton, who led commoners in resistance, were a minority within a minority. Leighton himself did not resemble a knight. He looked more like a farmer. If the bard's intelligence is not mistaken, ISA now used the title of Saintus again, though this Saintus was not self-proclaimed, but rather bestowed by the Northern Territory Governor Lind. Legally, this Saintus had no basis, but commoners didn't understand so much, nor did they know if a governor had the authority to confer the title of Saintus. They only knew that this Saintus was sent by another Lars family, and that was enough. Moreover, after ISA came into contact with the resistance army, she had already healed many people with the potions and holy water she brought. In the hearts of the resistance army, ISA was truly a deserving Saintus. Upon reaching the designated spot, ISA nodded. Leighton, seeing this, waved his hand, and the resistance army immediately began digging in the snow. As crate after crate of weapons were unearthed, Leighton's mood shifted from initial shock to numbness. Although he knew that ISA was sent by the other branch from the Gray-White territory, the Lars he originally served, the sheer quantity of weapons and equipment was still somewhat unimaginable to Leighton. After all, Leighton had originally thought that the governor there would at most provide some ordinary weapons like bows and arrows or spears. But he never expected that all the unearthed weapons were of the same type as those carried by the two guards accompanying Saintus Isa. That is, the so-called muskets, which, with a pull of the trigger, could repel a fully armed non-professional soldier. Many in the resistance army had seen ISA's two guards use similarly shaped weapons to repel Douglas's army, but most people thought these were some precious magical artifacts, so they never imagined they could use the same models. Most people carefully caressed the muskets in the boxes. Due to Layton's command, no one dared to pick up these magical artifacts without permission. Saintus, can we really use such precious weapons? Layton picked up a musket. Its cold texture and solid weight immediately brought him immense peace of mind the moment he touched it. These are merely weapons that have been phased out by the gray-white territory. ISA picked up a musket and inspected it. The latest model muskets certainly couldn't be transported here for the resistance army to use. Most were older, already obsolete models. The muskets transported this time were primarily used for new recruit training when ISA left the gray-white territory. They were models considered too outdated to use, but okay to display. These are phased out. Layton suddenly felt that this world had become somewhat unfamiliar. Such terrifying weapons were just outdated models? Were the gray-white territory and his own side truly still in the same world? Most of what was brought were muskets and ammunition, as well as medicine. There were no ray guns, but it was already enough for the resistance army to deal with most enemy forces. Soldiers not fully enchanted would not be able to withstand continuous musket fire. Of course, there was also armor, but not much. After all, ISA's side also had no means to recharge enchanted armor, and because it was guerrilla warfare, armor seemed too redundant. These armors were only transported by Lind after he heard that there were professionals in the resistance army. Seeing these weapons and equipment, ISA let out a long sigh of relief. As her resistance army became more active, the army sent to encircle and suppress them had gradually changed from irregular troops to Douglas's regular army. Fortunately, there hadn't been a situation where the protagonist had just started to develop and the enemy had already brought their entire army to block the novice village, newbie village. After all, there were quite a few resistance armies currently operating under the old Lars name, and Douglas simply didn't have the ability or energy to distinguish which were genuine and which were just trying to get amnesty. Chapter 97: Sam's Family. Sam was an ordinary student at the Royal Capital Academy, but he was also from the Northern Wind. It was precisely because he was from the Northern Wind that Sam was a more fanatical supporter of Kudike than those other students. Although Sam hadn't returned to the Northern Wind in a long time, this didn't stop him from verbally attacking Grand Duke Lars. Only then could he integrate into the royal capital's environment. But even though Sam was more fanatical than anyone else, his classmates still looked at him with disdain. And with the death of Grand Duke Lars, the royal capital's sentiment changed again, becoming what was called freedom and equality, and all students took pride in fighting for the interests of the demons. Unfortunately, though Sam wished he could be a dog for the demons, he now had no choice but to return to the Northern Wind. Due to the continuous rise in prices, coupled with his parents' business not doing too well recently, Sam had to give up his studies. Although his father always said that the royal capital's alchemist courses were useless, and he should return to the Northern Wind to learn alchemy from him. Sam's parents were an alchemist and a pharmacist, respectively, the most common pairing for a small alchemy workshop, and it was precisely because of this that Sam's life had been relatively affluent before, as both parents were professionals. But when Sam returned to the Northern Wind, he found that the prices of various potions had been driven to extremely low levels, even close to cost price. Originally, only the price of recovery potions was very low, but starting this winter, the prices of various enhancement potions and purification potions also steadily declined, to the point where his parents' handcraft workshop could no longer afford Sam's tuition. And these alchemist potions, like the previous recovery potions, all bore the Lars family crest, clearly coming from the gray-white territory and without any disguise. I heard that the gray-white territory is recruiting alchemists. Why don't we go try? Sam's father, however, was very open-minded. After all, a family of 3 were all professionals, so they wouldn't starve no matter what. No, Sam immediately spoke up to stop him. Governor Linda of the Gray-White Territory is a destroyer of peace, a man-eating demon viscount, and he also discriminates against demons. Mom and Dad, how can you abandon freedom for a little monetary temptation? Sam's father looked at his son with some confusion and asked, "How is that abandoning freedom? I heard they even give people holidays in the gray-white territory." Sam's mother also interjected, "And the prices there are more stable. My sister in Governor Doug's castle told me that Governor Doug is going to implement his own new currency and force its exchange. We still have time to run now." But Sam still said, "Governor Linda there has inherited the position of Grand Duke Lars. Mom and Dad, do you really want to return to the rule of Grand Duke Lars?" "Really?" Sam's father said joyfully. "That's great. Ever since Grand Duke Lars died, the northern wind has been a mess. If we return to Grand Duke Lars's era, we can continue to earn your tuition. And I heard the taxes there are low. Maybe we can even save some money." Sam's mother opened the ledger, which contained a small slip of paper promoting the gray-white territory. Recently, these small slips and flyers had been increasing. "I don't want any tuition, and I don't want any savings. I want freedom. I want equality. I want peace." Sam yelled hysterically, "Mom and Dad, why don't you understand? Starving to death is a small matter. Losing freedom is a big one. What has Governor Linda done? He actually refuses to let demons enter his territory. Does he know how miserable the demons were in the past? They could only be squeezed into the eternal frozen soil, unable to even eat their fill." Subsequently, Sam seemed to enter a certain state, saying mournfully, "But even in the eternal frozen soil, the demons are still optimistic and aspiring. They even say that the eternal frozen soil gave them true freedom, and they developed their relying on their own perseverance. Ah, what a wise and resilient race." Sam's father looked at his son with the gaze of someone looking at an idiot, seemingly regretting sending his son to study in the royal capital. "No matter what you say, we have to leave here. The business really can't be sustained. Only a few old customers come to us to buy potions. If you don't want to go to the gray-white territory, then stay here and make some potions for those old customers. That would at least preserve our family's reputation. How about it?" After thinking for a moment, Sam's father still decided to indulge his son. After all, this was his own child. What else could he do? Although Sam's mother looked at the two men, who were both a bit slow-witted, with some helplessness, she finally said, "If you have difficulties, write to us. The remaining money at home needs to be used sparingly. Your father and I have also secretly saved a lot of silver leaf coins and gilt coins, all placed under the bed at home for you. If Governor Doug really comes to exchange money in the future, just give him a little. Definitely don't exchange at all, understand?" Looking at his parents who were still discussing money, Sam felt a bit annoyed. His parents' way of thinking was far inferior to that of the nobles in the royal capital. Sure enough, were the horizons of low-level professionals still too narrow? After constantly admonishing himself not to become like his parents, Sam bid farewell to them and started managing the potion shop himself. But soon, Sam began to understand his parents. Not only potions, but almost all goods related to alchemy had prices infinitely close to their cost. Sam calculated briefly and found that the prices of these alchemist goods from the gray-white territory were basically cost price plus shipping. Although they were only low-level alchemist tools, their prices were not very low for ordinary people, but the very fact that ordinary people could even consider alchemist goods was already quite astonishing. So how did the gray-white territory make money? Sam could even imagine his parents being imprisoned by the evil governor in a black-hearted factory, producing potions day and night. Thinking of this, Sam felt a little sad. After all, no matter how slow-witted they were still his parents. Life alone was very free, but also very difficult to bear. Sam quickly discovered the real reason his parents couldn't make ends meet. It could be said that except for the low price of potions, all other prices were very high. People might not need alchemist potions, but they certainly couldn't go without food. When Sam was in the royal capital, he aligned all his standards with those noble classmates, eating big fish and meat every meal. But now in the northern wind, he couldn't even afford an egg. Looking at the gilt coins and silver leaf coins his parents left behind, Sam gritted his teeth and decided to hold on a little longer. Not long after, Sam heard a passing adventurer talk about the demon concession. Hearing this, Sam felt elated. Demons were good. Demons were smart and civilized. Sure enough, although Governor Doug had turned over a new leaf, he was still a Lars family member, so he still had to go to the demon concession. With all the skills he learned in the royal capital, he would surely shine in the demon concession. Chapter 98. Bread worth 500,000 Dug coins. Sam, carrying large and small bags, greedily breathed in the fresh air upon arriving at the demon-leased territory. A place ruled by demons was truly good. It was filled with the aura of freedom everywhere. Most importantly, unlike the royal capital and the places previously ruled by Doug, where there were starving people and beggars everywhere, not a single poor person could be seen here. As an alchemist and an advanced intellectual from the royal capital, Sam confidently arrived at the consulate of this leased territory with his self-written theory of freedom, preparing to volunteer his services. When he was in the royal capital, he had shouted, "We want peace, not war," alongside the heroic Prime Minister Kotick. At that time, he had even been praised by Prime Minister Kaedyke. Although it was only a look of praise, Sam felt that he was already different from those vulgar people. Sam believed that the great and wise demons would surely be impressed by his theory of freedom, and he would definitely become as great a person as Prime Minister Kaedyke. "Hello, I wish to see the consul here. I am a student of Prime Minister Kaedyke, and I hope you can make an exception." After speaking, Sam also handed over his self-introduction, which was somewhat similar to a resume. However, the human guard standing at the door didn't even glance at it, directly throwing the stack of waste paper back, while also pointing to the bulletin board beside the consulate. In the most conspicuous place on the bulletin board were several brightly colored large characters. "Humans and dogs not allowed." Sam immediately explained, "I am not those ordinary humans. I am a professional, and I spoke up for the demons in the royal capital. I am not the lowly human written above." "What tier?" The human guard at the door's tone remained cold, as if colder than the winter wind. "2, second tier." Sam's momentum waned, but the human guard at the door rang a bell and called over a green-skinned demon, who, after hearing Sam's situation, led Sam into the consulate. Sam was a little excited. Was his opportunity finally coming? However, Sam was not led to a study or a reception room, but directly to a restaurant, where a demon was devouring food. Most of the dishes on the table, which were piled high, were discarded after only one bite. "What are your specialties?" the mountain-like demon asked Sam while eating. Sam immediately took out a stack of papers from his backpack and began to explain. These were all summaries Sam had made based on Kodyk's speeches, mainly discussing the dangers of war. When he finally spoke about how war only brought the sneers of the vested interests, and was about to continue explaining how the demons should maintain peace and resist the old Lars, the mountain-like demon rudely interrupted Sam's conversation, directly asking, "Can you make strengthening potion?" Sam immediately asked nervously, "Which kind of strengthening potion do you need?" After the attendant pulled Sam aside and explained, Sam said in a daze, "No, I can't. This kind of potion was completely illegal, basically only made by those rogue alchemists in the black market. A legitimate alchemist and potion maker like Sam could only make supplements, not those potent drugs." As soon as he finished speaking, Sam was roughly thrown out, and even though Sam was still shouting about peace and freedom, the guards were disdainful. On the cold and dry streets of the Northern Territory in winter, Sam shivered from the cold. Because this was a demon-leased territory, there was no professional guild that could provide cheap accommodation, and the hotel saw Sam as an outsider and charged very high prices. Just as Sam was about to find another place to spend the night, he saw a demon leading several humans, chasing people away on the street. "The governor is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see poor people," the demons said, kicking the shivering humans in the cold wind, driving them away. Finally, after most of his money was stolen by the demons on the road under the guise of a human tax, Sam found a place where homeless people gathered and barely spent the night, then hurried away, as he only had the travel expenses he had hidden left. Upon returning to the old house left by his parents, Sam angrily slapped the table, looking at his carefully written theory of freedom. Sam felt he had been deceived. The demons didn't seem to love peace as much as he had imagined. Otherwise, why would they not value his theory of freedom at all? Moreover, the leased territory was full of discrimination. The demons in the royal capital repeatedly emphasized that they were discriminated against by humans, but in reality, Sam discovered that all the cases of discrimination the royal capital demons spoke of He had encountered them all within just 2 days of staying in the leased territory. This made Sam suspect that the demons in the royal capital were merely attributing their own actions to humans. But life had to go on. A trip to the demon-leased territory directly shrunk Sam's assets, even making him consider fleeing to the gray-white territory to find his parents. No matter what, I can't go to that evil governor's territory. Just as Sam was thinking this, the doorbell rang outside. It turned out to be a Doug army soldier informing him that Governor Doug had newly issued a currency, and from today onwards, all transactions within the territory must be conducted with this currency, otherwise all property would be confiscated. At the same time, the soldier also explained that this was a freedom currency issued to resist the gray-white territory, and every exchange was a support for Governor Doug and a blow to the evil Old Lars forces. Sam was a bit reluctant. After all, the Doug coin issued by Doug was paper money, and who would want to exchange a pile of gold and silver for waste paper? After hesitating for a moment, Sam, following his mother's advice, only exchanged a portion. However, after Sam used it for 2 days, he found that the purchasing power of this paper money seemed stronger, and many people were frantically exchanging their gold and silver for this paper money. After all, it's guaranteed by the governor's credibility. The governor said, no overissuance. Amidst these assurances, in order to support Governor Doug's cause of freedom, Sam exchanged all the money he had into this paper Doug coin, then purchased alchemist materials and food, and holed up in his home to begin making the potions from previous orders. However, 2 weeks later, when Sam arrived at the town's bar, he saw people in the bar drinking desperately. Sam was puzzled and stepped forward to ask, "Brother, what day is it today? Why is everyone drinking so fast?" The burly man in front of Sam only spoke after finishing his drink. "If we don't drink fast, the price might go up soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the bartender was about to change the sign from 700,000 Doug coin to 900,000. Seeing this, the burly man immediately hurried to pay the bill. Sam touched the 20,000 Doug coin in his pocket in a daze. This had been a huge sum 2 weeks ago, but now it couldn't even buy a single drink. Immediately realizing something was wrong, Sam rushed to the post office, only to find that he couldn't even afford the Doug coin to send a letter. Even a single loaf of bread was already close to 500,000 Doug coin, and it was still constantly rising in price. Just like that, Sam went bankrupt. With nowhere to go, Sam took the remaining bit of food and alchemist materials, preparing to flee to the gray-white territory to find his parents. However, on his way to escape, Sam encountered demons leading Doug's soldiers, conscripting men. Wait, I'm a professional. I don't need to join the army." Sam immediately shouted at the soldiers and demons, but he didn't expect that hearing this would make the soldiers and demons even more excited. A professional? Does that mean he has a lot of money? He doesn't look like a combat-type professional either, the soldiers said, slowly approaching Sam. As Sam slowly retreated, they became even more certain that Sam was not a combat-type professional and immediately swarmed him, snatching the bag from Sam's hand. "Wait, that's my last bit of food. I can make potions. Please don't take my food." Sam cried out in despair, but the soldiers were tearing apart the package and discussing where to bury Sam later. Just then, Sam heard a dull thud, followed by more sounds. The demons leading the soldiers, along with the soldiers, fell one after another. Sam saw vibrant blood flowers explode on their chests. The flowers were so perfect that Sam's resentment seemed to pour out with the blooming flowers. "Are you all right?" A person who looked like a farmer, holding a strange fire poker, came to Sam's side. Seeing Sam still dazed, the uncle who looked like a farmer extended his hand and introduced himself. "Leighton, Lars Resistance Army." Sam, who had originally been very hostile to the so-called Resistance Army, now frantically grabbed Leighton's arm. "You want to fight the demons in Doug, right? I want to join. I want to join you." In front of the 500,000 Doug coin bread, Sam forgot what he had once said in the royal capital and chose to throw himself into the war. A few days later, when ISA arrived at Leighton's camp, some new recruits of the Resistance Army were training how to use firearms. Didn't the gray-white territory only transport bolt-action muskets? ISA listened to the sounds from the shooting range with an incredulous expression. "A new recruit arrived a few days ago. He's been pulling the bolts so fast it looks like a blur." The current speed is the musket's limit, not his. Leighton explained. Chapter 99 Nightingale Opera House. Sharon hesitated in front of the governor's mansion. The number of people going in for interviews had dwindled, and it was clear Sharon was worried about whether she would succeed. Although the governor was very approachable, he was still the governor. Even when she was at the Royal Capital Academy, Sharon found it difficult to interact with people of his standing. Moreover, Sharon had no confidence in teaching students. After all, by age, she should still just be a student herself. In this hesitation, Sharon continuously fiddled with her scarf, finally awaiting the maid's summons. I heard your brother works at the obelisk, is that right? Lind looked up at the young woman before him. Refined, quiet, and though her hair was somewhat disheveled by the wind, it was not difficult to see the unique student temperament about her. Sharon was a bit nervous, especially after seeing the governor's wife and the elf princess beside the governor. This lineup hardly seemed appropriate for interviewing a basic teacher. Yes, my elder brother Barrow is working for your obelisk. He is already compiling the third subarray. Lind had an impression of that name, so he casually pulled out the report and read it carefully. Barrow worked very diligently, was currently the most prolific and skilled person at compiling subarrays, and was also Sean's friend. His background was very clean. The political review would certainly not be an issue. I remember Barrow. He is a very hard-working person. His name will be engraved on the first row of the obelisk. And you also had the blight before, right? Are you better now? That unknown illness was now called the blight, and the gray-white territory already had a complete set of methods and facilities to combat it. Sharon was very surprised that the governor knew her and her brother, and she nodded, saying, Yes, thanks to you and the sisters, I basically don't cough blood anymore. I've even almost forgotten that I had the blight. When I was in the royal capital, I thought I was going to die. It's all thanks to you. Lind reached out to interrupt Sharon's flattery and asked with concern, Why do you want to apply for this primary school teacher position? I remember that the obelisk workers' salaries are completely sufficient for a family, with some left over. Have you encountered any difficulties? Sharon regained her composure and said, No. Thank you for your concern, Governor. It's just that my illness has clearly gotten better, but my brother has kept me cooped up at home. I once heard Saint Isaac's sermon that people must always labor, and only through labor can people find their value. So I want to find something to do for myself. Lynn nodded, then asked a few more academic questions. After confirming Sharon's general language and math levels, he officially accepted her. While signing the contract, Lynn took out a letter from the table and asked, You are from the royal capital, right? Yes, Governor. Sharon finished signing the contract and said, My brother and I are both from the royal capital. Is there a problem? Do you know Greya from the Nightingale Opera House? As soon as Lind finished speaking, Sharon's eyes burst with fervent light. Are you talking about Ms. Greya from the Nightingale Opera House? My brother and I are both her avid fans. Is she coming to the gray-white territory for a performance? Probably. Lind pulled out a letter with the Nightingale emblem. It says she'll probably visit us next week. Whether she'll perform is still unknown. Of course, the letter stated a desire to perform in the gray-white territory, but whether the performance would ultimately happen still required Lind's approval. Most importantly, according to the information provided by Villainess, Greya's influence was very significant, and her political leanings were very clear, largely belonging to the type who had been misled by Kudaik. However, she was not a bad person. She had previously raised funds for children in the Northern Territory and even sponsored underage demons in the royal capital. It should be known that while those nobles talked a big game, they actually didn't want to spend a single penny and harbored mutual disdain for demons. But Greya could publicly embrace demon children and support them, which truly put her miles ahead of those nobles with clear ulterior motives. All of this was intelligence provided by Villainess. The bard's intelligence-gathering capabilities were indeed beyond reproach, but their only drawback was their excessive objectivity. In certain matters, Lynn needed subjective evaluations from ordinary people. For example, regarding Greya, Lynn needed to know her standing in the hearts of people in the royal capital and other regions. Really? Is Miss Greya really coming to our territory? Looking at Sharon's shining eyes, Lind already had a rough idea of Greya's standing in the hearts of the royal capital's people. She will definitely come. So can you tell me how you or the people of the royal capital view Miss Greya? Miss Greya is the goddess of the opera world, Governor. You must make time to see Miss Greya's Song of the Stars and Curse of the Black Forest. Swan Dance is what I believe to be Miss Greya's best opera. Miss Greya is simply the Swan Maiden herself, but my brother prefers Miss Greya's Blood Rose. Sharon rattled off a string of opera titles like a menu. Lind just quietly waited for Sharon to finish, and it wasn't until she had almost introduced Greya's entire life story that Sharon realized she was standing in front of the governor. My apologies, Governor. I'm not usually like this. It's all right. In any case, Lind once again confirmed Greya's influence among the people of the royal capital. Rather, Greya's influence was actually very widespread, and only a true small border lord like Lind's original self hadn't heard of her. Oh, and there was also someone who had once been in the royal capital but hadn't heard of Greya. Lind glanced at Lena, who was sitting beside him. Lena looked back at Lind in confusion, then showed a bright smile. Well, according to Lena, she once went to see an opera in the royal capital, but fell asleep just as it began and slept until it ended. Aside from people from remote border areas and those like Lena who simply didn't care about opera, Greya could already be considered a national idol of this era. Then, Governor, can I tell others this news? My brother would be very happy if I told him. Of course, if Ms. Greya's itinerary doesn't have any issues. After receiving Lind's affirmative answer, Sharon excitedly ran out. So, are you really going to let this Greya perform in your territory? Tia was a bit confused. She had also seen Greya's information, including the letter Greya sent to Lind. It was full of rumors about the Grey-White territory and passive-aggressive remarks. Even Lena could tell that Greya seemed to be coming to cause trouble. She's not a bad person. Lind put away the letter and Greya's information. So I believe she will make a fair judgment about the Grey-White territory. Of course, I will approve the performance, as there is simply too little entertainment in the territory right now. Even in winter, the Grey-White territory was still bustling. To prevent a large number of well-fed young people from causing trouble on the streets, Lind had already invented military football to help these gentlemen blow off steam, and spiritual entertainment also needed to keep up. Otherwise, these people would discuss their governor's background every day, and the rumors were getting increasingly outlandish. Greya's visit this time was an excellent opportunity to establish a cultural troupe. Of course, although Lind was prepared to approve Greya's performance, the repertoire still needed to be reviewed. Although Lind believed that even if Greya filled it with her own agenda and didn't make a fair judgment, his people would still have a fair judgment in their hearts. This was Lind's confidence in allowing Greya to visit and perform. Chapter 100 Greya. When the carriage marked with the nightingale emblem entered the northern wind, Greya's last shred of doubt about Prime Minister Kaedike's description of the northern wind vanished. Looking out the carriage window, the northern wind appeared even more tragic than what Kaedike had depicted. Because the resistance army's activities had become increasingly intense recently, many nobles proactively dispatched soldiers to protect Greya. Of course, these nobles sending troops were not genuinely concerned that the resistance army would attack the Nightingale Opera House. After all, the resistance army's discipline might be much stronger than that of these nobles' armies. What these nobles truly feared was that the undiscerning military leaders in their own territories would rob the Nightingale Opera House's convoy, as those military leaders would simply rob anyone they saw. The Nightingale Opera House's convoy moved very slowly, because as soon as Greya saw beggars on the road, she would stop the convoy to provide relief. Although the manager of the Nightingale Opera House constantly complained about this, there was nothing to be done. Greya's influence was too great, and she was, after all, the Nightingale Opera House's own mother. So even if there were continuous complaints throughout the convoy, no one objected. The child hasn't eaten in 2 days. The last time he ate was when his father snatched some sweet tree bark from others. This was a specialty of the northern wind, normally used to add a little fiber from this tree to gruel to increase a touch of sweetness. Almost no one considered this tree a staple food. After all, it was just sweet tree bark. But now, the sweet trees, which were already scarce in winter, were almost nowhere to be seen. Greya listened with immense heartache, took the soft bread handed to her by her attendant, and gave it to the child in her arms. The child immediately began to devour it. The woman looked at the bread in the child's hand and swallowed. Greya immediately waved her hand and said, Let's eat here today. Prepare some food for this lady as well. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. The woman was about to kneel and kowtow. Although she wanted to kiss Grea's shoes, she clearly did not have the right. After eating her fill, the woman finally regained some strength and began to chat with Grea. Originally, we could have lived. After all, the child's father was a craftsman, and we had some savings. We might have been able to save enough money to send the child to a church school. But aren't church schools free? Grea was a little surprised. Along the way, this northern wind indeed resembled the northern wind described by Kudyk, but it also seemed a little different. They used to be free, but ever since the Grand Duke died, life has become increasingly difficult. Church schools also started requiring gifts to the priests to get in. Grea paused upon hearing this, but she patiently held the woman's shriveled, dark, and thin hand, continuing to listen to her story. We originally had a little money, but then Lord Doug, the attendant beside her corrected, he is the governor. Oh, governor, governor. The woman, unaccustomed to the unfamiliar word, continued. Governor Doug issued new money. Everyone had to use this new money for buying and selling. If caught using the old money, all the old money would be confiscated. Originally, it was fine, because this money seemed to really buy more things, and soldiers kept saying that this money was made by the governor's royal alchemist and would definitely not be overissued, and others couldn't imitate it. In short, everything was good. Our family didn't understand, so we exchanged all of it. Then all the money was gone. Our family only exchanged a few thousand Doug coins in total, but later, one loaf of bread cost over 100,000 Doug coins. The child's father had to spend his wages quickly every day, otherwise the money would become worthless. Later, no one hired the child's father anymore, because everyone was out of money. The child's father could only sell himself to the Lord to beg for food. After speaking, the gaunt woman could not help but cry. Can you show me the new money? When Grea finished speaking, the child handed over a snot-stained piece of paper. The attendant tried to stop him, but Grea still took it. This was indeed a banknote, with Doug's portrait printed on it. It was probably because Doug abandoned the North Wind Bear family crest, so he could only print his own portrait, or perhaps he was simply vain. Grea knew the quality of the banknote was very poor with just a slight pull. It was not much better than what she used for personal hygiene. The nobles along the way had not mentioned these things at all, because those nobles themselves were still using the old silver leaf coins for transactions and did not use this new money at all. Looking at the mother and son in front of her, Grea wanted to take out some silver leaf coins to help, but remembering that these silver leaf coins could not be used for transactions now and might be confiscated by soldiers, Grea could only have her attendant leave some food, and then she braved the wind and snow to leave the low cave where the mother and son lived. There was no need to worry about food and supplies. Anyway, upon reaching the next territory, the local lord nobles would immediately flatter Grea and replenish everything, which was why Grea could provide relief while traveling. Several days later than originally expected, Grea finally arrived at River Valley, which was originally Doug's nephew Sean's territory and had now become Doug's main city. No one knew if it was because this place was the wealthiest or because the resistance here was the most intense, requiring Doug to personally suppress it. Respected lady, your arrival makes even the northern wind and snow of the northern wind fall for you. Doug, dressed in his most magnificent clothes, specifically came out of the city to greet her, but what Grea first saw was not Doug's wildly shimmering attire, which was like a mirror, but the somewhat desolate streets in the distance. Although she had always been prejudiced against the northern wind, River Valley was considered a fertile and prosperous area by most nobles. Even in winter, the streets were bustling with merchants and lights. It was hard to imagine that this desolate, barren place, like a dead city, was the wealthiest city in the northern wind. Grea nodded numbly, not listening to Doug's subsequent series of flattery. Upon entering the city, this sense of desolation directly hit her face. It wasn't until she entered the inner city that Grea felt that familiar sensation, that scent of extravagance and decadence. This feeling was even stronger than when Grea was in the royal capital. In the evening, Doug introduced Grea in the most grand manner. Respected ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we are honored to welcome the glory of this city, this artist who captivates countless hearts and minds. Every note of her music is like starlight sprinkled from the heavens. Every melody is like the gentle touch of a breeze caressing the soul. She is an elf on the stage, pushing the art of opera to new heights with her unparalleled talent. Her performance is not merely a display of skill, but an emotional resonance, an elevation of the soul. Every appearance of hers is a purification of the heart. The nobles all stood and applauded. A section of the castle was specially converted by Doug into a layout similar to an opera house. Greya, feeling the familiar atmosphere, immediately appeared on stage with the aid of various light magic effects, conquering the nobles below with a stunning vocal performance. Greya's main purpose in coming to the Northern Wind this time was to perform charity concerts and seek donations, and the nobles below generously opened their purses. But Greya knew that these nobles didn't care where the money went. They even considered it merely a reward for her. As for donations, if these nobles truly had good intentions, they wouldn't let the common people in their territories chew on tree bark. Greya's subsequent performance was not very good, and the opera ended quickly, but no nobles cared. After all, Greya's opera was more popular, which meant many nobles didn't particularly like Greya. Moreover, Greya's arrival held the most significant meaning for these nobles as it provided another social opportunity. The opera was merely a diversion during the ball. Although Doug was frantically showing off in front of Greya, even chatting from poetry to the origins of opera, Greya's attention was entirely on the noble next door, who was boasting about how much he had earned with Doug coins, and she merely gave Doug perfunctory responses. Greya had seen many people like this in the royal capital, with only two goals: either to get into her bed or to make her get into theirs, and Doug was the most impatient of them all. The head of the Nightingale Opera House stepped forward and took over the conversation between Greya and Doug. Greya was now the lifeblood of the Nightingale Opera House. She performed for art, not for her body, and even more money wouldn't change that. The people of the Northern Wind were truly suffering. Greya lamented in her heart, and she was even more worried about the upcoming trip to Gray-White territory. If even Doug's territory, which had defected to the royal capital and embraced freedom, was so miserable, how much better could Gray-White territory, known as the Devil Viscount's territory, be? What was worse, in Doug's territory, the nobles would still help with supplies out of concern for their own reputation. After reaching the Northwestern Territory, how many supplies would there be? Would her reputation still be effective? If you want part 2, let me know in the comments. Please like and subscribe. ID_82 gives his thanks.